the Scene Snobs podcast.
Welcome, everyone. It is Casters for a Cause. That's right. This is our charity event. We are doing our FUND-a-thon. Sturdy and I are your hosts this evening, and we truly appreciate you jumping on and hanging out with us. Sir Sturdy, yes. Thank you for being here, helping out. You and I are doing the long haul tonight.
Yeah, I'm ready for it. I'm excited for it, honestly. I love doing these charity events because, I mean, at the end of the day, we should all be giving a helping hand and try to help one another out when people are in need. And I also want to say happy birthday to Billy, Bobby, and my nephew, Rylan, and happy Black History Month.
Yes, absolutely. And you know what? Because you're a movie guy, what is a horror film from a Black filmmaker for Black History Month everybody should check out?
I gotta get back to it. That's a great one. But the one coming out, Ryan Coogler, I'm gonna tell you that's something I'm excited for. I think it's gonna be a good film. I'm hoping it's gonna be a good film. I won't say it, I'm thinking, but I'm from his past work. I think it's gonna be a good film. I just hope that it respects the horror. That's a big thing for me. Is it respects the horror, or I'm gonna be pissed off. I'm gonna tell you about it.
These filmmakers like him, Jordan Peele. Even like I don't know, like Chris Nolan, things like that, the guys who have like their world built.
And I got your answer. Jordan Peele, Us. Love that movie.
Oh yeah, I love that movie.
That's actually that is my favorite of the three.
You know what it is? They're all so different. You can put them in different genres like that. I could put them all on the same level in that respect, but yeah, if I had to rank them, I'd have a tough time with Us or Nope right now.
I got to rewatch, which we will be doing that over on Troy Hill Talks. Different station, but same guys. But we're supposed to be talking about those this coming week. His movies. So that's going to be fun to dive back into those. I haven't seen I haven't seen I forgot the name. What was it again? Us, Nope, and what was the third one?
Get Out.
I haven't seen Get Out since Get Out came out. So
okay. You were going backwards, so it's all like, wait, what's happening?
No, just trying to dive back to what I was saying with that. But yeah, so I'm excited to watch those, and but I think you guys should definitely check out Us. That's just an awesome movie. And the way that the music is used in that movie.
Nope, gotta stop you. Here's why. We're talking about Casters for a Cause today. We will talk about those movies and more as we go. We have the Scene Snobs podcast hosts coming in soon, but I have to cut you off, my friend, because we have people jumping on. And I want to tell them what this great cause that we're collecting for tonight is. And it's Casters for a Cause. We're collecting for the American Red Cross going towards the wildfire relief efforts. And I would like to announce that a perimeter has been set and the fires have been 100% contained. So thank you to all of the first responders, the firefighters, everyone who helped out, everyone who was there the whole way. And just thank you so much for all the work you've put in and such. And yeah, like hopefully this will go to help that out. But I'm sorry, Sturdy, I cut you off, my friend.
Oh, you're good.
I would love for you. What do you feel? How do you feel about this cause and everything going on?
I think that this is, I mean, just this type of stuff. I love being a part of these type of charities. I love to help. So this is dope. This is dope that you put it together so fast. And not only that, but just so many people that were just up to just, yes, let's help. Let's do this. Let's have a good time. And that's what we're going to be doing for 10 hours. So I hope we can put up with us for 10 hours. Ask our wives how that is. It can be entertaining or it can be annoying. You guys.
We're going to do our best for the entertaining part. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be 100% entertaining. When we're on cameras and mics, we're great.
And if you're new here for Casters for a Cause and our FUNd-a-thons, you might have seen our script reads, which those are shorter versions where we do a script read of different movies and stuff like that and collect for various charities. But our FUNd-a-thons, this is our fifth FUNd-a-thon. That's it's a fun amalgamation and collection of wonderful creators, podcasters, and such. We all come together and we go on and we stream for a while and we just showcase all of our shows, have some great guests, have some great conversations, and along the way we're collecting for a good cause. And like I said, this one is the American Red Cross and for their wildfire relief efforts in LA. So I want to say thank you so much to you, Sturdy, for stepping in and helping me out so much during this and setting up and being my host on this long magic carpet ride of a night. Sorry again for cutting you off, my friend, but I get our co-hosts on our show, the Scene Snobs podcast here. Wait, this is Mr. Producer Paul. What's up,
guys?
And of course, Master Shake is here as well.
My guy.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys, that I'm blocking you down there, but it's for a good cause. That is going to be up for the remainder of the day.
I was like,
the links we're going to be sharing out in the comments, you can go find them there. You can also go over here to the QR code or the links down in the description. So you can find it. Please donate to this worthy cause. And actually, before we get started with the show, we had $25 before we went into this. And I'm going to all right. We raised two donations, $50 now. We are at $50. Our goal is $600. Now I don't want to do this. But Shake, is there something you wanted to do today?
there is.
Can you make him big for this? Because this is important.
Yeah. You're right, sir. I do.
If anybody makes a $100 donation, and I've been told it cannot be me. If anybody makes a $100 donation, I will come off the top of a ladder through a table.
Yes.
And then spring up, not kip up. I can't do that anymore. Once
He's old.
Kip up. Spring up and stone cold 2 cans of beer.
Oh yeah.
I've been told I can't because I just tried to donate right now. I'm gonna have to wait until after this segment to do it. My PayPal's not attached to my card anymore for some reason. But so it can't be me. But if any other individual makes a single donation of $100, this guy is going through a table.
Now
I can't wait.
That is an enticing offer. And until I learned that Royal Rumble was tonight and we were competing with it, I wasn't going to let this happen. But since you won't see that at Royal Rumble, you might as well just jump on in. So
I'm really like that.
He's
that
gonna
is
die, man.
he's gonna be fine. He's Dan.
It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. I practiced. It's gonna be great. I can't wait. And it's all for a good cause, you know. There's nothing to me like charity, and I'll do pretty much anything for charity. So, ladies and gentlemen, open those pocketbooks. Let's help some firefighters, okay?
All right, man. This is going to be a fun time. 10 hours. Let's get into it. Everybody on there who's joining us, thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
You know, please keep commenting along the way. We'll pick up along the way, but I do have some things I want to talk about tonight on this Scene Snobs podcast-esque. I wanted to actually bring up the new news in the film industry going on, and one of those being Amelia Perez is catching a lot. Who is adjusting?
I did. I didn't want to be big anymore. I didn't want to be big anymore.
Amelia Perez is wow, it is down on both audience and critic scores. It is not doing well, and it's getting I haven't seen it yet, so like I'm like it's killing me to see all these reviews because I heard good things going in, and it got me thinking about award shows. And when it comes time to each year, it sort of seems like it has a different theme of let's be real, struggle, you know, of something struggle. And now I want to know from you guys, because we got really deep with like the visual effects and stuff in the last episode this past week with this, like award shows, you know how I feel.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what it is. It's like whatever cause they're going to push for this year.
Yep.
You know, that's what the movies are going to be based on. Or if it's a movie about Hollywood but it sucks up to it, it's going to win Best Picture of the Year. So I want to know for you guys, when you see these award shows, do you think that diminishes the award itself? Or are these the movies that we should be celebrating because they're sort of a commentary throughout the year. What do you guys think? Let's go around the horn.
I'm gonna be honest. I stopped watching award shows all around, probably either in my late teens, early 20s, because they just started to get boring and like it didn't feel the same anymore. Like it wasn't as exciting, it wasn't as fun, and it's just the same people win, and it's kind of boring. It's kind of boring. It's like they took away the entertainment of the award shows. They took away the thing that I feel like draws us in. You know what I mean? It's just like now it feels like tuning into them now feels like a chore. Like the only reason why I tuned into something the last time clips was because of Will Smith slap. Other than that, I haven't watched anything in years because it's just kind of like they make it too dull. I feel like they rip everybody's personality away to try to make it too clean and too boring. Like you got to just let people be people and just have a good time with it. Make it feel like an award show, not like I don't even know what to say. Not just like it almost feels like a funeral. just come up here, get your award, go sit down.
Yeah, it's
come up here, get your award, go sit down. Versus just like more energetic and exciting. It's not that anymore. Someone else needs to get slapped, I guess.
Yeah. And for $100, Sturdy will slap somebody.
Oh yeah.
I did get slapped for $100 one time. Remember, Mick?
You did.
Listen,
You got punched in the face.
If somebody donates $100, Dan will jump through the table. I'll call my wife and have her slap me. I'm sure she'll be happy to.
That's it. Like I got hit with a chair. I got hit with Hulk hands one time.
See, that's different. I'm not doing all that. I love this guy over here. He's the man.
I think that like award shows are intriguing to me because there's a clear separation between audience and Hollywood. Now, I think maybe the question you're kind of getting at, Mick, is Hollywood out of touch with people?
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that the answer is yes. I do think that Hollywood is out of touch with people. Now, that doesn't mean that the award shows aren't intriguing to me, but there's a clear separation between what they think is award worthy and what audiences think is award worthy.
Yeah.
Now, the question could be, is it their responsibility to show us what is good, or is it the audience's responsibility to consume what's good? I don't know. It's a really complex question that requires a lot of like different angles and variables. But I will say this.
No, it doesn't.
I really think so. I don't like it's really complex.
How?
So you have the audience,
Mm-hmm.
whether or not. So
if it's a mainstream film from Hollywood, and that's because once you enter Hollywood, you are in a business, and that's why I see so many we should do this final cut, this, that, and the other thing. Hey, I'm not against the director getting final cut, but you might as well make it on your own or do an independent and do it for less. Yeah. But once you're in the Hollywood mainstream, it's the audience you should be making it for. That's not what they're making it for. They're making it for dollars. So whoever's going to give them the most amount of money and merchandise and this, that, and the other thing. But it should be, I truly believe, for the audience, not to push any agendas, nothing else. These movies should be for the audience and whatever they are projecting as what's good. We should be the pulse. My
question is this, is that like, do they have a responsibility to acknowledge that? What I mean by complicated is this, is like, is the audience less astute than it used to be? Is the audience more astute than it used to be? Is Hollywood more out of touch than it was or less out of touch? And then there's a lot of inroads in between that. I guess where they kind of started to show me that they were out of touch a little bit. What was the movie with Ryan Gosling where he was singing about Hollywood?
Oh, La La Land?
Yeah. That movie was not a good film from start to finish.
I thought it was pretty good. I thought for spectacle wise of a musical, I thought it was good.
And it got a lot of like love. And it like I just thought it was downright too. I thought it was downright boring.
Yeah, but no. Your barometer for whatever is good or not does not count in this because you think some of the greatest movies of all time are bullshit.
Well, I just think they're overrated, not bullshit. I think that's the other part is like, I don't think you get to just hammer. The Artist is another movie that I was like, wow, really? Yet some films that should be celebrated go uncelebrated in terms of the halls of, like, you and I were talking about Collateral yesterday, a movie from 2004 that really should have been nominated for Best Picture. But for whatever reason, the Academy hates Michael Mann. And like, I don't know, man. I just think that like they get wrapped up in their own stuff.
I agree.
And recently they've got more wrapped up in their stuff than they used to.
Because it's all franchise. They don't have to span out more and give us more. They just give us the same shit regurgitated.
Feels like it sometimes.
But Paul, I'm sorry, man. I know you have a lot of thoughts on this one, and I can't wait to hear them. But please proceed, my friend.
I mean, I never watched the awards until this show, to be absolutely honest, just so I knew what we were talking about or anything like that, just because I never thought they were fair. I think sometimes they accidentally get it right, but I mean, a lot of times I just go based off audience score as opposed to even, Rotten Tomatoes, which is a good indicator of what they're going to choose for the Oscars or the Golden Globes. I feel it's just a way for them all to pat themselves on the back. And I think that's all it is. So if I didn't have to watch it for the show or to stay relevant or be able to talk about what's been nominated or anything, I still wouldn't watch them just because they are out of touch. You can tell they're always about what they think is relevant to the climate of our society at the time. So like, for instance, I did not like Wicked. We all know this, but do I think that other musical that beat them, that was on Netflix, I believe, it beat them. And I watched that one. Look, I'll be the first to tell you, Wicked was worlds better than that. And I hated Wicked, but I'll be the first to tell you that. So the fact that just things like that, it's just like, well, yeah, you guys are wrong. You don't care about us. I'm
they definitely don't
surprised
care about horror. That's for sure.
Right. Yeah. But I mean, it's hard for horror. I wish they'd almost do their own thing for just horror, in all honesty, or separate all the genres and then do it within themselves. Just to make it fair, because it's hard to compare movies from different genres. Because, if you're into love stories and you love The Notebook and shit like that, there's no way a movie like Late Night the Devil will ever appeal to you, and vice versa. If you only love horror, you're never going to be like, oh my God, The Notebook. That was such a beautiful story. Like,
it was not. It was a stalker story. It was disgusting.
That's a toxic.
It was very toxic. Like, listen, ladies, stop watching those movies for romance. They're very, very, very toxic. And if a guy came after you like that, you would be calling the police. Like, if I came after my wife, I'd be in prison right now. Like that. That's toxic. It's not romantic.
I think that I will say this. I think that Hollywood has a responsibility to create great things. And
I like that.
A lot of people point at them and they're like, they don't do great things anymore. And I don't necessarily agree nor disagree with that statement. Because like Dune 2 was a masterpiece, right? Like, and it's a great thing they created. To certain audiences, Wicked is a great thing. Though my entire problem with it is, why is it 2 films if it's not money grubbing?
Because we're talking about it, though. It is money grubbing, but let's draw on that for a sec. Okay. You're right. But there are filmmakers behind it that are truly, they really are into the art side of making it. Now, like I said, when you're mainstream, it's business, right? But still there are creatives that work within that entity and to bring about movies like that are spectacles. So with that being said, should we blame the artists as well as blaming the mainstream model of like divide it up, make sort of a franchise out of it? What do you guys think?
I don't think so, because I feel like a lot of it's dictated by, the higher ups, right? The suits that we always hear about. And I mean, that's just true for any production. I mean, you're only allowed to stay within those certain barriers unless you're independent and, you got more leeway. So oh my God, don't say that. I'm not about to go off on 3 Geeks. I love 3 Geeks. They are awesome. fuck they're wrong on Dune though. Any fucking Marvel movie is absolutely boring. I'd rather rub my butt against the carpet than watch a Marvel movie. Just saying.
That's fair, and especially nowadays.
Paul, are you trying to tell us your butt itches?
Yeah, that too. I need more dude wipes. Oh,
what I do need throughout the night. This is a 10-hour event. I do need this throughout the night. People keep doing that. Keep commenting. Yes. Dune is kind of boring. I don't care who does it. I just want to be able to pull that comment up whenever Dan starts getting all uppity about something. I'm going to pull that. Stop him dead in his tracks.
Neat. I love Dune. I just rewatched Dune too. Like just rewatched it yesterday. Phenomenal.
Here's something that I don't understand. I know the three of you shared this opinion. People hated Thor: Love and Thunder. This is a really good example.
I liked it.
People hated it.
Yeah.
Like to the point where there are entire YouTube series devoted to like tearing it apart. Okay. Worst Marvel movie, all this stuff, which by the way is the Eternals. The Eternals is the worst Marvel movie and it isn't even close. But
whenever there's animals on there, you got to donate.
I think that like Thor: Love and Thunder and other people that have watched it with me agree. Thor: Love and Thunder is hilarious, and it's Taika Waititi at his Taika Waititi-ist. Now, is it some like masterpiece to put in front of the Academy? No. I've never laughed so hard as when those screaming goats flew directly into the moon and crashed. I laughed so hard.
Just it. Yes. I liked it. And I said this in my review. I was like, I like this movie, but not as a Marvel movie. It doesn't fit the mold. So my
question is like, what do people actually like? Or are people in the audience that's consuming so fart sniffing that you are incapable of making something that they like?
I have an answer for this. If you do not mind, I'm going to take it for a sec. I think I have an answer for this. I have an opinion. It keeps grossly going down as I think about it. But so with that, I think what we're kind of seeing right now in Hollywood is more power going back to directors. We're starting to see people wanting to go see more directors' films. Or if it is
Villeneuve,
like a big, Villeneuve, even Greta Gerwig with Barbie, like people did go to see her. She is a popular filmmaker who does really well. And we, for a while there, we saw Marvel kind of consuming that. And I think those directors breaking away, you kind of start seeing, I'm seeing like sort of a more of a power shift from like what stars are in something versus who directed this, which I love. And I hope it keeps going that route, because then you get great films, you get the 70s, hopefully not the times, but the films, you get those, and then the early 80s and such. Anyway, I think that's why I think we're seeing more of a research back towards the power towards the director, and even to an extent that the producers, because we do also go see certain producers like James Gunn as a director and producer is a household name now. Like you want to go see his stuff. But that's my argument.
I will say though, I think what people were smart. Whoever, I don't know who made Letterboxd is, but I think that's a very smart answer, because I mean, how easy is it to be like, oh, I agree with Sturdy on all of his movie reviews, so I should probably follow him on Letterboxd to figure out what is actually good, since we agree on 9 out of 10 things, or same thing for Shake, myself, or you, Mick. So I think Letterboxd is a great answer for that, because I've had people be like, well, if you don't watch the Academies or really look at audience score or Rotten Tomatoes, what do you go off of? I'm like, well, if I'm not seeing it opening like Thursday, I'll go on Letterboxd and I'll look at the people I trust and see what they say about it, because I know I'll probably be right around where they're at, if not maybe a little more energetic than they are. But
I get it.
I stopped at about 2015. I stopped looking up anything about movies before they came out. I stopped basically listening to anybody about movies around then.
Even though he's been a fan of my show for 5 years.
No, that's it's not. I like the conversations. I like the conversation about it, not the like. Do you know what I mean? Like when you get these people out there like that are Metacritics and stuff like that, and you read their review, I'm like, what did this guy watch?
Wait, are you reading my reviews?
I'm trying to think of one in particular. I'll tell you. Okay, one in particular. I really liked the newer Adam Sandler sci-fi movie.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen that yet. You did say you liked it. I want to check it out.
Buddies with a Spider in Space. That's all I really remember. It's not a masterpiece. I'm not saying like I think I gave it a B. Like it's not a masterpiece, but it was a good thought-provoking watch. I enjoyed sitting there watching it, and it was the kind of movie that afterwards you sit there and you think, man, what would I do if I were in that scenario? I like that kind of movie where afterwards I still am sitting there thinking about it for 10, 15 minutes. Like, man, that's thought-provoking. Mm-hmm. It's got like a 23% rotten.
Damn. That's pretty low. It shouldn't be that low.
That's too low.
Yeah. What does Movie Halloween have, though? I watched that religiously. I probably watched that too many times. I'm not going to lie.
Which movie did you say?
Hoobie Halloween.
Oh, Jesus.
I
gotta look it up.
For what it is, like, I mean, I know it's not like a masterpiece horror movie or something like that.
No. When I said, "Oh Jesus," it wasn't that. Well, you do argue with me about a lot of good movies, and then you bring up Hoobie Halloween. I mean, come on.
But I tell you, that's all from my perspective. I'm not saying objectively it's a good movie. I'm saying
listen. On Halloween, it's on the list. It's on the list. I watch it.
I want to say this though with the whole Marvel thing with Thor. I feel like with Thor and with Hulk, I think they should have been buddy up movies. I don't think either one of them should have had solo movies. And Black Widow, those three, because those were the worst movies. They weren't terrible, all of them, but just with those movies, those solo movies were the worst ones out of all the Marvels, in my opinion.
Well, I love Hoobie Halloween did much better than
really
Spaceman. Yeah, it was
Spaceman. That's what it's called. Yeah, Spaceman.
52% tomato meter, and then popcorn-o-meter is 48%.
Which one would you listen to first, Mick? The audience or the critic score?
Audience. I told you it should be made for the audience. That's who we should be listening to. Mm-hmm. And that's the thing. Like whenever it gets taken out of the audience's hands, it's not good. It's not good. You know, like when you listen to your audience and really pump out what they really like, yeah, it can go downhill fast when it's like too much. Like, let's look at the 80s, you know, with horror. Like too much came. Just like, and it dried up in the 90s, right? But we got gems in the 90s, you know, and then we got another resurgence, and then we got gems again. So like it really does, like, kind of the way it's filtered. It's kind of cyclical.
You mean gems like New Nightmare?
Hey, listen.
Yeah, I like New Nightmare. I think that's a very good and valid
movie. A lot better than another movie that completely copied its format.
Well, Serpent and Rainbow is 1990. People Under Stairs, Candyman, which whether you like or not,
you don't like Candyman.
I don't. Two reasons. Reasons.
Damn.
I have two very specific reasons I don't like.
It's Black History Month, man. Don't say that.
You know, I'll never hide behind. I did not. There are
Virginia Madison and black people.
I have an issue with the pacing in the film. Like
with the
pacing.
Oh yeah, I mean I can see that.
I have an issue with the pacing, and the other part is that people will hold Candyman up to like. He should be on my wall right over here with Michael, with Freddie, with like stuff like that.
He should be.
I don't think so, man. I don't like.
Just off Tony Todd alone, he should be.
We've talked about Tony Todd. I'm not a fan. We've talked about Tony Todd before. I'm not a Tony Todd fan.
February 1st, dude. Calm down.
Yeah, you know what? I was thinking about this the other day too, Dan. I was like, who was I having this discussion with about Keith David and Tony Todd and playing Candyman? There's only one man that can play Candyman.
I wish Keith David were Candyman.
It wouldn't work. He's a great actor. Do not get me wrong, but it wouldn't work. It would not work. Like his presence, it just wouldn't. He couldn't. I don't think he could do that role. I'm not saying he can't act. but no.
I think it would have been better.
But I do say this: I would not mind having Tony Todd doing the voice of I can't think of the gargoyle's name off the top, but that Keith David did. I wouldn't be mad at that. Keith David killed it, but boom.
Why are you floating?
I don't know, man. I keep checking my settings and shit. And
Not you, Sturdy.
Oh. My fault.
This
Sturdy-
whole
Sturdy's
thing is a
more
maniac.
of his
Listen,
background, yeah.
I'm a sturdy in a bottle, like Christina Aguilera, just different.
Oh,
I
Yeah.
gotta spit on
him
it before I
for
rub it,
long
or can I
night.
just rub it normal?
oh my God, let's not. No.
Just normal.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Man.
Jesus.
Pop out with a movie in my hand. Bloods versus Wolves.
We're
Hey,
not
Mick,
watching
are-
that again.
Are we allowed to talk about presents real quick, Mick? Because I really wanted to talk to you about it, and I know.
Yeah, let's talk about it. Oh, that's fine.
Okay,
with
did
me.
you guys end up seeing it yet?
I haven't seen it.
No.
No.
Okay, so I'll be quick because I'd love to do a review with you, like a formal one. But
Yes, we will definitely do that.
I
Just in case you use this as a clip.
so spoilers, you guys. So stay here because we're a good cause and we're giving to a charity, but there will be slight spoilers. I love that it was from the ghost perspective. I thought. That
Oh
was
yeah,
good.
yeah. The POV works, and they played
my
it out really well. And I'm, you know what? I'm not going to name any characters. I'm not going to say what was what, but I'm just going to make it sound really interesting. Okay, so Soderbergh directed this. If you know who Soderbergh is, he did the Ocean's movies, but then after that, he became very into the idea of using more digital. Like he shot an entire movie on a cell phone, the whole 9 yards. Like he's very out there, experimental, and I kind of dig it. I like Soderbergh. So when I went into this,
doesn't have to worry about taking chances, right? Like.
what do you mean? What kind of chances do you mean?
Like shooting differently than other people and stuff. He can really push the boundaries because he's got a name.
Yeah, and I think he does it well. I mean, he's a talented filmmaker. A lot of people give him shit. I don't know why. I think he makes interesting films. Like, to give Soderbergh shit as a filmmaker, but to be, and listen, I love him, but to be a Lynch fan, it's like, what's wrong with Soderbergh then? Like, Lynch is out there. Like you can't even figure out his shit half the time. He had to hold our hands for a while there just to let us know what was going on. But so like I like Soderbergh's out there sort of vibe. Kimmy, I thought was cool. That was like one of the ones he did. A weird take on sort of like a Rear Window situation. And so this one, Presence, and I don't mean to take it away from you, Paul, but I just wanted to let everybody know. It's an interesting ghost drama. You know, I'm not even gonna really. It's there are some things that are gonna really get you like scared or charged in it and such, but it is more of a drama film, a family drama film that I think is really well done and told. And like Paul, like you were saying, and I'm going back into it. It's like the POV,
Yes,
used so well, man, and so interestingly, and once you realize what's happening and where the POV is coming from, what the presence is, you understand why it's at each point.
What's a good comp, Mick?
I don't really have one. This is an interesting one. This is
almost
experimental.
It almost reminded me of In the Nature of Violence, as far as like following the killer. I mean, it's not straight POV, but it's kind of like that. Like you're going from.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
I got a question for you guys, actually. What's the difference, and maybe Mick, I don't know if you can answer this better just because of the whole filmmaking thing, between found footage and POV? And I'm only asking this question because when you messaged me the other day and was asking, was I doing POV movies or found footage? Just because couldn't they both could be considered found footage in a sense? And
They
both
can both be considered POV.
Sorry,
they're both
POV. Sorry.
But POV isn't considered found footage. So POV is more like presence, like we're talking about. It's not a camera. So the found footage, it would seem like you're watching a camera footage of what's going on.
Think
And
about it
POV.
like this, Sturdy, from the point of view of the like protagonist or antagonist versus the point of view of the camera.
So like Violent Nature. In Violent Nature, that would be a POV.
That's a POV.
POV.
Friday the 13th.
There, yeah.
It's not a full POV, but the killer's perspective is POV. It's because you're not thinking when you're looking at everybody from the distance from as the killer, and who we know is Mrs. Voorhees in the first one.
Yep.
It's 40 years old, people. It's over 40 years old.
That's not a spoiler.
You know, when you look at it from POV, you don't get the indication that you're looking through a camera. You feel like you're looking through the eyes of the killer, and that's what Presence sort of does. But the whole film is from that.
I'll have to watch that.
Just don't go in expecting a horror film.
Because it's not, and it is pretty slow. And I will say that story about halfway, 3/4 in, kind of was like, oh, okay, I get what's going on, and you were kind of bored. But the technical side of
I didn't know. I didn't know who. I thought I knew who it was, but I didn't know who it was.
I don't know. For once, I was like, it's probably this. And,
I will say this. I thought it was going to be the perspective of the Presence was going to be the other one from who.
I got you. Yeah.
And I found that interesting. So I found it even more interesting when they kind of swapped that. It's just kind of like, what the fuck?
but technically wise, it was
very
superb.
Cool.
It was just, if you just want to watch it just to see the visuals, it's absolutely worth it. I was enamored by the whole thing. I loved every second of it.
Agreed.
Nick, I kind of want to bring it back to the Academy stuff.
Okay. Present should have been no.
What's a movie that you guys think here should have been nominated for Best Picture but didn't get the nod?
Ever? Always?
Sure.
I'll
said mine, so I don't care. But
I hate to say it like this because it's essentially it's just my opinion, but I think Late Night with the Devil absolutely should have.
No.
Even with the ending?
Even with the ending.
Wow.
No, I like the ending.
I thought they should have ended it.
I can't say should have anymore because they are too fun. So anybody who's watching Cast for a Cause, thank you. By the way,
oh, yeah.
Yes, we're doing a 10-hour event.
We're deep in conversation. Please excuse us.
And we're actually almost done, and we're going to be introducing the next show at 4 p.m. Stories from a Bar. Great show. Chris Osborne's the host of that, and I think Sturdy's going to be joining in with him on that. Then at 5 o'clock, we're going to be doing Real Combat, REEL. Don't worry. And then it's going to be Dan and Tim going for the tiebreaker. They've done the show twice before. They're 1-1, and they're going for the tiebreaker at 5 p.m. And we have so much more coming.
And the winner gets to go up against Sturdy because I won with the worst movie in the world. That's what I'm saying. That's found out the winner.
He did. And I don't want to take away from the conversation that we were having because I am enjoying this. But just to give you guys kind of a rundown of what Casters for a Cause is. This is we do live streams, like we've done script reads, but we do these things called FUNd-a-thons, which we're doing tonight. But we do it for an extended period of time. Tonight we're doing it for 10 hours. We're gonna have a whole bunch of great shows joining in, and we're gonna have some fun with them. And hopefully you guys will donate. And it goes to a great cause. It's going to American Red Cross towards their wildfire relief efforts in LA County. We have it linked in the comments. We have it the link in the down in the description, and of course we have on our normal screen right here. Oh no, that's not it. It's right here. You can do the QR code. So I just want to say thank you guys for joining in, hanging out with us. I'm Mick Manhattan from the Scene Snobs. We call it the Scene Snobs for the very reason we're talking about right now, because movie snobs drive us crazy. So we try to be ones that are positive vibes, talking about movies. We may not like it, but we're going to get into it and why. This is producer Paul down below, my co-host on this magic carpet ride, and our newly deemed co-host and baptized in, Dan the Smash Master Shake. That's right. That's his name, ladies. It's just crazy from there. And if you donate $100, I guess he's jumping from a ladder into a table. Why watch Royal Rumble when you can watch a bunch of the good-looking guys and one going through a table, right? Yeah. So, and another host on the Scene Snobs podcast, last but not least, but he is my host throughout the 10-hour event tonight, and that is Sir Sturdy himself from the Horror Sir Sturdy podcast and Popcorn and Pints. Thank you guys so much for being here and being a part of it. I'm excited. I really am excited for what's going to happen tonight. Are you excited?
I got to show you guys why I'm laughing.
An upper deck is
hell yeah, that's kind of energy I like to see.
He's ready. And
that's the energy you can expect at 4 p.m. with Stories from the Bar.
Paul, if you're free at 4,
Why is
join us, man.
Dan dressed like
Please join us for
Dexter?
free ball.
Shouldn't we be concerned about
Dexter, this is a
Mind your business. Let Dan be who he wants to be.
Tim's not even in the room. I think
Yeah,
he
Tim-
murdered him. I think that's
Tim's probably
Dexter's
watching
room.
That's hilarious.
Guys, everybody who's joining in, Troy Hill Talks is here. He's another one that's going to be a part of it, and he is very upset about the Candyman hate. But I love Candyman.
I love Candyman
I'm
too.
sorry, I didn't say I hated it. I just said I don't think that it deserves to be in the pantheon. That's all.
Oh, it does. It does.
Your wrong opinion's okay. I will
Okay,
say
right there.
this, and Tony Todd is amazing. Shut up. So let's go over our wonderful schedule for tonight. We are the Scene Snobs podcast. We're kicking things off. Sturdy and I will be here hosting all night, and in some variation, all of us will be here hanging out, having a good old time. So you will see us again. At 4 p.m., Stories from a Bar, hosted by Chris Osborne. You are going to want to check that out. It is a great show, and you're going to want to check out his podcast and more. 5 p.m., Real Combat will be coming back. Dan versus Tim to break the tie. I'm your host, and I'm also the judge. Make sure you're back for that. Then at 6 p.m., we're going to have Master Shake's moderately entertaining Mixology Minutes, where he's going to make a couple of very groovy drinks and show you some California beers you should definitely check out. And then right after that at 7 p.m., we have the Three Geeks Podcast. They're going to have some awesome guests. They have a lot of panelists on there, and they are all great, and you're going to have a great time with them. We appreciate them being here. And then at 8 p.m., I will be joining Troy Hill and Troy Hill Talks podcast. You're going to have a great time with that. We're going to be talking about Eric Monte's Cooley High. We're going to talk about what's happening. These are shows and movies that we really liked and we're going to get into. So, and then after that at 9 p.m., Popcorn and Pints is coming back with Grandma's Boy. We'll be reviewing it. It is a funny movie, but we're going to talk about it. Make sure you're there for that. 10 p.m., Dan Master Shake will be back with Arcade After Dark. He's going to be playing the NES Friday the 13th version. We are going to have a good time with it, so make sure you're there for it. 11 p.m., Ambassador Radio with Trevor Stoudemire will be here, and you're going to enjoy it, and he is such a great time. Make sure you're there for that, talking movies, music, and more. And we're going to kick things off with the ending at Sturdovision Podcast. That's right. That's going to be our grand finale. We will, as a panel, a bunch of us, going to be there, maybe in onesies, maybe not. We'll see. By the end of the night, you never know what's happening. But we're going to be reviewing one of the greatest movies of all time, Big Trouble in Little China, and hopefully you are there for it. That's our schedule. Thank you for joining in on that. And I still am going to let one of them talk.
No problem.
Oh, take it away.
Oh. What are you guys looking for? Oh, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say what's a movie you think that should have been nominated that never was?
Oh shit! I forgot to type that in. Batman and Robin.
Oh my god,
That's my answer. Batman and Robin.
you're so full of it.
There's two pieces of advice that I could ever give you in life. It's that Batman and Robin is the greatest film ever made, and never go and get a massage at the Massage Envy in Winchester, Virginia. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Oh no. We got those out here. Why? Can I ask why not, or is that something we got to talk about later?
We are not going to ask why not. I'm just going to leave that to wonder. Let's just say when you think it's corporate, something interesting.
No.
I had a Tony Todd figure tap yours on. I have mine over there too because I used to play Movie Maniacs.
I have them in my heart.
Oh my god, maybe if I die, I might have to give them to you. Or you might have to wrestle my kids for them. I don't know. Why is Dan dressed like Dexter? I just had to bring that one back because
It's just a smock. It's a bar smock.
yeah, you're gonna kill somebody. We know it. The lineup is stacked with gold. It is. But listen, we do these often. So if you have a show, you're content creators, and you like to do charity events, and maybe you want to join in the future, please connect with us. We love to. You can email me at thescenesnobs@gmail.com, or you can connect with me on Blue Sky. I'm on TikTok or here on YouTube, stuff like that. But appreciate you. Oh, on our Discord. Join our Discord. It's awesome. You can connect with me there as well. Dexter Alpha for sure. There's two shorties in life, right? That Dan is wearing a Dexter outfit, and that Dune is kind of boring.
Oh my god! Man.
Those are the two. I love Dune. I will say this: the Dunes Part 1 and 2 are brilliant movies. They're better than any Marvel movie that came out. 100%.
Better than any movie that came out recently.
It's hard to argue. So yeah, I'm not putting those down. But the 1984 Dune, Complete and utter dog shit.
You're so wrong. You are so wrong.
You didn't like Sting?
How are you
Why
wrong
do you
about a
hate
right
Sting?
opinion?
Oh my god.
Sting.
Sting. Yes, exactly. Sting.
It's not just Sting.
Sting?
Like, okay.
What? First of all, the Police are mediocre at best.
Whoa.
Oh my god, look at his face, look at his face, look at his face, look at his face. I love it, I love it, I love it, I love it, I love it.
I can't.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Where's Trevor when I need him? Where's Trevor when I need him? Like,
Why, you're gonna defend Sting?
yes,
Ugh.
100%.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey, Sturdy.
You guys stick around for Trevor because he's with Ambassador Radio.
That's true. Hey,
Yes,
Sturdy,
he is.
what's your favorite Sting song?
Sting the Night.
Hey, Paul, what's your favorite
Yeah.
Sting song?
I'm gonna go with Roxanne. Fuck you.
Nope,
He's still
I
a
didn't
part of the
say the
police. Nope,
Police.
it still counts.
I didn't
It's
say
Roxanne.
the Police. I didn't say the
Roxanne.
Police.
He's a part of that. That's like saying Phil
I didn't
Collins.
say the Police. I said,
They're
what's
not
your favorite
different.
Sting
I
song?
take it, Paul. I take it, Paul. No, that's yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, everybody. What's your
Ozzy and Black
favorite Sting
Sabbath are the
song?
same when they're Black Sabbath until he sprung off. It still counts as an Ozzy's. So
Yep, Sting's awesome.
Yes,
Sting's the man, you know. He's
he's the man. Not
he
to
is.
mention, he's the man in that movie.
Yep, great movie.
Crazy Train.
why
I
didn't
know.
you like
I
that
didn't-
tune? What
I
did you
didn't
like
say
about
it
that
was
tune?
Dog shit. How can you read the book or watch the Timothy Chalamet movies, and say that 1984 version? So, and I'm pointing out to everybody, you could either have read the book which came out before, or you could have seen those movies that came out after, and both would help you realize that 1984 version is dog shit. But if you didn't know anything about Dune, and you went into this movie, it's still dog shit.
The sleeper has awakened.
See,
That's all I'm saying.
I knew nothing, and I liked it enough.
Whoa,
to see
whoa,
the
whoa,
two
whoa,
newer
whoa,
dudes.
whoa, whoa! Who is commenting from the
Oh, that was
Scene
me.
Snobs?
That's sturdy. If it's in caps, it's sturdy.
Whoa, you can put down a lot of things.
Uh-oh,
None
what
of
do you
y'all
put down?
are from the UK, so I don't give a shit. Don't defend Sting like you own him. You do not. You do not.
He's great. No,
You
like,
do. You shut your mouth, or I'm micking you. You do not fuck with Bon Jovi.
I will. I don't like
Oh. All right, we've rescheduled Mixology Minutes. It's just Tim versus Tim now.
I take it.
All right.
Listen, John Bon Jovi, Mr. I change my entire aura every time there's a change in genre of music, is the biggest sellout in the history.
It's called
of all music.
evolution. It's called
That's
an
not
evolution.
evolution. It
Yeah.
doesn't have an identity. It's different.
He's a chameleon of the rock industry.
All right, guys, but I got to ask the question that everybody in the world has been thinking.
Oh,
Where
no.
has Bo Bice been? Come
I don't
on
know
now.
who that is.
Who the hell's Bo Bice?
You guys don't know who Bo Bice is?
Who's Bo Bice?
He's the greatest entertainer from American Idol. That's who Bo Bice is. I've been thinking about this.
I can say
weeks.
with all 100% honesty,
No,
I haven't seen a single second of American Idol.
Wait. Did you just compare this dude Bo Bice to
Listen,
Bon Jovi
I compared Bo
and
Bice to
Sting?
everybody.
Even I'm gonna back off there.
Everybody. Do you know any of his songs?
Do you know any of Sting's?
No.
Oh, you can't see my screen.
Do you know any of the Police?
I don't know Bo Bice. at all.
I tried
I
to
don't know.
stay
I don't know Bo Bice. I have no idea.
I'm looking him up now.
All right, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I don't know anything about Bo Bice.
Yeah, no,
That's
you
just a
don't.
name I remember from American Idol. And I was literally thinking about this for weeks. I just kept forgetting to say it on a live, so I said it now.
I swear to God, if because
Well,
of
I'm
you
gonna say
mentioned
this,
Bo
though, Mick.
Bice, they took their money back, I'm gonna be pissed.
Listen, you should grow your hair out like Bo Bice's hair.
Who?
He's trying to grow his hair out like John Bon Jovi. I'm not even going to call him Bon Jovi. I'm going to call him John Bon Jovi because that's his name.
Motherfucker, dude. Oh my God. You fucking
He's
guy.
not even the best.
You fucking
He's
guy.
not
You're
the best
gonna
singer
make
from
my
New Jersey.
Jersey accent come out. I don't like this. I'm gonna tell my wife to order a pizza and I'm gonna go fucking wild on your show. I'm gonna be like, this motherfucker over here talking about fucking Bon Jovi like he knows what he's talking about, looking like Dexter. Sitting up.
He's not even the best artist from his own state.
Listen, with your lavalier mic, fucking Dokken. You got a Dokken poster and you're talking to me about Bon Jovi.
From Tampa. Don't touch Dokken.
I will touch Dokken. Let's go there every day. Every day. all day.
They sang Dream Warriors. That's all you need to know.
Oh, God forbid, not in the top Billboard, whatever, and fucking everything.
They were a super band. They were a super band.
You maniac. You're a maniac. You know
I have
what?
a question.
This is why.
Oh, go ahead, Paul. Go ahead, Paul.
No,
So, are you Steve Perry or
you answer fucking very carefully.
no? That's what I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
Me?
Yeah.
Steve Perry all the way.
Okay. I'm just making sure. I'm just
The
making
other
sure
guy's
we
name
want that off.
Isn't his name Aoki? Is it Aoki? I'm trying to remember.
I don't know. I mean, he's got a nice cover voice, but like, it's Steve
It's not
Perry.
Steve Perry. Yeah.
Dude,
See?
Steve Perry's voice, like there was something
Bon Jovi
different about
Oh.
I'm not putting him on that level. I do love Bon Jovi, but I'm not putting him on that level. There's something different about Steve Perry's voice, Freddie Mercury's voice, Axl's voice. Like
Chris
those are
Cornell is better than all of them.
But none of them are Bo Vice.
fucking singer.
None of them are.
Oh my
Bo
God.
Vice.
Oh no, I wouldn't put Chris Cornell like under Bon Jovi. No, I'm not saying there aren't. I'm just saying I'm from Jersey. You need to calm down.
Okay, you're gonna pick
I didn't
all.
listen.
all
I don't fuck
great
with
singers
whoever's
that
from
are
Michigan, Stifler and shit.
Is Bon Jovi from Jersey?
Do not touch Michigan music. Michigan music is untouchable. We have Motown. We have Bob Seger.
Eminem.
Yeah. Oh,
Just
yeah.
We have
Eminem dropped the
Eminem. We have
mic.
the greatest rapper.
I
of
know
all
it's hard to
time.
argue. Once you go Motown and Eminem, like, yeah, I mean, it's hard to fight. But
Right,
I'm
you
just
wanna know-
fine. You
okay,
have that, but
this is-
nobody
this
should
is
talk
a-
shit
a
about it. So don't
hidden-
talk shit about my state.
Hidden band from Michigan. There are two hidden bands from Michigan that nobody ever talks about that really deserve to be elevated. One, the MC5, the Motor City 5. Better, doing the same music essentially that the Rolling Stones are doing at the same time in the late 60s, early 70s, but better. And the Stooges. The Stooges Funhouse, 1978 or 76, I can't remember which year it was. Stooges Funhouse, that record will wreck your life. It is one of the greatest records of all time. Hey, Michigan music is untouchable. We have so many artists that are beyond reproach. It isn't even funny.
Jesus, Dan.
We
Check
got
the
Luke
arrogance.
Combs. Woo, Carolina.
Luke,
Combs. And the baby, I think, is from North Carolina.
Sweetie Baby.
I don't even know who they are.
The baby is from
rapper.
North Carolina, but I'll just give you a better legend that's from North Carolina. Johnny Sturdivant. Boom. You're good, Paul. You're good.
There you
Live in a
go.
great state.
Actually,
Woo, that's right.
Johnny
Forgot.
Sturdivant is-
And Petey
knows.
Pablo.
All right, we're at 50.
Ooh, we're getting up there.
Getting up there. Everybody, come on.
Remember,
Donate. Donate.
The first non-shake $100 donation.
Oh, shit.
One donation of $100.
Non-shake.
I'm going through a table, jumping up, following up with a stone cold beer chug. $100.
He's going to hit that table and
Knock itself
die.
out.
And then
I'm
I'm
gonna
going
need
to
a
just
host
be
for the rest of the
haunted
show.
by that for the rest of my life.
Nope.
Yeah, but I'm gonna
Donate
keep-
$99 or below.
No, donate
$100.
100 because you're gonna get me slapped. Hopefully, I'll ask my wife. to
I'd
slap
rather
me.
you get slapped than him die.
I'm not going to die. I practice.
And I know your wife. She's not going to slap you. She's going to come up and like give you a little tap on the face.
Oh, I feel like she slapped him.
She might slap him. At least you have a clip that will go viral. I don't know about that.
Ready for the first Casters for a Cause with a dead body.
Where are you going to stage this?
My back seat.
$20
Or backyard, sorry.
$20 to say mean things about Shake. We should do a roast at some point. We should just
That'd be
roast Shake during
interesting.
arcade.
Like, listen, it's not my fault Bon Jovi is mediocre, okay? That's not my fault.
All right, it's 3:54. We got to bring on our next show, and I'm going to
wow.
say goodnight to these guests for a little while. Dan, I'll see you at 5. God damn it! Do not bring up Bon Jovi again for the rest of the night.
I'm going to do it the whole night.
Son of a. Yeah, keep putting it out there.
I'm
Dune
going
is
to Bon
mediocre.
Jovi
Just,
so
just
hard.
keep
Dune
keep
is
living on a
mediocre,
prayer,
but-
Mick. It'll be okay.
Paul, are you joining us at all throughout the night?
Probably not. I
Nope.
got parents coming over for chili and stuff, and I gotta.
Ooh, you
But
do
I'll be
make a
watching
great
you
show.
guys. Gonna have you on our TV. I'm gonna make everyone watch you.
Is chili a
I
soup?
love you.
Is chili soup
Love you.
or
Chili
a
is
stew?
Oh yeah, okay. That's
We're
gonna
not
be the
going back
question.
into
Tonight.
this.
Is chili soup or stew?
It's a stew.
It's a
It's a soup.
stew. I don't know.
It's a soup.
I
How
love
I
you,
make
Troy
it. I'll
Hill.
take videos.
Troy Hill and I will talk about great things with Bon Jovi later.
Troy Hill is someone I do watch for reviews. If anyone's
yet.
watching and they're looking,
I
because he's very good
watch
about
him
telling
just
you
for the voice, man.
Yeah.
the voice. But yeah, he's very good at separating objective opinion and just his own. And I do
Okay.
appreciate that. So yeah,
I like it. I like it a lot. Well, Paul, we will miss you, my friend. Hopefully you can comment along sometimes. But love you guys. Love to the family. Love to the chili, which is not a soup. And we will talk to you.
It's a
He'll be
soup.
here Tuesday. We have a show Tuesday, so Paul will be back for that.
I'll tell you all about my soup.
All right. Let's bring him in. The host of our next show. There he is, Mr. Chris Osborne.
Hello, friends. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great,
sir.
great audio,
Jeez.
buddy. Great audio.
Yeah, it's excellent. I'm not used to your StreamYard.
Oh, actually, check your mic settings just in case it's not set to your mic, because it does switch off sometimes.
No, it looks like we. Oh,
You're right. Look at that.
Yeah, it just switches it
There
off
we
all
go.
the time.
You
But
are a master.
Oh, wow, that's clean. Look at that.
And anybody watching who is joining in tonight, make sure you check your settings, because that's the way it is as we roll. But Chris, thank you so much for being here and bringing your show Stories from a Bar here. Do you want to give us a little bit of a background of what Stories of a Bar is and how it came about?
Yeah, sure. So been doing it for I don't know 5. I mean, we can do an up close on your face. That's
Nope.
cool.
I'll stay back here.
I mean, we all look the same to Aaron, so it's not like it matters.
Very true. Very hard to tell. I don't even know who's talking right now.
See? No, I've been doing it. I don't even maybe 5-ish years, somewhere right around there. Started helping out a buddy actually with another podcast. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna give this a try. What do I like? Beer and music. So I literally went from like, I'm going to start a podcast to watching a couple YouTube videos and buying a microphone and recorder in like a week. And then embarrassing myself for the first 2 episodes trying to get a real interview. And now here I am 5 years later. But I like to promote, I like to drink at the local places, help promote local small businesses.
Locals.
Fucking music. I bring on musicians, local and non-local, just ones I'm into, I think deserve attention and stuff like that. Nice. And for our happy hour coming up in a couple minutes, I'm going to do something fun and talk about dumb criminals.
Love that.
Love it.
I love some good dumb criminal stories. It feels like a good happy hour segment. And looking forward to this whole Casters for a Cause, man. Been watching so far. This is quite the action-packed extravaganza.
What's your feelings about Bon Jovi?
I am a Bon Jovi fan, as I was in and out of the room as I hear in parts of this. Listen, I like Bon Jovi.
I'm with you. I love Bon Jovi.
I have not seen him live, and I kind of regret it because the opportunity is probably gone at this point.
I saw him in 98, and it was not great.
Oh my God, you're insane.
Okay, well, what was not great about it?
Well, so when it comes to live music, I tend to give people the benefit of the doubt no matter what. That's it. That's my thing. But what made it, in my opinion, not great, he shifted. Do you remember right around 1995, he really shifted hard to basically second-rate Goo Goo Dolls.
That's fair.
Which is saying a lot. And like, he went really hard at it. He did not play anything from I think he played 2 songs from the 80s when I saw him. And I really, you know what John Bon Jovi song I like, Mick? You know what one? I like the cowboy one.
Wanted Dead or Alive?
Wanted Dead or Alive. I love that song. Didn't play it.
Because he's got so many great ones.
He's got so many songs, though.
He's too busy promoting his like pseudo-alternative album that sounded like second-rate Google.
So you went to see a show about that specific album and are mad because you went to go see his other shows where he plays his hits for like 2 or 3 hours. Was it Bon Jovi or was it just John Bon Jovi?
It was John Bon Jovi.
It's not Bon Jovi. It's not all his songs. They're the band songs too.
I put this in the comments and I'm going to say it now that I'm on screen. Why the fuck are you wearing a smock?
I have a bartender shirt.
Yeah. All right. Just asking. Like, are you outside? Are you outside grilling? Should you be in the kitchen?
No, I got. So I don't want to spill anything on my friendship is the strongest ship in the fleet shirt.
Okay, no, that's fair.
Dan
is
is
fair.
always tip-top shape for his show. Mixology Minutes, you're gonna see. I'm not doing the whole thing right now, but I'll do it again soon. But I'm gonna take us out, gentlemen. It's going to be Chris and Sturdy here. Chris's show, Stories from a Bar. You're going to want to check that out and go and follow him. We'll have everything and all links for you, so make sure you go check them out. Guys, enjoy your show. We'll be back around 4:45.
Excellent.
Sounds good.
That's good because I'm not controlling this, so whatever happens, it's on Mick.
It's not Mick. But it's cool to have you here for this thing though, man. Like this is like the time where Aaron, you and I first met via Anthony. Yes.
And we
got to talk.
We immediately clicked,
yes.
And we're embarrassing Anthony. We're going to embarrass Mick now just because he left us alone.
So I do want to bring that up though, because Anthony's a good friend of ours. And he's our Italian representative. Anything that has to do with anything Italian, we go to him.
It's true. He is our Italian contact.
And so he asked both of us if we would help him at a con this was before I had my podcast going, but it was before I brought my podcast to a con. And I think it was like right before you started your show.
Yeah, not that far behind.
He just happened to have probably the two worst people he could have, the two most immature friends he has. Like, he would have been better off bringing his kids.
Well, yeah, it's probably about the same.
That's how he treated us. I'm not gonna lie to you. There was a part, I don't know if it really happened or not, but me and Chris, we remember this vividly. I don't know what we were talking about, but he gave us this look and he like grabbed his waist, like his belt, and we stopped.
Well, that might have been when I was egging you on to go introduce yourself to Lou Ferrigno as the Black Hulk, because he was there.
Yeah. He did do that. But no, I don't even think it was that. I think it was, you know how we get, and this was the first day we met, because it was only one day that you were there. And it was such a great time, though. I'm not going to lie. It was such a great time. Lots of laughs. Now we're co-hosts on a podcast. And now we're going to have some fun on his part of the show, which we're talking about stupid criminals.
We are. We're going to talk some stupid criminals because I thought this would be a fun topic for a happy hour. And I found a great article this morning.
Yes.
We had talked about at one time, we may do another edition where we do guess the race, but we're not going to do that this time because this doesn't specify.
No, no, it really doesn't. It really doesn't this time. But I just read the first one, which I'm gonna let you read through them and all that, Chris. But I just like skimmed at the first one and I'm just like, oh my goodness, the way it ended, like the end part was so hilarious.
Being happy hour, I've got a couple beers right here. I'm coming from a nice lunch where I lost some money on soccer. But I'm still rolling.
Rolling.
But we got a list of top 10 dumb criminals. And we're going to jump into this right now. I got about a paragraph right up on each of these. So we'll start with the first one. And I love the way they set the picture for you in these paragraphs. So on a sunny day in March, this guy named Maganga, that's my best pronunciation, 17-year-old kid in Nebraska decided to stick the gun in the face of a woman who was taking her son to school, demanding she give him their car.
That's not the funny part.
No, that's not the funny part. She, of course, obliged. The boy was about to take off when he realized it was a manual transmission, which he didn't know how to drive. So he fumbled around with the controls and made it about a few yards before getting out and running.
I've seen this
eventually getting caught.
And the funny thing about that, like, is he didn't know how to drive the car, right? My whole thing is like, if you're gonna do that, if you're gonna be a car thief, so to speak, I feel like you should just make sure you know how to drive a manual transmission, and I mean automatic's easy. But you should, just in case, because you're gonna end up like Maganga.
You can see it through the window. If you're gonna make that decision, seems like one of the things you should check off before you get in the car or force them out.
That's true, but it can
run away faster.
It could be one of those things where you're just like aggressive. You just see a woman in her car with her kid, and you're just like, you're not even looking at the you know what I mean? You're not even looking at the shifter or whatever. You just kind of get out the car, and then you get in the car, you're just like, oh man.
It's true. The first car was a stick. It's tricky, but once you get the hang of it.
The only thing that would have made this funnier is if he tried to ask her to like drive him around. Like,
that's where I thought it was going. Like, I thought this was going to be like he asked how to drive it. Like, that's really where I thought this was going.
But just to like try to run away on foot after all that, and you get caught probably like down the street.
Yeah, how do you get caught? Like, I don't know. It doesn't go into much any more detail than that. That's just like an
I'm
overview.
sure she called authorities. I'm sure there were some people around. They're like, yeah, some guy just stole some lady's card. How far did he get? About 2 inches. Then he just
about 3 yards. Just roll. It rolled. It was on a hill, so it rolled in neutral.
Yep.
for
Now
a little bit.
he's down the street. He's up. He had to run uphill. He's up the hill. He's tired out of
So if you're gonna, I guess the lesson is if you're gonna steal a car, make sure you know how to drive a stick shift.
Yep.
Just in case.
Yep.
Otherwise, you're not a good car thief. I think we've seen Gone in 60 Seconds. That's the attitude you need going into this. Little Sturdy
right.
may not have seen it. It
No,
might
I
be your
did.
favorite movie.
Nah, I won't. I was like, let's not talk crazy.
He couldn't pull a Nick Cage on this car, is what we're saying.
He didn't. He did a terrible job.
But that was number 10 on the list. These get better as we go along. This number 8's one of my favorites, but number 9, this guy was named Derek Mosley. So planning is a huge important part when trying to pull off a crime. It's essential to the success of the act. Every detail needs to be thought out in advance. But this guy, Derek Mosley, didn't place very high importance on these things before he decided to rob a gun store armed with only a baseball bat. Seeing as it was a gun shop, the manager pulled the gun out on the robber and basically kept him with his arms up at gunpoint till the cops showed up.
That's just stupid. I mean, it's dumb criminals, but I'm just like, oh man, what?
I don't think if you're at the point where you're deciding you're going to rob a business, a gun shop seems like the last place you'd want to try to rob
with a bat,
with a baseball bat.
Like of all things, I'm like, okay, you're going to a gun shop. They have guns there. Like it says it on the side. It says it in the store. It's the description of the store.
It doesn't indicate that part of his plan was to use one of the guns or take one of the guns and try to hold up the place.
No,
it's like, no, I've got a large stick of wood.
And I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna take what I want, or I'm gonna be, standing there with my hands up till the cops come. Like that had to be one of them calls where the cops got there and just like, you just have to. You're real stupid, man. Just hand him the handcuffs. Put these on,
dude. That is something to do for next time we talk about dumb criminals. Get the cops' stories. I want to read
for the stupid stuff. Yes,
yeah.
Just like, oh my god, this is so dumb. That is dumb.
Which Gone in 60 Seconds version? I believe there's a porn version that Sturdy is the star of.
We've all been done in 60 seconds.
I guess. Non-orange dumb people. Yeah, that's fair. Dune is kind of boring.
Yeah, I've never seen it, but I've only heard boring things about it.
No, Dune is kind of boring, and honestly, I'm off this Timothée Chalamet wagon. I do not like this guy anymore. Like, he gets on my nerves now.
That's fair.
Like, I'm sick of seeing him. He looks obnoxious. I can't stand his prepubescent mustache or facial hair. It's like a 12-year-old in like a 20-year-old's body. I don't know what's going on with this guy.
Yeah, be careful. The Mick loves him.
Well, not all white people are the same.
Oh man, oh man.
On to one of my favorite dumb criminal stories. Joey Miller, Matthew McNeely, in his Timothy themed pajamas. He was wearing the smock already, so it wouldn't surprise me.
Number 8, though. You said this one was one of your favorites on here?
This one's one of my favorites. So, Joey Miller, Matthew McNeely, these men were behind likely the worst and least thought out disguise in the history of crime. When committing their misdemeanor, they didn't use masks, hoods, baklavas, anything that would cover your face like most criminals, but instead they chose to draw on their faces with permanent marker. So they basically took the approach of drawing on their face like somebody like if you pass out at a party, someone would break out a marker and draw on your face.
And that was their disguise.
That was their disguise.
What?
So, while it may have made them hard to recognize during the crime, permanent marker, as the name would suggest, is a little more difficult to get off. Which left them super easy to identify when police picked them up a short time later.
Oh my God.
The dumb stunt earned the duo the nickname Dumb and Dumber, which I think is appropriate. I don't even know how you come up with the idea. Let's just.
That's where you it's like when you're hanging out with your niece and nephew, and you're just like, hey, you want to help me color a mask on my face, or like, what's a good idea for a mask? And they're just like, I got this marker.
I want to know if they drew designs on the face to like distract the bank tellers. Maybe they focus on why is there a penis on your cheek as opposed to trying to memorize the guy's face that's trying to rob them.
But
it's either that, or I think the other thing I picture is two white guys just coloring their faces all black and trying to do the blackface thing with a permanent marker.
Did they not want to look too suspicious? Like, say if they just drew like little fun things like stars and animal whiskers and all this stuff, like a clown did it for him. And it's like, hey, I'm just gonna go here. We just came from, I don't know, somebody's birthday party, and they didn't have paint. They just had permanent marker. That's just
anybody that walks into a bank with shit on their face, I'm gonna be suspicious of.
Yeah.
If I'm in there.
Yeah, I'm like, oh man, he's gonna try to rob this place with some magic marker on his face. I don't know what the hell he's thinking.
Like facial tattoos and anything like that. I'm like, I just can't stop looking at him when I see him. I'm like, I don't have the balls for something like that.
Nah, or magic marker or permanent marker. I mean, not magic, but permanent marker on your face.
I've definitely drawn on a passed out friend's face
with a permanent marker.
I don't think it was permanent.
That's good. You're a good guy.
I'm not saying it wasn't. I was not in a position to remember.
That's fair. Let's just say it wasn't.
No.
Let's just say it was.
That's like a rite of passage. Drawing a penis on someone's face, getting a penis drawn on your face.
That's the Caucasian parties, though. We don't do that kind of stuff.
Oh, black permanent marker doesn't show up on you, right?
Any permanent marker. You're not doing that. That's going to be that starts out. That can get
it's like your permanent marker immune.
Yeah. Goal is 60. Goal is 600. We're up to 60, and don't forget, someone donates $100. Dan is gonna jump.
I want to see Dan through a table.
Me too. And Dan wants to do it just as bad. So somebody has to make his dreams come true.
It's true. I've never seen anybody beg to want to throw himself through a table like Dan has already.
Yes. And on top of that, he can't donate. He cannot donate to jump through a table.
His donation doesn't count towards that.
Yes. Yes.
He can't pay for himself to jump through the table.
He can't. It's not allowed. Not allowed.
He's going to need that money for the medical bill afterwards.
Man, it's going to be okay. I believe
he's like a wannabe Buffalo Bills fan. All right, moving on. We're at number 7 here. Mark Smith. Breaking into homes can be tiring work, but most criminals are smart enough to wait until they get home before taking a nap. Not Mark Smith. In 2007, Smith, who was high on volume and drunk on vodka.
Oh, 2 V's, volume and vodka, double V.
The V and V. Decided to break into a home, and since he was likely feeling the effects of the drugs and alcohol he consumed, curl up for a nap in the homeowner's bed, being awoken by the police.
Wow. That's ballsy. That's stupid, but that's ballsy because it's just like, you know what, man? I mean, I know he was tore up, so that's another thing too.
But
he's just like, I'm gonna like,
how messed up do you have to be to know at the very least you need to get off the property?
Yeah, but I mean, he was probably just to that point of being tore up where he's like, I just got to lay down. It's probably going to be a few minutes, but a few minutes was a few hours, and then boom. I mean, for all that, if you're going to do all that, you might as well make yourself something to eat. You might as well use the bathroom, shower, and then go take a nice nap.
There is a time where I went to Oneana with a group of friends. back in the college days. We went to a sorority party, frat party. I don't remember. Big college town. One of our buddies literally walked into the wrong house at some point on the way home and like went into their fridge and stuff like that. Didn't even realize he was in the wrong house.
That's different, though. I mean, that's different. That's accidental. That's not him trying to go in there and steal stuff.
I do hope they did. Animal whiskers is always a good option when drawing on people's face.
Silver Sharpie would work. It would show up, but again, there's bad consequences. So we don't do it at our parties.
Yeah, there is no rule that Dan can't loan somebody $100 and have them donate.
That was a rule too, because he would send it to his wife and she would donate it. So that was a rule too, just to somebody has a donate.
Is there a rule?
There's a rule. There's a rule.
See, there's a rule.
All right, Mick's watching like a hawk.
And you know what? I love this comment by Paul right here. This story, Tempur-Pedic, holla at Mark Smith.
That's true.
Like, our beds are so comfortable, a criminal will sleep in it when they're robbing your house.
They will stop in the middle of their crime to test your bed.
Yes.
That is a therapeutic commercial.
Tempur-Pedic, make it happen. I'm telling you.
But that's an interesting question. Let's say you are going to draw on your face with a marker to try to rob a bank. What are you going to draw?
I'm going to be the Silver Surfer.
The silver. So you're just going to try to cover yourself
up
in silver.
But that's not healthy for your skin either. I'm not going to do that.
Is that a concern if you're robbing a bank?
Yeah. Because say you get away with it, you hide out for a little bit till the marker's off, and then you're just sick because of all that crap you've scribbled all over your face. And you got to get your neck too, or like whatever's showing. I feel like it had to be silver. It can't you can't have like my hands and my face is all silver, and you see my neck. No, everything has to be silver. That's showing. Just saying.
I don't know. I kind of like the idea of just drawing as many ridiculous things that I can to try to distract the person. And like, what did he look like? I don't know, but he had a penis, a razor, vagina. I'm just naming random body parts now. All these things drawn on his face. I can't remember what he looked like.
Where is he? Well, you'll probably see him in a week or two. That stuff's gonna take a long time to get
That's
off.
true. It's not coming
Long
off.
time. Like, imagine going to work. Someone's just gonna turn you in.
Like getting a tattoo removed. All right, Klaus Schmidt, number 6 on our list.
Really quick, just because he answered that.
Ooh,
draw other faces on his face with Google.
I like that.
That would be hilarious.
Oh, just keep one eye closed with a googly eye on your eyelid at least.
No, you put the googly eyes in your forehead.
Oh yeah, that's true. That I like that. Googly eyes. Googly eyes are a distraction.
They are.
I keep them on my webcam at work when I look at it for meetings, and it's ridiculous.
Googly eyes.
Googly eyes. Klaus Schmidt, number 6 on our list. In August of 95, a man in Berlin decided to rob a bank with a handgun. Now, this acted out like a pretty standard bank robbery until the tellers asked him if he needed a bag, to which he responded, "You're damn right it's a real gun." This made it obvious to the tellers that the robber was deaf. So they, with this realization, they sounded the alarm, and he never noticed. Police showed up and arrested him without incident. That's not the best part. The best part of this?
He didn't hear it coming.
No, well, he didn't. But Schmidt later sued the bank for apparently abusing his disability.
That is wild. Like, okay. And this is a question for everybody watching and a question for you, Chris. Do you kind of hope he won that case?
I do.
Like,
I really do.
You know how funny that would be? It's bad, but you know how funny that would be? Like, yeah, this guy came to rob a bank and we realized he was deaf. So instead of using the silent alarms, we used the loud.
Well, you know what? It's like the McDonald's lawsuit for whoever sued McDonald's back in the day for the coffee being too hot. Like, this is like, you hope they win just because of how stupid this lawsuit is.
Yeah.
Never got his daredevil senses.
Nope. He didn't. He wasn't wearing all red, though. That's probably why. Had he been wearing all red that day, he would have been fine.
I didn't have time to look more into that, but we should follow up on that. Just to see how that ended up.
That's hilarious.
Number 5 on our top 10 list of dumb crimes and criminals. James Blankenship. While attempting to break into and rob his own mother's home during broad daylight, James Blankenship got spooked and went in to hide in the crawl space. He was apprehended by police. He was extremely stunned because he didn't think it was possible to be arrested for burglary during the day.
Wait, what?
Yeah. He tried to rob his mom's house during the day, got spooked and hid, and then was found by the cops and didn't think he could be arrested for burglary during the day.
He
Only at night.
He wasn't black because we know better than that shit. That was one of you guys, Chris.
Listen, if we were doing guess the race, I would guess white on that one.
Yeah, definitely. That's just ridiculous. Yo. And those Jameses, you got to watch out for. We have a co-host named James, and he's a crazy guy.
It's
I don't
true.
think he would do something this stupid, but it would be hilarious if he did. Oh, I know.
It's not a crime. It's during the day. It's not a crime if it's during these hours. It's like the Purge. It's like thought he was living in the Purge.
But there was no purge. It was just, and to top it off, like his own mom's house, which he probably has a key to, and probably went over there to get something to eat and just decided to take more things.
There's no breaking and entering. It's just entering, right? Ideally,
it's like I didn't know I could steal from my mom, let alone during the day. Like I didn't know this was against the law. What?
It turns into a law after 6 p.m. 5 o'clock in daylight savings time.
That's my favorite one so far. That's my favorite one. That's even more than the mark because, like the marker thing, it was funny and it was dumb as hell. But this, I'm like, how do you top that stupid? And then this guy's like, I didn't know I can get arrested during the day. He's like the. What do you think? He's invisible? Like, what oh my gosh!
If I wish I could be invisible. If I could choose one superpower, well, I take that back. Teleportation would probably be my top one, but invisible would be second.
Teleportation, yes, because it's like you get up last minute to do everything to get right. Like you get up at the very last minute to do what you have to, as far as getting up, use the bathroom, shower, and get to the place that you got to get to. But it's like, all right, I have to be to work at 7. I'm leaving at 6:58.
Yeah. Are you kidding me? I'd be teleporting to all countries all the time. Just like on the weekend trip to Spain, France, anywhere.
Like, why do you have I still drive like every day. People like you could have been like it when you don't want to really be somewhere, you drive to it.
Yeah. I'm driving because I don't want to be here.
I don't want to go. So I'm gonna drive.
I want to take my time. The longer it takes for me to get there, the shorter amount of time I have to be there. Moving on. Darren Kimpton. Tom.
What he did.
All right. What are we gonna fun comment? One of the keys to success when completing a burglary is to pick the right target. This is a good one. So the best target is likely an empty house, as I'm sure you would assume if you were trying to break into a house.
Mm-hmm.
This particular individual, picked pretty much the worst possible target, a house full of cops.
Oh, nice.
Yes. Well, the latter, so he picked a house full of cops. The house was selected as his target that he did select was already burglared earlier in the day.
Hell yeah,
so there was a bunch of cops there.
Damn, man.
So he picked a house that was already broken into earlier in the day with a bunch of cops there. He also tried to rob a separate house earlier in the day, but cut himself and fled. So they were able to trace that back to him too in the same day.
Because he left a trace of blood at the scene. That's wow. Wow. Breaking into a house full of cops. I mean, I can't even. Yes, you could say it's stupid. I mean, of course, being crime is stupid, but he didn't know there was cops in there, and he thought it was empty. So I'll give him the bet.
It seems like it'd be fairly easy to tell the difference between an empty house, maybe not a totally empty house, but one with maybe empty and one full of cops. It seems
That's
like
true.
Cars would be out front, some kind of indication that people were around. Perhaps
that is true. I mean, maybe the cars were parked in the garage. I don't know. Give them the benefit of the doubt.
That's true. Cop cars like to park in the garage at homes they go to for crime scenes.
Hey, listen, they're just
if
hiding.
It's winter, want to keep the car warm. Could be snowing.
And the funny thing is, it's like, actually, no, this guy's really stupid because if you see cops on that street, if the cars are right out front, you see them on that street, it's like, why the heck? Just go, like, Go to a different neighborhood. There's 14 cops on this street, and you decide to rob any house on this street. Any house. Easy. Hey, listen. We have somebody. Hey, dispatch. No, there's somebody right on the street. As a matter of fact, they're at that house now.
Yes, somebody places the police call, and they're like, "He's already next door. He'll just walk over."
Yeah, we got him already. We don't even have to call 911. He walked right into the house as we were arresting somebody else for robbing the same house. Wow.
Oh man. All right. Number 3. We got 3 left. Let's talk about Ruben Zarate. So in 2008, this 18-year-old named Ruben Zarate attempted to rob a muffler shop in Chicago. This is a good one. You're going to enjoy this one.
Okay.
I'd rank this as my second favorite so far.
Nice.
After demanding money, he was told most of the cash was stored in a safe that could only be opened by the manager, who wasn't scheduled to come in until a few hours later. So to save himself some trouble, Ruben left his cell phone number for the store to call him back once the manager arrived.
New favorite already.
So the store called the police first and then called Ruben back. When he came back and noticed the police were waiting for him, he engaged in a brief shootout with the cops before being arrested without harm.
That's my new favorite.
There's multiple levels of stupid on this one.
Yo, you told on yourself. You snitched. You're like, listen, man. So I'm gonna take this money now, right? And I know you guys just okay, cool. So the manager's gonna be here in a couple hours. Do me a favor.
Call me back when I can come and rob you.
Give me a phone call. He's gonna be back around what 3? Just call me in case I'm doing something when he gets here. Call me and I'll be back. And then to go back, not only to give them your real cell phone number, then to go back and then have a shootout with the police. Like, why?
It does. Like, how big was the police presence when he got there? This doesn't say if he noticed that they were there first and started shooting, or if he tried to rob them a second time and then the police just came out.
Like, honestly, the way I would have set this dude up, I'm like, all right, let me call the cops and then listen. Why don't we just pretend you guys are one of the managers? And as soon as he comes here, hide your car. You know what I mean? Have an undercover cop, have an undercover car. Arrest this stupid ass when he comes in here. That's it. But you know, he had to. I don't know what the hell he was. That's my new favorite though. That is some dumb. Like that did not cross your mind that the police would be called. Just
let me leave you my number. Let me know when's a good time to rob you. I can come back.
In a few, and on top of that, in a few hours, that's a perfect time to get yourself set. Oh my gosh, Darren needs to stay locked up because I hope he's still locked. I know it was from 2008 and he was 18 and young and stupid. I hope he's still locked up because that's just dumb. You can't have people like that out there.
Oh, we can't. We've got 2 more, but first off, we're about halfway through happy hour. Let's remind people why we're doing this again. You want to pull up the graphic you had up while I was talking.
Yes.
And what's going on for the rest of the day. This is all Mick's fault when it goes awry. That's a constant reminder. The Scene Snobs. This is because of the Scene Snobs. But we are here to benefit all the fire victims in LA. I haven't watched the news in the last few days. I'm not sure. I hope they have a handle on everything. We want to upper deck these fires for sure.
They're under control. So now the important thing is just to help people get, raise funds and get their homes back, get their lives back. And here's our lineup, though. We have a fun lineup coming up. Like right now, we're on Stories from a Bar. Then we have Real Combat with 2 brothers, not brothers, but brothers. And that's going to be a fun face-off with that. For nice
important distinction.
Yes. For a nice hour of back and forth. I love watching Tim and Dan go up back and forth with each other, going off and all that good stuff. And then Master Stakes, moderately entertaining. Mixology Minutes. That's a long ass title, and I love
It is. I enjoy it. That's a lot of M's.
It is. That's at 6:00, and he's gonna show you guys how to make some beautiful, delicious drinks that you should definitely tune in for. And make sure you're donating through the whole thing. Of course, tip him. And I mean, the perfect time to donate that $100 would be during his time.
It would be.
I'm just saying, it'll be during his time at 6:00, and then we're kicking it off with the 3 Geeks podcast at 7:00. You don't want to miss that. Them gentlemen are going to bring the fire, the thunder, the rain, the energy, and all that to carry us on into Troy Hill Talks. And this guy right alone, he has the radio voice.
He really
He has
does.
the voice. To
I enjoy listening
listen,
to his voice messages.
I'm going
in
to say
our
this right now. Troy has a voice to where it's like, listen, don't let your wives listen to him talking on that stuff. You know what I mean? But make sure you guys are still here for Troy Hill Talks, and then Popcorn and Pints are going to be discussing Grandma's Boy and probably a bunch of random stuff like we always do. But that's gonna be
Very
a fun
excited
time
to
at
talk
9
Grandma's
o'clock.
Boy.
And then we're getting into Arcade After Dark with Smash. He's going to be playing, I believe, Friday the 13th. I'm not 100% sure yet, but I know you guys are going to be here for that. It's a fun game. It's a great game. The original from the NES. I love it. I love the music. I may be in here running my mouth with him. And then we have the man, the myth, the legend, Trevor, Ambassador Radio. You're going to learn a lot of awesome stuff from this guy. He is, Trevor is like the wild card in Uno, the draw four. Like, you got to be ready for it. You're going to be excited for it. It's the card you want in your hand, and it's a card we have on our deck, and I cannot wait to hear what he has to say. And then we're going to kick it off, end it off, 12 a.m. to 1 a.m., Sturdo Vision, Big Trouble, Little China, and we're ending the show with onesies. So hop in your onesies and join us and have a wonderful onesie time. Big
Adult
Trouble, Little
onesies.
China. Yes, adult onesies. I'll be dressed up as Raphael from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
I can't even say I'm surprised.
You shouldn't be. I got
Is he,
Jason.
is he your favorite
I got-
turtle?
I don't necessarily have a favorite. It was just the onesie that was at the store. So I got it. The wife got it for me, I should say.
That's fair.
If they had the other three, I would have all four of them.
I think Raph was my favorite as a kid.
Nice. But
That's what's happening today, folks.
bring us back
So
in.
donate some money.
Yeah. Like this whole all jokes aside, though, like the whole LA wildfires and all that was just crazy to see, and for it to go on for as long as it did, I'm glad that they're contained. But I mean, again, we have to help them rebuild. They need help rebuilding. They need help rebuilding. A lot of people lost everything, and let's help them.
Paul's not wrong.
He's not.
We see if we can check the birth rates in 9 months.
We will. We will.
See what's going on there.
You say that about me.
You've been dethroned.
Yep. It happens to the best of us, Mick.
It's true. There's as good as you are, there's always going to be somebody better.
And now it's Troy.
Yeah. Oh, but that's what's going on today. Help for the wildfires in LA.
Yes, let's do it.
We've got 2 criminals left to talk about, and then we're going to talk nonsense for whatever time is left.
Let's kick this off.
All right. So last 2 in our top 10. So Albert Bailey, number 2. So I'm sorry, I started laughing already. In 2010, Bailey and an unnamed juvenile accomplice decided Bailey and an unnamed juvenile accomplice decided to rob a bank in Fairfield, Connecticut, but in an attempt to speed up the process of the crime, this is almost on par with the last one we just talked about with the automotive shop. Bailey called the bank in advance to let them know they were coming to rob it out of convenience.
Okay. I like where this is going.
All right. His obvious intent was to give the bank plenty of time to get the money ready so he could just pick it up and leave quickly. like it's fucking picking up a pizza. Of course, the bank decided to call the authorities and notify them of the robber's arrival, and 2 men were arrested without it.
All right, you know what? I feel like this might be my new favorite. I know I keep switching up, and then that last phone call one is my second favorite because this one was just like, you know what? Look, he was like, I heard what Ruben did. Was it Ruben? Right?
Ruben was number 3. Yes.
Who was the one that did the other phone call? Was that Darren?
This is Albert.
No. I'm saying the other guy. He was inspired by.
Yep, Darren.
He was inspired. Okay, so sorry, it wasn't. He was inspired by Darren with the whole phone call thing. He was like,
No. Darren tried to rob his mom's house.
So it was Ruben then.
Yeah. Ruben.
Yeah. So he was inspired by Ruben, and he was like, Ruben messed up because he went there. They seen him, and he was like.
By the way, if we weren't doing Guess the Race, I'm pretty sure these are all white names. So
Yeah.
Darren, Ruben, Albert.
That like to call ahead of time, like you said, like you're ordering a pizza. Like, listen, man, I want a pizza.
I want this
extra
robbery to
onion.
be easy for me and you. So just go ahead and get the money in the bag now.
Yeah, I don't want to
And
go in there and
I'll
cause
come
a
pick it up
scene.
at 1.
I
We
don't
don't
want
have to have a
scene.
confrontation.
And that's I see where he was going. It was stupid. I see where he was going. Like where he was just like, listen, man, no movie has done this yet, so I'm gonna do this, and they're gonna make a movie about me. If you would have gotten away with it, they may have, but this was just too stupid. Like you don't like listen. If somebody called, like, say, I'm coming to rob you. All right, cool. Let me call the cops real quick. Like, listen, someone's coming to rob this bank right now. So can you just kind of just wait here? His name is Albert Bailey, and this is his phone number actually because we have caller ID. He's gonna be here at 1:00. So just be here, be here a little early just in case. Like, what goes through people's head? what was going through his head?
I've never robbed a place, but it seems like the element of surprise would be
that's
a requirement.
I feel like that's a big thing. It's like a surprise party, but you tell the person about it. Like, yo, listen.
Hey, we're throwing you a surprise party. Come on, let's go.
It's like, and you, I'll say it's like this. Do you know the person hates surprise parties, and if they know about it, they're not going to show up. This is just different. It's like, listen, I'm going to rob you. I know that, giving you a heads up, you're going to have the police there, but I'm just going to see what happens anyway.
Again, I don't know how if you're the police in that situation, when you get that phone call, like, and you're there, how do you hide yourselves? Like, it seems like it would be obvious. I would think you can't make a move on the person until they actually try to take the money. At that point, feels like you should have picked up on any kind of police presence and would turn around.
Like committed a crime because he ran out of beer. I could see that. Beer or drugs. Listen, if he was sober doing this, he needs to be in jail still.
There was only one that talked about, the only thing in this list that talked about a guy not being sober was when he stopped to take a nap.
That's true, but I'm just
saying, honestly, and the more we talk about that, the more that would make a great mattress commercial.
It just makes sense. How would that not sell? Like, yo, this bed is so comfortable. A burglar will sleep in it or something. They're robbing your house. Like, listen, I got to take a nap, and that's how they get caught. You see them getting arrested.
Like, he had to hop over the bed to get to the other nightstand and realize, wow, this bed is super bouncy and comfy.
Like, it's almost like it's almost like that bed can be. I mean, it wouldn't be the best security because somebody broke in, but it's like they're gonna get caught because they fell asleep in the bed. So it's like a Tempur-Pedic / security commercial. Put that together. You get some cameras, and you got ADT Tempur-Pedic.
No, I like this. This doubles as an ADP. It sets off the alarm, and the guy is in a hurry, but then he feels how comfortable the bed is.
Yeah.
So he decides to risk it by
taking a nap. Yeah. ADT, and the T stands for Tempur-Pedic. There we go.
That's the security system right there.
Yep.
Super cozy bed.
I don't. All right. Listen, I love it.
All right. Are we ready for number 1?
Yeah.
Because we're going to talk Super Bowl with whatever time we have left. And
that's my third favorite, by the way. The guy
I hate sports because of it. All right. Dennis Hawkins. Another white name. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It doesn't specify the race in any of these, but these have all been super white names. I'm sorry.
Oh man, this is
so the stupidest criminal out has got to be Dennis Hawkins, a 48-year-old man who tried to rob a bank in Pittsburgh. Hawkins clearly didn't get the memo about needing a good disguise that can quickly blend into the crowd after a crime, as he chose a woman's blonde wig, fake breasts, and bright clown pants.
New favorite. I can't help it.
Even worse still, in his failed attempt to pretend to be a woman, he didn't even take time to shave his facial hair. As if the man wasn't noticeable enough, he drew even more attention to himself when he tried to steal a car from a nearby gas station, where the attendant called the police, and they finally picked him up soon after. So, wig, fake breasts, and clown pants.
Oh man, it's a clown pants that does it for me too, man. That's like Because the wig and the fake breasts, it makes sense. You know, you're trying to be a woman, but the clown pants,
Well-
why? You should have thrown some clown shoes and a red nose. and
You
just
might as
confuse
well at that
everybody.
point. Just if you're willing to put on clown pants, you put on the most ridiculous shit you can find.
Yes.
So we talked about. It seems like the element of surprise would be the number one thing you'd want when trying to rob somebody. It seems like covering your face should be number 2. This dude didn't cover his face.
That's his dream
That's his
date.
dream date.
So, Paul, why don't you dress up like this guy did and take your wife out to dinner?
You know, I worked the rain.
Yeah, he did, which is awesome.
Oh,
my
man.
goodness. Like that clown pants. Oh my
Ooh.
goodness. Listen,
I wonder. You know what? I want to know why he had clown pants. How we got him? Like, what size the fake breasts were?
that's a good question. How was it? Platinum blonde? Was it regular blonde? Was it dirty blonde? Was it strawberry blonde hair? Like, this is important questions to ask. How long was the hair? Was it like a short? I don't know what you call it, the cuts, or was it long?
Bob
Was
got
it?
Yeah.
know?
What color? If he didn't shave his facial hair, did somebody ask him if the carpet matched the drapes? If the hair is blonde, and if he has a beard and it's red, for instance.
Yeah, he should have probably shaved his face.
I don't
Or
know.
at the very least,
You shave immediately after.
at the very, very least, make sure the wig matches your facial hair and your eyebrows and stuff. So if you have like darker hair, just wear a wig with darker hair. You can still keep the clown.
Here we
pants.
go. What if you have the wig and draw on your face with permanent marker, and you have the facial hair?
Ooh. And you still have to have the clown pants, set of
You still
clown
have to have-
shoes, clown heels, clown high heels. Not regular. Yes. Clown
Yes.
high heels. And he might as well have just called I forgot the guy's names, Albert and the other dude, and just like, listen, let's just do this together. You guys call ahead of time. I'll go in and get the money. Boom.
Yeah.
There's your team. There's your trio.
No, you call ahead of time to give them a time, and then the element of surprise is immediately robbing the bank right afterwards. That's how you
Yes.
throw them off.
With a blonde wig,
Clown pants and fake
clown
breasts.
pants, fake
This-
breasts.
How do they
and
know it
clown
was
heels.
fake? Like, how? I want to know how long it took them to realize these were fake breasts. Like, was it after he was arrested? And did they come in and it was clear they were fake? Was he not wearing a shirt over them?
Oh man, that would have been hilarious.
Is this like OJ trying on the glove?
If the fake breasts don't fit, you must have quit. And they
Yeah.
fit.
Oh, they fit
Oh.
all right.
That's oh my gosh. I love like talking about, watching, or discussing. I said that twice, or reading about stupid criminals. Like when it comes to stuff like this, of course, nothing serious if somebody gets hurt, because it's just like, what in the world were you thinking? And how big is Florida?
Yeah, that's true. The places they reference in this list, none of them were Florida. That is also surprising. But then
That's
again,
it.
none of them were meth related.
You know what? Though if this was in Florida, none of this would be a surprise. This would be like an everyday thing. Like this happens all the time.
Yeah,
Like,
there'd
what-
be a
what do you
gator
mean?
mentioned. There'd be a reference to meth.
Yes.
There'd be all
yes.
appropriate
A
change of the
gator.
background.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I feel like I'm on the beach in Florida right now. Just
It's true.
wow.
Oh man, but that was our list of dumb criminals.
And it was fun. Like I'm still in shock, in awe of two people calling, or one guy leaving the number, the other guy calling ahead of time, and then the dude with the clown, like the clown pants, throws me off more than the wig and the boobs. It does,
All right.
because it's like, if you're gonna go in there dressed as a woman, go full out, wear a dress, wear a skirt at the very least.
That would at least make them double take more or take longer to realize you were a man dressed as a woman, probably.
I would either, but you know what though, with the clown shoes, or sorry, the clown pants, the fake breasts, and the blonde wig, like if you see, I'm just gonna, what the hell is going on? Like it's not even
If you-
Halloween yet.
Well, if you're putting on clown pants, why aren't you painting your face? I don't get it. Red nose.
And I listen. There is some women that wear a lot of makeup and look like clowns. You could have just did that anyway. Boom. Now you're a blonde wig. You don't even have to put the clown nose on.
All right. So what are the top 5 rules for trying to rob someplace?
Don't do it because it's bad.
Well, yes, but
I
for
would say
purposes
just
of happy hour.
okay.
So element of surprise.
Element of surprise is definitely one. I would say just
Okay.
I would say that don't do what those criminals did.
Element of surprise. That's all I needed to hear. Jeez. I love you guys. Oh my god, that was so much fun. Dumb criminals. A lot of fun.
we got to touch on those more because that's hilarious.
Guys,
that is hilarious.
Just so you know, Stories from a Bar is tagged down below. You can go follow him. Please do that. Go check out his show.
Great
Chris,
show.
thanks for joining us today, man. And you're gonna be here again tonight.
I am popcorn and pints. I'm looking forward to talking about Grandma's Boy. Like, I haven't watched it in at least a few years, and it's one of those movies if I ever just came across it, I'd leave on, and it fucking holds up. Like, these jokes I'm rewatching it, and I know everything that's coming, and I'm still cracking up again.
Awesome.
Yeah, and I'm anxious to hear what James thinks of it because it could go either way at this point.
Or listen, again, what we talked about James as far as the crazy criminals and all that. Didn't know he can get arrested during the day. Our James, he's a different kind of crazy.
It's true. Jameses only think they can be arrested at night.
Yeah, every James thinks that.
It's true. It's true. Sorry, James. Doesn't happen that way.
No.
Chris, I want to ask you about Stories from a Bar real quick. If somebody were to go and you were to recommend an episode for them to listen to really for them to really latch on to what the show is really all about, what episode of your show would you recommend?
But that is a question that caught me off guard. So let me pull up my list of episodes here.
I'm going to answer for you. The episode with Sir Sturdy on there because I brought some color and culture to it. We had a great time. No, you know what though? We did have a fun time with that episode because we actually got to get a tour of the I forgot where we at. Frog
that
Alley?
one was early on. We recorded at Frog Alley Brewing. I had Sturdy on. I don't remember everything we were talking about.
Me either.
But that was more of hanging out, drinking, having a fun conversation with friends. So one of the things I like to capture with the podcast, it's called Stories from a Bar. Yes, I talk to a lot of breweries, local beverage establishments, bars, distilleries, but it's not necessarily about the beer or the drink specifically. Like, there's only so much. I feel like there's only so much you can talk about if you're just talking about beer. I like to get the entrepreneurial stories and get to know the people a little bit, how the business got started, supporting small business. That's more of what it's about than just beer talk or anything like that. Yes, there is the beer talk because I like to sit there and drink and let people talk. That makes my job fun.
Nice.
Yeah.
So honestly, any of the episodes, if you want to learn about small business in general, trying to get something off the ground, the kind of work that goes into it, any of the brewery episodes are really good.
Nice.
If you're into beer, you want to hear about the kind of beer they're brewing. Yes. Musician wise, I've had some local musicians. I've had some non-local musicians on there. Like for instance, there's a local band called Erie, ERIE, one of my favorite local groups. I've had them on a couple times to talk about their local music, the inspiration behind that. I've become friends with them. Lead singer actually has a great story. I think the first time I had them on where he actually technically died, was in the hospital and died and came back. Yeah. So, and their music's really good. Alt rock, great stuff. They're good songwriter. I've become friends with this one pop punk band called Free Friends from Maryland. I had them on before Christmas for the second time, had great conversation about their new music. The music I really like to explore when I have bands on, like what the music's about, like what inspired it, how it came together and stuff like that. Yeah, man. So
one more question, because I'm interested, and I want everybody who's watching and listening to really sink into what your show's all about. What is one huge takeaway you've taken out of all of it, walk away from now with all of your shows? Like, what's one huge takeaway?
My respect for small business.
Nice.
And trying to support that. Yes, I still order shit from Amazon, but it's going to be hard to never do that at all for anything.
Yeah.
But when I can, I want to shop small. And one of my favorite things, I don't do this just because I love drinks. It's the environment that I enjoy. I love going to these places, having a beer, striking up conversations with strangers. So I try to capture kind of that feeling while I talk about the business and stuff like that. It's like a relaxing feeling for me.
I love that. Yeah, that's a great message to take care of small business.
Just from someone who's not only been on the show but is a fan of the show, it's like if you guys do tune into it, it's cool just to hear how Chris pulls these conversations out of people and pulls these, especially when it's like someone's first time on his show, like first time podcasting. Because if you've never been on a podcast and you're on there with the cameras or not, just with the microphones, it's a little different. But it's cool how Chris kind of pulls it in to make it, well, it is, but a natural conversation more so than like an interview. It's just a conversation.
Yeah, that's kind of what I go for. And on top of, a respect for small business when I'm talking to like breweries and bars like that. And a respect for like the indie musicians and that lifestyle.
Oh,
because
yeah.
That's a fucking hard road to go down if that's what you're trying to do.
But no, what I'm getting at though is you really do bring out, which I mean, maybe just not sitting around having drinks brings out like really good conversations with people when you get to just let them kind of wind down and be themselves and talk about something they love to do.
Mm-hmm.
And I love it, man. I love it. So you guys should definitely be checking out Stories from a Bar because it is an amazing podcast with an amazing host. And you know, I gotta say nice things about this guy till Popcorn and Pints at least.
That's true.
But no, seriously, check it out. It's a really awesome show.
No, it really is. And like I said, link down below. Make sure you go over and follow them all over Stories from a Bar on all social media platforms. But yeah, thank you so much, Chris, man, for jumping on with us and supporting us twice tonight. You're more than welcome to always come in and out, help out.
Hey man, I'm happy to be in and out.
Sweet.
That's just,
you know what? All right.
I was trying to think of a sexual innuendo there. I just couldn't phrase a good one. Put one together fast enough.
I think I might do a little audible on Real Combat.
Uh-oh.
We got brother versus brother. And then we got brother versus brother. So you two are going to be on the back end at 5:30 for Real Combat. Think of a movie to recommend to me to watch.
Don't say it here though. So we don't. So
Don't
I don't
say
think
it.
Chris has ever been on there. So
just think of a movie to recommend to you.
Yeah, we have to convince him. Pretty much, don't say it until the show, and like he'll ask like what movie it is. So don't type it in the group or nothing, and we have to convince him to watch the movie.
So throw out the window the idea that you may have already seen it.
Even actually, that's the funny thing. Sturdy sold me on a movie versus a movie I had seen and really liked. He sold me Blood Lake versus that movie, and Blood Lake won. So it really comes down to the enthusiasm behind it too, and the bet. Wait, just watch Dan and Tim. If these guys know anything, it's Real Combat, and they're very good at it. Actually, let's bring
him in.
Good old Dan in when Tim shows up.
Oh shit! That was unexpected. I was checking my mic. Is it working?
Yeah, you sound good, man.
Huge Bon Jovi fan.
Oh man!
I love it. We'll get there. All right, so we're going to pull a little bit of an audible, and I'm excited for this because I love doing Real Combat. And
brother of number one.
Tim, why do you get your headphones on?
So I can have audio.
It's only getting more. It's only getting
No,
more white and white for Sturdy.
Yeah.
I'm getting into it, man. I'm ready. I'm gonna keep overdubs on in case like I get crazy.
Oh my
hey,
God.
Tim, check your mic. Your mic though. I don't setting on the on StreamYard. Sometimes it switches off.
Yeah.
Discord
right.
does that too.
All right, so everybody, we're doing Real Combat at 5 p.m. in about 6 minutes. We're gonna talk some dumb criminals right now. Who's the dumbest movie criminals? Let's go that route.
Oh,
Or is chili a soup?
Chili is a soup.
It is not. Shut up. Come
is
on.
a hot dog a sandwich?
No,
Yeah.
soup. Hot dog.
You know what? That's a good
It's not, no, that's not the same thing. It's a hot dog.
Is a
Yeah,
hot
but-
dog a sandwich? But it's a piece of meat in between
It's
bread.
a piece of meat between two.
This
two
is too much. This is
bread.
the
But
real.
hang on, but a hot dog is a hot dog even when it's not in a bun. So what is it when it's in a bun? Is it a sandwich? Is it a form of a sandwich? Is it like a taco, like a bread
No,
taco?
a taco is just a taco.
Is it a I don't know what else.
It's a sandwich. Hot dog's a
It
sandwich.
can't be a sandwich
Why not?
because you don't eat it up. You know,
What's it
you don't
called?
eat sandwiches up. You don't turn a sandwich to the side and eat it like this.
You can do that with a hot dog.
I mean, you can do what? Okay, you clearly have never ate a bologna sandwich at Grandma and Grandpa's house, okay? Because I did that plenty of times.
Or when you only have one piece of bread. What happens when you only have one piece of bread? Because that was
Yeah.
What you an
Or you
open-faced
make a hot
sandwich,
dog
how is
Then
that
you're
different
making
than a hot dog?
you're making a form of a hot dog. You're making a hot dog-less hot dog.
Huh?
Whatever you put it,
that's
if
a
you
good
only have
point.
one piece of bread, and you got to wrap up like
Okay,
cheese and
Mick,
turkey or
what
something
about when
on
you
it.
make a hot dog with white bread?
It's a
Because
turkey.
I've
hot
done that a
dog.
lot. I've done that a lot.
That's childhood, man.
Yeah, it's childhood. Like that's I make it a sandwich. And it,
You know,
chili's
can't
a
afford-
soup.
Can't
Hot
afford
dog's a sandwich.
buns. I can't afford buns.
Is it okay? So a hot dog, does it have to be if it was between two different slices of bread, does that make it a sandwich then?
It's not two different
between the
slices of bread. It's one slice of bread.
Just,
Maybe it
just
splits
because
them.
it's barely connected, which usually breaks anyway.
Yeah,
Also,
usually
okay,
bread.
just cut the if you cut the hot dog in half and it's no longer circular, and then you just like put like 4 hot dogs cut in half on a piece of bread
Is
with
that
ketchup
a
and
sandwich?
mustard.
I've
That's
done
a
that.
sandwich. It's a
I've
sandwich.
done that. Delicious.
thing.
I usually do it with like
Can you eat a
kielbasa.
sandwich without bread?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
How?
They did it in KFC. It's the unwich.
No, that's Jimmy John's unwich, dude. It's just
Yeah,
it's a
but
lettuce wrap.
KFC does the
Lettuce wrap is
chicken
still a
the
sandwich.
chicken sandwich that has
can't
like
s-
stuff in the middle. It's 2 pieces of chicken.
Yeah.
I like.
Okay.
This is what's wrong with America.
Also,
But-
what about the
I
donut?
started this. Remember that.
What about the
did.
donut sandwiches that they have at at ballparks, like the Krispy
those-
Kreme that has
those
like
are-
the burger, like the
Those
Krispy
look
Kreme
like they
burgers?
are going to give me a heart attack through a television screen.
Oh my
That's a
God.
sandwich.
That makes it
That is
good.
a sandwich.
The
Is
donut
it-
burger.
So is a hamburger a sandwich, Mick?
Well, yeah,
Yes,
of course.
the
It is.
hamburger's a sandwich.
Then hot
What's
dog's a sandwich.
That's
It's
not.
all the same
No, it's
mold.
not the same thing. You
What
can't
is-
say that
Why?
because it said so.
Like Sturdy made the best point. It's called a hot dog before you put it between the bun, man.
I don't know about hot dogs and buns.
Oh, you know about hot dogs and buns. Oh yeah.
I put a lot of stuff between buns.
Hot cross buns.
Wait,
Oh,
wait. Why did you phrase it like that? Why did you say I put a lot of stuff? Like, what's the lot of the stuff? Like you don't just put one thing?
Maybe at a time.
Maybe two if we are talking about hot dogs exclusively.
What do you put on hot dogs? Because I'm exclusively pretty much a mustard guy.
I like
Sorry.
I mean, chili cheese dogs for sure, but
Honestly, I
sauerkraut,
don't like ketchup.
mustard.
Sauerkraut's
I do.
worse. I could do cheese.
Sauerkraut, mustard, relish.
Wait, who's
It
mad at sauerkraut? What's happening?
No,
really
Doesn't like
depends on my mood.
sauerkraut.
It depends
I
on my
love
mood.
sauerkraut on a hot dog, man.
Dude, I'm gonna throw elbows if we're losing crowd. You got some proud Germans and Polish people on this podcast.
I'm Irish, so I got to put a potato on top. That's
Yeah, I'm Irish
That's
too, but I
fun.
do like my
Well,
kraut.
you could. Hey,
That doesn't
could
even
do
mean
a
you put
potato
potatoes.
bun.
It just means you boil everything.
I boil my hot dogs. You got a fucking problem with that?
I love a boiled hot dog.
Yeah, dude, I gotta boil sometimes because
Hey.
I'm a dirty water dog guy.
I'm gonna say this right now, Chris. The day that me and James came over to your house and brought those bratwursts and all that, if you would have boiled those, I would have just left.
Wait a
So you
second.
can't boil brats.
I'm sorry.
No,
I realized
no,
that. I'm about-
I could have
But-
fired up the grill like I was going to grill them and then turned on the side burner with a pot of water.
I'm
All right.
just so I would have walked home.
I'm
Peace
sorry. I know we got to start a show in a second, and I'm sorry that I got to say this, but I'm going back a couple of hours. But yeah, Michigan's got some great music, but New York City over New York, are you kidding me? LA? You maniac. Get out
I
of
did
here.
Michigan. I could exclusively listen to Michigan music.
But do people make music in New York City, or do they go to New York City to make music?
Is that not the same?
No, it's not the
not at
same.
all.
That's like
But
Los
not fair to
Angeles.
say, because people did go to Detroit because it was a mecca of music. I do agree.
But Detroit individuals came together to make music.
You
They
take
all,
Detroit-
but whereas like New York,
Michigan born, that
If you
matters.
take Detroit out of Michigan,
that's
right?
like saying people like to make movies in Los Angeles. It's like, no, everyone transplants to Los Angeles to make movies.
All right, let's start the show.
You're not gonna win
Sturdy.
the Michigan one here, man. That's
Sturdy, Chris,
Yeah.
you guys
All
will
right.
probably be on pretty fast because these guys aren't winning any points with me.
This-
But we're gonna tie break this one, or we're just gonna tie it up again. And I won't watch either movie.
I will
No,
see you guys
I'm not
again at
gonna
some
be
point.
All right, we will see you guys after their debate.
Okay.
Dirty needs to go potty, I'm sure. All right, here we go.
Oh, we're on top.
You're on top. You guys are against each other now. Everybody, if you don't know, this is real combat. This is where we debate what movies I should watch. Each of these fine gentlemen are
Yeah.
here
Yeah,
to,
debate.
to supply a movie for me, and they have to sell me on that movie. I may have seen it. I may not have seen it. Either one can win at any time. If you've seen this show before, it really does come down to the sale. And here we go. We have a tiebreaker episode tonight, a very special episode of Real Combat. And it is Dan the Man, Master Shake, and Tim, the brother of the biggest Bon Jovi fan in the world.
I actually like Bon Jovi.
Hey,
I think
who-
Cowboy's a great song.
When did you change my name?
Way earlier.
Oh, I didn't even notice. I was so busy like making my hot dog argument.
I did it way earlier than that.
Oh,
And then I waited for Tim's to come up.
not true. Not a true statement.
Oh, come on.
Neither
man.
is his name a true statement.
You maybe
I mean, I like Bon
maybe for you,
Jovi.
Bon Jovi is just misunderstood.
Wanted Dead or Alive is good. I mean, It's My Life is really good. Bad Medicine's good. I mean, oh man.
God damn it, Tim. You ruined. I had a plan. And you didn't even pick up on it. I have been saying Bon Jovi titles the last few minutes, and I was going to continue that trend all night.
I picked up on it.
Oh yeah, did you?
No, you didn't.
I was listening.
Which ones did I use?
Listen,
All right. We're here for real combat.
I'll sleep when I'm dead. That's the one. I know I heard that one at least once.
This is like the perfect panel show for movies right now. We're just going to throw out hot takes and Dan's going to give them to us.
Bon Jovi, like he's so overrated. I'm sorry.
No, we're not. This isn't about Bon Jovi.
All right. All right. Let's get into it. Okay. So real combat works in this way. We are going to go through 3 rounds. We're going to have the initial debates, then we will have the rebuttals, and then we are going to have the final plea. And we are going to start with round 1. And we're going to start with, you know what? Curmudgeon never wins. So we're going to start with Bold and the Beautiful over here, Timmy.
I was just gonna say Age Before Beauty.
I'm picking on your brother tonight.
Fine. So okay, first round. Remind me, what am I doing? Am I just selling the film?
You are telling me your film and you are selling me your film. And
All
then
right.
in the second round, Dan's going to tell me why I shouldn't watch your movie, and you're going to tell me why I shouldn't watch his.
I have a couple, but I have the main one. I just want to make sure I haven't said it and it hasn't been said before. So was it The Voices 2014? Have we talked about that movie on here?
Nope. It has never been pitched.
Let me set the mood for you. You got Ryan Reynolds fresh off of a failed Green Lantern, and Anna Kendrick off of Pitch Perfect, and didn't have too many roles after that right away. And there's this film that's in Germany about Ryan Reynolds as a schizophrenic line worker at a bathtub store and factory or whatever. And he goes out, and he's out with the HR chicks. They're getting wild and stuff. And he thinks he's gotten in good with one of them. And one reluctantly goes on a date with him. And they hit like a this is like the start of it because I don't want to give it all away, but they hit a cow and the cow like looks at him and it goes like, kill me now, and you realize that he's kind of off and he pulls a knife out and he kills the cow while the girl's in the car with him, and she just runs off. And then he kills her on accident, like kind of like with the knife. She like falls and trips or something.
Oh, they
And
always trip.
And he's got to figure out from there. But there's also this fact that he's not on his pills, so there's a unreliable narrative as far as who the narrator is and what is happening and what actually happened. So Ryan Reynolds, before some of the bigger hits with that, and he says it's one of his favorite movies he's ever watched, and he says it didn't get its day in court. What I do think is interesting about the movie is it's filmed in Berlin, but it feels like it's supposed to be in the US. So I don't know about that. That's the one thing I'm not fully sure on where the movie's set, but I guess it can be set anywhere if I'm saying it that way. But they make a big deal out of one of the girls being from England.
Very cool. All right. I like it. Now, I'm not going to say anything about it. I'm not going to tell you guys if I've seen this movie or not, or the next until the end. So, Dan, what is your movie and why should I watch it?
So, the movie I chose, Nemesis from 1992. The 90s was chock full of kind of like retreaded action movies that quite often had callbacks to the 1980s. And it was really hard to stand out. And so by the time like this movie comes out in 1992, quite often they were low budget movies, and it's almost like if this movie had come out in the 80s, it would have been made by Canon. But it's actually, in my opinion, legendary, especially for the budget. You have a combination of cyberpunk noir, super explosive gunfights, great Jean-Claude-esque martial arts. In fact, the star of the movie, the guy who's the protagonist, he's kind of like a Jean-Claude Van Damme clone. Okay.
So we got Ryan Reynolds versus Jean-Claude Van Damme clone.
Yep. and it's a dystopian mix of two of my favorite movies in time, Terminator and Blade Runner. The protagonist is a Blade Runner-esque cyborg who, after a failed turn as an LAPD cop, has to kind of like track down other cyborgs. And in doing so, it's some of the best think about the late 90s, right? And all of the wave of Asian influence that came to the United States. This predates it in a way that you would call it proto-woo in terms of what it tries to do.
Okay.
And the best part about the entire film, in my opinion, are you a Community fan, Mick?
Oh, yeah.
This is Kick Puncher. It's Kick Puncher.
And it was at that moment Tim knew he had lost. No, I'm kidding.
The way things go in the film, it is almost as if the creators of Community had watched Nemesis and they wanted to spoof specifically Nemesis. I always thought it was a Jean-Claude Van Damme spoof. But how they talk about Kick Puncher in that kind of tongue-in-cheek way in that show, everything they talk about happens in this movie. He even kicks the guy's head off.
I love it. I love that. All right. Okay. I'm sorry, but I am still impartial. I'm biased. I want to hear the rest. Now we're going to get into round two. And actually, I'm going to change up round three a little bit. This is my show. I'm going to do whatever I want. Round three is going to become, I'm going to ask you each questions about your movie.
Love it.
So now, I'm going to give round one to Dan on that one, but it's anyone's game still. What was your movie again? No, I'm kidding. Is he frozen?
Oh no, I'm here.
He's loading the gun. He's loading.
Oh, I feel so bad. I was just kidding. I'm kidding. I promise. All right. The Voices and Nemesis.
Nemesis, 1992.
No offense. I did not remember Nemesis. I did remember The Voices. Okay. We're getting into round 2. Here we go. Dan, actually, you take it away. Why shouldn't I watch The Voices?
So, while it sounds like a kind of Ryan Reynolds, a post Green Lantern Ryan Reynolds vehicle that pushes the boundaries for what he is as an actor, I actually would say, having saw that movie, but I have also watched a much better Ryan Reynolds vehicle called Buried, that is post Green Lantern.
What is it?
Buried. He is, and it's only him in the entire movie. He's buried in an actual casket.
Okay.
And it's almost in the vein of like was it 128 hours or whatever that James Franco did, except it's buried under the ground. So Ryan Reynolds in Tim's movie does a good job. I'm not going to sit here and say that it's not a good film, because it's a pretty decent film. Anna Kendrick bugs. I think she's better suited for that kind of poppy type movie that she usually does. I would say she's a detractor from the film for sure, in terms of what she does in the film. Ryan Reynolds is a plus. I agree with Tim that it's a little off-putting, because it's kind of like, he's right. It feels like it's supposed to be the United States, but you can tell that it's not. The other side of it is that like, Ryan Reynolds still suffers in that film from something that he suffers from in a lot of films. While in Deadpool,
Ego.
Well, that kind of, do you know that like sarcasm that he pitches in every movie?
Yeah.
Now,
listen, I'm Team Baldoni, so
the like, it works in other films, but that kind of like smarminess that he has doesn't really work in this film. And while it does lend to the unreliable narrator aspect that Tim referenced, I think that it's a detractor. I think that his kind of smarminess holds it back, and it should be the main reason why you wouldn't watch that. You could watch a better vehicle like Buried rather than Tim's film.
Okay. I have to take a couple of points off from you, Dan, because you told me why I shouldn't watch this movie, but why I should watch another Ryan Reynolds movie.
If you're going to watch one.
And you have a movie you could have defended. But points don't really matter here anyway. So just pick a movie at the end. So now, Tim, you've heard what the man said. What say you? Why should I watch The Voices over?
Well,
Not Buried. Don't worry about it.
First off, you shouldn't watch Nemesis, because he basically just described the film as shovelware. He described 2 better movies, and he said you could watch those or you could watch this movie. And on top of that, he said Jean-Claude Van Damme clone-like. None of this gives me anything exciting to me as far as wanting to watch
Jean-Claude Van Damme doesn't excite?
It's not Van Damme. It's a Van Damme type clone. Like, we're even low. We're like, what are we, Rob Van Damme? Like, who is this guy? I don't even want to. Never heard of this. I have not heard of this film. Rob Van, also from where? Michigan.
Yeah.
You walked right into that one.
Muscles from Brussels, Tim, except this guy's from Germany.
Exactly. So it's not even Van Damme. You want me to watch a 90s movie that's kind of like 2 better movies?
Wait, are you both selling me on German films?
He must be. I don't know.
German actor. He's a German actor.
Well, Anna Kendrick and they're both Canadian, aren't they? Isn't Kendrick, or is she from?
Listen.
I don't know. I get too distracted by how big her teeth are, man.
Oh, okay. Regardless, the reason, or first off, Buried. No, throw out any movie where it's just a person like trying to escape by themselves. Like, I can watch Buried in 10 minutes in Kill Bill, and I'm fine. I'm already past it, and I get a better kung fu movie later.
Not better than this. The kung fu in this movie is great.
Also, like, I was saving the best here. So what I didn't tell you is this movie also features a dog and a cat who act as his social conscience. Hugo is this mutt, And he's always telling him to be a good guy and to be nice. And his cat's the one who tells him to murder people and have schizophrenic thoughts. And the
Mick
cat
doesn't need somebody to narrate the film to him.
No, I'm not telling you to narrate the film. I'm telling you why.
That's what it feels like when they're on the screen. It's like they're narrating what the audience should feel.
That's not at all what is happening. Also, I don't think Ryan Reynolds is smarmy at all in this. I find him to be extremely humble in this film. And Anna Kendrick is, and like Dan doesn't like mixed genre films. He struggles with things that aren't black and white.
I just described a mixed genre film.
There's a lot of gray area in this film in the sense that like Anna Kendrick is not supposed to be seen as a good person, and she plays this like bimbo like AR clerk extremely well.
It's not believable. It's not believable.
No, it's extremely believable.
I don't think so at all. It's not believable.
It's the same. She's literally from a small town in Pitch Perfect. It runs the same exact gamut. And so you have her running that.
Golly, I'm this super hot, just average everyday journal. No, it doesn't work.
It works, and it works in there, especially because she was younger too. This is like when she was just coming out, and so she comes off as this naivete individual. And not only that, but we have talking heads, decapitated talking heads are in this film. That is also in there.
I'd rather kick heads off than look at talking heads.
There is
a puncher, man. Come on.
Okay, puncher. I'm talking about talking sarcastic cats and dogs, talking heads, Anna Kendrick, Ryan Reynolds.
I don't need those. That cat and dog in those scenes. I know what moral quandary he has. They don't have to narrate it. It's pretty clear based upon his actions.
No, it's not. The moral quandary is not between the cat and the dog. There is no moral quandary. He's crazy regardless, and he's going to do crazy things. They're just the two individuals within his mind that are like saying those things
unnecessarily.
No, not unnecessarily. The whole point is it's funny because the cat is a demon.
Well,
the cat is very mean and very funny. Also, Ryan Reynolds does the voice of both the dog and the cat, which makes it even funnier.
Adds to the smarminess.
It does not add to the smarminess. It's the exact opposite.
Okay.
You're missing out on a lot of just really, really good, like the way that they move like into scenes where it's like all of a sudden it becomes like a romantic comedy for like 10 minutes, and it's like this really cute scene between those two, and then it'll flash into something else for a bit. And like you just never know what you're watching, and it's almost like it's like this like
it's almost like a mess.
No, it has like an internal a spotless mind like vibe to it in the sense that you're always
that is a poor compare. That movie is a masterpiece. This movie is a mess.
This movie is not a mess. It tracks the whole time. I'm always interested in what's happening, and it cooks. This movie's an hour 45 and it cooks. I'm surprised it's that long, and I don't know if it specifically has to be that long, but I never am bored during it.
All right. Well, this is an interesting turn of events.
Tim, what is this? What is this? Star Trek? Is this a Star Trek movie?
No, it precedes Star Trek Nemesis by like 6 years.
6 years.
All right. Well, listen,
I saw Star Trek. I saw Star Trek Nemesis in 2001.
Nick, do you want to watch a half-ass love story that's actually not, but kind of is, but at the same time has a bunch of smarminess and it's kind of a mess of a dialogue, or a straightforward kick your head off action movie from the early 90s that's neo-noir while at the same time cyberpunk and is highly referenced in later things? Man, it's an easy decision.
No, it's not an easy decision.
Well, there's still another round. There's still another round. But Tim, you have a rebuttal. Please go ahead.
No, I'm not saying it's an easy decision. He's talking to you to like literally watch a run-of-the-mill action film.
Not run-of-the-mill.
Because it. What makes it not run-of-the-mill? Because it takes two things that you kind of like and puts them together.
No, it's not run-of-the-mill because it's low budget, first of all, and so they do interesting things in the film. Two, and this is that like I think the most important.
War doesn't count. War hates anything after the year 2000. His opinion is invalid here.
The second thing, and this is the most important, it predates all of the woo-esque violence that takes place in action movies post 1995, and like it predates it in a way that It's the proto woo, man. Like there isn't very much before this that still does that kind of action genre outside of movies from Japan and Korea.
Or it was
That's
the
up with his
last
German.
one to do those things because it was like Van Damme had done this film 4 times already.
Well,
by
no,
the
because
time
that's the
this
thing.
came
The
out.
only reason it's pseudo Van Damme is just because the guy was a kickboxer. Okay, like you have two things: you have your punt, you have your fist, right? And you have your feet. This
But
guy does stuff.
Haven't I seen Universal Soldier? Haven't I seen Cyborg? Haven't I seen Time Cop? Haven't I seen Blade Runner? Haven't I seen all of these movies?
But have you seen it in a way that it's demonstrated like this? No. This is a unique film.
This is a whole new take on a genre that's been, done to death versus, an interesting take on like the inner spectrum of it. No, it almost has Eternal Spotless
It feels
Mind.
like 16 people wrote it.
No, Eternal Sunshine of Spotless Mind is a good like vibe to like think about it as, and then maybe Harold, Portrait of a Serial Killer. It's got that vibes to it too, because you're thinking about he's a schizophrenic individual who's killing people, but like he doesn't know what he's doing, and so you're like, you don't feel that he's evil. He's just confused. He's just crazy, and it feels different.
All right. Let's get to the round 3. Round 3. I get to ask you guys questions now about the movie. I'm gonna go with Nemesis first.
You got it.
It does not feel like I have to
bring my notes up here. Just
dive real deep.
No, you do. It's kind of a deep film.
So okay, Dan.
Yep.
Let's put it this way. And it's not because of it's not just because of the outfit and everything else, like the costuming. RoboCop is in my top 10 movies of all time. Right?
Yep.
I love Van Damme movies. Love them. I love Van Damme movies. I watch them all day long. I love those 90s offshoots too. I do. They were so interesting to me. Only the Strong. Remember the Billy Blanks movies?
Yep. Love them.
You had a Mortal Kombat at one point with Roddy Piper. But my question to you is, how does this, which if you were comparing it to Kick Puncher from Community,
I feel like, and this isn't verified, but everything they talk about in there, and the first time I watched Community, they brought up Kick Puncher, I was like, are they talking about Nemesis? Like, this was a movie that I watched at the age of 9, and I was like, I love this movie, and it's stuck with me since. Like, the other thing that I feel like I kind of downplayed is the gunfighting. I forgot to mention this. Have you ever seen gun kata movies from the late 90s?
Yes.
Like Equilibrium? There's a little bit of that in here. Like that gun kata, like where the gunplay action, and this talk about it 7 years before Equilibrium and the Matrix, that gun kata stuff that they were doing in Japan at the time, it's present in the film. That's awesome, man. At that time, what an influence.
All right, well, let me ask you this then. How does the movie hold up, though, to those other movies? Like, so I know this might be, so going into this sounds very nostalgic for you.
Yep. It would be nostalgic for you, yes. Yeah.
Are you sure it would be nostalgic for me? Because a lot of those movies you had to hit on, right? And they were just right. Is this going to hit right?
It will hit right, and I'll tell you why. Okay? We talked about it on the show this week. They lean into the practical effects hard. So this is more in the vein of RoboCop, of a lot of the movies that you mentioned in terms of the effects. They don't go down the like. I mean, think about it. Like it's the same year that Lawnmower Man came out, right? Lawnmower Man is ridiculous. You watch that now and it aged terribly. It was a super popular movie in 1992, but it aged terribly. Like this movie, because of the effects. Now, in fairness, and I'll admit this, I'll always admit the drawbacks. Part of it, and you know how filmmakers accomplish this. They film it overly dark to cover up some of the faults. Okay? Which is okay. But it makes up for it in terms of heart and effort. Because this is not a movie that was done. You know, that's the thing. Van Damme movies, by the time this movie rolled around, Was it the 93 one he did with Dennis Rodman? Is that Double Take? Is that the name of it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like
Double team.
Double team. There's no overblown budget. There's no, it's not like that. The action scenes are kind of intimate and close, especially in terms of the gun kata stuff, because I don't think they could afford to do some of the big sweeping shots.
Okay. All right. Well, now it's Tim. It's your turn. Now, Dan, he was very quiet the whole time for you. Now, okay. So, Tim, this is where I reveal that I have seen the voices. Your review is very close to mine. So, now, I didn't really remember too much in it until you started, kind of talking about it. Why would I watch something like this versus maybe an Idle Hands?
Idle Hands, right? You're watching Idle Hands because it's a film that plays a lot of punk music, and you have three individuals who are very pop punk in the sense of Seth Green and Devin Sawa and the other guy in there. Like, those guys. They're in every 2000s teen film at the time. So you watch that movie because you want to party. You're drinking beer, you're listening to ska, and you're probably smoking a joint. That's probably what you're doing when you're watching Idle Hands. The Voices is not like that. You go in, you're like, what is Ryan Reynolds even doing in this movie? And then like things happen, and like there's always these like little glitches that occur. Like every once in a while, like he'll scarf on some food like that, like looks really weird. Like everyone leaves the table and all of a sudden he just eats off someone else's plate. Or and there's these just like little like twitches. And then when he talks to his therapist, and there's all these moments where it's like, I'm not taking my meds anymore. And then when it really like you find that whole like flip when you realize what his house really looks like and what life really is for this individual. And it's no longer a fun Idle Hands, like I'm laughing. It's like, oh man, this person's disturbed. And like people could live like this very easily. And especially for people who are schizophrenic or off their meds. Thanks, Ronald Reagan. But regardless, it really is a twisted film. It's trying to make you laugh, but in times when you're laughing, you're also like, man, like this is icky. And I think that's what Ryan Reynolds likes about it a lot, is because it showed a different side of his acting than other movies did at the time. And it's played as a comedy, but it's also played as a very like dark film. And in the sense of like mental health, when kept unchecked, can do very, very terrible things. Even though it's the individual who's doing those things, it doesn't look all that bad. Which is why I think of Harold like Portrait of a Serial Killer. It's the same thing. There's times where you get in his mind, and it doesn't seem, and nothing to him seems all that off. It's like, no, I'm just getting by because that's how my mind works. So I think you get into the mind of the killer quite a bit in this film, and not in a sense of like I'm supposed to sympathize with them, but in the sense of like you feel disturbed at times. You're like, how do I really feel about this? Am I seeing this through rose-colored glasses because he's off of his meds and he's seeing it this way?
Okay, you know what? We've just gotten about our time, so I'm gonna render a verdict, a real combat verdict. Now, everybody, just so you know, this is Dan and Tim's third time on the show against each other. Once they have a tiebreaker, which would be this episode, they are free to go on against others on Real Combat if they choose. Or are they? No, they're tied in this episode. No, I'm just kidding. All right, I love both pitches. You guys did a great job. Actually, Tim, there's one thing that gave it to Nemesis. One thing. Because you gave up such a good Dan, he out-argued you in this. But it's because I have seen The Voices, and I'm sort of on a tour of watching things I've never seen before.
That's fair. And I couldn't remember if I had told you to watch this before, which is why I almost didn't go with it. I almost went with Police Story, which I mentioned earlier, and you said you've seen that before as well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Here you go, Jackie Chan. I'm probably these. So,
You want about an
what are you
action
going to
film?
argue then? What are you going to argue, Dan? Like, oh, it's got great action. Does it? It's Jackie Chan.
Like Police Story Jackie Chan is like 10 times better than what he does in Rush Hour. And people like look at Rush Hour and they think it's so incredible. It's like, no, Jackie Chan, before he even did anything, he did all that in China and Japan. He did it way better and he directed it himself.
I don't disagree.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it is primarily subbed. You don't not a lot of dubbed Police Story. So I like subbed, but for people that are trying to just sit and watch an action movie, I can understand.
That would be my argument. I'd watch a movie that doesn't have subtitles.
Yeah,
I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah, I know. But so The Voices, to me, it was just a movie, like, because I went through my list and I was like, I'm trying to think of a movie that's off the beaten path that you haven't seen. So I tried to land on one, but did not stump the Schwab today.
No, you did not, but I cannot wait because I always do love your takes on things and your movies because you do cultivate a really good a sort of like list of movies and such that you put together. Go check out Tim on Letterboxd for sure. Dan,
we'll be back in the fall. Math versus Smash.
Dan, your take sucks. No, just kidding. Nemesis was Nemesis sounds awesome. I do want to take that nostalgia trick down to the 90s. And another factor of it that really like one.
This is also from the same director as Cyborg, by the way. So he directed Van Damme and Cyborg, and then he directed this movie. This is the movie he actually wanted to make. They made him make Cyborg, then he made Nemesis.
Perfect. I love it even more. I'm going to check out Nemesis. And the reason I'm going to do it too is because I remember going to the video store and getting every day in the summer because they were $1. You went and you rented 2 movies. And I would get one from the horror section, and I would get one from the sci-fi section, or then the action section.
You don't get to rent from the sides. You have to rent from the middle, where it's alphabetized. Not the new releases.
No, you never get to afford those at the moment. You got to get your parents to take it out.
Also, you get the $5, like $1 for 5 days or whatever on those, versus the new releases were like $10 for a day and a half.
It was so good. It was so
they got to make their money somehow.
But Nemesis would have been absolutely a movie I would have picked up off that rack.
For $1.
Cannot wait. Check that out. I'm going to let you go.
It was either a midnight special on like Showtime or it was a 2 for $1 at Family Video. It was one of them.
I don't know. It's in Michigan with all the greatest artists
things ever. Yeah.
Apparently. Well, gentlemen, I'm going to let you two go because they will be back at 6 p.m. for Master Shake's moderately entertaining mixology minutes. Make sure you join in for that. He's going to make a couple of new drinks, tell you about a couple of California-themed beers because tonight and all the way until 1 a.m., we are celebrating Casters for a Cause charity event. That's right, everyone. We're doing it. We're doing it. Wow. And we're so excited about it. So here's the thing.
We're balls deep into this thing.
I'm going to stick around with the balls for a little while, maybe till about 10. Just for a little while. But I'm going to say, and maybe jump back up a little bit, see what happens up top. But anyway, guys, here's the schedule. Casters for a Cause charity event. We are collecting for the American Red Cross, all of their wildfire relief efforts. So our goal is $600, and we are currently sitting at $160. All right. We got lots of time left. I'm very excited to see what happens next. Make sure you go out and donate. It is, I fucked that up, but it's linked down below. And all of these fine people are linked down below too. So make sure you're following them. But we have a great show for you. We just did the first Real Combat. We're going to do another one in just a second. Then you're going to see Master Shake's moderately entertaining mixology minutes, followed by the 3 Geeks Podcast. Troy Hill talks at 8 p.m. Popcorn and Pints at 9. Arcade After Dark at 10. Ambassador Radio at 11. And 12 a.m. is Sturdo Vision.
Closing the show.
I should just let you go. But we're gonna get to it. Here we go. I brought these fine gentlemen back. No, you get up here because it's you versus you. Now, Sir Sturdy is hosting this wonderful event.
Friend of number one by Jovi.
So I don't know who's going to win. No. But Chris from Stories from a Bar is here. If you didn't get a chance to check out Stories from a Bar earlier, go back and check it out. Also, go check out his channel and follow him and his podcast. And this episode will be cut out and give to him to put on his as well, so you can see it. But all right, you guys ready?
Yes.
I guess this is the first time I'm doing this.
Hey, we got a virgin here.
I'll say I'm as ready as I can be because I wasn't expecting to
Me either.
do this. So I
prepared for this 15 minutes ago.
I'm like, think of a movie, Sturdy. Think of a movie. I had a couple in the back of my head. There was one I really wanted to use, but I just haven't seen it in a while. So,
all right, here's how this works. 3 rounds. First round, you each tell me why I should watch your movie. Second round, you should each tell me why I shouldn't watch the other's movie. Third round, I'm going to ask you guys questions about your movies. Then I will render a verdict. But we're going to let the newbie start. And that is Christopher. Please, what movie did you choose and why should I watch it?
So spur of the moment, I'm going to go Army of Darkness. As you could tell, the poster is behind me. I feel strongly about this movie. This is literally the only movie poster I have hanging on a wall at the moment. This movie encompasses everything I want to see, or I would think a person would want to see in a movie. This has some comedy. It has some horror elements. It has some action elements. It has a guy gets the girl elements. Hell, it has medieval elements. And one of the things I like about it is it's not CGI or anything like that. This is puppets. This is puppeteering. This is as grounded as fucking effects can get. And it still delivers all the entertainment you could want out of a movie. It's not for, if you're looking for a serious movie, that's fine. This may not be up your alley, but if you want enjoyment for an hour and a half, this is the movie you want to pop in or turn on whatever streaming service it may be on and fucking sit back and enjoy.
Nice.
Oh, I'm just going to go with this. Sturdy, what you got?
All right, listen.
I'm trying to remain unbiased. Oh.
You guys know I'm a big history buff, right? And I like to dig for the truth. So I'm going to bring you guys the truth today. Listen, I know why Helen Keller was deaf and blind. And it was because of the
I know where this is going.
It was because of the Night Wolves. And when you watch this movie, you find out her bravery defeats them and she flew a plane. Listen, this film right
knows
here
his audience.
is
I feel like this is unfair already.
People together. It brings people together. It brings people joy. It brings laughter, which also brings tears because you're laughing so hard at this film. And it's something that it's very, very absurd, which fits the Scene Snob. It's very out there. And like Chris was saying, it's not a serious movie. But he was saying it's a historical, very historical.
Historical drama.
Yes. There's no reason not to watch this movie, but I say watch it with people. This is the type of movie where you want to watch it with at least 3 or 4 friends that have a great sense of humor. You turn your brain off and you have a good time and you laugh. But Helen Keller versus the Night Wolves, there's puppets in there. There's a lot of crazy stuff in there. The way she eats is funny. She's tough. You know, some things happen, people. Some things happen. And she's trying to save the world from the Night Wolves. She's a brave. In this movie, she's brave. Helen Keller versus the Night Wolves.
Oh my
God. I was unprepared for that.
All right, listen.
Me too. I thought I had to pull something out, and I had to use that.
Show. There's no clear winner. That took my breath away. That was a real knockout punch, Sturdy. I'm like coughing up a storm now. All right, here's the deal. I can't believe this.
Uh-oh.
Sturdy went up against another guy, Chris Ridings, an actor who had been on a show a few times. And unfortunately, the poor guy has never won on the show. He's been on like 2 or 3 times, and a really just nice guy. And he picks great movies too, but it just works out. And Sturdy's first time ever being on the show. Sturdy's first time ever being on the Scene Snobs in some way, shape, or form. He comes home with Blood Lake, and he sells me for 3 rounds on how terrible it is, and it's the worst movie he's ever seen. And I'm sitting there like, I need to see this movie now. And he's going up against Phantasm, which a lot of people that, it may be hit or miss, but I like that movie, and I think it's a really good achievement in independent filmmaking, and especially in horror world. So I would have clearly always chosen Phantasm. But Sturdy sold me on how bad Blood Lake was that I had to see it for myself. This episode, you said Army of Darkness, and I'm like, oh, it's locked up. I actually stopped paying attention to you.
I did too.
For a few seconds while I was like, I had to like grab something, and I'm like, because it's Army of Darkness. Like, what's Sturdy gonna come with? Unless it was like Big Trouble in Little China, what's Sturdy gonna come with, right? And then he came with Helen Keller versus Night Wolves. No blindsiding me. It is not over, but I need to give you this advice, Chris. It's not a hard sell for Army of Darkness. You had it won. Why should I not watch Sturdy's movie over yours?
Oh man. Kudos to Sturdy for coming at me with that. It's impressive. It was unexpected. But listen, Helen Keller versus the Night Wolves. Yes, it'll have some enjoyment value, but will it stand the test of time like Army of fucking Darkness? You're talking about a guy with a chainsaw cutting up all kinds of fucking zombies, skeletons, going after the Necronomicon, saving a fucking King Arthur type setting. Like, these people are out to kill him. Throw him in a pit.
Uh-oh.
Throw him in a pit. He gets his how cool. Helen Keller tearing up some werewolves. Sure, that's cool. Not as cool as a fucking chainsaw. I'm sorry. The blood splatter, the fucking historical value to this movie, the fucking mini ashes that poke him and he has to fight himself. And one of my favorite things about Army of Darkness, this has like the fucking, it's not a happy ending. This is a Planet of the Apes type ending where he gets stuck in time. Does he save the day? Does this ruin his life?
You might have gotten just some outside help that might have sold your case. Sturdy will be right back, everybody. Don't worry. Hopefully. Kind of the whole ending of this kind of hinges upon him.
It does. This is him realizing he did what he thought he had to do to get back to his time, to get back to a life that he was comfortable in, wanted to get back to. And then the tormented scream at the end where he's like, he's stuck. He didn't get back. He didn't fucking, what does he do now? Like, where does life go from here for now?
All right, so it has been brought to my attention that Army of Darkness has come up on the show. Now, it's not against the rules that it could come up again. Perfectly fine. And even if I've chosen it before, does not mean that I'm not going to choose it again. And I have to wait for Sturdy because I have to give him that fair shot. But I will tell you, I am leaning towards Army of Darkness because I don't want to watch Helen Keller versus Night Wolves alone. but I could watch Army of Darkness just by myself chilling.
Listen, Army of Dark. It's the movie you can put on. This isn't something you want to watch. I'll admit, as great as this isn't something you're going to want to watch every month. This is the kind of thing you want to watch once a year. Have a night set to watch this movie. Fucking order some food, smoke a Big J, get hammered, and just fucking enjoy the experience. And this is the kind of thing you put on a calendar and look forward to.
Yeah. Ooh, Sturdy, I hope you can get your power back on, man.
Is that what happened? Did Sturdy lose some power?
Yeah, he said he lost some power. I'll be back on soon. So, granted, I didn't know you were alive. We are, sir.
We are.
We appreciate
Listen,
you.
Also, with Army of Darkness, what I really appreciate, yes, it's technically the third in the Evil Dead series. You don't need the first two to enjoy Army of Darkness. There's the man. Listen, this is a movie that survives. If you're talking about a trilogy, theoretically, survives on its own.
That's another funny thing too. I don't have the big one. I have the movie Maniacs, and they're over there. But this is like Kurt Russell from Escape from LA. But I have the Army of Darkness. Bruce Campbell, Ash.
This guy?
Oh, it's a little bit different. That one, I like that one too. Is that the Tiny Toons or is that
Superstars?
No, Superstars. I like that. I don't know if I've seen those.
I think I found this one on Amazon. Listen, this is the kind of thing that has literally propelled this franchise. Yes, Evil Dead 1 and 2 are still pop culture references, but Army of Darkness is the kind of thing. This is where all the fucking merchandise comes from. This is the cult classic.
It's the perfect end to it too.
It's the end. It's the kind of end it deserves. For this to end in some kind of happy solution would have been a disservice, in my opinion.
Did you watch the Evil Dead series? Ash vs. the Evil Dead?
You mean this right here?
Nice. I love it.
Yes, I did.
What'd you think of that as a continuation?
I really enjoyed it, like more than I thought I would.
Nice.
I know it ended with season 3, I believe, which they had plans, but the way they ended it, they left it kind of open, like they were going to do a season 4, but then it just didn't happen.
And it seemed like it would have been awesome too, because it was like getting into some Mad Max territory.
Yeah, that would have actually. I need to go back and rewatch that. That is actually just the first season I have, but I don't know what service it's on. It was on Netflix at one point. But
which one is? I don't know which one Equinox was. Grandizer. Was that their short film that they did? Because I know they did it. They filmed like a short film.
Some say
same way.
Die Hard. I don't know. I don't know what that was.
Film. There's some that say it's Die Hard horror film. No, never heard of it.
I'm intrigued.
I'll have to ask Sturdy. He's the Die Hard horror guy.
It's true. I've read Bruce Campbell's books, and I don't recall a reference to that, other than again the practical effects from Army of Darkness. I don't remember the specific year it came out, but they're using practical effects, and it all works. Like if you read about it, they have people running under the ground, controlling the puppets and stuff like that. And there's just everything about this movie is entertaining.
At an actual cabin too, which I thought was cool.
Yes,
like it wasn't like this was a sound stage or anything. It was just they actually just filmed where they were. So very cool guerrilla filming. You know what? Sturdy, I'm sorry. I know you had high hopes and you thought you had it in the bag, but your power outage / I don't want to watch Helen Keller versus Night Wolves alone. Although I highly endorse that movie for everybody.
I'm gonna watch it. I still have not seen it. Don't get me wrong. I want to watch that.
He said it once scared him. He didn't want to talk about it. Gave him nightmares. I don't want to watch it either.
But do you want to shop at S-Mart? That's the question.
I would shop at S-Mart. because I'm smart.
Yes.
All right. Well, I guess I'm going to render a verdict. I don't even have to ask about it. It's Army of Darkness.
It's like running
Army of
on the
Darkness
post.
takes it home. Chris, for your first episode, it went a little haywire, but we got to talk a little bit about Evil Dead and Army of Darkness and everything and so on. So
It's true.
I'm going to say
Hold on.
thank you so much, man. for
Sturdy
coming on.
sent a voice message here.
Oh boy.
Just let them know I'm working my way back. I'm just trying to get everything booted back up and shit.
Uh-huh.
I appreciate it.
We should just end it. Say you ruined it.
I know
You
this
do.
this whole marathon rested on Sturdy, and it all just fell apart.
I demand a recount.
Why, it wasn't yours in the first one, was it?
No.
Listen, Tim, it won.
I know about hanging chads. I know a thing or two about a hanging chad.
I don't know what that is,
Listen.
but
Army of Darkness should win every competition ever.
Just because
You
it's
have to watch
good,
Helen Keller versus Nightwolves, man.
just because it's a good movie doesn't mean you should just watch it all the time. Like, yes, I could put on Army of Darkness at any time, but like Mick said, he's trying to watch new things. But for Sturdy to come in with Helen Keller, I mean that was not a strong approach.
Yes, for me it was. He knows that
I was taken off guard. I was
Like-
concerned.
Individual sci-fi films, like I don't want to watch those movies by myself. Like I want to watch Lake
Alexa,
Placid
living room, blue.
with a lot of people.
All right. I can't wait. Sorry, I was just checking on Sturdy, seeing how he's doing. All right, guys. Here's the
Sturdy's
deal.
dead.
Well, before oh no, he's just on his way to Chris's house.
I feel bad. By the way, I feel bad. My intro opened into the actual screen. I'm sorry, Chris, man. Like I didn't think it was. I thought it was going to drop it inside the green room.
It's all right. He had already won.
What? Yeah, I don't even know I'm not controlling anything. I'm just drinking sitting here.
Tim, check your mic settings.
Off again.
Yeah, they always go off. You get out at all. All right, guys. Remember, we're here for a Casters for a Cause charity event. We are collecting for American Red
Alexa,
Cross
living room to 40%.
wildfire relief efforts. Super stoked to be doing this. 10 hours live stream. We're into it. We're into it about 3 hours now. 7 more to go. Next up is Master Shake's moderately entertaining mixology minutes, followed by the great Three Geeks podcast will be on. And then Troy Hill Talks, and I will be a special guest on that episode. 9 p.m. is Popcorn and Pints, where we're talking about Grandma's Boy and more. 10 p.m. Arcade After Dark, playing NES Friday the 13th. Dan the Man, Master Shake will be on that one. 11 p.m. Ambassador Radio with Trevor Stoudemire. You're going to learn about movies, music, and so much more. And then at 12 a.m., we're going to bring it all home with Sturdovision, where we review Big Trouble in Little China. And we're going to be getting bonkers with it, so make sure you stay with it. But if you want to donate in that time, go on down below into the link, go to the GoFundMe, and donate. All proceeds are going to go towards the
Make a $100 donation.
Do it. Somebody needs to do it. I want to see Dan get smashed through a table. Or jump.
Listen,
I know-
we are at 160 right now, and our goal is 600 people. So please help out. Help out.
Historically, fans of Master Shake's moderately entertaining mixology minutes have donated graciously to these.
It's been 3 hours, and you're finally going to put that smock to use.
Finally, yeah, and I can finally take it off. That's the other part. I'm pretty excited too.
Well, we are
Where's
just
all,
waiting.
where's all the
on-
saran wrap?
Oh, Sturdy is Sturdy. Are you not?
Sturdy's
signed
back.
in?
Yeah, put him in.
Oh, he should have controls.
Oh,
Hey, there he is. Friend of number one.
He's still just the friend.
Friend of the number one Bon Jovi fan, of course.
Well, we are still a little bit early. Chris, we can let you go. You're going to be back at 9 p.m. tonight hosting. He won, by the way, Sturdy. Sorry.
Yeah, I heard. I want a rematch against him, though. Like, when we can prepare and stuff, because the fucking power went out out of nowhere. And I think it's because somebody turned some bullshit on they didn't need to.
The only other person there is your wife, isn't it?
The kids are here too, and here's
right.
what messed up. Nobody else. Everybody's downstairs watching TV or playing video games. The only person who got interrupted was me, and I'm doing something for a charity event. Come on now.
Come on, man.
Can Dan lend it to me?
No, that's not how it works.
Oof, okay. Well, everybody.
Tim said
Wow.
I cannot. It can't be my donation. I already made my donation.
Well, Chris, I don't know. It's
Very-
it's Dan's show, so you can hang out, you can go, you can stay, or you can throw. Whatever you want to do.
I'm gonna talk about some beers, Chris. If you don't have anything to do, man.
Hey, I do not. I'll be happy. I'll be back in a few minutes if that's cool.
Well, I'm going to take
Okay.
you guys out, and Sturdy and I are going to talk real quick about the charity a little bit.
Nick, could you
more.
lead us in with the intro?
I absolutely will, sir.
Thanks, buddy.
So, gents and ladies and everyone else, it's time for you all to go away. Where's Chris? Where's Chris? There he is. Get out of here. No, I had fun talking with Chris. He definitely won, but here's why. It was because I have to watch Helen Keller versus Nightwolves with somebody. But I can watch Army of Darkness by myself.
You can always watch Helen Keller versus the Nightwolves with me, though, Mick.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you. All right. Listen, everybody. We are still collecting. Our goal is 600. We're at 160. We would love your help. Head on down below into the links and also into the comments. We have stuff. So we would love for you to help out. Even share it out. We're going to keep it going. We're having a good time with this. Sturdy, got anything you want to say? How you doing with this? This is your first time host.
I'm having a great time, and I want to tell you this right now. You better start tagging me along for these marathons because this is fun. I got the energy for it, and I just it's something because we all love doing this. Like we all love what we're doing as far as the entertaining, as far as putting on our shows and doing our shows, and then to be able to help people and raise funds that makes it even better, and it just feels great. Makes it more meaningful, and I'm always glad to be a part of it. I love this stuff.
Sweet. And guys, like I said, we got a GoFundMe set up. The proceeds go directly to American Red Cross and their wildfire relief efforts. We set it up that way, so I don't have to touch it, touch the money or anything. It goes right to them. Yeah, so please head on down there, donate. Worth it for a good cause. There's still a lot of stuff that's going on. People got hurt, need help, things like that. American Red Cross comes in and does that. So we'd love for you to help us out on our little endeavor here. Our little chunk of the fight, I guess I would say. You know, our casters coming in for the cause and helping out. I love it. It's always a good time. What do you think, buddy?
Again, it's an amazing time, and like it's cool how I'm glad we're doing this. We haven't done a script. We've been doing script reads for a while, but I'm glad we're doing this because I missed the marathon and just seeing different people and different variations of other shows. It gives people a chance to check out our other shows as well as, again, with this charity event. Grandizer, what's up? I appreciate you stopping in here. Today we are doing a charity event. We started at 3:00 p.m. Eastern time. We're going all the way till 1:00 in the morning. We're ending it off with Big Trouble Little China. Please share it out to whoever you can share it out with. If you can donate, please donate. And this goes out to everybody if you can donate, because again, this is to help Cali, help LA, and help these people rebuild. They deserve it. They need it.
Nice.
So this is
love it.
Yes, this is a great time. But Grandizer, I greatly appreciate you coming in here. And definitely while you're here, Grandizer, there's some awesome shows that you should check out, like the Scene Snobs, Troy Hill Talks. All the shows in the lineup. Stories from a Bar. Amazing guys and amazing shows.
We got two. Here, I'll bring it up. We got I cannot share just yet because Master Shake needs the shared screen. But listen, we're up to 358 raised of our goal. We have two anonymous donations of $99. Each one's $99. We have not gotten to 100. I don't know. Thank you, whoever did that. You did not let Dan die today, and we appreciate that. The goal is to get to the goal and not let Dan die. That's right. So he'll get naked by the end now. It's okay. I want to say thank you guys so much. Please help out. It's all going to a good cause. Oh, thank you, Vicky. Thank you.
Appreciate you, Vicky.
And thank you for only doing the 99, so that way Dan doesn't die. We know how you'd feel about that, and I'm trying to save his life. But she says no table for Dan. I'm with it. I'm down with it. No table for Dan tonight. That's the hashtag.
Table for Dan. Listen, Dan wants a table. He wants to go through it.
Stop it.
Don't we want people's dreams to come true? How are you just going to crush this man's dreams? That's not right.
Easily. I don't want him to die.
Mick, you're a father. You're a father. You're like a father. You're like a father to him. He's upset now. He's going to cry. You shouldn't do that to him. You shouldn't crush his spirit.
2 years older than he is.
He looks up to you, though.
Oh, hashtag table for Dan. Dune was meh. Hashtag Dune was meh.
Like, I don't want to see Dan get hurt, but I also want to see him achieve his dreams.
Oh my God. All right. No, don't do it, people. Don't do it. All right, everybody. It is 6:00. We're going to start the next show. It is Master Shake's moderately entertaining Mixology Minutes. We will be back on around 6:45-ish to get ready for the next show. But good luck to them. I'm going to kick them off with their wonderful
LINKTREE!
We're drinking. Cheers. One more. Here's that salt. It's good for the oil. Only variation. Fit your lifestyle.
Happy Valentine's.
What up, everybody? We got to get everybody equal here, man. I'm glad to be back. Who changed it back to #1 Bon Jovi fan? How dare you? That's some stuff right there, man. Come on. Oh. I am not the #1 Bon Jovi fan. I am your Master Shake. I'm back here in the basement.
Are you
ready
number 2?
to review some beers, make 2, count them, great cocktails, and end the show with a shot the way I always do. And I always invite you guys to do the shot with me at the end of the show. Joining with me, we got Chris, Stories from a Bar, and he has great stories. And this is nothing but the basement bar. And my other half of Math versus Smash, the tax man, Tim, math man, whatever you want to call him. How we doing tonight, gentlemen?
How's it going, sir? How's it going?
Living the dream.
Also, can I just say real quick to one Miss Vicky Forbes, 99? It is curiously clean compared to other basements.
Like a serial killer?
Well, every Friday night, I'll do a slight plug before I get into the beers. I'll do a slight plug. Every Friday night, Ward Fowler hosts us his midnight showing in the dirty basement on Cosme. Ward, why don't you put in the chat where people can find you for that? Because I don't know how to tell them other than it's Cosme and it's.
I can pull it up. I can pull it up.
Okay, it's a
You
great
got a producer
time
today. Don't worry.
Last night we watched Dr. Detroit.
We did.
Which is hilarious. And then the second movie, wasn't it your suggestion, Tim?
They were both my suggestion.
So what was the second one? It was
Truck Stop Woman.
Truck Stop Woman. And I've never seen that. I went to bed after the first one because I knew I had a big day today. But Ward always hosts that for us, and he does a great job. I will say it is the dirtiest of dirty basements. Two cocktails in this show have been named after Ward for all of the right reasons. Hopefully Patricia is watching too. We love you, Patricia. She's the great rater of all movies containing boobs, and it's a wonderful thing.
Boobs.
Yep.
It's an important job.
Any movie with boobs gets 2 stars automatically. You can get behind that, can't you, Chris?
Yeah.
For sure.
It's an important job.
And Master Shake's in charge of the sheep dip.
Speaking of Army of Darkness, I didn't mention this, because I was just holding up the poster. It's all shiny because of the backlighting. This is actually signed on the back from Sam Raimi.
We talked about this once before, I think. I'm very jealous.
So that's signed by Sam Raimi and Bruce Campbell.
So this is the one behind me isn't signed, but it is in Spanish.
Interesting. Hablo español o no?
Other than the character names, everything else is written in Spanish.
I love that.
Actual people's names.
Since we got you on here, why don't you tell everybody your favorite beer, Chris?
Oh Jesus!
I know I put you on the spot, but like you and Tim can tell me your favorite beer, and we'll get into my favorite California brewery here in a second. But
as a joke, free. any free beer, I'll take.
Any free beer is always good.
No, but I don't favorite type of beer. I go back and forth between Pilsner, Pale Ale, and IPA. I'm not a fan of the darks, admittedly. Beers. I'm not a fan of, like, I'll try stouts every once in a while or a nice dark beer. I'll try anything, but I just haven't been able to get into stouts so much. Like the dark, I prefer like IPAs or pale ales or Pilsners.
Have you gotten to delve very much into Michigan beers or no?
What are some popular Michigan beers?
So Bell's and Founders probably distribute where you are. Remind me where you are again?
Albany, New York. Well, Schenectady, but we're just outside of Albany.
I'm sure you can find Bell's and Founders. They're pretty well distributed, at least like across the United States. I don't know exactly how many states, but I usually find them wherever I go.
Oh shit! What was one of the big breweries? I think they closed down not that long ago for Michigan. I can't. Where was Founders in Michigan?
Founders is Michigan. Yeah, Founders is deal.
Very much
Founders. One of the brewers from Founders started the Frog Alley Brewery in Schenectady here.
Interesting.
Yeah. So he's from Founders, but he's moved on from Frog Alley to open his own distillery in the area.
I would love to look into that. How like these, because Michigan, Colorado, Oregon, and New Jersey are kind of considered, the craft beer meccas, so to speak. And like, I would be interested to see like how they spread across the United States, going to different places. Obviously you have your other places, like New York has a couple of great places that do Belgians exclusive. You have Three Floyds. I think that's Ohio, if I remember right. So you have some Indiana. It's Indiana, and you have some different ones in different places, but like really those 4 states are considered like meccas as far as like getting craft breweries. So it's interesting to hear that they're having that kind of influence.
The interesting thing about New York, I will say, we're high up in the list of states when it comes to the overall number of craft breweries in the state. Not a lot of them are in actual Manhattan or anything like that. If you look at some of the big names, like down towards the city, they're all over in Brooklyn. I assume it's cheaper to operate there, and that's probably why. Like other half, some others I can't think of, but a lot of them are based out of Brooklyn.
Are you close to Ommegang?
Ommegang is...
Ommegang? That's how it's... I would always said Ommegang.
Yeah, it's Ommegang. It's in Cooperstown. It's not more than an hour and a half, and that's probably generous.
I just know that that's always highly, highly rated.
Yeah, I have not been there, but they do an awesome concert series in the summer where you can camp out and stuff like that on the property and have this big ass outside stage. So that's one of the things I definitely want to do there around. But yeah, New York's towards the top of the list when it in states, when it just comes at least to the overall quantity of brewers.
That's great, man.
Yeah, but when I found out one of the guys from Founders started one of the breweries in the area, I'm like, was at least part of it, creating it. That was a super interesting trail to follow.
If I can make a recommendation for you, if you ever get your hands on it, it's only distributed in Michigan, so it's difficult, but it's, in my opinion, Founders' best beer. Other people disagree with me. They make a red rye called Red's Rye. It is a great red rye IPA.
Well, it's funny because you don't see a lot of just Irish Reds or anything red around. It's all the places go for, they jump at the IPAs, of course. That's probably the moneymaker.
Oh, yeah. For sure.
But it's easy to overdo it on that. There's so much oversaturation. I went to one place called Green Wolf. That was about a 45-minute drive for me. And they had like a standard IPA, but they dabbled more in trying to get a variety of things like Empire for EBL. I can't think of just anything not IPA. I'm like, this is the kind of place breweries need to focus more on this.
ESB, extra special bitter.
Special bitter. That's yeah. You don't see a lot of those. But just I get concerned when I find a place that I enjoy just because of the oversaturation.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
That's we'll get into the beers. And in particular, unfortunately, it's rather difficult to get California beers here in Michigan after doing a little bit of research. When I went to seek them out, I went to a couple different locations. In particular, I wanted 21st Amendment Brewery, which we can get in Michigan, but I could not find any of it. It's a great brewery. It's smaller, but it's a great brewery out of California, and I highly recommend it. So I went a different direction. This is a big brewery. Based out of California, you can get it in pretty much any state, and it's Stone. And I grabbed 4 of my
Literally
favorite...
just gonna say Stone. Not to interrupt you, but I was like, what would I pick for a California brewery? It'd be that or Lagunitas, maybe.
Oh,
so Lagunitas isn't.
Lagunitas.
They're in Oregon, aren't they?
They're in, yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
I thought the same thing because I was like, oh, Lagunitas. Nope. So I mean, I was like sitting there and checking all the labels after I struck out with 21st Amendment. I wanted to go with smaller ones, obviously. I did find one smaller one. I guess I'll start with that because I was drinking it earlier and I sent Chris a picture of it.
I'll just always remember Stone though because that was one of the first beers that Tice got in the store back in 2000, like 17, 18, right when craft. Well, before that, goodness, what was that 14? Oh,
you
9, 8.
You could always get Stone here in Michigan. Tim, you want to throw up the second camera?
Yeah, let's throw this one up. This is the cocktail cam.
Yep.
Let me bring us in, maybe.
No, you just make it big, man. Make us small.
Let's see. Oh, someone's got it.
So
Mick knows what he's doing.
This
or Sturdy.
North Coast Brewing, and they make a lot of different types. Now, you've probably seen them. They have a beer called Old Rasputin. However, I'm not a fan. So I'm going to pitch it because it's a California beer, but I didn't buy any. I really like this. Go ahead and pull it out, Tim. This is called Prankster. And the best part about it, it's pretty hard right now to find an independent brewery, even in Michigan, because a lot of people are being bought out for shares. Even some of my favorite breweries here in Michigan, shares of it are owned by other people or other big corporations. So North Coast is still remaining independent while also bottling and canning their beer and shipping it around the United States. So if you want to support, and Chris, you mentioned this, small breweries, right? Mm-hmm. This is a small business that still tries to distribute. It is difficult to find breweries that still do this. And Prankster is a Belgian-style golden ale that can be consumed out of the bottle, which is hard to find, in my opinion, when it comes to craft beer. Normally, I have to pour it into a glass. But you can consume this out of a bottle, and it's still decent to drink, or pour it in a glass, obviously. You're running at 5.6% on the ABV scale. Not very bitter. I think the IBUs are below 20, if I remember right. I think it's like an 18. But it comes out of Fort Bragg, California. And it's a small brewery. They said that it like has a max capacity of about 140 people in the brewery. So I wanted to make sure I pitched that because, you know, we're raising money for California right now, Los Angeles specifically. So this is a small business in California that's still trying to do things the right way without being bought out by the big corporations, you know. And cheers to them for doing that. I love to hear about that. Now, Stone is a big brewery. Stone is huge. Stone is as big as any of your local big breweries are. Founders, Bell's. Say how it pronouncing it, Chris. Is you said
Ommegang.
Ommegang. I keep saying Ommegang.
Ommegang.
Yeah, like
I've heard it both. Yeah.
Take it. Brooklyn Brewery. Talking about like Brooklyn, right? Like they kind of compete with Sam Adams. Any of these the big locals kind of. That's Stone. And it's Stone. It's California's version of all of that. Now, their flagship, much like Chris mentioned, is their IPA. Okay, go ahead and throw up the other cam, Tim. We can leave it up for a second. So, Stone IPA, this is a rebranded bottle. This is not the bottle that I first started with a long time ago. So it's not, I mean, there's nothing really aggressive going on as far as the labeling goes. ABV, you're hovering at a standard 6%, like a lot of different IPAs are. Not overly bitter. I think that Bell's Two Hearted is a good comp for it. You know, it's a really good IPA. There's not a lot, but they have started to aggressively pursue alternate versions of it. And so I really like this. This is Zoomology. It's a variation on their standard IPA. A little bit higher on the ABV. We got 6.8, and it's got Mosaic hops in it, which is a hop that I really dig. As far as variations go, I think it's the number one variation for any sort of IPA. It's a very aromatic hop, not overly bitter, super delicious. Now, you also have, and I think, Chris, if I remember right, you like hazies, right?
I do enjoy a good hazy.
So they go the tangerine instead of orange or lemon or anything like that. They go the tangerine route with their hazy. Right here, the Tangerine Express Hazy IPA. Again, 7%. Not overly hazy, but delicious. I'd say a good comp here in Michigan, if you've had it, is M40. By the way, I highly recommend that, Chris, if you can get your hands on it. M40 is a really popular one here around in Michigan.
I will say, at least in our area, when it comes to the beverage centers, they are really good about having by state type sections. So
that's smart.
Yeah.
And then the last one is a much more aggressive IPA at 7.7%, and they just call it, simply put, delicious. Now, in my opinion, this is one that is a little bit overly bitter as far as they go. It's not super duper. Man, it won't let me. There we go. I'm out of focus anyway. Uh-oh. Alexa, living room to 100%. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
My camera went out of there we go. Okay, come on.
Hotel California was not sung by my dad, Bon Jovi.
Oh, my God. You guys are ridiculous. So one of the things that I'll say about all of those beers
there we go.
If you want to support California, and Alexa, lights off. Alexa, living room off. There we go. If you want to support California, seeking out some of these local beers, like Chris said, you could probably find them in a state section or alphabetical section, your local large beer store. Here in Michigan, we have a place called Mega Bev. That's the place that I frequent. Do you have one that you frequent in New York, Chris?
There's a couple ones. I couldn't tell you the actual names off the top of my head. I just know the locations, which is probably more important.
Yeah. The last one I want to pitch, and we don't need to see the label because there's nothing important going on here, but right here locally in Lansing, we have a brewery that it really kind of like has aggressively pursued the IPA style. And I specifically picked it because I knew Chris likes the hazy IPAs and such. An Old Nation Brewing Company just here in Lansing, they do a lot of aggressive things. And this is a triple New England style IPA where they got the IBUs all the way down to 50, while at the same time maintaining a 10% ABV, which I say kudos to that.
That's a nightcap right there.
Yep, that's a good way to end the night. And that's how I plan on ending my night tonight with the last show, is with this beer right here. Oh my gosh. Now, and I'm interested, do you have any sort of background in cocktails, Chris?
I've talked to a couple people I've had on the podcast talking more about cocktails and liquor. Myself, I don't drink a lot of liquor.
Okay.
I will say I've had liquor has stuck with me, my experiences with liquor more than beer, to the point where I don't want to be in the same room as a bottle of Sambuca anymore. That's for sure.
Oh boy.
Yes.
My go-to is usually whiskey. I think, Taxman these days is more on the wine end, but he likes a good whiskey too. Ward, who usually tunes in the show, he loves whiskey. Sadly, there's no whiskey tonight, but one of the pitches that I want to make with the first cocktail. So the first cocktail, I wanted to like honor Los Angeles as a whole. And my memories of the two times that I went to Los Angeles were the Horizon. Now they are like specifically, plagued by smog, right? But that creates a really gorgeous sunset. And I remember how golden it is when it starts setting into the Pacific Ocean. So I just called it the Golden Horizon. And a liquor that, I won't say it mimics because it's not mimicking, but a liquor that if you like whiskey and you want to broaden your horizons to other liquors is, and I've had it a bunch of times on the show, Mezcal. Mezcal is a great agave variation. It's basically undistilled tequila. There are different ways to get it. We're using a joven, which means young. We're using a young mezcal. I was originally going to use a viejo, which is aged, but it has a worm in it. And the last time I ate a worm, I got sick. So I'm going to avoid the worm end today.
Who would have thought?
This is called Creyente. I recommend it. And when you're buying tequila or mezcal or any variation on an agave liquor, always make sure it says Hecho en Mexico on it. Otherwise, potentially, you might be buying an agave variant that isn't true tequila or true mezcal. I always buy it direct from the source. It's kind of like getting scotch from Scotland, so to speak. Mezcal and tequila should come from Mexico. So look for that label to say Hecho en Mexico, and this one does. So that's our first ingredient for the Golden Horizon, mezcal. You need lemon juice, and we got our variable lemons today. 1 ounce of honey syrup, and I wasn't lazy with the honey syrup this week. I made my own. 50% honey, 50% water. One of the best ways that you can take care of doing this, you put the water in first, or you can do it like I do it. I put the honey in first, I put the water on top, but I put the temperature really low, and I just continually stir it as I make it, and it lends itself to a good golden color.
So do you make a lot of your own juices or?
I recommend that. We've talked a bunch on the show about this. Ingredients matter.
Oh, yeah.
One of the biggest things that you can do to kind of like, I don't want to say cut corners, but like definitely avoid overpaying for things is creating your own syrups.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now I got lazy with the second drink and I'm just going to use like simple syrup because I didn't want to make any more and I was out. So sometimes I'm lazy and do it. But when it comes to your actual fruit juices, you want real fruit.
Yeah.
It's a big difference. So if you are going to it's coming. Don't worry. I'll spin it. If you are going to a bar and you're getting anything that has sweet and sour mix in it instead of like real fruit juice, you'll notice the difference because it's going to be overly sweet, overly sugary. And honestly, if I drink too many of those in a night, I get sick the next day. I don't know if you're like me, but too much sugar really does make me sick.
No, 100%. I would agree with that.
You need an orange liqueur. I'm going with Cointreau. I know it's a little bit more expensive than others, but I don't want... So I've talked about it before. Be careful on your ABV when you are making your cocktails, okay? So there are a ton of orange liqueurs you can get that are 20 proof, 25 proof, even 30 proof. You want to avoid watering down your cocktails too much. So that way, like, in my opinion, no cocktail should dip below 12, 13%. None of them should. And you can figure that out in terms of your chemistry with it too when you figure out your percentages and your ratios. You can figure that really easily because it, like, as you split it down, the percentages go down. I mean, it's natural. So when you're adding anything in for flavor, don't water down your ABV. Now, don't overproof it either. You don't want pure liquor, right? So you find a sweet spot between it. I find that cocktails hovering right around 20% ABV, those are the kinds that you like. Unless you really like a martini, and then you're just basically drinking straight liquor most of the time. I mean, that's it. That's the truth of it. Like old fashions and martinis, they have their day, right? You know, like I like an old fashioned, I like a Sazerac, I like a martini. I love liquor forward cocktails, but I like them with dinner. It's not the kind of thing that you're going to drink 3 or 4 of and have a good night. You also need bitters. Now, I had this debate with a friend of mine, Henry, that taught me pretty much everything that I know about bartending. And he said I might have overpowered the orange flavor so that way the bitters don't show up. So I chose a specific kind of orange bitter. This one actually has a good ABV on it. It's an 80 proof bitter, but it's not just orange. It's also orange and fig. And I think it's going to offset it enough that the bitters will show up in the cocktail. And even though I've said this before on the show, I don't like working with it, edible glitter. And you'll see why. It's going to lend itself to the cocktail really well. And we're also going to rim the outside of the glass with it. Okay.
Now you have an excuse instead of coming home from the strip club.
Yeah, that's why I was drinking cocktail.
Yeah.
As always, start with your cheapest stuff. Now, I am going to begin with my lemon twist that I'm going to need. Now, I've gotten really lazy with this as I get older. You should actually use a specific tool for this, but I'm just going to use a peeler. And the difference is if you use a peeler, but you don't go very heavy with the peeler, you can get a good orange twist without it being a full peel. You don't need a full peel for this. So if you start at an angle and you just get the corner, you can get yourself something that isn't too extreme of a peel. And this can be your lemon twist. And I'm going to set this aside.
So were you a professional bartender at some point, or has this all been a hobby that you've just really gotten into?
I paid my bills. I paid my bills in college bartending for a lot of it. But I had a summer early on as a teacher. My salary was pretty low.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a summer where I really kind of just needed another source of income. And I worked at a bar here in Lansing. It was an arcade bar that I frequented anyway. And it taught me the difference between like a beer tender and a bartender, to be perfectly honest. And that's what I really was in college, was a beer tender. I made a ton of like what people would call mixed drinks, right?
Yep.
These are cocktails, and there's a fundamental difference. And cocktails are a science. They're a chemistry.
Yeah.
You know, and so like in terms of what I did in college, originally I'd be like, yeah, I was a bartender. No, I was a beer tender. I served a lot of like rum and cokes. I served a lot of like vodka tonics, you know, a lot of that. This job taught me the difference. And I did. I once waited on Tom Cruise, but that was before I was a bartender. I was a waiter. They're ridiculous today, man. I'm trying my best to just like
I keep cracking up every time I see that thing.
No, it's okay. So we need our shaker, our tools today, right? We're gonna start with our Boston shakers. And we start with our ice, and it's everybody's favorite part. And actually, Chris, this is your first time. So long ago, during the pandemic, when I started this show, I taught people that when you are making a cocktail, one of the best things that you can do is use whole cube ice. But what you do is you crack one of them and put the other one in whole.
Mm-hmm.
And a very gracious artist named Katie, who I have two of her different artworks here on my wall down here in the basement, said it. She said, spank that ice the very first time I did it, and it just stuck.
Spank
with
it.
Yeah. So say it with me, ladies and gentlemen.
Spank that ice.
That ice. So you crack the first cube, give it a good crack, and it goes everywhere, and your wife gets mad. And you put the other cube in whole into the shaker. Now we're using real fruit juice today, so we got to cut our lemons. I'm not feeling lazy. And I like to use a press, even though I've used a bunch of other stuff. And as people have said before on the show, lemons make me angry because some of them are very juicy and some of them aren't. We call them variable lemons. You need 1 full ounce of lemon juice. So you need your jig. The short end is 1 ounce. Give it a nice squeeze.
That still seems like a closely unfortunate name for a tool.
A jig? Yeah.
Yes.
It's also a dance, for what it's worth. So you need 1 ounce of lemon juice, and it just so happens. So this is what I mean by variable. Sometimes I squeeze that, and you get 1/4 of an ounce out of it. I got a full ounce out of that half lemon. I did let it sit out all night. So tip, don't chill your lemons and your limes. Okay, $10, and I will. I'll eat this lemon. If you donate $10, I will take a bite out of this lemon. Ugh, that's gonna be terrible.
That's a warm lemon too. It's not
warm. It's not even cold. You need 1 ounce of the honey syrup that I briefly mentioned.
Don't forget to warm your lemons.
Well, the big difference is this. When you chill them, obviously liquid condenses when it gets colder, right? And it's a lot harder to pull all of the fruit juices that you want out of it. You need 1 ounce of your orange liqueur. And like I mentioned before, we're using Cointreau. And as any bartender will tell you, we are putting this in order of price. It's just kind of a bartender habit. You want 2 dashes of your orange bitter. You got your little tincture here. I got to get out of the bottom. I've used this a bunch. So 1, 2. And like I said, that fig taste should help spring it. And I went for one that has a higher ABV volume than my normal orange bitters are. And you want 2 ounces of your mezcal. We've been using this side, so I'm just going to continue using the 1 ounce part of the jig.
We have a special guest.
Uh-oh, who do we got? Oh, it's a Pops. What's the Pop's name?
This
We
is
love
Buddy!
This is Zoe. She has a wine problem.
Oh, I love Zoe. Hi, Zoe.
Zoe has a wine problem?
Yes, she enjoys a good glass of wine.
Well,
We're gonna
don't we all?
Off to the side. Now, I've mentioned this before on the show. One of the things that bars do wrong is how they put a rim on a drink, okay? And I said we're going to first rim it with our gold flakes. And I got a rim dry part here.
So you're saying the rim job is an important job.
Well, it is always important to rim it with enough moisture. Like that. But for real, what you'll see them do is they just get it wet and they stick it down like this. Nope. So skip the simple syrup on the edge. Go to your lime or go to your lemon that you're using. Come around just the top part of the edge at about a 35 degree to 45 degree angle. And then you want to dab, not roll, dab the glass as you go across. So that way you end up with a pretty decent view and not overdoing it like sometimes bars do. You'll see, oh man, it's really glary today.
I can see it.
We'll put our ice in. We're using 1 spherical ice today in this cocktail. 1. Now, we're going to take a little bit more of those gold flakes. Now that it's melted a little bit inside here, we're going to put a couple dashes of these edible flakes in the shaker. Everybody's favorite part, the master shake. Flip it, give it a tap. Sturdy, quit messing with me, man.
Oh, Sturdy's.
I
I
got good news. I have good news.
What's the good news?
You're gonna be happy as hell about this, Dan. You're going through a table.
Yes!
Ooh.
Thanks to
I love
Ward.
it.
You're going through a table.
Oh.
And I didn't throw myself up here. I had my hands raised.
I'm curious if it was Ward or Patricia, though. I feel like Patricia just clicked a button somewhere.
We're gonna do everybody's favorite part, a tight strain into our glass.
Oh, this is nice.
That's
so
looking good.
I'm enjoying this.
It's fun to watch.
It really is. It's like a little class. Like all jokes aside, Shake's date night, making drinks with your better half. Boom.
No, dude, it
He's
really
doing
is. It is an art
I'm gonna
form
come around
to
the edge
watch.
here because I don't want to get the other camera going again. But we got a nice golden sunset with your edible gold rim.
All right,
We're
I'm
gonna
gonna cut in here too because we have our my wife has made us one as well.
Ooh.
So Dr. Forbes made shirts a while back. So Dr. Shake,
I love it. I love seeing
Love
it.
the shirt.
Master Shake's moderately.
Table's so tall. There we go.
Love it. Variable lemons.
Sturdy. She made your shirt as well. Your cape.
My cape. I love it. I love it.
You're
Garnish it with our lemon twist and give it a taste. Oh, that's a good drink. That's a good drink. The lemon combines with the like natural flavors of what you have in the mezcal really, really well. It's not overpowering with the orange taste, but it is there. I did get it in there, Henry. And honestly, if you were just having this on a beach in California, I think this would be a perfect cocktail. Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
I got soda.
One down. Now, the second one is called the Bravery in Blue. And that is a little bit more complex drink, but it's also for all of the first responders. Family history for old Master Shake here. A lot of people in our family have served as first responders, including my grandfather, who was the assistant fire chief, a volunteer assistant fire chief in Grant Township in Rothbury, Michigan. My heart goes out to all of the first responders in California who did all of the good work.
Grant Fire Department. This is Grant Fire Department. It is 2:00 in the morning. You just got woke up while you're at Grandma and Grandpa's house. He's got to go do a record call, and then he's got to go to a fire. How does he do both in the same night? We have no idea.
Don't know, but he does it. So I wanted to make a drink in honor of them, and to me, this is a good way to do it. It's going to be a visually interesting drink because we're going to layer this, okay? And layering is a critical part of any bartender's forte, as it were. I am not, as I've admitted many times on this show, great at layering, but we're going to try our best to make sure we have a very, very distinguished blue and clear line in terms of what we're doing, and that's where the Bravery in Blue comes. We have gin. I'm using Mammoth Gin, my favorite gin. It's not very juniper forward. It's more floral. Using Mammoth Gin tonight. We have Blue Curacao, which really is just orange sugar water, if I'm being blatantly honest. I mean, it really is. It's not. Everybody's like, it's Blue Curacao. No, it's dyed blue orange sugar water.
But does it taste blue?
I guess the question is, does it affect the rim job?
Oh my god. Simple syrup, and that's why I got
rim with simple syrup, and then you go deeper with the Blue Curacao.
That does look like a thick baby oil right there.
Club soda.
Club soda.
Mint. I got my sprig of mint. It was very difficult to find.
Smash that mint. Smash that mint.
You gotta slap it.
Slap it.
And then
slap that mint.
Variable limes. Everybody loves them.
Good thing they're not blue balls.
So we need to prep our lime wheel, though. So choose a good-looking lime that's kind of spherical in the first place. And we here on Master Shake always say this: protect your phalanges, man. Cut the right way. Use the right tool. I have a tool that's meant for cutting things. It's not serrated. It is a fruit cutting knife. Okay. Don't cut yourself.
Does that knife even cut?
Now, when you're making a wheel, you want to find the middle of the lime, and you want to cut away from yourself, like so. Now you have your lime wheel. You can put on the edge. And we're going to skewer that with our mint, but we're going to save that for a little bit, okay? So we'll set that to the side. 2 ounces of gin, 1 ounce of Blue Curacao, 1 ounce of lime juice, half an ounce of simple sugar, and club soda. Club soda is going to top it off. So we can set that to the side for now. Let's get our Boston Shaker.
Boston Shaker.
2 times we get to say this. Spank that ice, baby.
What's the difference between a Boston Shaker and a Michigan Shaker and a
Michigan Shaker? That I don't know, but the two that I'm very familiar with is a Japanese.
The Michigan one sucks.
Oh my god. A Japanese shaker and a Boston Shaker. Boston Shaker has 2 open-ended like they're cups. The Japanese shaker is the kind that has a small lid on the top.
Fun fact: most of your stories from Boston that relate to the God, why am I blanking on the guy that did all of the Cthulhu stuff?
Oh. Any other time I would remember this. Oh my gosh.
Me too, man.
Not Geiger. I want to say Geiger, but it's not Geiger.
Mick, what is it? Who is it? We know you know. You're just over there smiling.
Oh my gosh. Lovecraft.
Lovecraft. God damn it. I was over here researching for Troy's show. You guys are getting everything wrong.
I didn't get it wrong. I get it right.
So the thing about
1 ounce, a lime
but the
juice.
great part about Boston and like any Lovecraft story is think about every Lovecraft story you read, but read it in a Boston accent because it was all based out of the Boston area.
Variable limes. Like, so here's a good point. That half a lemon gave me a full ounce. Meanwhile, this basically whole lime didn't get me a whole ounce of lime.
Was it cold?
No. It's so annoying. It's like one of the most annoying things.
Oh,
about
the
being a
opposite of
bartender.
nipples.
Yeah, basically.
Yep.
You didn't rub it hard enough. That's why it didn't go off.
Oh my god.
I was just cleaning it and it went off.
There we go. We got our full ounce now.
It happens.
I
could feel that.
Is there a reason why your club soda is Canadian?
Canada Dry, baby. Actually, I like the shorties usually. I couldn't find them anywhere, so I had to go with the big bottle.
No, I prefer.
Hey, Raz and Shake. I'm down.
So we'll set up Shake going through a table for when we do the I would assume when we do the next stream for Nintendo, right?
No, we can't do it then, dude.
You got to give me time to set that up.
Because if he dies,
I'm not gonna.
Oh, that's
what are we gonna do for the rest of the hour?
Okay, so we're gonna be doing that later.
He's not gonna die. We're gonna stream his trip to the hospital.
I'm not gonna go to the hospital either. 2 ounces of gin.
So if we're not jumping off if we're not going through the table tonight, when are we going through the table?
We're going through the table tonight. What are you talking about?
It's just gonna be later.
But we'll be able to
I
set
said
it up
we do it
by
on
the time you're on for Nightmare on Elm Street.
You
Wait,
mean
what
Friday
time
the
is
13th?
Nightmare on Elm Street?
Or Friday the 13th.
We need a tall glass
Wait.
for Braver and Blue.
We are
Braver
really
and
interrupted.
When you have a tall glass, you
Are
want
we
to fill it
gonna-
with ice. So my recommendation is to use crushed ice usually, but I do not have a crushed ice maker, so I'm just using regular ice. Feel free to,
A real man would crush that ice with his bare hands.
He's not wrong.
Are you even an alpha?
You
No.
should have elbow dropped the ice off the ladder through the table.
Unlike before,
Ooh.
we don't want a tight stream with this one. I actually want some of the ice chunks that are in it.
Your
So I'm
urinologist would disagree.
I'm using a looser strainer to get
It's
the
too late,
bottom.
Ward.
Yeah, Ward, you everyone else donated $99, Ward.
it's too
So we
late.
got this. Now I'm gonna try like hell to do this for everybody.
Your fault now.
Yeah, no, really.
To do this the right way. Be careful
Here-
your club soda doesn't do that.
Oh, those damn
Been there.
Canucks.
Been there.
The
So
Canadians
many
shook
times.
it one last time just to piss you off.
Now, the spoon, you lay it on the back and you find some of the ice to curve in. And you pour very slowly right on top. And it
Sturdy,
should
do people go up and lay spoons on you?
Nah,
Okay.
float
just Dan.
on top of the blue syrup. Now we skewer our lime wheel and mint together.
Slap the mint.
I already
Slap
did
it
it
all.
Give that mint a little tickle.
You gotta
It's
tickle
true.
the mint or else it doesn't release the menthol.
You got to blow on it really gently.
And you end up with a striated
Hashtag tickle the mint.
bravery in blue.
Hashtag tickle the mint.
Oh my god.
That's really nice.
That is nice looking though.
It is.
a good drink. Dan, you cannot go through a ladder onto a table.
Oh, that's a good cocktail. This is a great cocktail.
It's a terrible idea.
It's really refreshing. The gin's simple. Like I said, it's not very juniper forward. It's more floral. The curacao works really well with the sweetness and the lime juice. Cheers,
Nice.
gentlemen.
Cheers.
Cheers.
You really tickled that mint.
Uh-oh. Didn't drop my garnish, though.
That's because you weren't tickling it. It's getting away from you.
So,
Yep.
now that we, made our normally on a Friday, it's weird. We're doing this on a Saturday. Friday night mess. Just like promised, 6:45, Mick. Shot time. And I actually want to do my favorite shot, and everybody pretty much in here knows what my favorite shot is, I think.
I have no idea.
My favorite,
This man tickles the mint.
my favorite shot is called a green tea shot.
Oh, green tea shots are great.
Yeah, I love green tea shots. So, 4 simple ingredients: Peachtree Schnapps, Jameson, lemon juice.
Dr. Forbes knew immediately.
Yep. Now I'm using Starry, but usually they say Sprite. Okay.
Sorry, it's Sprite. It's just the Pepsi version.
Yeah. You want, there it is. I'm reusing some ice from this. I never recommend reusing ice. But we're going to put 1 ounce Jameson.
This man tickles Bon Jovi.
1 ounce
The mint to Bon Jovi.
Peachtree Schnapps.
Oh man, I'm gonna go tickle the mint later.
1 ounce lemon juice. Do not put your Sprite in your shaker.
Yeah, that's a bad idea.
That's a bad idea. Don't put it in there.
Shooting all over the place like he was earlier with that Canada Dry. It was Canada Wet.
Canada, yeah, there's nothing dry about that Canada.
Give it a shake. Pop it.
Shake and a spank.
Got my shot glass. Everybody got the shot glass ready?
Between your legs.
Right here.
We love
All
you.
right.
No, we just want you to know that.
Oh, of course.
Now pour it halfway up.
Say it with me. Diddy that mint.
Oh my god.
Ooh. Give me that
Top
mint.
off with Sprite.
Sprite or baby oil?
Or Star.
Now
Both.
we're gonna do a Latin American cheers in honor of Los Angeles and the Latin population there. Are we
All
ready?
Yep.
Arriba!
Arriba.
Arriba!
Abajo!
What'd you just call him? Abajo?
Abajo!
Okay.
Al centro!
El centro?
El centro.
Adentro!
Drink, dude. What are we doing?
Adentro.
Donde
Salud.
está el baño?
Salud.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Cheers.
And
I love making cocktails. I would love to announce that, once we advance and we get into June, I will be bringing Master Shake's Moderately Entertaining Mixology Minutes back
Can't
to
wait
the
for that.
Scene Snobs
you sure of the name?
every Friday night.
Great name.
Every Friday night, 7 p.m.
Uh-oh.
I will be live. I'll be reviewing some beers. I'll be making a cocktail. You guys are the greatest audience in the world for tuning in. And remember
You're welcome.
that in a world of canned cocktails, you can be a bartender and make something just a little bit better.
What?
He's right.
Cheers.
We can learn from him.
That's true.
I
Not
love
wrong.
picking on you.
I
All right.
can't wait for this.
I'm going to clean up, and then I'll be back for the next show, okay?
All right.
Cheers, guys.
Thank you so
Cheers.
much. Oh, that's me. Hold on. Sorry.
This guy,
Yeah,
he's just
yeah.
giving the finger.
Yeah,
back.
I
I'm
know,
back
really.
in. I'm back in. Look at me. I
Is
got
that
my
really how you're treating the viewers?
Leonardo DiCaprio hair.
Yeah, I'm
I
getting
just
there.
don't have the
I'm letting
faith.
mine grow. You've inspired me.
It's nice. See, it's like Leonardo DiCaprio
Yeah,
if his
this
hair
is-
was on a potato.
This is the last ride. I'm old enough to the point where I can do this maybe one more time, and then I gotta not.
You guys should do mohawks, both of you together.
I did that when COVID started.
No, but I mean, after you guys grow your hair out real long, you'll be the mohawk guys.
Oh boy.
I did that when COVID started and all the barber shops were closed, so I went out and bought my own clippers.
All right. I gotta kick Dan out. Dan has too many windows in my thing. Dan, get your thing out.
Well, no, don't get your thing out, Dan. It's not that kind of party.
I'm gonna kick him out. No. Dan,
What?
get your thing out. I'm trying to get he's ruining it for me. No, I won't. He stepped off, but the thing is stuck on. He has a what do you call it? He has a separate window for his intro music. And it's stuck on there. He hasn't taken it off yet. So anyway, guys, we are at 4:58. It is 6:49. We're still going. Gee, 4 hours, man.
Yeah,
4
almost
hours.
4 hours in. And we got
Right,
a long,
like I
A
said,
long ways to go.
yeah, but we're here for it.
I want to see Dan through a fucking table. And I'm ready for it. I'm super excited.
Me too, and I'm happy for him because he wanted this.
Yes, he did, and I don't
That's the money shot of this whole thing.
listen.
Yes,
Then it's got to go on during Sturdovision.
that's perfectly fine. It makes sense. Weird shit happens on Sturdovision.
Stop drinking, Dan. You can't drink anymore. You cannot
That's
have
fair.
you hammered and going through a table off of a ladder.
That's
That's the only way he won't feel it.
No, he'll die. Oh, I can't
that's
have my
fair.
friend-
That's more likely him falling off and not succeeding. We want.
That's more of a fall than dive. Yeah.
Mhm.
Dude, I can't have it. So I'm sorry. Poor Dan.
You're not responsible.
I feel like I might be, and I don't want to encourage it. I feel like there's too many like YouTubers out there who encourage this shit, and I'm like, nah. But Dan's just his own man.
He is, and
$200
friend-
donation. Does Dan pull this thing out? Pull his thing out? He probably would for knowing Dan for fucking.
$200 feels like
we,
20
we,
bucks.
we
would be
can't have
fine.
that though. That's different. That's different.
Hey,
No.
$478.
Oh.
$20 donation. Thank you.
$25. Nice.
Oh, you guys are awesome. We really appreciate all the help.
Oh,
We're
yeah.
here. We're trying to do it.
And
We're
what's
having
next up?
fun.
What's
We're
next
gonna get
up,
there. Yep.
Diddy the Mick.
What is it?
What's next? What's the
Next
next?
up is the Great Three Geeks podcast
Ooh.
coming up at 7 p.m. I had to take like a talking breather. I've been talking a lot. I needed to breathe for a minute. But we're going on. We're plugging away. We're raising it for American Red Cross. The goal is 600. We were at 478. Dan's probably going to go through a table. I want to strenuously say, I do not want him to do this. I do not. I don't want anybody to watch
I feel like
it.
you're only encouraging people to want him to do it.
I don't.
He is.
The more
I
you
like
say
the
that.
reverse psychology that he does.
I
Mick is
know,
so good.
really. This is
I
reverse
want-
psychology on Mick's part.
I'll say this.
No, it's
he's
not.
he's gonna do it, but you guys gotta be here on Sturdovision for him to do it. And it's gonna be a great time. It's gonna be worth it. It's gonna be funny. Just come on. Just come
Oh, it's
on.
gonna
He's
be-
gonna be he's gonna be okay. We believe in him.
I mean, it's going to be delightful.
Well,
He's
guys,
from Detroit. He has a D in his name. His head coach bites kneecaps. What can go wrong?
yeah. I got to tell you. All right, listen, guys. We got a lot of show coming up.
Yes.
Lot of show coming up. And the next up at 7 p.m. is the Great Three Geeks podcast. If you might not follow. Would you shut up?
I was gonna give your voice a break and go through them.
Oh, you go through it then. You go through.
Yeah, I got
Sturdy.
the energy for this. Listen, so 7 o'clock, we have these awesome, amazing, I don't want to call them gentlemen because that's name calling, people. Three Geeks Podcast. It's a great show. It's an amazing, awesome nerd show that you're going to love. Us nerds out there love it. So listen,
Agreed.
check it out. There's a bunch of them on there. It's called Three Geeks, but they have more than 3 geeks on there. They're not really good with math, but they're good with talking about movies and shows.
They're not math
And-
geeks.
No, they're 3 geeks though. Then Popcorn and Pints, Grandma's Boy, and a bunch of nonsense. You're gonna want to tune in for that. And then Arcade After Dark. Woo! What's that gonna be? Is it gonna be Dan playing Friday the 13th on the NES? I hope so. That's what he said he was doing for us. So tune in for that. It is the best Jason game out there. Yes, I said it, and has amazing, awesome music. And then Ambassador Radio by Uncle T, aka our foreign correspondent Trevor, is going to bless us for an hour with his amazing mind. And then Sturdovision, Big Trouble, Little China, Big Dan, Little Table. Great time. Tune in. Stay tuned. Keep donating. Let's keep helping the LA fires go out and help these people rebuild.
Yes, absolutely. And a lot of this goes to good causes all the time, helping people out. Maybe been injured, things like that. Red Cross is a fantastic organization. And it's all about helping everybody. And congratulations to these amazing firefighters and first responders. I know we've been praising them all night.
Clap for them because what they
What?
did is, I said, can we clap for them? Because what they're doing is really like
Yes.
to to come, because you have to think of unselfish you have to be to come from other states, other countries to come help a fire. No matter what it is, that's a brave thing, no matter where you are. But you like really like that's true heroics. That's
Listen,
true
man, I would even add on in sadly the political climate these days, like put in any beliefs and shit aside just to help people in need, no matter what.
Exactly. No, he's right. He's absolutely right. Like,
No, because listen, LA has an image that people will jump into. That's fine, but this isn't about that. This is literally helping people in need.
Exactly.
I will say, and I do on top of not just helping, but like just full praise for all the other first responders who've been killing it and just really like they've gotten this thing 100% contained now. You know, it just was announced today. That is amazing. Thank you all so much. And there's a lot of people who lost a lot and are suffering, and American Red Cross is helping out with that, with wildfire relief efforts. And there's a lot of things needed to help with that relief. So please think about donating. We are trying to get to 600 is our goal, but we'll go beyond.
Oh yeah,
feel free. I don't know how many tables Dan's going to be able to go through, even if one. But
it'll be at least one.
It will definitely be at least one. All right, I'm going to bring on. We have our guests here. Man, they were not kidding. It is a full house tonight. I love it, and I appreciate all of them. This is the Three Geeks podcast, where they have anywhere between 3 and 74 geeks, and they are all beloved, and they all know their shit.
Okay,
so let's
good
bring
at
them in.
movie, bad at math.
Wow, that screen filled up real fast.
Brady's bunch. Yeah.
If you guys want to have your catchphrase, take it. Good at movie, bad at
Brady's
math.
bunch.
Three geeks.
That's a lot of humanity all at one time just coming up on the screen right there.
I love it.
Oh, I'm sorry, Justin. I got you stuck.
It's okay. No, I like it. I can just pop out.
It's called plausible deniability.
Yeah, we're gonna steal that catchphrase. Good at movies, bad at math. Until we make a bad movie, and then we'll just be like bad at everything.
Yeah, just catch all buckets bad. Yeah.
Guys, thank you so much for coming on here, helping us out with this. Really, truly appreciate it. And you guys have some fun in store for us, huh? You want to tell everybody about Three Geeks real quick before we carry on, and we'll let you guys do your thing?
Yeah, we're actually getting our 75th geek starting next week, but we started off just me, Max, and my cousin, and then
there were originally only 3 geeks.
It has to be multiples of 3 now. Multiples of 3 geeks.
Yeah, we'll just throw a little like 3 to the 3rd, 3 to the 40th up there, 3 to the nth amount of geeks.
This is the Royal Rumble, Tim. The real Royal Rumble's here. Who's coming next?
And I was the lonely guy they found along the side of the road, and they decided to bring along too. So I was glad they were able to.
He was hitchhiking. He was holding up George Carlin's sign from Dogma, and
they're like, "Look how pathetic that guy looks. He needs to have a little
He doesn't
something
even
to
have
do
a
tonight."
hat. We have to take pity on him.
Yep.
Hey now.
I forgot my hat.
We're not a monolith. We're not a monolith.
But the beard.
Not all of us need hats.
That beard is glorious.
It is.
And
that is. A
it makes up for the lack of hat.
This is my project for this winter. It's my face sweater I got going on. So.
All right, well, guys, thank you so much for joining in, and we're going to let you get started. We're going to take ourselves out, but it's your show. You run it how you want. I'm in the background. If you need anything, you just let me know, and I'll get it going for you.
Awesome. Love you, buddy.
All right. Have a good show, gentlemen.
So, guys, we decided to bring our friend Corey along with us. He's carrying the torch for physical media on YouTube. He does a lot of shows over on Wilkie's Movies and Music, so go check him out. But, guys, how's everybody doing? I've missed you guys' face.
Yeah, it's weird because like we pre-recorded what was it, last week's episode, and that's like the rust is starting to build up. We got to knock all that off. We got to get things, but I'm doing good. I've had a pretty solid week. Didn't die, so
good.
So we're calling that a positive.
Dude, why is that the borderline, Max?
Because the bar is low.
I was going to say, set the bar higher. Raise it up, man.
No, I'm feeling good. Hey, I'm alive. Okay,
yeah, I'm feeling. You're alive good in this timeline. Woo.
yeah. Being alive in the Hell universe isn't the best, but hey, we're out here trying to do a good thing. Obviously, Mick and them have set up something, so there is some positivity to be found in this universe, and we're just gonna try to carry that on.
Make this the good timeline. Donate.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what's wild is, besides Mick, I think we're the only group from the very first Casters with a Cause that's on tonight's lineup. So we've been a part of this from the beginning. I love that Mick throws them together. I know it takes a lot of work to try to make sure everybody's schedules align. And I just can't believe Three Geeks was more organized than Matt Talk, because like Matt Talk, we forgot to pre-record an episode. We didn't even think about pre-recording an episode.
You didn't get your paralegal. You didn't get your little paralegals to work all that out for you. I mean, come on, guys. Like those guys are you don't
they're
have to
not
pay them.
little, Max. They're big people.
Actually, this is how bad it was. Like, I thought about it on Wednesday night, and he's leaving for Florida the next day, and I was like, "Hey, we're not doing one. Never mind. You're packing and getting things ready to go."
I left Wednesday. We thought about it Wednesday morning. I think it was Wednesday morning that we texted each other. Like,
oh yeah, you're right.
We're gonna record today, and I'm like, if you want to do it in the next hour and a half, I got to watch the episode real quick. So we've got 45 minutes to record, but I'm down. I could have done it from the airport. My flight was delayed because we switched flights to. So me and my daughter had a layover in New York, but there was mass chaos in Spirit Airlines. So I'm going to take advantage of this. So I went up to the counter. It wasn't our flight that was having mass chaos. It was another flight from Vegas. I'm like, look, you see my daughter over there? She's sad because we have to lay over in New York. We got some friends in Orlando we want to get to as soon as possible. Like, can you put us on this direct flight so we don't have to go to New York? And the guy's like, let me go talk to my supervisor, which is what I've been saying for an hour, because there was a flight from Vegas that was stopped in Columbus for the third time. Like, these people had switched planes already 3 different times.
Oh my
God. They were dealing with that. So my request was easy compared to everything else they had going on. So they just moved us over. So we got to be on the flight with Justin, which was pretty awesome. But I would have totally recorded at the airport.
No, that is not mass chaos for Spirit Airlines. That is just how
the
they
normal day.
Yeah. I mean, anywhere else that qualifies as mass chaos, but Spirit Airlines, that is just the day that ends in Y.
It's par.
I mean it was only 3. They only had to change 3. I mean, like, they were like all the attendants and pilots and everybody were probably celebrating. They only had to change 3 planes. Like, that's good. That's good for a Thursday.
And I mean, after this week, it's like, change planes, do whatever, just be safe. Jesus.
Yeah. Oh my God.
I know, kid. It seems like a rough week to complain about anything airline related, as long as you make it.
That's fair. That's fair.
True.
I just read on Threads where somebody said, "Is it okay to applaud the pilots?" Because I just did. I was like, no, actually, I think if you land safely, by all means, applaud.
I think isn't that like what they used to do? Like, they used to applaud a safe landing.
Well, especially if you've been through like turbulence and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's a communal kind of spirit of, we made it, yay! And absolutely, I think that's just cause for recognizing pilots for being able to be on top of the ball. In a high
my wife, every time we hear a plane going by, it sounds kind of low. She's like getting a little tense. I'm like, that's fair. That's totally fair.
That's me. That is me. On the flight back, it got a little tense, and I'm like just a nervous wreck the whole time. Like, every time something jumps, I'm like, oh my God, this is it. I'm done. My life's over. I'm gonna crash.
I'm the exact opposite. It's like, if it's outside of my control, it is what it is. It's like there's nothing I can do here.
I'm more like, can I get one more drink before I go down?
I'm such an asshole. As long as there's somebody more miserable than me in my immediate surroundings, I'm okay. Like, I don't know what it is, but if I see somebody freaking out or crying or just like having the worst fucking time, I'm like, oh well, they got it worse than me.
I'm good. I'm good.
I'm fine. Look at this guy.
You're what's his name from We Live in the Shadows, the energy vampire?
Yeah, that's
my favorite vampire on that show. For sure.
But that's just in general, Max, not just on a flight, because the way you phrased it, I thought it would be like, hey, stop crying, you bitch. We're just gonna crash. Be a man.
No. I don't interrupt their misery either.
Oh,
like,
okay.
I just Yeah, I just let it wash over me and enjoy the fact that I'm not having as bad a time as that person.
Yeah. Well, where do we go from there, gentlemen?
Yeah, wow.
Max said everything we can say about that.
How many times can I end the podcast?
And we're done.
Sorry, Nick. We were supposed to go for an hour, but we made it 4 minutes.
People are withdrawing.
We've actually lost money. What's going on here?
Could they take
withdrawals?
withdrawals?
Tickers going down. Like people are like, nah.
I am deeply sorry.
I'm
Take
asking
your
for a
donation back
refund.
now.
What's the refund policy on this? No.
I was going to say, we're going to hear a knock at our doors, and it's going to be Spirit Airlines going, "Hey, assholes,
Yeah, right.
we need to talk to you."
Yeah.
Yeah, and Mark Wahlberg is right behind them too. The long running, he's coming for us at some point. He's gonna be like, yeah, don't cut the line, guys. I got the next shot.
Now that Justin and I are affiliated with Decade Days, I just hope that Randy Quaid doesn't get booked because you know how he blocked us, and I don't know if I'm ready to meet him in person.
I wanted to.
Oh, I'm so
that would
ready.
be so cool. That would be
so
so fun. Oh, hey, asshole! You remember when you blocked us? Yeah.
Remember that nice email I sent you, and then you blocked, or nice Twitter message, and then you blocked us? Man, fuck you, Randy Quaid.
So basically, your strategy is to basically imitate his character from Caddyshack 2 to him.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just clarifying on
Yep. Yeah. And then see, and that's the thing too, because we're doing a bit, but also it works for real.
But it's honest.
Yeah.
By the way, I think I should get some props for dropping Caddyshack 2 into this chat.
Oh yeah,
that was a nice drop. Nice drop.
Because no one ever does that.
Golfer clap. Golfer clap. Golfer clap all around.
Good at movies, bad at math. Okay, that's the proof right there.
You should put that on a shirt.
Oh, it's going on many shirts that will be for sale.
$15.99. New merch on the way. New merch on the way.
I just like how Corey said he was going to buy another $50 Bud Light before he crashed.
I never said Bud Light. I said another drink. And now you're being.
And also, I mean, if the plane's going down, it's not like
someone's
care how it gets paid
I think
for.
someone's projecting their favorite beer onto
Yeah,
somebody.
right. I'm more like double over here. We're going down. Make it or double.
Cheap date. What can I say?
Bring
No,
the
I like
bottle.
Guinness.
You know, hey, we're going down. Bring the bottle. Okay.
By the way, before we get too far into this, I do want to say I was watching the charity stream earlier, and great job so far. It's been very entertaining throughout the afternoon while I've been working on other stuff. But the first thing up there is I see the 3 Geeks Podcast account in the comments saying Dune was fine, but it's boring. And I'm like, I think I would need to send something to the group chat and be like, who is that specifically? We're not.
I'm so glad you said something, because I was
like,
ready to hate on
some
Jay
of us aren't
real
affiliated
quick.
with that statement.
No,
Dune
70
is awesome.
73
none
of the
of us like
74 geeks disagree.
Yeah.
It's like the dentist rating.
I was more
it's
trolling
worse.
Dan because it's fun to do, but
then you do a hyphen J next to that.
I added
statement.
another message, but Mick didn't show that because this is
Of course
funnier.
not. 'Cause
Yeah. The retraction's always on page freaking 12.
Right. It's fun.
Well,
so Justin and I did go to Orlando. So
we did.
you guys we talked about the Monaco group that we met. It was going to Monaco was like going to a high school reunion with people you've never met, but it had that same feeling, like you're excited to see these people that you've never met before. So going to Orlando, we knew we were going to get to see most of them, and then we get to meet a new group of people. And anytime you mix 2 groups of people together, you never know it was the same thing. It was going to Monaco all over again. Everybody we met in Orlando, it was like meeting friends that we just hadn't seen in a while. Like everybody clicked, you're just chatting, having a good time. The convention was awesome. Autumn did a fantastic job. Kudos to Autumn. Everybody go follow Decade Days. But fantastic convention. I got to do a lot of the shuttling of the celebrities from the hotel to the con and the airport, or the airport to the convention, or airport to the hotel. Mm-hmm. And everybody was so nice. I really hung out with the Degrassi crew probably the most. And I told Max, I said it would have been really funny if I played asked them what they thought of Drake's Not Like Us.
No, you should have just played it in the car for were they all
The whole
together
time.
when you were
The whole
driving?
time.
Yeah, just on repeat. No stops, no skips.
That would have been funny. I should have recorded it, but I got to hang out with Josh Holloway and Henry Ian Cusick from Lost, and it was just awesome. Josh Holloway offered me a tip. I turned him down because I was like, dude, you don't have to tip me for driving you to the airport. Like, you've done so much for me. I appreciate Lost, and I'm just.
He was like, no, just the tip, just the tip.
that trumps my joke. I was gonna say, here's a tip, kid. Don't quit your day job.
That's when the stream goes up to the screen that says technical difficulties. We're all cut off.
My favorite bad movies.
All right, Sturdy.
I just want to clarify too. You said Drake's not like us. It's Kendrick's not like us.
True.
About Drake.
Yes.
Allegedly.
Yeah. My bad. Wow. My bad. I do want to ask you guys what you guys are doing for the Kendrick concert next week that is happening on Sunday. But favorite bad movies, I don't know about favorite bad movie, but a bad movie I do like, actually more than the original, is Caddyshack 2. It's funny Mike brought that up. I like the second one better. I had more fun with it. I like the first one. Don't get me wrong. I do like the first one. But
way too many to choose.
I don't know why it popped into my head, but Mark Wahlberg's The Big Hit is one of my favorite bad movies. I don't know why. There's no argument I can make as to why you need to watch this movie, but I enjoy it a lot.
Dangerous Men for me. It's like, yeah, it's a bad movie, like Z grade type of film, but it is funny and very, very quotable at times. So I recommend that if you can find it.
What would mine be? I as a child really like Drop Dead Fred and the Super Mario Brothers just because they're bad. Like, they are bad, but I like both of them very much. Like,
I will say Super Mario Brothers is a big swing, at least. Like, I'm just like
1993. I mean, there are some other Super Mario Brothers things out there, but the live
really
action
horny too. It's a very horny movie.
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
Dennis Hopper gets everyone's mojo running, and it's
true. Very shroomy.
John, what you got, man? You got something?
Man, I don't. Favorite bad movie? Bring It On.
Okay.
Bring It On is a terrible movie, but I adore it because I think it's Kirsten Dunst as I imagine Kirsten Dunst was in high school, like this cute little cheerleader who's very naive to how the world works. And I don't know. And I like Elisha Dushku as well. So I'll say that's my guilty pleasure, but it's also a favorite bad movie.
Knowing John, I was expecting him to say like 2001 or like some classic movie that everybody loves.
Yeah, some hot
be something he enjoys.
Oh, you know what my
Shawshank Redemption.
You know what my favorite bad movie is? The Godfather trilogy.
No, John, what's funny is I just recently bought that one. I found it used on Blu-ray, and a friend of mine has been begging me to watch that one. So I have not yet. I have it ready to watch.
It's really bad. I mean, it's very much formulaic, but I don't know. There's something about those two, Dushku and Dunst. I don't know. I like the film.
No, it's fun.
That had a whole bunch of sequels too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like a whole bunch of
straight
sequels.
to DVD sequels.
Yeah, I've never seen any of the sequels.
So you saw the best one.
I feel like the first one, like, it has a certain amount of heart to it. Like, it's and they were actually trying a thing. Everyone after that is like, look at high school teenage girls jumping around. Like, it's nah. But the first one I give a pass to. I think they were actually trying to make a movie.
I don't think I've seen any of them.
It is a movie, so
Mike will give it that.
I haven't seen that in forever, honestly. I might revisit it just because there's a lot of movies that, when I was in my everything was bad back then kind of mindset. I didn't give it time of day, and now that I'm older, I'm like, I'll give it the time of day again. What the hell?
Yeah, there's a lot of movies like that I've given the time of day to and ended up liking. Like Twister is one that happened very recently that I didn't like for so long. How about you guys? Is there a movie that you didn't like for so long and you finally, for whatever reason, re-saw it maybe 5-10 years later and it was like, you know what? I kind of like this movie.
Training Day.
Really?
Yeah, I couldn't
like Training Day.
Wow.
The first time I saw
Orlando.
Training Day.
Okay,
Yeah,
you caught me off guard. I said that out loud. I was like, really?
yeah, no, like I just didn't dig like Denzel as a bad guy, and then I watched it like a year later, and I'm like, no, this is awesome.
Oh,
This is great.
Denzel as a bad guy is so
Oh.
good.
Yeah, Gladiator 2, go see
Hey,
it.
I was just about to say that. Gladiator 2, Denzel is at 11. Everyone else manages to make it up to 6. It is.
That's most of his movies, right? Though, I mean, he's
Yeah,
awesome.
true.
I love him.
Oh no, I love Denzel as a bad guy. And Training Day was like, I think that was the first movie where I saw like where Denzel was the bad guy, and I was like, oh, because you want to like him. You always want to like. He's got this charisma. He's got this draw. And like he was so cool. I disagree. I'm shocked that you didn't like it the first time. But like, I mean, hey, you said you came around, and that's what's important.
That and No Country for Old Men is the other one that I really didn't like
that's
when
a
I
good
saw
one.
in the theater. But then when I saw it like a couple years later, I'm like, wow, this is really good. This I don't know what was not clicking the night I saw it. The same with Training Day. Something wasn't clicking, but when it clicked, I was like, oh my God, okay, I was wrong. These two are fantastic.
I'll say I was in the same boat with No Country. I saw it in the theater, and I was the same way. I was like, what? And then I later renting it, I went back and I was like, oh no, this is a lot better than I thought it was. And now I really enjoy it. But I was right there with you on that one. Yeah, the first watch was something didn't click for me.
I think Master and Commander, I think, is on my list. The first time I watched it, it wasn't what I was expecting, but I really enjoyed on a rewatch that I enjoyed Master and Commander quite a bit.
I have not watched that one yet, actually.
This one's gonna be mine.
Chasing Amy.
I did not appreciate it the first time I watched it. I was too young, I think, and just like in my head, I might have been 25, but I was too young to watch the movie.
I was 38.
It was last year.
It was last week.
But no,
I've matured so much over this last week.
Because like and it was also I think the mindset I had going into it. I was like, oh, a Kevin Smith movie. This is going to be Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. This is going to be Dogma, and it's
very different.
Not that. It's good for its all other reasons, but I wasn't prepared for the movie that it was, and it suffered from my preconceived notions.
I'll say mine. It might not be a really cool one, but it was A Nightmare Before Christmas. I saw that in the theater. I was in high school. I did not care for it at all. I was with a bunch of friends, and now, as my kids were younger, I started watching that again with them and ended up really loving it. And then now they've gotten like too old to watch it. I still go back and watch it by myself.
You guys don't want to watch Nightmare Before Christmas? Anyone?
Yeah, I'm sitting there by myself with a little teardrop watching. No, I'm just kidding. But
that movie kept Hot Topic like in business for a decade.
It still accounts for 7% of Hot Topic's business.
Oh, God. Burton in general keeps Hot Topic in business
That's
at
true.
this point.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Yeah, no.
I'd say the Schumacher Batmans for me.
Nice.
Because I wasn't too keen on them when I was younger. Then I entered a phase of like, oh, these are ridiculous. And now I'm in this phase where I'm like, yeah, they're ridiculous. Kind of like the old school 60s TV show, except just kind of an amped up 90s version of it. So I can see style-wise what he was trying to do with them. They're not the greatest works of art or anything like that. They're not, they're good entertainment for some at best. But I can appreciate the creative effort that went into them.
Yeah, I kind of am the opposite way, especially with Batman Forever. I loved Batman Forever when it came out, and like my son went and saw it recently, like in the last year or something like that, and his perspective on it kind of just I was like, oh yeah, that movie is bad, isn't it? I've always had this love in my heart for it, but like I can't. I can't stand behind it.
And how old is this Robin now? How old is Chris O'Donnell?
I'm sure Chris O'Donnell was like
78.
Was he only 70? I thought he was like 85. I thought he was 85 when they started filming, so he might have been 87 when the movie came out.
I know that he got a bad by the time he got to Batman and Robin.
Makes sense.
I had a hearing aid too, so I think he was in his 80s, Max, for sure.
Yeah. So mid 80s at least.
Yeah. Definitely older than Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man.
Yeah, no, because Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man was obviously 79 when they filmed, so like that was because I remember if you look at the behind the scenes on the Blu-ray, there's a 80th birthday party for Tobey Maguire they had.
I saw the tapioca pudding from that.
Yeah. He's a big Matt Talk fan.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
But it makes sense now that why the Bat suit and Robin suit were all like sculpted up with the nipples and everything. It wasn't because it was a homoerotic thing. No, it was because like, no, we gotta make these guys look buff and young because they're actually like 90-year-olds.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. The suits were actually supporting them. Like they were barely able to stand up. You know, they're a little hunched over when you get older. You know, yada yada. So the suit had a lot of supports. That you're not like everyone noticed the nipple, nobody noticed the back support,
and it was radio controlled.
Yes,
that's why the robotic movements.
It had a life alert button on the back.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
A lot of Batman turning with the shoulders. You know, like you're gonna notice that
upper torso turn.
They have a cool bat walker.
I personally think Batman Forever is worse than Batman and Robin. I need to revisit Batman and Robin again, but Batman Forever.
Oh God, dude, awful. No!
I was excited to visit it, and I just,
it's not good. But Batman and Robin is so much worse, dude. Like you're only saying that because you watched Batman Forever. Like go ahead and watch Batman and Robin, and you'll be right back in the same seat. Where like, oh, Batman Forever is obviously better than this movie. No,
true.
Bro.
I mean, yeah, true.
What's her name? What's her name in front of the AMC movies all the time? Nicole Kidman. Nicole Kidman. Okay, I answer your Alicia Silverstone with Nicole.
And I raise you a Nicole Kidman. So here's the thing: is that because we all back when we were immature and stuff, and saying like, oh man, these are like back when 2 hours ago when we were immature and stuff. We'd be like, oh wow, yeah, these Batman movies, like they really didn't know they were like really gay, and it's like, no, but seriously, these are really queer Batman movies, and I kind of appreciate that because it makes sense because Joel Schumacher, out and gay, dude, and it all made sense for me when I saw Pink Flamingos for the first time and I saw Divine, and I'm like, Uma Thurman's Poison Ivy. Oh my God. Like, I get it now. Like, it immediately clicked. Like, oh, it's all intentional. Okay, cool.
Yes.
I get it.
Yeah, I didn't catch on when I was a kid watching, but no, it's definitely right there in your face.
I just loved, what was it? Was it Forever where he whips out the Batman credit card?
No, it's Batman and Robin.
Oh, okay.
See, gosh, immediately jump on you.
And I say I know movies.
Get it right, Corey.
Get the hell. And then my screen goes off.
Everyone gets one, Corey.
Yeah, well, I need more than one because I'll mess up many, many times. But I always laughed about that. We're like, you take this.
Bat credit card or bat shark repellent? What is more ridiculous?
I think that's why I'll give Batman and Robin its flowers a little bit over Forever, just because at that point Schumacher knew like, oh, okay, I'm leaning into the 60s corniness, but they also want me to sell toys. Okay, I get it. I'm going to do that. Whereas with Batman Forever, they're like, we still want to be a little bit like the Burton ones because those made money, but we need to make them not as depressing. So.
Max, I think the credit card's the worst because that bitch had like a 48% APR on it.
Yeah.
Whatever. No.
Don't put it on the card.
No.
Don't put it
Bruce
on the card.
Wayne owns the bank that owns the credit card company. Then
he shouldn't even have to use a credit card.
But it's just easier.
Funding himself.
Because credit cards were like it's a status symbol when you're using the credit card back then. Like it was we're gonna put it on the credit card, no big deal. Like but yeah, Bruce Wayne owns the bank, so it's all good. Like
I love that comment though. Batman had the credit card and Robin should have had the AARP card.
Yep.
I mean, hey, you know what though? To see a 97-year-old man doing all that stuff that Chris O'Donnell was doing. That is amazing. Like that, like like Jackie Chan does his own stunts. Like I'm amazed by this. So for a 99-year-old Chris O'Donnell
You just added 2 years within the span of
To
1
100
sentence.
Every sentence, 2 years gets added. It's like
What do you
dog years. You know, it's like,
What do you mean? I don't even know what you're talking about.
you just kept on saying like older and older each
So
time.
Chris
you
O'Donnell,
mentioned
Chris
it.
O'Donnell is 103 years old.
Yeah, right.
Okay, and he's still getting like he's putting himself in the suit. I don't care how much help he had. That is amazing. Like when I'm 100, if I live to 107 years old, like Chris O'Donnell was when he started filming Batman Forever, I will be so impressed with myself if I could get into the nipple Robin outfit.
That's true. Robin shouldn't have been able to been the guy hanging out with Jesus. Like they should have cast when they were younger. Little.
Robin,
But,
the
He gave
14th
a solid
apostle.
wine review. Yeah.
Life of Robin.
Okay, I want somebody to show up at the next time that we all are online with a picture of the Last Supper with Robin already photoshopped in
It's so
on the
dumb.
side.
It is Robin. So just like I'm waiting.
Oh my
I do want to say, Mofo Girl Justin wants to know why you're hiding so far back there.
What?
I'm assuming
I can
it's
get
one of our
closer.
friends from
Why are
Orlando.
you hiding
but I
so
can't-
far back there, dude?
I don't know. I don't know what
Mofo
we're
Pokey
talking about.
Girl 69.
You ever notice
I love-
like
Either way.
these comments? Some comments tend to focus on Justin quite a bit.
I am
I
mad at
know.
Hey,
People
it. Except for that
jump
one,
off-
it was really weird. and I
Yeah,
don't really
well,
wanna
I'm
talk
thinking of
about
that
it.
one specifically. Which, by the way, we're almost at that goal.
We're not
Oh,
we're 100 away from doing
We're
that.
100
oh, oh God!
What did I miss?
To read
Hey,
the
what's up?
one comment,
Nope,
the greatest
One of the
comment
greatest. I'm
of-
guessing
I've
bot-generated
ever seen.
comments.
We've been doing Three
Well, I
Geeks
don't-
for,
hopefully
for,
bot. Who
for
knows?
over a decade now, and this is the greatest comment we have received, hands down, directed at Justin.
Yeah,
And
directly at me.
if we get to what was our number? Was it
I think it
2,000?
was 1,000.
1,000
Yeah,
1,000
1K
subscribers. We're gonna have Mike's gonna read the comment in Optimus Prime voice. So
Yeah,
I have the screen
Specifically
grab
Optimus Prime voice,
saved
yeah,
in a
to
file
be
here.
sure.
We're all ready to go.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be great. And that was such a weird episode because it was just us three, right? Like Jason.
Yeah,
was
we
one
all
for
looked
some
at
reason.
we all looked
Yeah.
at it and didn't acknowledge it. We just laughed as I.
Well, yeah, what happened is
blocked the bot.
Jason had to bounce for the last half, and so is you, me, and Justin, and we were talking, about stuff, and then all of us collectively had this look on our face because we all, I think, looked at the chat together at the same time.
I don't know what he's talking
And
about.
immediately we're all just like, Justin's immediately like, I'm not posting that one, and I'm like, yep, okay.
But yeah, no. If we get to 1,000 subscribers, we will make it a big production, and we will read the greatest comment we have ever received. So you know,
You're building it up to be way higher than it
before you
was.
subscribe to Three Geeks, please donate to this this charity event.
Priorities.
But if you want to hear the greatest comment, I feel like this is the greatest comment like anyone has received.
Oh,
ever.
don't go that far. I'm sure there's
Ever.
cooler ones.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the
2,000
comments.
subs.
They
Give us
won't
a little-
show
give
me.
us a little
I have to
subscribe.
wait for 1,000 subscribers as well, and that sucks. But I forgot to tell everybody, we are giving away 2 Sonic
Good,
the
good
Hedgehog.
point, Sturdy. Good point.
Nice. We're giving away 2 Sonic the Hedgehog 3 digital codes. Mike has got a read that he's going to do because the digital codes are sponsored by Sonic 3. So
dope.
the people that donate the most money, Mick is going to let me know, and you will win a copy of Sonic 3 on digital.
On digital.
We're not doing that now, are we?
Yeah, read it.
Oh, we're doing
Read-
it now.
do it.
Yeah,
Oh,
don't worry.
Well, shoot.
Well
Do,
oiled machine we are.
Hang on. Let me get my Sonic voice on. The Blue Blur is back. Buy Sonic the Hedgehog 3 on digital and watch it at home now. Team Sonic reunites to face their most formidable foe yet, Shadow, a mysterious hedgehog with unprecedented powers. Critics agree that Sonic 3 is bigger, bolder, and better than ever. Get over 50 minutes of fun-filled featurettes, deleted scenes, and more when you buy Sonic the Hedgehog 3 at participating retailers. Rated PG from Paramount Pictures.
Nice. I mean, I think we should all retire now and just go home and go to bed because that was awesome.
Three Geeks Podcast is done. Doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah, we
You're-
peaked.
Mike is
Yeah,
just
I'll
going to do
download
movie
from there.
trailers from now on.
Dude, Sturdy, what we got? What are these drinks? That was dope.
I honestly, this right here is a monster drink, the alcohol one. And this is just ginger ale. This is just ginger ale. You know, you gotta
balance the powers.
You have to balance the powers. And I also have a big thing of water over here because you gotta
hydrate.
You gotta stay hydrated.
Yep.
You have to stay because these are gonna dehydrate you.
Yeah.
This is gonna hydrate you.
You like a
fighting the battle, man. Fighting the battle.
Good priorities, yeah. Dope.
Gotta fight the battle. Gotta fight the battle. And also, you know what you guys should do? I want you guys to do a watch party of Helen Keller versus the Night Wolves and review that movie because you guys will have a blast with that. I'm telling you. I'll host a watch party if you want. Because
I didn't know that was a movie.
Oh, it's a movie. It is an amazing, hilarious.
It's a movie.
It is a movie. I'm in, Sturdy. I'm in.
It's something that I feel movie fans need to see, especially that have a really good sense of humor or the group of friends. Just a really good sense of humor to turn your brain off and just. I don't know how to explain it. You just have to watch it. That's what I'm going to tell you.
It's not a movie. It's an experience.
Helen Keller versus what now?
Versus the Night Wolves. And it's an experience you will never forget. It's one of those movies that to where, if at all, you're at a con or something and someone mentions it, you're just going to get excited and just geek out about it. More than like the bigger name films, I really love those type of films because it's like these guys are really digging in the crates for some nonsense. And I mean, I do it all the damn time.
I'm with you, Sturdy. And I also want to do a thing where it's like, would you rather watch Helen Keller versus the Night Wolves or X? Like, would you rather watch Helen Keller versus the Night Wolves or Captain America 3 or 4? Captain America 4.
I'm gonna say Helen Keller versus the Night Wolves.
I think I might go with that too.
The Anthony Mackie hate is incredible. It is consistent and long term.
For me, it's nothing against Mackie. It's more so the just Marvel just puts out too much. It's oversaturated. It gets kind of like, and I'm a bigger horror fan, honestly. I can't lie.
Call from Ross Patterson, an inmate at Street Justice Films.
The thumbnail for this was
crazy.
crazy.
I'm down for it just because
a story about a little girl
historical
who
film
lost her eyesight and her hearing during a horrific wolf attack.
I need to see this.
Simply by using her other senses.
What's Helen Keller's favorite color? I bet it's corduroy.
I love the wolf attack with the little.
I'm someone definitely has dog arms just like.
This vagina. I can hear you just fine, fuckface. I can pick up the vibrations of your voice through the glass.
You're a real fucking miracle worker, Ann Sullivan.
They laugh at the lack of hearing and sight.
She's blind.
She will laugh standing over their grave.
Jesus, that's really fucking dark.
Never made love to a black guy before.
Oh, I'm not black.
Everyone's black now.
From the man who wrote the FDR American Badass, Oh Boy Drowning as a Fury, and the first ever best-selling romance novel for dudes, At Night She Cries.
Did I just see Danny Trejo?
Nicknamed Street James.
For sure
I
you
just
did.
got
For sure you
myself Braille on tape. Starring Alive Moynihan, Darth Granite, Bambi Lightfeather, Peter Noy, Maggie Martindale, Ron Shortloin, Peter Tom Donald.
Is this a movie within the movie type of thing?
Nettie Brothers, Denise, Juan Economo, and featuring Bad Sandlot. The right to remain silent.
What's the difference between Helen Keller and a normal person that can hear and see? I'm not a fucking pussy.
Helen Keller versus Night Wolves.
Okay, yes.
I didn't know this was a thing.
I cannot believe that they got the guy from Parks and Rec to be, or from from Parks and Rec to be in.
There was a couple people I recognized.
Yeah.
Mike looks shocked. Mike looks shocked
because he hasn't seen it yet. He's super excited about
Watch
it.
party. Watch party.
Yeah,
we'll make it happen because this is something to where it brings people together. Like once you watch this movie, you're part of a special. I don't even want to say brotherhood.
Yeah, it's sort of
be involved. It's you're a special bond, a special family,
akin to the Me Too movement. You are
Max.
What? There was no Me Too going on.
Wow! Oh my God, the charity went into the negative.
I was gonna be more like you. Like with other people that ran a marathon or something, you went through something. You know?
I was gonna make it'll bring peace to the Middle East joke, but I mean,
Now
Never
you're
mind.
done. Now you're done. You don't.
God.
You've been through a thing. You've watched that movie.
Max's thoughts are not those of the Three Geeks podcast or the Scene Snobs channel.
Literally anybody
Or
else.
with Sir Sturdy.
Some way, somehow, I'm going to watch that movie yet. Some
Oh no,
minutes to go.
we are gonna watch that movie because it's something that I want to bring to you guys, and it's gonna be a great time. It's going to be a great time. You've seen the trailer. You've seen the trailer.
Yeah.
And you're gonna laugh just as hard, if not harder, when you're watching the
my
film.
God.
I think after that initial hurdle, like the full movie might be something to take in.
It was all great, but I couldn't get over that the wolf attack scene. You just see the paws going like,
Right.
Yeah, that's wild.
It's how she went
It was
blind.
by far my favorite one part of it. Too.
Yeah,
You're not
it
gonna-
reminds me.
You're not gonna learn what you learned from
More
this
blind
movie
and deaf.
in a history
He was
book,
attacked
guys.
by wolves and became blind and deaf.
Not just wolves, night wolves.
Night
They're
wolves.
night
They're-
wolves. They're dangerous.
they're
Well, I mean,
more-
that's
ferocious.
that's
They're
a
more
specific
wolfy.
thing that night wolves do. I mean,
Make you blind and deaf.
Yeah.
Hey,
kill you.
I got the sequel already planned. It is, of course, Helen Keller has to now take on the other famous deaf, dumb, and blind kid that plays a mean pinball, the Pinball Wizard.
Oh,
Ooh, Helen
there
Keller
you go.
versus the Pinball Wizard.
Oh,
My
man.
money's on the Pinball Wizard.
Listen.
he plays a mean pinball.
Can the pinball wizard fly a plane? Helen Keller can. She did. Not in this movie, but she did.
Oh, I was gonna say, don't give spoilers for the movie.
No,
Come
no,
on.
no. I'm not giving any spoilers. The spoilers,
I'm
you need to
kidding.
see it. Spoilers, you need to see it because
Oh my goodness.
it's out there. And again, it's something that, like I said, you can ask Mick. He watched it with me. You're not gonna forget that movie. I remember reviewing that movie. My brother was watching the review, right? He was like, I got to see this. As I'm doing the live review, I went on Amazon and ordered the movie and sent the movie to him. It took like 3 months to get there. We both forgot. But he watched it and was like, yo, just loved it. Just loved it. It's one of those movies. It's a gem. It's a
I
gem.
have a feeling that your brother doesn't talk to you anymore after watching that movie.
We talk every day. We talk every day.
He
That's
calls
something that, I'm telling you, it brings people together.
the brother
You'll see,
calls
Jason.
you from
That
the
is a
shower,
great movie.
See?
crying in the shower.
Funny as hell.
We got all the fans coming in.
Everyone just checked out Helen Keller versus the Night Wolves.
Maybe we can do a double feature of that and Wolf Cop. You know, we'll do both of those on the same night or something like that.
Wolf Cop.
Sounds fun.
There
Sounds
you
fun.
go.
Is
Can't
that
be
the
worse than
same
things
thing as
feel like.
that the dog cop movie that's coming out right now, Dog Man or whatever? Like, did they...
Oh, I don't know. I guess I don't know that one.
You can bring that home to show the kids.
Wolf Cop.
Fucking Wolf Cop. Oh, I've never thought I needed a dick transformation before.
That was the moment Mick kicked me off the live stream. So.
Jokes or the Me Too joke.
I didn't say that.
I'm like,
Oh, you invited us.
Everybody makes mistakes.
I had a feeling.
I was like, oh, okay.
There's a reason I had a counter of how Max destroyed monetization in the corner of one of our videos.
Yeah,
Just like-
we still need to bring that back.
I'm
That's true.
vehemently against making money.
Well, except for tonight.
I thought this is America.
Yeah, tonight
Tonight, you better be for
Max
it.
is for making money.
I stand by my previous statement.
Well,
I
guys,
do want to say
join
that
the show.
we now owe GoFundMe $672.
I will pay it happily. I hate money. I hate it.
That's fair. Yeah, guys, thank you so much for being on tonight, though. We're at 478 now. Keep on donating, everybody. We're trying to get to 600. All goes to American Red Cross. I want to thank you guys from the Three Geeks Podcast for coming out here and being part of it. And yeah, they were there at first. They've been for every one of them, I think. Somehow incorporated,
Yep.
right?
Yeah.
That's so crazy. How many? Jesus, that was a long time. That was like the last terrible moment in American history.
Oh, you know what this reminds me of? That other awful time.
You gotta pick one. I mean,
But we try to do good in the awful. No, it's been a great time. And I thank you guys so much again for coming back and just being a part of it. And This is a fun time. You guys have fun conversations. You go all over the place, but they're fun.
What do you mean?
That's for damn sure.
What do you mean? What are you even talking about right now?
I think you know what I'm talking about.
Blacksmith's Prime. I love
Blacksmith's Prime. Oh, Max.
That 120-year-old Robin.
And I love you for it.
I mean, hey, like, again, just for a man 138 years old, setting records just by being alive.
That's true.
And he's gonna stuff himself into this codpiece nippled Robin outfit. Like, I mean, just
he looked younger in NCIS LA. Okay, let's be
That's what
real.
being in the Robin costume does to you.
It does things to him, man.
I almost wanted in the second one, or with the second one with him, Batman and Robin, when Alicia Silverstone shows up and he's like hitting on her, I'm like, this feels weird.
Yeah,
This feels a little off. I don't know about this one. I almost am more comfortable with George Clooney hitting on her.
Well, I mean, dreamboat George Clooney. What can you say?
It's fair.
He sells great espresso machines.
George Clooney was only 40 something when they made that movie. I mean, compared to Chris O'Donnell's like 98. George Clooney looks amazing.
Speaking of George Clooney, you were talking about things you need to watch. Like, we got to find a copy of that Grizzly 2 movie that was like in the 80s. Had like young Laura Dern, George Clooney, and Charlie Sheen as campers that get killed like in the first 30 minutes or something like that. John Rhys Davies is a bear hunter. Nurse Ratchet's there for some reason. I don't know.
Okay,
like I've heard tale about it, but never actually seen it.
I thought that was up on Shudder for a while. I don't know if it's still there, but
it's on Tubi, Peacock, Pluto TV. It's on a few places. I feel like I watched it.
It's like
readily available then.
It's everywhere.
Other than that, you can't find it.
Bruh, how can you not find it?
No, it wasn't. They shelved it, and it was just released recently, like in the last year or two, I think. The Grizzly 2, because I saw something about it. I do want to check out Grizzly 2 because I like those kind of movies. I'm very nervous about Helen Keller Night Wolves because Sturdy also told me Thanksgiving was a good movie, and I watched.
I did not. No. See, he's lying. I said Thanksgiving is entertaining. I never said it was a good movie. It's a terrible. That's my favorite bad movie. I love that movie. It's my favorite holiday movie. It brings people together. It makes you want to have your nice Thanksgiving.
Did you watch the sequel?
I did.
He really does.
The sequel is
I
rough.
watch him every. I watch him every year. That's the only holiday movies I watch every year.
Oh man!
My goal before the end of this year, I'm watching that movie. Before the end of this year, I'm seeing that movie, one way or another, together or by myself. I'm gonna see that.
I'll make sure of it because that's another one of my goals with that movie is to get one new person to watch it every single year, at least the first one. And I've been pretty successful so far.
It was filmed not too far from here.
That's awesome.
It was filmed out in Lincoln County, Ohio.
I'm a little jealous.
You mean you could go to the place?
Yeah, Jason, you're missing out on these opportunities, and that's just.
Well, Sturdy, when are you going to go through all of the sets in Bloods versus Wolves?
Bloods versus Wolves, Blacksmith's Prime. Listen,
yeah.
If you guys want to learn about Mick's life story, you watch Bloods versus Wolves.
Jesus,
no, there's some things I don't need to know. Like there's some knowledge that I don't need to burden my brain with.
It was a rough time in his life. It was a bad movie. It was a rough time in his life, but you understand the man more. I understand him more.
Good.
Max doesn't go for that. There's only 74 men.
Okay, all right. I'll tell you, that movie made money. That movie made no money. That budget was negative $17.
They took my philosophy. They're like, we don't want to make money.
He doesn't like money. He doesn't care about it.
He doesn't. He burns it.
Yeah, I know. They burned it too.
No, don't burn it. At least donate it.
Yeah, please donate.
Not only will I not make any money, I'll make it so all my close friends can't make any money.
Well,
so not hanging out with you anymore. No?
But not tonight. No.
Oh,
we're switching things up.
It's just strike after strike on YouTube. Just when you think you got out, Max slips in something.
Okay, look, there was a 9/11 joke right there that I didn't make. Okay.
All right.
But it's out there in the ether now.
All right, let's mute the
Yeah.
mic.
They are linked down below. Make sure you go follow them. There's a great show. If you want to hear more jokes, in fact, I think they got to get going. I'm gonna let one go.
This is why we need proper
Thank you
attribution.
guys all so much. I really truly appreciate
Thank you.
every
So-
time you guys have come on.
And so I know I'm new hanging out. I'll just be really quick, but very cool that you are putting this on. There's a lot of great people out there that are suffering with these wildfires, and I had a good friend dealing with it too. So it's very, very cool that that you're putting this on and doing a little something to help out with it. So I just wanted to say thank you. It's cool that you're doing it.
I appreciate that,
Good
Corey,
work.
and I appreciate you coming on here and helping out with it. And
Oh,
it's
definitely.
very awesome, you guys, for sure.
More awesome of you. And I do pledge to replace any money that I have lost for you in this pocket. That is my pledge.
Unlost.
So I mean, how what was you saying? It was like $500 that you lost already.
Yeah,
Max,
about Chris O'Donnell's age.
$500. I hear it.
Max, just put it on your Batman credit card.
Yeah, it's going
Yeah,
right
right.
on the Batman
Yeah.
credit card.
Yeah.
There you go.
No problem.
That's good.
I'll be honest too. I've never wanted to spend $100 more in my life when I heard somebody's going to go through a table and like do stone cold 2 beers, and do all that fun stuff. And
I want to hear this comment. That's why we need 1,000 subscribers. I want to hear this comment.
Yeah, we get to 1,000.
Yeah, I want
2,000. We're
to
keeping
keep
there.
Absolutely.
But seeing
right
guy go
now,
through the
go down
table
below.
is more than that. Is worth more than that.
Click over there. Go and subscribe. I want to hear this comment in
Yes.
Optimus Prime's voice
So
as
do
well.
I.
Nope.
It's so
So
good. It's so good.
You're building it up. It's gonna be way much of a letdown.
I mean,
Oh, now
now
you're just making stuff
be.
up.
It's just gonna be words in the English language, but it was like just for the moment. I'm excited for it to happen, and when we get to 1,000, I'm gonna be very, very ecstatic just because like I've been here, like I was here for the whole ride, and
It's
that
true.
will just
You
be
were.
the culmination of.
We all
such
looked
a
at each other and we're
grand,
like,
great
we're not
thing.
talking about that one.
and look, if you know, if I'm not going to talk about it, then you know that it was something. Okay, if I was like, wow,
Yeah, you heard what he
did not
said.
mention
You
this.
definitely heard what he said.
This guy.
I love it. I cannot get him to 1,000 so we can hear this. I cannot wait. Guys, thank you again. We're gonna let you go because we have a very special
because Max is
something coming, and that is a table dive in a second. So we'll
All
be
right.
All right.
so take care, Three Geeks. We're gonna get you ready. We're gonna get Dan in here, and we're gonna get ready for the next show. So thank you guys.
Recycle your droids.
Thank you.
See you guys.
thank you.
Thanks again, guys.
Oh man, I can't believe that was fun.
That
That was fun.
That was wild.
That was a
and
wild one.
I gotta say this right now, Three Geeks. I want to be on that episode when you guys are talking about the Helen Keller movie because I know it's gonna be a ridiculous episode that I need to be a part of for that. There he is.
Before Troy gets here, we're gonna have something special. It's coming up in just a few minutes, everybody. I want Tim to get here before
How's
we.
my audio? How's my audio? Because I had to.
You're good.
Okay.
You're gargling a little bit.
I wanted to get rid of the table, not the table, but the a table.
Chris is sold.
Chris, I'm gonna talk with the Three Geeks behind scenes and see what.
No, Chris. Yeah, can we do a watch party for that? Even if it's just us chilling watching it. I want to I want to do another watch party for that one. God, that's such a good
Special
one.
onesie. What's a special onesie? Is that?
I don't know. I only have one onesie, and it's still the same one I did when we did the show.
I have a Batman one and a Freddy one.
Yeah, you went all in.
Yeah. Well, I thought we were gonna do the show, and then.
Yeah, went off the rails. So did I.
Oh man.
Oh man,
Can I tell you how cold it is in Michigan right now?
How? Yeah, it's got to be because it's cold here. It's like dropping.
The real temp in Michigan is 3 degrees.
Jeez, that's ridiculous. What in the troll to?
Helen Keller is better than Troll 2. Come on. Troll 2 is like an abomination.
Oh, we got another $10. Daniel Snow, thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Thank you, sir.
We're at
Thank you,
488, everybody. I love it. I'm going to change the thing out.
Oh yeah, Helen Keller. Troll 2 is terrible. Helen Keller is at least entertaining. It's funny. It's hilarious. It's hilarious. Troll 2 gets me a little angry. Especially when that kid's standing on the table peeing. I would have flipped that damn table over so fast. That's the part that pisses. I like every time I see that part in the movie, or anytime we review it, I just get mad. Just like the olive last night.
I do want to
really
say
bothered. The olive on hors d'oeuvres, that pissed
and
me
Mick
off.
knows this. I'm a Batman apologist. I'm entertained by every Batman movie that's been made.
Yeah, because you're a cuck.
This is where we disagree.
You're a bat cuck. That's what you are. That's all you are, is a bat cuck.
Well,
and,
okay.
And you know what? I hate that you hate Superman, because Superman, oh my God, the fact that he has the unlimited power of the gods, and he controls it every single day to be a friend, and also to be
a fascist, more like.
Oh my God. You maniac.
I agree with Lex Luthor and pretty much everything that Lex Luthor does in that.
Mick, you're an inspiration. Look at this, Mick.
Broke out of
Hawaiian.
Yeah. Where are you?
I think Tim's busy doing something. He might not be able to.
Oh, well, Tim, get your ass in gear. There he is.
Oh, there he is.
Yes.
That one. He's the Tim stand-in. That's your new brother.
all my I would put a Hawaiian shirt on, but all mine are still, they're put away for winter.
Gotta keep one on hand, man. Doesn't matter. You're white. You should have one on hand every day of the year.
Oh,
that's one of the white rules
coming.
It's one of the white rules.
To have a Hawaiian shirt?
Yeah, have one on hand at all times.
I'm sorry Tim's not here.
Can I say one thing about that?
The other Bon Jovi fan?
I'll say one thing about it. It is not graceful at all.
Like I said in the chat, it looked like more of a fall than a
pushing
jump.
off
So I
a
think you should
ladder
do
that
it
is
again.
sitting on top of like 2 inches of snow is exactly what it sounds like.
I think you should do it again.
I can't. I don't have another piece of plywood.
What? It could be the smaller piece of plywood, it broke in half, right? You can.
I don't know if I can get it precariously balanced on my.
You know what? If these two are siblings, it'd be terrible, because I feel like Tim would talk Dan out of stupid stuff, and Chris would be like, "Just have another beer and try it." And then boom, there you
Listen,
go.
listen, what you got?
Try.
Aim small, miss small.
Yeah.
He's gonna go try.
Oh man.
If somebody donated, seriously. So Tim put it out there. I got to get one of my stones here.
Oh my God.
Cheers.
I thought you were going to get a table.
Well, got shook up somehow.
I texted Tim, see if he was coming back for it.
Okay. No, so originally I wasn't going to use the plywood. I was going to use another table that I had, other than the table that I was making drinks on. And I went to go grab it out of the garage, and it was basically like, I don't want to say too dilapidated, but it was too dilapidated. Like I was like, hey, there's no risk to going through this table. So instead,
seems like the safe way to go.
This would be too safe. And so instead I grabbed essentially what we use for beer ball. Do you guys know that game, beer ball?
Yeah. I need Tim to come on here. I need to see this video.
Wait, what's beer ball as opposed to beer pong?
I know beer pong. I don't know
So beer ball, and this is actually awesome. I love this game. You put 3 beer bottles at either end of a table, and it's 2 on 2. And your whole goal, instead of making it in a cup like beer pong, you want to ping it off one of the bottles. And first you got to crack, or cans, whichever you use, cans, bottles. You got to crack, and then you can drink so long as the beer or the pong is not on the table, and the other team has to grab the beer pong or the pong and put it on the table. So you can chug as long as it takes for them to touch the table. So you want to kind of do like a spin on it, so that way it clangs off the bottle or the can far enough. But I kind of so I develop a way to.
Nobody wants to play your Depression era games, Dan.
No, it's awesome. it's awesome. I developed a way. Well, not developed. I adopted a way to chug faster with a beer bottle using physics.
You need a game to do that?
Well, no, I just looked it up online. I mean, like, so if you take a beer bottle and you swirl it before you start drinking, the vortex, you can drink 12 ounces of beer in about 3.8 seconds.
Oh, I better not be doing that yet.
So
we're just hitting 5 hours.
I know, Mick. You got some time to go.
But yeah, we do.
And I'm on a show next.
He is. He is. He is.
Oh my God, whenever
beer ball's a
shows
fun
up.
game to play. It really is.
Hey, Sturdy Bird, you want to send Troy?
I already did.
I sent him the link. I sent him the link, Mick.
We're on it. We're on it, Mick. We're on it.
Okay, gentlemen, I appreciate you.
What are we at now?
I just drank coffee. Oh, Dan was telling a story. Sorry.
Oh my God.
You like that one? Got the setup and everything. No, hey, listen, man, I love you, buddy. I love that story.
Chris, what is your favorite story from a bar?
I don't know, man. I don't know what the favorite episode I've done actually is.
I got one for you. I got one for all three of you because you're in bars more or between working in or just being at or hanging out at. What's a horror story from a bar that you guys have?
Oh God.
I'm sure you guys
I can tell some flow stories, Mick.
Horror story? No.
Like something funny, nothing too crazy.
Like that horror stories.
Okay.
And exclusively dive bars.
I've peed in a pitcher under the table.
That's awesome. Right there. I love that.
Oh God.
Thank you, Daniel.
Don't forget the upper decker.
We're upper decking these fires, that's for sure.
Damn right.
So, Sturdy, my great aunt, so my grandma's twin, was a motorcycle mama in the 60s and 70s.
Awesome.
Motorcycle mama.
And her favorite bar was a bar called Sailor's Rest, which is in Ludington, right? Yeah, basically. In Ludington in the marina, which is kind of like it's like a seedier side of Ludington. That's her favorite bar. And she was married to a guy named Dave. Well, Dave divorced her for her best friend, Mary Jane. And that's no joke there. Her name was Mary Jane. So my mom and Flo were, close, really close. R.I.P. Flo. She passed a couple years ago.
R.I.P. Aunt Flo.
Yep.
Flo.
David just divorced her. It was probably about 9 months or a year or so after the divorce. And Flo was the kind of woman that nobody could buy her drinks, if that makes sense. She was a real kind of strong-headed woman.
There he is.
So my mom and Flo go into the bar, and Flo turns to my mom after seeing Dave standing up at the bar with Mary Jane and says, "Vic, why don't you go get me a drink?" My mom is like, "Yeah, sure." Bip, bip, bip. Starts walking, gets halfway up to the bar, and stops and says, "Flo never asks me or lets me buy her a drink," and turns around, and sure enough, my Aunt Flo, great aunt, is reaching into her purse, and my mom walks back over to the table and puts her hand on Flo's wrist and says, "We can't do that." And Flo says, "I'm going to shoot that bastard in his dick right now." My mom proceeded to talk my great aunt out of shooting her ex-husband at the bar.
And I want to point this out because I do have to get to something, but I've heard that story on the show and off, but on the show at least 4 or 5 times now, and it's never changed. That's how I know Aunt Flo is a legend. But
legend, man.
The man said he was going to do it, and he did it. We got a donation of $100. He said he was going to go through a table.
Well, fell through a table.
And we have video proof of it. So we're going to watch.
We needed someone to hold the ladder.
And coming
I did. I should have had it's hard on the snow. It is.
You should have called your new brother in, Chris. He would have held the ladder for you.
I would have.
Long trip.
It is.
Well, we'll see about that 13-foot ladder in a second. But
who said 13 foot?
You said 13 feet.
Mm-mm.
How tall was your ladder?
It was like 7 foot. It was a 7 foot ladder.
We'll see in a second. But afterwards, the great Troy Hill Talks is here, and I will be joining him to talk about Eric Monte's Cooley High and what's happening, and probably more. So we'll get into that. But here we go.
I'm definitely not doing it twice. So there it is. Anything for charity, ladies and gentlemen.
That's a 7 foot ladder.
Money in the bank.
No. Don't do no. I'm so nervous for you.
And that's the bottom line. Because the Master Shake says so. Yeah, baby.
You really need somebody to hold that ladder, because as you're coming off, you like your feet just like this. No.
There was no support, none
At all.
And there was a moment, because you guys know when you're doing this, it's like almost like time slows down. There's a moment when my feet pushed, and there was like all that happened is the feet pushed the ladder. I was like, oh no.
What?
Oh my god, dude. That was so much better than I thought it was going to be.
When you went to jump, did you try to jump up or like to the side?
Up. I tried to go up.
Yeah, you could tell he jumped, the ladder moved, and he tried to like catch his footing, but it was like.
Right. Jake, I have a request. Can I have that to use as an intro? And I just want the from the jumping off to the falling through, jumping through the table part. If you let me have that, I would be very gracious.
You can use it all you want, Sturdy.
I appreciate it, because that was
like. I can't wait to do it again.
Oh my god!
See this?
Wait,
wow.
what?
So the hard part, you guys saw the snow.
Yeah.
Like it's not. There is no amount of and it's not like my lawn is very level anyway. But I tried to jump up so I could get more height, because I wanted to drop the elbow, man. And I did. I got the elbow down. I don't know if you saw. I got the elbow down.
And the rest of your body.
Yeah.
I want to hold off for a second. I want to bring Troy in. Mr. Troy Hill from Troy Hill Talks. What's up, sir?
Hello, how are you fine gentlemen doing today?
What's up, buddy?
We're all doing okay, but except Dan, because he fell through the table.
We should have had Troy here commentating that whole thing of just Troy talking with Dan jumping through the table.
I don't think Dan wanted me to do. I don't think Dan wanted me to be talking during that, because
that was awesome though.
It was awesome, but yeah, you really need someone to hold that ladder, dude.
Hey, fun contest. We break off into teams, and we all narrate Dan's video of him falling through the table, and see who has the best narration.
There's no level.
If we're going by like a voice and tone, Troy's gonna win, so that's not fair.
Nothing will equal what entered my head when that ladder just did not let me jump off it.
It did.
That's it. Like that's the only way I can really explain it is like it did not let me jump off it.
Yeah, there was a struggle with you on that ladder. That's for damn sure.
Yeah,
yeah. Really needed
Any
someone
one
to
of
hold
us
it.
would have held it for you.
I would have
Except
held
Mick.
it for you. Absolutely, I would have held it for you.
I wish. So the only thing I would do differently, I have two different ladders, and one has a much wider base.
That would have worked probably better.
I wish I grabbed that one instead, but that one's harder to like navigate, for lack of a better way to put it. You know, it's not meant for low heights. It's like a 25-foot ladder.
Oh no,
Would it
I'm
folds
hyped.
on itself?
Everything about this sounds fantastic. I think if we learned anything, a sturdy base is important.
Yes,
Again.
absolutely. I agree.
All right. Listen. Up now is Troy Hill Talks. I'll be joining him. We're going to be reviewing Cooley High. We're going to be talking about what's happening, both created by the great Eric Monte. So I'm going to bid you guys adieu until about.
Before you kick us off, can we take a shot for Dan jumping off that table and to Aunt Flo, because what she did was just awesome.
Always.
She did a lot of
absolutely. Let me.
Cheers, Sam Flo.
What you drinking tonight, Troy?
I'm drinking cheap. I'm on a budget. Natural light.
You got that Natty Light again?
Damn right. I got that in Keystone. I don't know if I want bitter beer face or.
No, you just want to be hydrated. That's all.
Yeah, I got some mineral water here too. So, and I
stay hydrated.
Yeah, stay hydrated.
All right, so we're gonna let you guys go. Sturdy, we'll be back around 8:45, and then we'll keep going from there. Popcorn and Pints next.
Yes, knock it out, fellas, knock it out.
Don't tell me what to do. Troy, what's up, man? I'm gonna put you.
Yes, sir. How are you doing today? You've been a very, very busy man.
I am doing good. Halfway through, getting there. Oh my God, halfway through.
That's when it sinks in when you say that, halfway in.
But we are more than halfway to the goal, and I appreciate
That's awesome. That's awesome. So definitely want to thank everybody who's been viewing throughout the day. There's been some gold going on this evening or throughout the day, people. Lots of great stuff, lots of great entertainment, and I'm thankful to be part of it tonight. So.
Yes, thank you so much for joining in. And Troy, you want to talk about your show a little bit, and then take it away, my friend. It's your show.
Sure, it's a bi-weekly program on Thursdays at the moment called Troy Hill Talks, where we just talk movies, entertainment, news, and some of the nostalgic things that might tug at your heartstrings a little bit, because we all agree adulting sucks after a damn while. So, we need some of those childhood moments to kind of reflect on, to kind of just make us keep us a little level, so we can do these random adult tasks that we have to do. So that's really all it is. But today we are here to talk about I will have to say, it's very easy to say a lot of time about this is one of the greatest films or whatever, yada, yada, yada. It's always a verbiage about everything, right? But to me, honestly, I think this is like one of the most influential movies, especially talking in terms of African-American cinema. That would be Cooley High. Just a great movie. It's about two guys, the final weeks of high school. It's a very fun story. Lots of hijinks ensue, and it ends kind of tragically. But I rewatched it again today, and it's been a long time. It's a movie that I used to watch a lot with my mother growing up, so it's always been like one of those things that's always been in my household. So it's very important to me. It's a movie I share with my kids. It's just one of those things I encourage people just to share, especially when you're talking in terms of African-American film, because I think this is one of the, as far as trendsetters, as far as the storytelling and stuff goes, as far as African-American movies go. And I know you enjoy this movie as well. Mick, what are your thoughts on the movie in general? Because I don't know if I don't know if I want to give like spoilers away for people that haven't seen it. That's always the tricky slope you get on when you talk about movies that are like 50 years old. So
I have a rule on the Scene Snobs channel. If it's older than 3 years, you can spoil it. Okay. If it's older than 10, you don't have to say any spoiler alert. Okay. That's just my rule. Like you've got enough time to watch this movie. If you don't watch it, tough. Too bad. Yeah, it's no, go ahead. What were your thoughts just in general? Just let's just go through the basic story of it first. So you got Preacher and Cochise, very good friends. Cochise, he's trying to get a scholarship for basketball. Very talented basketball player. Well, it is not really demonstrated in the in the movie. That's one hiccup. If you play basketball like this guy plays, you're gonna fail every damn time. Trust me. But for movie's sake, it is what it is. A great relationship. And it's kind of like shows just like the trials and tribulations of being
a Black youth at that time. Some of the challenges you may face, the questioning of purpose, the questioning of going through the education system, the questioning of betting on yourself and taking risks. And like I said, it just goes through a bunch of different stuff. But that being said, we kind of like solidified that the point of it is just kind of like the story about companionship, friendship, and kind of the challenges, challenges it faces. What did you like about this movie overall, Mick?
Well, I will say I am a white man and I do not have a deep connection to the movie culturally, but what blew me away about this movie, and we were talking about, and ultimately the same reason why like What's Happening was one of my favorite sitcoms growing up, is just the relatability of these kids having a good time, and you get it. Cooley High doesn't feel like it feels like a Dazed or Confused or something like that. That's just like very
spot on.
Like it almost like embraces you. Richard Linklater is a very good director for that. Like his movies, it's almost like they embrace you and bring you along. You don't feel it, but it doesn't feel like it's throwing anything in your face. This movie's the same, and to know how personal a story it is and how tragically it ends, to me it's even more so just a really well done film about friends and as teenagers. It's everything about this movie, even being a white kid, like was still relatable.
Absolutely.
The music, by the way, this is like one of the best soundtracks of all time.
Outstanding. Easily. And everything matches perfectly with what everything is going on. And just going back to what you were saying about the Dazed Confused thing, perfect comparison, because the way you feel about Cooley High saying that, well, you're a white guy, but it's very relatable. I feel the same way every time I see Dazed and Confused. Has the same exact type of vibe, for me. Because I wish I could be those kids hanging out, that night or whatever, watch it, or hanging out partying or whatever, the Dazed and Confused people. So very, very relatable in that sense also for me. So
one thing I really loved about this movie too, and rewatching it as an adult, because I haven't seen it since I was like maybe in my 20s, watching it as an adult and seeing just how like Glenn Turman plays the character of Preach.
Yes.
And he's sort of brash. He's with his friends. He's very confident in it. But then the poetic side comes out.
Absolutely.
But the love scene in particular with Brenda, that was such a beautifully shot scene where, as even like leading up to it, where she goes, "This is my first time," and he goes, "Oh, really?" And he just he takes that moment, he takes a pause, he thinks for a second, he realizes, I'm not going to think like a teenager, like that stupid teenager who stole the car or took the joyride. So
absolutely,
this needs to be handled by the side that wants to be a writer, wants to be a poet, and that's how it's shot. It feels very poetic in how everything is played out, and I appreciated that about this film, that you don't, and honestly, from a film where we take the white perspective, it's not treated like that.
No,
sex is often like sort of in your face and used as a grab, whereas this was used very artistically.
Yes.
And I appreciate that about this, because it is a story ultimately of teenagers, and a coming of age tale, and that was really well done. That's something that stands out for me in this movie. Yes,
and also with that, it made me think about just watching is like, was my mom like this in high school? How was my father, in high school? Or how were like my uncles and aunts? Were they like this? Kind of hanging out, having like a little spot after school where they could like dance a little bit and get something to eat and just like hang out like amongst friends. So that there's a bunch of different things in this movie that kind of speaks out, kind of captures you. One scene specifically for me is the scene when they're in the back alley and the other guy snuck into the Preacher's notebook and wrote down some of the stuff, was like reciting, what he was saying, and how upset Preach. That was so relatable for me, because growing up as a kid, where you got to be, well, you're a black kid, so you got to try to be an athlete, or you got to try to be an actor, you got to try to be a rapper, you got to try and do all these things, but I had an appreciation for the arts. I had an appreciation for poetry. I had appreciation for the romance, the romantic type of vibe, you know, and just understanding how, yeah, you would get picked out for some stuff like that. Even, you know, even when I was growing up in high school, you know, Sturdy's probably sitting there looking like, well, you guys didn't even have, you know, roads and stuff when you were in high school. But yeah, we had roads, Sturdy. I'm not that old, but there's a lot of like relatable instances in this movie that kind of just like grabs you, and it's not, and it transcends color. You know, it's not about color. It's just an overall just good story. And to me, this is one of those movies where the pacing is slightly off, but it's perfect the way it's like it needed to be that way to get that overall like natural sense of realism. It had to have that kind of like quirky type of pacing in different spots, I thought.
Well, and here's the nice part about it, like with this movie, is there wasn't really any type of how do you say it, like template for like these teen movies. Like the teen movies before were very exaggerated. They were like the beach movies and stuff like that.
Beach blanket bingo.
Yeah, and telling this from yes, like yeah, man, God, those movies.
I wrote a treatment called Beach Blanket Negro. A bunch of black guys going to the beach. I'll tell you about that later.
I cannot wait to hear that. I'm not gonna lie. I need to hear that. I love that so much. But that's, honestly, that's when you take a movie like this and like you know, and even to compare it to like when we do talk about like white teen comedies and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. I've often said, and I think Sturdy can back me up on this when he comes back, but white movies compared to movies of you know, people of marginalized groups, things like that, because there's also, I would also add people with disabilities who make movies, things like that, about disabilities.
Yes.
Not just racial. Mm-hmm. White movies are very whimsical.
Yeah.
There's almost like a weird, and it's a weird whimsy. Like even when it's dark, it's almost like striving for like how do I put it? Like a good, like a happy ending of some sort.
It's like some type of feel good vibe that you were taught some lesson that you can kind of take home with you. You know, is that what you're talking about? Yeah.
And it's not. It doesn't feel grounded in realism.
Yeah.
Like, but when you like, black films are very much grounded in realism.
Yes.
You can take it to any genre, but there's still a realism in it where it's genuine. Mm-hmm. And now I'm not. Listen, I love white films, I guess, is however you're going to say it. But I watch them. I watch a lot of them.
I watch a lot of them too, and I like them as well.
Yeah. So
can I interject really quick, gentlemen? I'm just going to say, listen.
Wait, hell no! This is our moment.
No, I know. But I'm just going to say this. We know who Mick's dad is. It's Shaq. Mick is black, trapped in a white man's body. That's why he's 6'8". It only makes sense. How tall are you, Troy? 6'4"?
6'3".
6'3". Boom. Yeah. You guys are probably related. But
no. Me and Mick would be like Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant, like walking.
No, not Hulk Hogan. Not Hulk Hogan. Let's pick somebody different.
Slowly walking towards each other and stuff in the ring. That would be me and him.
Let's pick somebody different than Hulk Hogan, though. He's a bad representative.
Macho Man knew it was right.
Yeah, Macho Man was right. That's gonna be my new T-shirt.
Eat and run. Well, I do think there's like a genuine genuineness about movies that come from you know, filmmakers of color or other marginalized groups and such, and it's you know, it's one of those things where I appreciate that. When you watch Cooley High, you can see that. Now now I'm not saying that like films like Dazed and Confused, I do agree, it's like a movie, like that's a filmmaker who made a really grounded film.
Yes.
You know, and a grounded white teen comedy, I guess I would call
it. Yeah, and even a spiritual successor that I thought was great too, that no one ever talks about. Everybody Wants to Go Get Some, or whatever it was called.
I like that one. Yeah, Everyone Wants Some or something. Where's the baseball?
Yes, that
he does. He makes it. It's like he understands, like, and that's the thing. Like he sticks, like Boyhood is one of his movies and such too, and that's why I say him a lot of times, because again, everything else seems just very whimsical, and it's not like there's like not, I don't know. It's just steeped in fiction. It drives me crazy. Hookers ending up with, you know, billionaires and everything else. It's just nutty. But then, like, so watching Cooley High, like, those quirky moments, and that's what I'm bringing it back to. It shines in the filmmaking, because there's a lot of guerrilla filmmaking that went on in this.
Yes.
And it also shines in the that quirkiness builds the characters.
Absolutely.
Throughout. Like, you get to know each character through each one of these quirks and what they bring to the table.
And just the opening sequence, the first 15 minutes of them playing hooky, I think that's just really fun. You know, just the train line, and, you know, and going to the zoo and stuff, and just, you know, being, I mean, I grew up probably about an hour and 15 minutes from Chicago, so I'm familiar with that park. I've been to that park before, so, you know, it's just a lot of relatable stuff there. I mean, not about the hooky things. If I would have tried hooky when I was a kid, my mom would have killed me.
I did see kids. I never did it either, but like I did see kids do that.
Yes,
and you kind of just like stood up like this, you know, and.
Well, see, but you're watching them do that, and then you're not doing that. It probably does. You're probably a lot like me in that garage. Just kind of like looking, like wondering, I wonder what it would be like if I played hooky. I wonder, did they have fun, or what did they go do? I wish I could be like a fly on the wall and see what they did while they were playing hooky, you know, compared to me sitting here in school, you know. So I don't know, it's just a great movie. The cast was great. Brenda, I had. God, after even just revisiting today, I still have a crush over that woman. That woman was just absolutely beautiful, you know. So that was like another thing just growing up as a kid. Another
about
thing
the fight scene at the party.
Yes. I mean,
that felt so real too.
Yes, it did.
Crazy.
It totally did. You know, and then just talking about just even the character in himself, Damon. I mean, he has to be the luckiest man on the face of the earth. If you look, even if you know, because he was involved in the tragedy, he created the tragedy. I mean, he starts it and kind of finishes the tragedy. Then he goes off, becomes an army sergeant, like overseas somewhere or whatever.
Yeah, right.
You know,
leading the charge, like
yeah. So I thought that was kind of weird.
Oh man!
But just the movie in general, just people, if you ever get a chance, it's an hour and 45 minutes. There's probably like about 15 minutes that I feel in the movie that they probably didn't even need. And I will share that sequence. I'm going to see if Mick agrees with me. The sequence where they were looking to go get weed, and they kind of went to the club little thing to get that, and then, you know, met like the other character. I don't think any of that stuff was necessary, because they still kind of ended up in a spot where the joyriding guys drove up, and they still kind of got in the car. So I don't even know why that part of the movie was even in there.
Maybe a little re-editing, like you could have had it after, would have made more sense.
Yeah, because it just seems so out of place. But
it's the only thing. Like I didn't feel like it dragged it for me, but I did feel like it is paced a little wrong. But I just thought they were trying to build up the friendship a little bit more, because you did get the idea of them breaking out and being coordinated enough to, like, when they take the peanuts and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But like this felt like they're getting into the night. This is like their time, you know, they're going to be out at the party, having a good old time. I didn't mind so much that montage. In fact, if anything, I thought the joyride police chase was probably a little more, felt a little weirder. Like it was pivotal for the movie, for sure.
Oh yeah, it had to happen in the sense for other stuff to happen. You know, more so than the other scenes. So that's the only reason why I say that. You know, they had to get in a car. Like, hold on, did they have to get in a car accident? The car was already set. I don't know.
When they whiplash. Oh, it was wild. But and Dan would appreciate this movie. It took place in Detroit. So from what I understand, Eric Monte's from Detroit.
No, it's Chicago. I thought the movie took place in Chicago, because Lincoln Park.
I thought he was. Is he from Detroit though? I assumed.
I think he's from Detroit.
He's from Detroit. Okay.
But with but see, that's when it comes into another conundrum and stuff with this, because how long was it that you realize or know of that, like, let's just transition a little bit, because it kind of like overlaps into each other. The TV series What's Happening, because it's technically God, I don't even know what I really want to call it in terms of Cooley High, because there was a pilot a long time ago that was created. That was a TV show called Cooley High, and they did a test screening on it on ABC, and it just failed. They said it wasn't funny enough. It was one camera, single shot. It wasn't no three cameras or anything like that. And actually, the guy that played Raj and what's happening, actually, his character was Preach.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, very much I would say Raj is Preach.
Yes, and you can see, yeah. But
he's striving to be a writer, and then in the next sequel series, he is a writer. So,
but if you look at I don't know if you have a chance, you have to look at some of the pictures from the pilot for Cooley High with Raj playing Preach, same type of vibe. It was like almost the character of Preach you could tell was created for the guy that played Raj.
Oh, I have no doubt. Actually, there was quite a few characters in this movie that I can't remember his name. The shorter friend who kept getting the popcorn and kept and then the fight broke out.
Yeah, he was just having a hard go of it. Sorry.
He looks like his facial, like just the way his face is, and it looks just like Dwayne. And and what's happening. So like when I saw him, I'm like, well, I know this is bait. Like Eric Monta is Raj, like that's him, and also Preaches is based on him. So I'm like, he had to have had a friend that looked exactly like it, because these two look almost alike. And I was like, and like also if you look at Raj with the glasses and such, and Glenn Turman in this movie who plays Preach, very similar.
I totally agree.
You know, so like it's the details. So like for him to even come in and write this, the details were there. Like they must have listened to say like, this is who my friends were. This is who they looked like, because to see that correlation between two of his properties, like, and also White Shadow.
Absolutely. White Shadow is a great damn show, and great damn theme song too.
My old boss was on the White Shadow.
Really?
Yeah, Larry Flash Jenkins. That was my boss when I lived out in Los Angeles, which we're doing this for and such. So, yeah, Larry was a great guy. He was one of the players in White Shadow.
Yeah, I used to love that show. The theme song and what was that white guy's name? Salami.
Oh, dude, I can't remember his name. I remember Ken Howard played the coach. He was the White Shadow.
Yes.
He went on later to become the president of SAG. He passed away a while back, but he was in the SAG one when I was living out in Los Angeles. So
okay, that's very, very cool. But one more thing about the Cooley High thing. Another reason why I used to watch Cooley High so much growing up is because it was a rumor in my family that my dad was like in a scene in the background somewhere. So that was another reason why I watched that movie like all the way front and back over and over again. Long story short, I'm Troy Hill III. My father, Troy Hill II, he passed away before I was born in a work-related accident. So I've never met him in my entire life. You know, so I don't. All I got as far as my father is pictures, heirlooms, and just stories about how cool of a dude he was and stuff. So, I mean, so that being said, I was vigilant on trying to see him in this movie or see scenes of him. And it never happened because he was just never in the movie. He's in a movie called Halls of Anger that came out like in 1969 or something like that, where I discovered this like 4 or 5 years ago. And it was like the first time I've ever seen him. It was just cool for me and kind of weird, which I would like to have you on where I talk about that, Mick. To cover that movie and just talk about just the experience about that. I will just say if you grow up your whole life hearing about a man and never seeing him in motion, and then you finally get an opportunity to see said individual looking just like you in the background, it's a pretty damn weird and cool feeling all at the same damn time.
That is beautiful, man. And power of movies.
Yeah.
Bringing you guys together. And that's an even more beautiful added layer to the Troy Hill Talks motif of loving movies so much.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I love it.
I mean, because there's a story about my father that I don't even know. I just know he lived in Inglewood, California. I got family in Inglewood somewhere. And he spent time over in the Midwest, obviously, you know, in Wisconsin and Illinois. But as far as like the California life, I don't really know much about that story at all. But I would love to find out. I'm sure there has to be more. you know.
Yeah.
So, but
well, everybody follow Troy Hill Talks. Let's try and track him down. Let's track family down. Come on, follow Troy Hill Talks. Come down. He wants to talk about it. That's so cool that you tracked him down, though, to be able to see that movie.
It's crazy. Like I said, it's like
it's beautiful though.
It's like maybe like a 3 or 4 second shot, but I'm just sitting there looking at this guy like, damn, this dude looks just like me. You know,
that's awesome though. That's fantastic. Oh, I love that.
But it's a cool feeling. But I would love to have you and Sturdy take part in that show.
I wouldn't take Sturdy. He's weird.
I'm in because that is such a dope. No, seriously though, that's such an awesome connection. Like to have that. Like for me, I mean, my father's still around, luckily, but for me and my dad, like it's like the muscle car thing.
Right back after.
Oh, no worries.
Really, and real quick, my dad's not a horror fan, but the first time I seen Christine was with my father. He introduced me to that movie. You know, how you go through the TV guide.
Yes.
Through the TV guide, the one that's on the TV. You flick through the channels, whatever.
Yeah.
Put that one on, and just like literally, I was hanging out over there. I plan on leaving within the next like half hour, but that movie came on. And he was like, "Have you ever seen this before?" I was like, "No," and boom. And so it's like that movie is a very important and special movie to me. I really love that movie because my father showed me that. Because of the connection with the cars.
And see, to me, that's a beautiful thing, you know.
But what I was going to
go ahead.
Get at was like with you and your dad, like. I wish you got to meet him, but I feel like that was like in a way where if you believe in God and all that, it was like this is your father, and now with you having a show discussing film and something, it was like you guys had it was like this level of film was kind of like predetermined before you were even born.
Yes,
and now boom, you're discussing film, and we're gonna discuss a film down the road at some point that your father was in, and that's gonna be a great time, and I'm happy to be a part of that. I'm happy that you want me to be a part of that. That's
absolutely.
That's awesome. That's an
honor. The key thing about this, again, we're all here tonight for a great cause. So I want to give a round of applause for everyone that's been involved. You know, to this point, anybody like after me said, and special shout out to Sir Sturdy and Mick. It's a lot of time invested, a lot of hours and stuff. So, you know, I hate to say the term give people their flowers, and I think it's stupid, but in 2025, give Sir Sturdy and give Mick some damn flowers, because you know when I say it, put some respect on it, I mean it. I'm not saying it's like some cliche type of nonsense. So, it's just a lot of stuff involved and stuff, and again, you know, it's just showing empathy and caring for people. Granted, we have this situation, and thankfully things are being resolved and things are under control now, but there's always the next situation. We're going through situations now with plane crashes and things like that. There's always another situation. So as people, we need to focus on the things that unite us, not the things that divide us. There's way more things that unite us as people than it is that divides us. You just think about all the basics. We want to go to work. We want to have a job, take care, pay our bills. We want to have some type of level of healthcare. We want our kids to be safe. We want to be able to go to the grocery store and don't have to expect like craziness to ensue. And we start thinking together and focusing on those things. All the other nonsense, either we're not going to think about them, they become trivial, or they just fade off into the distance. So, because we're laser focused, a lot of things, these hot topics today, they're things that we're laser focused on. That at the end of the day, if it's not in your household, you don't need to partake in it.
Yeah.
If it's not in your house, you don't have to believe it. You know, so why even invest your time and your energy in the toxicity of something that you just don't even really care about to begin with?
Boom.
Man, Mick's back. Mick, did you have an accident? Show enough.
Damn right.
We raised $538.
Oh shit.
So far.
Sorry, I had to go to the bathroom.
No, you're good. You're good.
You would not believe.
I seen it. And I was like, I love the shirt. By the way, I love that you're wearing that shirt because next week on Vision, guess what movie we're reviewing?
Ooh.
Man, I need to
You
start
are
it.
the last dragon.
Thank you so much.
You got that glow.
Yes.
You got, man, I need to start hanging out with you guys more often.
You do.
But things are stabilizing and stuff. So I will say on the side note that you know, My show will be on Thursday, and my show will be on Thursday, and my show will be on Thursday. No matter what.
10 o'clock Eastern time.
Thursday.
It's gonna be a great time. And as a matter of fact, guess what we're talking about this Thursday? Nope. Us and
Get Out.
Yes, Get Out.
Yes.
Jordan Peele. And I can't. I'm so excited for this because I want to watch Get Out again. I haven't seen it in a long time. I haven't seen it since it came out.
Such a great day. Did you see it in the theater? Or did you?
No, I seen it at home.
Okay, yeah. The theater was it was an event. I mean, and people, you guys pay to watch the show. Anytime you can see me on these guys, fine gentlemen shows and stuff. I'm always talking about the experience of movie going and the importance of a theater having that type of a vibe, and it's going to set the tone if you're going to enjoy that movie or not, and having the right mindset of going into a movie. You know, I believe Mick talks about it too. If you already have preconceptions about, oh, they got a bunch of women going around kicking some ass because they're too OP, and you're not going to dig that, you might not want to go see the movie because you're going to have a bad time regardless. You know, so why even waste the time so you can walk out and type that, oh, blah, blah, they're pushing their agenda. If you felt that way, you didn't have that opinion before. I mean, you had that opinion before you went to the damn movie to begin with. You know, so why invest the time or spend the money just to sit up there and say some stuff that you were already going to say anyways? So it's pretty damn ridiculous. But back to what's happening. Lots of different changes once they change the comedic tone. It takes place in Watts, California versus taking place in Chicago. Great TV show, but it was a pocket during that time when you had your What's Happenings, you had your Good Times, you had your Sanford and Sons, you had your the Jeffersons, all great TV shows. Yeah. But I guess my question and challenge would be, or not even a challenge, my question for you, Mick, would be, what made that time frame successful? Because from my perspective, I can't stand any of the TV shows that deal with I don't want to say it's like the culture, because like now, like these powers, I don't care. I don't want to invest time in the TV shows that deal with like drug use, and because it leaves the perception that every community is like this when you're talking about the culture, and that's not 100% true. It's like I would almost challenge people that you will find more people like me that you will find like people like in the power world. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So,
no, absolutely.
So what do you think changed between the 70s and now? Because it's still not that big of a gap. What do you think has changed to change that type of, where it just went from like, you know, black guys surrounded in like some type of story, this is their situation and they're dealing with this is what they deal with on a daily basis. No crime, no drugs, no nothing. Till now where there's always like a crime and drug element.
Thank the 80s for that. Listen, I can't confirm nor deny, because nobody tells me anything, about what seems very real media attack on many times on black communities. Mm-hmm. And when you watch these shows, I think shows started ushering in, because there's never been a point where black performers weren't somehow ingratiated. I'm talking about in the Hollywood world.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Ingratiated in the Hollywood world, and in many would argue very influential. Mm-hmm. Throughout the evolution. So you know, because let's face facts, like Birth of a Nation, which was widely considered for a long time one of the greatest movies ever made.
Yes.
How do you make that movie without the existence of black people? So like that's a huge influence.
Yes.
You know, within in the world of filmmaking and such, and just movies in general. So mm-hmm. continuing that on and like getting to the 70s and like kind of fast forwarding to the 70s, there's always been some sort of growing element with each passing. With the evolution of civil rights in the country.
Yes.
we've seen the widening of the gap, right? Of more and more Black voices being heard, and not wide enough, of course.
Yes.
And then, but by the time you get to the 70s and after the very televised civil rights movement, which before then wasn't televised, wasn't something that was out in the open, where so many could see. And that's I think that's the craziest part, is the empathy doesn't kick in till you see, right?
Yes. For most.
So,
because that's a challenge in itself sometime too. Sometimes they're just horrible people, you know.
Yes, but I would also venture to guess that horrible people are the minority.
Oh, absolutely.
When it comes to each group, or however you want to look at it, like the horrible percentage is the minority of the full group.
Yes, and then with social media and things like that, it makes it seem like there's way more, because I mean, hell, you can find literally something. If you want to see something negative and someone's talking negative, it ain't that hard. You can go down to your TikTok, go anywhere, and find somebody else that'll say, it'll be like, oh, there it is.
Well, look at how many creators, I guess, and I'm not saying this doesn't happen on all sides, but like on the right wing side, that were supposedly being paid for it by, I guess, out of Russia or whatever, and it's like, or filtered from Russia through some company to pay them. And to pass this propaganda. But I also, let's think about it from this perspective. How many bots accounts and stuff like that are filtering in just to add fuel to the fire?
Tons.
So I would venture to guess that's a huge percentage of what you're seeing too, because it's designed to piss you off. That's what it's designed to do. Like Facebook's algorithm wants you to be upset.
Yes,
because so it shows you the things that it knows is going to bother you.
Yes,
a very big reason why I got off of it. It's like, who wants to live at that level? So
it's a fight and it's a struggle. I'll tell you that, because I face the challenges every single day. I always see something that, I'm not going to agree with everything I see on any type of form of social media. That's fine, but I don't need to see this like the point just like hammered down where you just know something's a 110% lie. Yeah. But yet it's like hammered down that it's like something that's truth, over and over again, and then when you prove that it's wrong, the people are recognized and they're called out about being wrong. The people don't take the time to correct themselves and say it was wrong. They leave that same piece of information out there for the next person to see and continue to cycle again that this is the truth, and that's the part that's really messed up. There's no accountability in saying that you're wrong. No one can say that they're wrong. They have the inability just admitting, like, you know what, I messed up, and my thought process was wrong, and that's okay. You can have more respect for a person to admit that they're wrong about something, move on about their life. That's how the real world's supposed to work. It ain't like you just double down on your lie.
Well, even like talking about Black voices too, and Black influence on, and they show it in Cooley High. To go back to Cooley High, and I am very thankful for this. Not that it didn't exist before, but the resurgence of like Godzilla and like his movies and such, and like Black culture helped bring the movies here.
Yes,
the movie they show in this that takes place in 1964 came out the same year as Mothra versus Godzilla, and great movie if anybody has checked it out. But you go forward and you see the Kung Fu movies that come out.
Yep. What was it called? Black Belt. What was it called? Kung Fu Theater. Like every Saturday.
Theater. Yeah, when they would do it on TV for sure. But you get so many different cultures actually being brought in by Black influence in America. Yeah. And it's huge. And then we see it in this movie. We see it more so just in different Black films as we go on.
Yes. Oh, yeah, there's a pocket of them during that time that are excellent.
And I think that was a big thing in the 70s too, especially with Black exploitation films coming out. There was so much, not just of the Black culture, but because Black culture surrounds, especially in these cities that they're filming in during that time and stuff like that, is around other culture too. You can't help but have it intertwined in some way, shape, or form. And that's what I think that's really what opened up television and movies to a more mainstream thinking of being accepting of movies of different cultures.
Yes. No, I totally agree. I totally agree. Would you like to talk about the cause again one more time since we're here? And then we're going to transition to something I saw you guys talking about earlier, and I had to put in my 2 cents. And you know where I'm going.
Hey man, I'm with you. I'm with you for the ride.
Well, I saw Master Shake mention earlier talking about John Bon Jovi, and the only reason why I'm mentioning it is because 10 billion years ago, when I was in like 7th grade, maybe 6th grade, had a lovely afro. It was just lovely and stuff. I can't grow afro now. If you ever wondered, if I grew my hair out, I'd look like Sherman Hemsley right now. But that being said, we had our high school graduation for the class of '87. Found out, Bon Jovi back then was a very, very, very popular thing. Slippery when wet. Girls would lose their damn mind over some John Bon Jovi. But anyways, word got out to John Bon Jovi that this little dinky high school in Southwood, Illinois, postponed their graduation so the kids could go see the damn John Bon Jovi concert. Long story short, John Bon Jovi actually made an appearance at our high school and actually attended our high school graduation. And there's pictures of John Bon Jovi with a South Beloit High School football jersey on. There's one video, I can't remember the name of the video, the drummer is wearing a South Beloit football jersey. So I'm not going to say I'm a fan of John Bon Jovi just because of his like music or anything like that. I'm not going to say that. But you got to be kind of a cool dude to do that for a bunch of damn impressionable kids and stuff, So that's the reason why I always give that guy. I always give him. Because I understand, a lot of these artists, they kind of their musical style and their influence changes whichever the wind blows as far as levels of popularity goes. So I get that, but man, cut John Bon Jovi some slack.
Yeah, well, Dan's his biggest fan. You know how it goes, so it's and we have to respect it. But I'm gonna bring in our good buddy Sir Sturdy, my co-host on this magic carpet ride of a journey tonight.
Yes.
Ooh. So I want to say this has been a fun one. That was a good conversation. I had a good time with that. Hopefully I wasn't like over.
No, you're great.
Overly crazy about it, but
that was awesome. No, that was awesome. That was something I was waiting for, honestly, for you two. Like I want to see you two do an episode of just specific films. Specific genres of films, because I think you guys have a really, really good conversation.
No, I'm
100% about the same age, 57, 77. I don't know, but you age well.
The same age as Chris O'Donnell.
Can still stick and move. Yeah, can still.
You guys have an awesome conversation, and I want to see more of it.
I'm definitely down for it, and anytime going forward, and you're available, Mick. Like I said, we're doing this Black History Month thing. You're more than welcome to join me and Sir Sturdy later this month for we're going to do all 3 Sidney Poitier and Bill Cosby movies. Uptown Saturday Night, Let's Do It Again, and A Piece of the Action, all just straight up excellence in Black cinema. And I would love for you. I would love for you to be a part of it. So,
Black Jordan Peele movies,
and Jordan Peele movies this week. So that'll be a fun time.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Troy, I want to say thank you for joining in, man, and
absolutely
being part of it and helping out. If you're coming back at any point, please let us know. We'd love to have you. We're getting ready for Popcorn and Pints next. They watch Grandma's Boy. That should be an interesting one. But we're gonna take you out, and I'm gonna show Dan go through a table again for anybody who has missed it. It's going to be a highlight reel for us.
well, thanks, guys, and I will see you guys again real soon. You guys keep up the good work, and everybody and stuff. Remember, just be kind to one another. Stuff. Life is short. You being kind could make someone's day. Just a simple gesture. So, go ahead and do that. Go ahead and do that. But I'll see you. I'll see you guys again. I want to see Dan bust his ass on that damn table again.
Yes, this is going to be a fun one. Thank you so much, Troy. I really, truly appreciate you and everything you did and coming on, hanging out, and let me hang out with you and talk the movies.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
So you were awesome. Go check out Troy Talks. It is linked down below. So get it down there and go and follow him. Give him a subscribe.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Thank you again. Take care, sir.
All right. See you guys again.
Good one.
Do you want to see Dan go through a table again?
Of course. Can we make it full screen so we could just boom, just put it out there, boom, going through a table.
Definitely not doing it twice. So there it is. Anything for charity, ladies and gentlemen. Money in the bank. And that's the bottom line, because the Master Shake says so. Yeah, baby.
You can never get sick of that. You can never get tired.
That will not. I'm not taking that down. Oh, that was so good.
that's like a great transition in between shows. Shake jumping through a damn table.
Dude, I'm not saying there's a correlation in any way, but like all I keep picturing is like, you remember when Free Willy jumps over the kid?
Yep.
But like doesn't land it.
I think you got that from Family Guy. I believe you get that in a Family Guy episode.
Did they do that in Family Guy?
Yeah, I think so. But oh man, that was funny. That was funny.
Before, when he was standing up there, when the first time I watched him, I'm like, no, please don't let him get hurt. And then, like, now that I've seen it, it's amazing.
It was. It was needed. And you were like a worried dad. Don't do it, son. Don't do it.
Don't do it, son. By the way, everybody, we are at 5:38. I'm going to refresh, though, and see how we're looking. 5:38. We're almost at our goal. Trying to get to 600. Help us get to 600, everybody. It's link down below the GoFundMe.
Right around the corner.
Sharing it out. There's also the QR code right there. So we'd love to have you be a part of it. Share it out as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
So
forward. Appreciate you.
We were talking about a crazy fool named James. Now, this James did not. He knows that he can be arrested during the day.
I don't know. If
he may not know what to say all the time, though, but he knows that he can be arrested during the day.
You can definitely be arrested during the day for the stuff he jokes about.
Yes.
There he is.
Hey, I didn't say nothing yet.
Got here.
And by the way, that video, the funniest part is because the slip.
Yes.
And he was lucky too, because if he's even shorter than he fell, it would have been all neck and head.
Yeah.
On that board. And that would have been bad. But because he slipped it, he still landed it. But the shock on his face, you see his face?
Yeah.
The gravity. It's amazing.
It's so good.
Dude, it was almost like a
oh, it was so good.
James, I'm gonna say this though. That is going to be a part of Horror with Sir Sturdy of Popcorn and Pints. He gave me the permission to use it. So I'm just gonna cut the part of him jumping off the ladder, landing on the table, and then him closing it out. That was just I'm glad it went the way it did instead of going perfect, because it's just so much funnier and it's more long lasting. Things going perfect is boring. We all know this. We know this. We didn't want him to get hurt, but we wanted him to mess up a little bit.
I thought he was going to throw it off a roof.
If you
his wife
think
his wife talked him
he's-
out of that. They
the theme song to the Scene Snobs podcast isn't going to get that in there.
you have to.
Where it's just like, boom. Oh, that's my favorite.
Hey, this movie fell down like
WWE
man
should
on a
sign him.
ladder.
Dude. Oh, I'm watching WWE. It's Royal Rumble.
That was awesome.
I don't know what's
Thank you
happening.
for that,
though.
Dan.
I know Charlotte Flair won. Alexa Bliss is back.
Oh, well, who's going to win the guys one?
Oh,
John
know.
Cena.
Say it. Who's placing their bets?
You think it's John Cena?
I just said that because I heard my cousin talking about it earlier. So that's what he said.
Because they want him to break the record with the championship, right?
Yeah.
If anything,
sorry, you were down there.
If it's going to be a revenge thing, I think they're going to have Roman Reigns win, so he can get his belt back.
Listen,
Are we talking ice dancing? Who are these people?
WWE.
Yeah.
Listen, gentlemen, I need you to go for
Hey,
about an hour.
come on, man. This is
For Black History Month. We were talking black films. I wanted to
Chris is really upset because you got out of your
I'll go
Hawaiian
back. I'm
shirt.
going to go back because that's a loose fitting shirt. And a loose fitting feels good. It's either that or my hoodie.
By the way, you look a little bit like Dave Portnoy when you had your Hawaiian shirt on.
Yeah, you should have had some pizza and rated it.
although you know what, like he talks a lot of shit. But he's like so many guys I grew up with. I would share a slice and just like listen to him. Shit
Yeah,
on
me
it.
too.
Yeah, I can't say I wouldn't.
Like, dude, the dude, that's his free time. He makes so much money. He's like, hey, let's go around and try every pizza place ever. And rate
I
'em.
don't like the rich. I could care less about them, whatever. But I got to give that guy credit for how he got his company back for $1.
Yeah, that's true. He did. That was crazy. They're like, we don't want this shit. Here, take it for $1. That's the trade in when you get a car from a friend because you got to have a receipt.
Nope.
So they charge you like $1 for the car.
Yep,
They weren't making anything off of it. He made like $500 million off his company or something like that, and then bought it back for $1.
Damn.
That's smart business. Now you can sell it again for another $500 million.
Oh,
Buy
man,
that
I
for
think he's
$1.
just having fun now. He's like, I'm just rich and I'm gonna enjoy it.
No, he lives by us in Saratoga and gambles on horses in the summer.
Yeah, that's his summer house when there's racing.
Which he
going on.
bulldozed and completely wanted to bulldoze and completely rebuild. I think.
Jesus,
So that's just awesome. I guess.
dude.
I really don't pay attention to Barstool. There is these two funny. They do a podcast. They're funny. I've seen Surfer
Not as
Boys
funny
and
as us,
shit
but
like that.
Mm-mm.
But other than that, I have no clue about Barstool. I don't know if is it like TMZ? They just go
no,
around.
no, it's a podcast company.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Like
$1 million worth
TMZ
of game is on there. The one that I'm showing you all the stories from a cell and all that crazy stuff. They're on that.
like Stories from a Bar is like a show like that would be on there, like because it like very they do drinks and such on there
Okay.
too, and like but like Chris actually has conversations.
well, I sit there and drink and let the person talk. But
very nice. And then they have sports shows and where they bicker and stuff. And nothing against them. Like, listen, man, he built a podcast company.
yeah,
Good
man,
on him.
whatever fucking makes money.
It's like controversial takes.
Mm-hmm.
That's more along what it is. Like, which again, there's a market for it. I get it.
I see a lot of clips on TikTok.
Tim says, part of my take is good people from Barstool, friend of Betting Bros. So yeah, I mean, there you go. Like, I've heard part of my take is pretty good. I've never listened to it. I've seen clips, but I've never like listened to a full episode. I don't like Portnoy. Just reminds me of guys I grew up with. So I don't hate it. Like it kind of makes you feel like, oh yeah, I know that guy. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
The clips on TikTok of him going in the office, how everybody's just doing what they want. like swearing and.
I feel like didn't he take a lot of shit a while ago about being like openly anti-union, like threatening to fire everybody if they started a union at Barstool or something like that?
Maybe. Again,
I'm pretty sure he did.
I'm openly anti-union on the Scene Snobs, but Dan keeps defying me.
He's gonna do that.
He keeps paying people to join the union. No, I kid, of course. I don't know. I don't know enough about Dave Portnoy. I've seen his pizza reviews, and that's a clever ass show. I'm not gonna lie, that's a clever ass show.
He's hit a lot of the ones around here now.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they hate him for some reason. But you know what? Like, even if like he comes out and he's like, "Oh man, this pizza's not that great," people are gonna come in because he was there.
Yeah.
Yep. They're gonna go and try. It can't be that bad. I'm gonna go try it.
It's still I don't know when people are bitching and moaning about it, but whatever. What are you gonna do?
Well, he did one there. The Slice of Glenville.
He did a bunch by us.
But Slice of Glenville closed down like freaking 2 weeks after.
No, I think they closed recently. He did Marino's, and Marino's was higher up on his list.
As it should be.
Yeah, Marino's is awesome.
No delivery. You got to pay cash.
Cash only. You got to pay
cash only. No delivery.
If you pay cash, your pizza. You know your food's good if they make you pay cash.
Not only that, but like to where you have to go there. Like people think that's an inconvenience. You have to go. That place has been there for years and still thriving.
I was on the Little League team. Marino's Flying Pizza.
See,
listen, y'all gonna talk about pizza. You can sit here and do the show, and I'm gonna go make some pizza.
There you go. Put the Hawaiian shirt back on. Come on.
I will put the Hawaiian shirt back on when I jump off. I promise.
Really let me down here.
I'm coming back.
He's really. I've never seen Chris this upset about anything.
That's why I put this on.
Yeah, he really likes Magnum PI, Mick.
He did say Mick inspired me to put this shirt on, Mick. And then he went and changed it on him.
I'm gonna put it back on. It is 9 p.m. and it is time.
The Portnoy costume.
It is time for listen. If I can make the Scene Snobs even a fraction of what Portnoy does with his, I'm going to work in whatever the hell I want to. I don't blame him. Dave, call me. I got a series of great shows.
Sure.
Please. You're whatever. Let's do what we gotta do. Look at these guys here. Popcorn.
I'll put it in you. You put it in me. We just kind of go with the flow and see where things go.
Chris will join in. We're gonna tell stories
from a bar
about popcorns and pints.
Eating pizza
from a bar.
That's where we go with.
Hey, well, we eat some pizza.
I do. Stop saying pizza, man. Don't
wearing Hawaiian
stop
shirts.
saying it. Don't.
Wearing Hawaiian shirts.
I miss pizza.
All I want is pizza now.
3 months.
All I want is pizza. All I want is pizza.
Same.
Like, and I can imagine the pizza, the frozen pizza, in my freezer right now.
Go get it. Throw it in the oven.
You have to put extra cheese on it.
I'm about to. Extra cheese. Just throw the extra cheese right on top.
I know. Frozen pizza. I cook it. I add more. They don't put enough cheese. I put more cheese on it.
All right, fair enough. I dig it.
I've never done that, but I like the idea.
Here and there, I'll add on to it. Not
you
always.
You want to be really trashy? American cheese slices.
That's no, thank you.
No.
It's good.
No, I draw the line.
I have done that when I was young and poor. And
especially Elios. You put American cheese on Elios?
Dude, you get a little. So my dad used to
that one can't get much worse.
My dad used to make sauce, so sometimes it'd be in the Tupperware, and like I'd put a little bit on a piece of bread, little American cheese, and then like cook it in the microwave. You get a little toasted pizzas. It's
I've done the pizzas in the toaster oven thing before with the English muffin.
Well, that's different.
Mm-hmm. Than what he's saying.
Yeah, he is correct. Best melting
American
cheese
on
for burgers.
pizza, though, James. That's crazy.
Because it doesn't crack. American cheese doesn't crack. I learned that from the menu. Movies again for the win. Speaking of movies, Popcorn and Pints is talking about Grandma's Boy. I'm going to jump off for a little bit. I have to go and not
Make a frozen
make a pizza.
Make a pizza.
And put his Hawaiian shirt on.
Yep. That's the most important thing. Chris doesn't even care if you eat or not or get any type of nourishment. He just wants you to put the Hawaiian shirt on.
You son of a
I
bitch.
will get the Hawaiian shirt. I have to eat pizza first, though, so I don't get
Okay.
any, no Hawaiian. All right.
I'll allow it.
Have a good show, and I will see you when I get back.
Yes, yes.
You have the con, Sturdy.
Yes, yes. Gentlemen.
Welcome back.
Yes. Yeah. Popcorn and Pints. A little different. Still fun. But actually, this is like our most important show we've ever done
It
for Popcorn
is.
and Pints. Because we're raising funds.
It's a low
for
bar, but yes.
LA fires. Listen. We're doing it, though. We're doing it. And tonight we're talking about Grandma's Boy. Tim loves Grandma's Boy.
I fucking love this movie.
Extra special.
So then hop in
guest.
and join us, man. Hell yeah.
That's what I figured. I figured you wouldn't mind. I was gonna pop in
not
and
at
see
all.
what happened.
Not at all. Let's just go with it. Chris, you want to kick it off?
I don't recall. I've seen this movie a number of times. I watched it yesterday in preparation for this. I don't know how many years it's been since I've seen this. It's been at least a few, but I'm still fucking cracking up watching this yesterday. Like, even with the scenes I knew were coming, I couldn't remember every joke.
I think
but
the best way to start this right is what's the, like, each of us to give the top one scene, right? Like, what's your favorite scene of the movie?
I go first. I already got it on top of my head because I just watched
go
it
ahead.
like
Dave,
an
go
hour
ahead.
ago, 3 hours. It's the end when the monkey fucking karate kicks the dude.
When he comes flying down the stairs.
He's like, "Hey, monkey, you okay?" And all of a sudden, you just see a monkey coming down, fucking karate kick them, Bruce Lee style. It made me laugh so hard.
Mine is probably the door kick. That just, it was so random. And this is my second time seeing the movie. First time I seen it was when I went to go visit my brother Henry out in Colorado. And just because I forgot about it, watching this for a second time, but the first time seeing that, you just don't know what to expect. And it's just that. I'm like, why? You could have just knocked and opened the door or whatever, but you just kicked it. That brought it out for me.
I don't know, man. It's tough, but what's coming to my mind, or what jumped in my mind first thing when you asked that question, is when Grandma and JP are having the video game battle at the end, and Nick Swartzen and the old lady just keep making out in the background every time they turn to him, and he eventually has his shirt off, and Jonah Hill's like, "Just stop it, guys."
That's what I love about this movie is everyone has a weird scene that is their favorite, because I mean, like, mine's not weird, but like the scene that's the most vivid to me is Linda Cardinelli hitting it to push it real good at the party. Like, I might have became a man watching Grandma's Boy for the first time.
Falls
I'm
over.
like, because it was also one of those situations where it was the first time where it was like a kind of nerdy girl, like with a little bit extra by the time Linda had done that, like pushed it down. And I'm like, wow, like that's a different situation.
All it
That's
takes
not-
is some alcohol and some
I
weed.
I really enjoyed her character because they did bring her in a little more straight laced than the other people, and then she just fucking gets hammered and lets loose in that scene.
Loose is an understatement.
Until
but
she falls over. And that was great.
Hey, Aaron,
I wanted to kick
Dante's
it off
selection
that
of
way
weed. I
because-
bet you wish you got your hands on it, huh?
So many good scenes in this movie. That's like, I just think of like it's almost like one shots of like amazing scenes. It's almost like an SNL skit off. In each 10-minute skit is an hour and a half, so you get 13 essentially skits that are all
It
just
is. I
hilarious.
I wonder what the outtakes were, especially from the opening scene where he's sitting there playing games with his roommate and playing the boxing game and kicking the crap out of him. He's like, this is if Tyson was fighting an infant, and they're just going back and forth. I'm like, I wonder how many takes of this they did and just how many jokes they rolled with, because it was so natural. It's like in 40-Year-Old Virgin, which they kind of felt like after watching this, they pulled from that, where Paul Rudd and Seth Rogen are sitting there playing games and just ripping one-liners off at each other.
I always love when you get those scenes of the one-liners in the back and forth. When it's actually funny though. Like I hate when they carry it on too long, especially when it's not funny. And then two, when it just doesn't work, doesn't click. It's like you guys didn't know that this was not going to be funny before you put this out here. This did not do that though. This was funny.
By the way, now that I think about it, if I'm going back to favorite scene, I can't believe none of us mentioned this when he is jerking off to Nick Swartzen's
Laura Croft? Yeah.
And the mom walks in. He's like, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. It feels so good."
Or when Grandma Frankenstein's after smoking the weed tea. Like, there's so many amazing scenes. Like, even my wife is not like super into weed or anything, but like we watched this movie recently and she was dying laughing because everything about this movie is really funny. Especially, and I think it is a bit of a time capsule for, you know, I'm a little younger than you guys, but even so, it's like in the ages of like, let's say anyone from like 30 to like 40 right now probably fit into that realm of video games at that time and place with the Xbox, with the PlayStation, and even before that, and what they like, you know, what they cut their teeth on. And then just the humor just hits every single time.
Well, it's funny because, well, this movie came out in 2006. There's stoner comedies that come out all the time. Not a lot of them hold up where you watched it 10, 20 years ago. You watch it now and you're like, why? This is not nearly as funny as I remember. This fucking holds up, in my opinion. We're almost 20 years later and I'm still laughing at this. It still feels relevant and still feels fairly timely. Like there's, other than them, you know, doing their video games on the original Xbox, which they show, there's nothing that really puts this in like a specific time, which I like. When just from the beginning, like when they first introduced Dante, he's naked at the door and he's talking about he's gonna get a lion, and they bring in the guy from Zimbabwe that's his friend that only he can understand. I'm like, what the fuck? It's so just out there and ridiculous, but you're just roll with it.
Or when the lion escapes and he's getting interviewed by the news station.
On the news.
Such a time capsule, right? Because like I know in Michigan, right, like you can drive down the road and throw a stone and you hit a dispensary now, and you can buy like ounces of weed for like $100. Back in the 2000s, especially like pre-medical, even it was like back then it was like, no, you needed a Dante, and Dante was a weird dude, but you were cool with Dante because he got the good weed and you had to know him. And so that movie makes complete sense. It's the same way that Pineapple Express still makes complete sense, because that movie is like, what if you just hung out with your pot dealer for an entire day and saw what happened? And it was like, oh, that's what happens.
Well, let me ask you this. Your pot dealer tells you he has a strain of weed called the Brown Bomber that makes you... Do you smoke it?
No.
You're not curious how strong it is?
No, I have no interest, dude.
Well, he took all the 5 strong ones, so he made one giant joint with
it. Like, I don't want to get too deep into
when did he pulled out the brown bomber towards the end or during the part? No, the Frankenstein was the party. I don't remember. No, when he goes to Dante's and just like roll it all into a giant joint, he's like, no one's ever done that. It's like, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go crazy with you.
Yeah, I'm good.
But that wasn't the brown bomber stuff. And then they have the monkey.
That was at the end. Towards the end.
Then they have the monkey drive them back to the video game studio.
I think the Dante thing with the brown bomber was like, he goes to Dante and he's like, hey, I need like weed. And he's like, do you want the brown bomber? It makes you shit yourself. And he's like, no, I just want to get high. And he's like, oh, okay, then just take this instead. But like back in the day,
was it during the party?
Like, do you want that Northern Lights train that just absolutely runs you over? Like,
well, that's one of the jokes they do with Dante is he just keeps rattling off ridiculous names for types of pot.
Yeah, because when he's rattling off all those names, he's like, I don't care. I just want to get high. I don't care about the names. I just want to get high. That's it.
Oh, I meant to change my name to Graybush for this one, but I forgot.
No one's even asked me what the special onesie is, so apparently no one's interested.
I just realized that was your name. What is the special onesie? You don't
No
know?
one's asked.
It's not late enough to find out yet, apparently.
$50 and you get the special onesie later.
Ooh.
$50, you get the special onesie.
Well,
Hey, I seen someone donated $100. I think you're due.
No,
No,
that
that's
was
for
for
his
the
brother.
table. That was for the.
Oh, okay.
That was earmarked for the table.
It was.
I gotta ask you, Tim. Do you ever talk your brother out of doing that crazy stuff, or is it even worth trying to talk him out of it?
You think I could talk that man out of doing anything?
Or at least do you at least try to like be the angel that's here? Like, Dan, that's not a good idea.
The person that owns half of his assets is currently at the house he is sitting in, and she could not stop him from doing what he was doing. What am I supposed to do an hour away? And even then, like,
It's usually the other way around too. A maniac like Dan usually tries to talk the brother into doing it with him.
oh, I've done. I've always talked me into doing stupid stuff too. It's just like we're just not there together right now, so it's just a different situation.
Oh, that's why.
Nobody can talk me out of anything.
No one.
Should have done the frog splash.
Listen, I was just trying to make sure the ladder stayed straight. So, like, that was a struggle in and to itself. Like trying to balance a ladder on top of like about 2 inches worth of snow. So balance a 4-foot ladder on top of 2 inches worth of snow.
That was fun though.
I'm shocked you didn't slip off like going up it because of the snow and the wetness.
That ladder did not want me to jump off it. I decided it. You know, this is the thing. Is like that among the things that I've done in my life, that's by far not the most dangerous.
I believe you.
Speaking of Charlie Chapman inventing the blowjob.
Oh, one of my favorite jokes in this movie is where Nick Swartzen is talking to the old lady and she says she gave Charlie Chapman a hand job, and without thinking, it's just like, was he silent? Yeah. Like I fucking cracked up. Like I had to pause it for a minute because I'm like, that's such a great joke.
Did you guys know that
like
the game in this movie is real?
Is it really?
What, demonic?
So it was being developed by the same studio that Clive Barker runs. He's made like probably 7 or 8 video games that I know of anyway. And it lost funding halfway through. So the beta that they play in it is real.
Oh wow.
It was supposed to be released at the same time when the movie came out, and the funding just basically disappeared. And there was a whole like after they'd already filmed it and done most of the editing, there was a panic moment that this was not going to be a wide release. It bombed anyway, but then Blockbuster and other like rentals were like, we can't keep this movie in supply. And that's what made it a cult classic, was the fact that like rentals kept it alive.
Wow.
But it's not a movie you'd want to go see in theaters. Like, you don't go get bombed and then go watch a movie in theaters where you're stuck and you can't like go get chips and you can't fart and you can't move around.
Yeah, you want to know a movie? A movie I went to go see while I was bombed. Talk about a mistake. You guys ever see Blood Diamond?
No.
I went to go see Blood Diamond with a friend.
Is that a Leo DiCaprio movie?
Yeah. Like it's about blood diamonds. Like literally, it's like the title. Super serious. Super serious movie.
That's the kind of movie you want to see when you get bombed.
We went to Buffalo Wild Wings before because we got there too early, and the waitress just kept refilling. They have their tall beer there. They call it the Brutus, don't they, or something like that? Anyway, so it's like 24-ounce beers, and she wasn't asking us if we want to refill. She just kept bringing them. And so I had probably drank 5 or 6 of them before we went to go to see the movie in about an hour. Just that made me think of it. I'd watch this movie in the theater. Tim, you wouldn't really? I love it.
No, I'm just saying it's not a theater film. Like the whole point of this film is you watch it with friends, like we're talking right now, and you talk about the fact that like they jerked off on a Laura Croft doll, like especially pre-internet. Like none of this stuff existed. You didn't just have these like great clips to just like click on. It was like, oh my god, dude, I have the DVD of Grandma's Boy. Have you seen this?
This isn't like the stoner movies, they're not, blockbuster type movies that are made
Not
for
at all.
theaters. These are word of mouth cult type movies that kids in dorms get a hold of. Like, you got to fucking watch this, or they put it on at a party. Or
it's a Happy Madison production.
Yeah.
Is this in the pantheon of stoner movies?
Oh yeah,
Definitely.
It's gotta be.
Definitely. The grandmothers get high in this movie.
Dude,
Everybody loved Raymond's mother.
I know. She's one of my favorite old lady actresses. Like, and she's great in this.
The whole grandma cast in this film kills it.
Yeah.
Like, they're all so much fun. Like, I feel like it was it's kind of ahead of its time in that sense. Like, especially now that over 50% of the THC consumed in the U.S. is consumed by people over the age of 50.
The one that keeps spreading out pills on her plate and shit. Smiling for
Oh yeah, I mean,
she's
my great
looking-
grandma had more pills. Like, dude, there would be like 3 of them. It wasn't just one Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. It was an entire stack of Monday, and it was like 3 layers of it. And you're like, how are you even living anymore?
She goes and licks the paint while he's trying to paint the house. When he's vacuuming and cleaning up the house, he lifts the couch and there's like 3 dead cats.
Yeah. He just puts it back down and walks away.
I love how he's lying. He's living with a butthead that his roommates are freaks.
Oh,
That's why he always
yeah.
put him
Half the first
tired.
half of the movie, he keeps telling his coworkers he's living with these 3 hot chicks.
Because they're all young. They
And
think
just
he's a god.
nonstop sex.
Mm-hmm. And his hands get wrapped from when he burned it.
He's so
If this is
stoned.
in
He
the
traces-
pantheon, what are the other 4? I don't disagree. It's not that I'm not disagreeing at all. I'm just not a stoner.
That's tough.
How
high?
How high could be one.
What's the other one? The Dave Chappelle one. I can't think of it right now.
Chris's favorite, Weed Wolf.
Oh, Puerto Rican Chris.
Yeah.
Yo. Yeah.
Weed Wolf.
I don't even.
It's fucking stupid as hell.
Half Baked is the original, right?
Half Baked. I forgot about that one.
never
There you
really
go.
liked
Half Baked. That's the Chappelle one.
I liked it.
I don't know. All I have is like
James Franco. It's Pineapple Express, right? Which I still really like because Danny McBride's fucking hilarious in that movie.
He is good.
Evil Bong is another one.
Evil Bong's really funny.
Yes.
But I think it's more like YouTube videos, right? Like Unforgivable. I just remember watching the same videos over and over again and just laughing my face off. But the internet was very small back then.
Yes,
It really
It was
was.
small but fun. Like that video right there. Like you hear that name, you're like, I know exactly what he's talking about.
Well, we got to put Dan's video is going to be on YouTube, so I think that's gonna get a lot of hits.
Yeah, that'll get 0 hits. Nobody wants to watch that.
No, people want to see that. Like I was saying this earlier, Dan. People would rather see that happen than if he would have successfully did that. Like perfect. That's not as fun or as funny.
Dan versus a ladder.
Versus a table.
It's a 3-way match.
Yeah. Next time you gotta
Listen,
get your brother on
they-
the ladder. That's all.
I think one of the things that this movie does right is it gets the state of mind that people are in when they're that age. Because he's like 25, right? He's like 25, 26. And
Well, he's
that's
older.
No, yeah,
He's
he's
like
35.
He's like
30.
30.
I feel like he's like 25. That's how I
No,
saw
he's
it.
like past his prime.
Yeah, he's
Everybody
like,
else
he's
is
the-
that young.
Yeah,
He's
that's
the
why they
older
call him Gray Bush. He's like 30. He even says he's 35 at one point.
Oh, it's been years since I watched the movie. I'm not gonna lie.
Because
Yeah. I was a
half
kid
the
to it.
group when they go out, they're like, "Do you have shots?" And then David Spade's character is like, "Yeah, we have green tea shots."
There's nothing wrong with green tea shots. A green tea shot is a great
but
shot.
the whole
Wheatgrass.
point is like their boss
Wheatgrass,
is like that California, I want to have Tai Chi, and I want to have green tea, and I want to have wheatgrass. And then they're like, "No, I want to go get a greasy burger and at
Some burger
wherever they
place.
go." And then and then they go get hammered at the grandma's house, and that's where the party happens.
Well, they go back to Grandma's house because Nick Swartzen has to pee out of his ass.
Yeah.
Oh. From eating the parsnips or whatever.
What the fuck is a parsnip?
I don't know.
Some kind of vegetable.
But That is like that's a Happy Madison vehicle where just like Adam Sandler just doesn't show up for some reason, but everyone else is there.
Yeah, I thought he'd make a cameo at some point. He never does.
Yeah, me too. He lets all his friends cameo his movies.
He's like, but like Linda Cannonera is in this, and she's gonna do Push It, so like don't worry about it. Like I got you covered. Like
She's
you're
so
gonna
cool.
remember this movie for the rest of your life.
Fucking.
And the main character, is it just me? Does he kind of look like Mel Gibson? Does he? Is it just me?
Like younger, like now.
Yeah,
now.
younger Mel Gibson.
Maybe a little bit.
Off-brand.
There you go. The Timu version.
The Timu Gibson.
The Timu version.
Timu version. Timu Gibson.
Jonah Hill, I assume one of his early acting gigs where he's literally sucking on a tit
For 13
hours.
13 hours.
Pretty much the whole film.
Yeah.
Jonah freaking.
Like, dude, make a move. You could do better. She's just giving your tit right away.
Like they go to leave in the morning, and the girl is literally just eating a bowl of cereal while he's still right here.
Like in fairness to him though, like she's more tit than woman. Like she has one of those
you're not
like,
wrong.
huge implants. So it's
Yeah.
like you're just focusing on the boob.
Speaking of
God
cereal part,
damn.
that was funny when the grandmother took it back from that one guy, like you nerd, the big
Oh, yeah.
biker, just like you nerd.
Sturdy
Oh,
is
he's like,
the,
yeah,
is the-
I'm not high
Bad
enough
guy.
to get that. She's like, well, you're not high enough. Freaking crap to
Captain.
crunch. Get the hell out.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Colonel
Sturdy, is
Crunch
the
is
weed
fine.
smoking accurate? Is it like accurate?
Oh, you get the munchies?
Well, I just mean
Okay,
like
so-
how they do it, like because like obviously movies get like, in my opinion, movies get drinking wrong.
They get
Like,
smoking
more
wrong.
often
They
than
they go like over the top with it, and then
Yeah,
like
they
I'm
go
not
over
saying
the
you don't
top
get
with the drinking.
you don't get. I'm not saying you don't get the munchies because you definitely do, but the way they go about it is just like over the top. You don't go all that crazy to where you're eating everything.
Hey,
in your
you're
damn
not
house.
smoking
That's crazy.
Frankenstein, man. And they smoke a lot.
But
it's not like a couple of hits. They're smoking a lot.
No, but that's like, listen, that's like the cliche in every single stoner film. Is like you're eating the whole, like damn, they're dumping the fridge in your face, like freaking whoever does that. I can't think of.
Oh
the
yeah,
name, but
then he burns himself and flies all over the place.
that was hilarious. And that's another thing. Like
I did
high.
that before, by the way.
You weren't high though. I've been
Yes,
high.
no, I
I've
was
cooked
drunk.
high. Oh, that's different. And I've never done that. Like I've never done that. Just go down, make something to eat, put the pot holders on, and grab it, and continue.
No,
to
I was
smoke and eat.
trashed and I did it.
That sounds right.
Don't do it again.
Have you guys ever done the leave the food in the oven overnight? Because I never have, but I've had a
No,
roommate do
no,
it.
no, no,
Mm-mm.
no.
I had a
My,
roommate burn.
my anxiety wouldn't let me.
Oh shit!
I'll think it burn the house down.
Nope, I've not done that.
You don't.
I had a
cook,
roommate
you
burn
don't
cookies.
drive.
They turned into like Pocky Pucks.
Microwave only when you're trashed.
Air fryer. Air fryer.
Or best yet, you order Chinese food beforehand. You come back to it and it's cold. You eat it cold.
There you go.
Yeah,
there you go.
I'm gonna bounce to Tim and get ready for my show, guys. Sorry for
All
jumping
right.
in real quick.
Oh, you're good. You're good. You're good.
Good.
You're good.
Cheers.
More,
Boy, cheers to you too.
more
Good
the
sir.
better.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It's back to the
Oh.
trio, guys. It's back to the trio.
I love that the older ladies get stoned in this movie because they think
Yeah,
the
tea.
tea
The
is their
tea.
dead friends. By the way, the fact that he moves in not just with his grandma but takes over the room of a dead friend, I thought was a nice touch.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
the
She
first
didn't die
night
in the
he
bed.
she's like, you didn't die in the bed, did she? No, she died right there on the floor.
He's like,
And then
the funny part when they thought it was haunted.
yeah, she's like, we're gonna have so much fun.
She fucking scared the shit out of him.
Well, can we talk about the race car bed though at his friend's house?
Oh yeah.
that was
that. The thing is, they
He
make
kept
fun of that
refer-
too because they're thinking gamers. Like that's the mentality of gamers. Even though you're like 20 something, you're still
You're-
like a child.
He kept referring to his parents as his roommates.
his
Yeah,
roommates.
his
Listen,
roommates.
I'm gonna say this. I wouldn't
He
be
was
mad
wearing
having a
a
race car
onesie.
bed. I wouldn't be mad having a race
I
car
always
bed.
wanted one when I was younger.
I still want one.
I had a friend, two brothers. They both had one.
If
That's
you
right.
got rid of your bed and put a race car, same size, but it's a race car, in the bedroom without telling your wife, what do you think her reaction would be?
This is a cool ass bed. And it's comfortable.
You lay down naked and you say, you want to ride?
Yeah, it have like the Batmobile called the Birdmobile. You know.
By the way, you know who we haven't talked about is JP, the video game guy that dresses
that's
like he's in the Matrix.
The most annoying part of the movie. I can't stand him.
That's the point.
He was
No,
funny.
I know that's the point. I just can't stand him.
He was funny, but I was watching this with Mick earlier, and I was like, that's the type of person that would just get on my nerves so
Yeah,
freaking
exactly.
easy. So
He
easy.
thinks
But
he's
it was funny,
invisible,
like,
leaning against
that
the
was
black
hilarious.
wall.
Laid up against the wall with his black jacket on.
He's like, how could he
How
see
can
me?
you see me? Yeah, fucking moron.
And he switched his voice up to that robot voice and would act like nothing. Every time he did, he would act like that was nothing happened.
Yeah.
At all.
And he keeps telling the girl, I want you to sit on my face. You see this movie right here, especially at work, there's no way that shit will fly, man. HR would be on your ass. You'd be done.
Everybody would have been fired day one.
Oh, yeah.
The boss is a maniac.
Day freaking one.
Kevin Nealon is the boss. Yeah, like the hippie into the tea and meditation type boss. I enjoyed that character, and I thought that was funny.
I like the when they're all in the rush to the building, and Dante is like, "Where did he get his weed?" And he's like, "From you, Dante." He's like,
Oh yeah, how's it going, Mr. Cheezel?
Imagine that the weed fucked you up so much. That's what it changes your personality like that. You think you're fucking spiritual or like a tree hugger.
Oh, the fact that Nick Swartzen bangs the old lady.
Hey,
at the party, and and then they have the scene in the bed where he tells her that she was his first, and she's like, "That's sweet. You were my 3,000th something."
Yeah. Isn't there a thing older to wine, sweeter to taste or something?
But then he turns to the
That's not how
then he turns over to the other side and he's like, "Ooh, I should have worn a condom."
Yeah, imagine being a girl until they said that. I'd be like, whoa, Jesus Christ. What were you taking, like full football teams and basketball team in your school?
Every single sport.
Yeah, every sport, every year.
Even the bowling team guys.
It's your tradition. You're like 10th grade, varsity time.
Tennis.
Jesus.
Ping pong.
3,000. But they did make her seem older than she is. Back with Chaplin.
Yeah.
What she say? Who else? Like Bing Crosby, or I forgot what people.
I forgot the other name she dropped.
This movie was so ridiculous, though.
It's crazy. I haven't seen, like Chris. I haven't seen it in years, but it does hold up. I thought I was going to.
It holds up, and if
like,
this was something I
not
randomly
funny.
came across, I would leave it on because I know it's going to make me laugh with some of the jokes.
Yeah, it's funny. It is funny.
Yeah, it's definitely something I would watch again, and probably sooner, because like I said, the last time I watched was probably 2020, 2021 was the first time I seen it. So I may watch it in the near future.
I seen this shit like a year after it came out. I think that's 2007, 2008 or something like that.
2006 it came out. But yeah, James, your favorite scene? I couldn't, like, when they're sitting on the couch and they send after the lion and he gets the karate monkey. They introduce like the Asian karate teacher that's sitting there. I'm like, he's not gonna rip my heart out, is he? No, he's here to teach karate. He's like, I got my yellow belt today, but the monkey's got the red. He's a quick learner.
Yeah. Then he sends him upstairs. You hear a fight. The monkey fucks up the guy.
And he walks over to the stairs. He's like, monkey?
I think he's black belt now.
And then just out of nowhere.
That part made me laugh so hard. I knew something was going to happen because he's up there. He's like, because he's calling for. He's like, monkey. Then all of a sudden it got quiet for a second. All of a sudden you hear quack, quack, and fucking drop kick. It was so fucking funny.
When I watch stuff like this, I'm like, where in the hell did they come up with these ideas? And how long were they laughing? Like, how many reshoots did you have to do? Because I laugh. Funny stuff, I laugh a lot. And it's like, oh, man, I got to do it again.
Oh, it brings me back to when I was in high school. I think it was high school. Yeah, high school. So we had, was it music class? Music class. They wanted us to make commercials.
Really?
So you had to be a team of 3. So it was me and my 2 friends, and this is okay. So this is nothing new in my brain. My idea, because this is back then when you had the Budweiser frogs and the funny Dorito or the Dairy Queen commercials and all that shit.
Yeah.
I had idea. I forgot exactly what the fucking idea was, but it was so fucked up that the teacher's like, no, you can't do that.
We're not surprised.
Oh, I could be one of those people.
Shocker.
Put me in a boardroom and I will come up with crazy fucking ideas like this. Easily.
See James getting escorted. That yeah.
Whoa.
Easily.
You seen that, right? That was just a little sneak peek of what's coming up at 10 o'clock tonight.
How was that? Tyson? Punch Out?
Friday the 13th on the NES.
On the NES.
Yo, that game, I couldn't get off the first level, I don't think. When I first played like back in the day.
I love that game.
I never played the Freddy Krueger one.
I actually not recently. I had it for a couple of years. I haven't played it yet, but I'm glad you reminded me because I have to hook up my regular Nintendo within the next month or two.
Well, they should put that game on Switch.
Play it on there. I agree. Same with the Jason game. I agree.
Yeah. Probably get there at some point.
I don't know if they're popular enough, but do it, Nintendo. Do it.
One of the
reasons they have a
reasons-
lot of games were not that popular on there. I'm
That's
like,
true.
what else is crap?
One of the reasons the main character has to move out of his apartment and in with his grandmother anyway is because his roommate was spending their money on Filipino hookers.
Yep.
He started crying. He looked at him, Rob Schneider there. They're like, what the fuck? He was
like, I loved it.
Then he was like, when they're outside, he's like, oh, where are you going to stay? He's like, oh, Madam whatever is going to let me stay there. That's how frequently he goes. It's like he's part of the family now.
Yep. Oh man, I fell for him when the dude threw his bong out though.
Oh, it's like that's your fault too.
Especially back in the day, because a lot of bongs were like glass like that.
Yeah.
Oh, they still are.
And
Still are.
well,
Not
I seen
cheap,
plastic ones and shit now.
Oh no, I'm saying though, the glass ones are bad.
Yeah, the glass ones, but back then, like, especially where they weren't easy to get. Like you had to go to a tobacco store and like say, oh, it's for tobacco and all that shit. Because you know what it was. There was no Amazon or all that shit to buy it.
Oh no, you just go to the store and grab one and do your
My
thing.
one friend had the one with the 8 hoses, the octopus.
Yeah.
Oh, like a hookah.
Yeah, like
The
everybody
hookah.
gets a hose.
Yeah.
Yeah, we used to have this friend's apartment. We call it the party house. Every weekend, that's where we went to party, and we play all different types of games, like card games.
Is this the house you tore your ACL at?
No, this is a different party. But there were like this is before I didn't do THC.
Clean living.
But they always try to get me. But I'm the one who's down in beers. I'm racing people with funnels. I used to beat them with the can against a funnel. And but he had all this stuff out. He brings out the 8 hose thing. Then he brings out a gas mask.
Never used one of those, but I want to.
He did the gas mask. Then they had a metal pipe. They called it a steamroller or something.
Yep.
I was like, what the hell is going on in here? Got all these different gadgets. He just puts them on a table. Guys, help yourself, guys. Whoever wants float your boat.
That's awesome. That sounds like a good time.
No, that house was what there was some crazy shit. There was one roommate that pissed him off all the time, so he left. He had his own freezer food. He had these burgers. They took it, kept it frozen, and everybody was putting their pubes on it, and they put it back in the freezer.
Damn.
Awesome.
This is the type of house party where if you fall asleep, you either get marker or hot sauce in your mouth. So if you want to go to sleep, you better leave and go home.
Yeah. Seems like that's the way most of those parties should be.
People are throwing chips up in the ceiling fan, chips flying everywhere. Like, what the fuck is going on?
Oh, I've been there before.
It was a good time,
That's not
though.
the kind of party you want to fall asleep at. No.
Madden tournaments, and basketball tournaments on the Sega Genesis and shit in the front room.
I miss days like that. And
Yeah,
Grandma's
it
like,
was
brings that out with the gaming.
fun.
Like going back to the movie real quick and how he was playing the game with his grandmother. Like, there's nothing better than playing as far as the gaming goes. Like playing in house in the same room with your friends, talking shit and all that. That's why I feel like with I know we're older now, of course, but like with our generation, with like people trash talk online. I'm like, this is nothing. Like I had people that love me saying a hell of a lot worse sitting right next to me. So you
can't say it to my
face.
face. It doesn't. Doesn't hit
Like
the same.
our
Not
friends,
at
we
all.
used to go so low and go, that's why your grandmother's dead. We used to say fucked up shit.
Because you lost in a game.
Yeah, but we didn't take it serious because we're really close friends.
Yeah. And
Stab you and your whole family.
That is something though I can take. I pulled from this movie though. It was like the gaming aspect of it and like playing together like that, and just, of course the bashing each other.
And
talking shit
that
like
job would be so much fun if you go to work and it was like that every day.
A game tester? Oh yeah, like that.
Like you're just testing game. You're doing serious work, but lunchtime they're having game battles. It's crazy.
Dance Revolution.
The Dance Revolution battle was really good. Where
it was because he played it up. He never played it before. He was like,
he's like,
this?
We don't even have that. When did we get this? All right, I guess I'll give it a try. He's like, perfect score. Is that a new high score? Is that good?
He did a harder song.
Bad?
It was like faster.
Did I break it? Did I break the machine?
So him and Graybush, it's like the top dogs of the gaming in the place.
The games, yeah, they are.
They're the ones to get challenged for to beat them.
Graybush. I like how with the Dance Revolution thing, just how he was the way he was dancing on there, and then at one point he's looking at his watch and yawning.
Yep.
I'm just like, come on now, you're making a kid feel bad now, man.
Uh-huh. That's the point. You embarrass them.
Yeah,
never challenge me again.
And his friends. Like I like how the whole
it's
group
cool though. That's a cool challenge though. They go and find a game that you think you never played. They come back and they're like, he's like, "What's the game?" He was like, that frog game. He was like, all right, bring it on. It was just jumping lily pad to lily pad, catching freaking flies. What stuff?
Listen,
kind of game is that? I bet that's real. Is that a real game?
Yeah, sure it is. Something like at least something like that.
I used to play Frogger, where you have to cross the road.
Not to get ran over or cross the water part, not fall off the logs and all that. That was such a stupid game.
I liked it. What are you talking about? That and Paperboy. I love Paperboy.
Paperboy was great.
Paperboy was better than Frogger, but I wasn't really a fan of either one of those. Or Paper Mario.
Were you a Pac-Man fan?
I did like Pac-Man.
Pac-Man was good.
Tetris.
Yes,
I've played a lot of Tetris.
But here's the thing. Tetris was my I know they have it on like all the new systems and stuff. My favorite on the gray Game Boy.
Ditto.
Yeah, the original. I agree.
There's just nothing
and
better.
That song is top tier game songs. That and Mario. And the Zelda song, maybe.
Nintendo has a lot of fun. Speaking of that, Nintendo has a lot of fun music. I'm sure Dan can agree with that.
They probably have some of the most iconic video game music. Haven't been playing Zelda for most of my time the last week.
It's like that 16-bit style music.
They still use the same fucking theme song. There it is.
There he is. Chris feels better about himself now.
It's true. I really do.
It's Mick Portnoy.
Mick Portnoy.
His Dave's brother.
I would absolutely take some of that success.
Yeah, I know, right? Wish I was related. If it was my uncle or something, I'm like, hey, Uncle Dave, can I hang out with you? Give me money.
Dad. Give me money.
I think that's how rich people work. That's why
it is.
Well, they're about to get richer. Let's just say
that.
Man, both sides of my family, there's no one who has money where I can suck up and say, hey, put me in a will or something. My family is poor.
That means you got to be the one to make it.
I am the one making it.
So somebody could call you up like, hey, Uncle James, I haven't seen you in 45 years. Let me get $1 million.
I only got one nephew, buddy.
So I'm so glad we're talking about being poor.
Why is that?
Because,
got the poor man pizza?
Oh. We're about $60 from our goal.
Oh, yeah. Come on. We can do it.
We can do this.
So if you can help out.
Listen, I donated. Everybody else can donate. Let's go.
So close.
Very well appreciated. Appreciated.
We're almost there. So let's make this happen. So did you guys do ratings for
No.
We didn't know. We actually didn't do ratings.
We're just talking about it, going back and forth, and we bring up other stuff and go back to it. Because the game is bringing us back to our childhood, hanging out.
Gaming together and trash talk.
Yeah.
How fun was that back in the day?
And the parties back in the day.
Oh my God, man. Just whatever we could play, like,
You ever played Unicycle?
Uniracers?
It was a hot month.
Uniracer.
Me and my friend used to like bench. I used to sleep over his house, and we used to play unicycle.
We
And
played a
every
lot of
night.
NHL, MLB,
NHL too. Yeah, we used to have tournaments.
NBA, Madden, of
NHL.
course. Like
Yep.
it depends on the season. We played a lot of NHL though.
Same
like
here.
95,
Our goal was to
96.
break the record.
94 is the
94.
We did play one of the hockey. I don't
good
remember
year.
which one it was, but we played on the Super Nintendo. Do you guys remember when the Super had like the adapter piece so you can play like 4 players for certain games?
Yep. Yeah.
Plug it
Yeah.
into that. Oh, that was. So
I didn't have a Super Nintendo. I do remember what you're talking about, but
I
had a Sega,
Okay.
and that's what we played it on.
My friend had a Sega. That's what we
Same,
used
I
to
had a
play.
friend who had
NFL game on. I forgot what it's called. What was on?
Man,
Sega?
that was Back at the Beach. Not Back at the Beach. Bash at the Beach. The WCW. game.
WCW.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
played
love
that.
playing that on the what was it, N64?
Oh,
Oh,
WrestleMania 2000 was
wrestling
awesome.
games.
Oh my
Wrestling
God.
games on the 64.
That's the one with the combos. Like you get sweet chin music, like 18 in a row. You do major combos. What's
I thought
that?
that
one?
was the PlayStation version.
Well, dude,
I forgot what that game was called.
just the first Smash Brothers.
SmackDown.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you're going Smash Brothers. You're going like later years.
It was
Well,
64, early 64.
That was like, isn't
Yeah.
that Smash Bros like GameCube?
64. It was on the 64.
64.
Was it? I thought it came out
Yeah.
on GameCube.
No, there was 64, man.
64 was an awesome. We
No,
got
I like
Mario
that. Yeah,
Party
that
from there.
system was good.
We got Mario Party
Which-
from there, which is a fun game, fun party game.
Weren't you
Just
going to
a
play
regular Mario.
GoldenEye at some point?
GoldenEye.
Well,
The
I
ultimate.
wanted to originally what I wanted to do was for us to play that together tonight, but we should definitely plan something like that out. Maybe once we're done with Bond.
Yeah, because we're going to be going through Bond, like, dude.
Yeah.
I'll have to
I
practice
cannot
a lot.
wait to do The Spy That Loved Me. I don't know why, Chris. I have no idea why, but it's all about submarines, and I just want information from you. I watched that movie. I'm like, I can't wait till we get there.
Listen,
now.
I can't give you the information. I don't understand it. I just put it in books.
You can tell
He
me if it's
copies
realistic
paste.
or not.
He goes, I don't know
Yeah.
what this is. Copy it.
I don't understand it.
Try to have Chris break it down for us. Chris,
I
what
just
does
know
this
the
mean?
format it should be presented in.
Oh God, dude, you guys are gonna love. I'm really enjoying this trip.
They are getting better.
What
Yeah.
are speaking of? For anyone that doesn't know, watching this, that may be watching this now, we are working our way through the Bond movies during regular Popcorn and Pints episodes. We're 4 movies deep, 21 to go, something like
We're
that.
back on it next Saturday.
Back on it next Saturday. What are the next 2?
The next 2 are You Only Live Twice and On Her Majesty's Secret Service.
All right.
That's wonderful that you remember that so well.
I'm
know you're going through them
enjoying
all.
it. I just passed Moonraker, which, by the way, interestingly enough, was not supposed to exist. If you look at the end of, and I urge you guys to look at through the credits because they're not very long, but they have cool little like send off sometimes. But they'll always say like the next movie that's supposed to come up.
Yep.
Well, what was it? The last one. It's The Spy Who Loved Me. It says check out Bond in the next Bond movie, For Your Eyes Only. And then of course the Star Wars boom happened, in like 78, no 77. Then so in 79 they rushed Moonraker.
Oh,
To maximize on that. And I didn't realize because I had talked about it, I think previously on the show, John Glenn is the director who directed the most amount of James Bond movies, and he directed all of the 1980s James Bond movies. I didn't realize his introduction was Moonraker, though. He was like an editor on it, and he was like an assistant story or something. So like, it's very cool to see how they were really planning ahead for the 80s, and I'm super excited to get into it for sure. But I don't know. I just want to share a little bit of Bond, get back into it for next week.
So
while you were talking to her, I almost died.
I saw
The water
that.
went down the wrong pipe.
I thought you were from boredom.
I was
He was over there
dying.
he was over there coughing a little bit. None of us seemed very concerned about him. Right now.
I hit mute. I was in the middle of it and I was holding it so it wouldn't go on my mic. I was going, fuck, I gotta mute this shit.
Like I was listening to Mick, but I could see you below him, like constantly going to the side.
Oh
Like,
yeah, I was dying.
I'm like, I'm sure he's fine.
Little pat on the back.
Freaking eyes watered up and everything. I was like, oh my god, I'm going to fall off the chair and die.
This is how he goes on a charity live stream.
Oh my god. Well, listen.
We gonna rate this?
Let's rate this.
Yeah,
I've seen it, so I can rate it too.
Yes. Kick it off, James. What you got?
I'm gonna go. It made me laugh a lot. It holds up. I'm gonna go 8.
Okay, Chris.
I'm actually with James on this one. I agree. We're almost 20 years later. There's nothing that overly dates this. The jokes hold up. I still laugh. This is, like I mentioned, if I come across this randomly, it's something I would leave on for some jokes. It's just fucking funny still. So yeah, 8.
Mick?
I would give this a 6. It's funny. But some of it just gets a little too wacky for me, but overall, not bad.
I'm actually right there with you. I think it was 6. It was funny though. It was really funny, but there's just to get like a 7, 8, you have to be like out of the box hilarious for me. And how about
That's
you?
rare.
Good?
That only happens to you when the movie is like completely ridiculous.
But Tim looks angry at you.
Dude, I came out of the woodwork when I heard this rating. How dare you?
Give it an 8? Yeah, I know.
No, I heard a 6.
Oh
no, yeah. Oh no, that's a proper rating.
No. This is easily an 8.
Oh my god! It's.
I'm sorry. Is it not 19?
8.5.
Oh.
Is this not 19 years later? Are we not still talking about this film? Is this film not still?
No, we're
relevant?
not just no. First of all, we need a visual representation.
Mic, Mick.
Oh shit. Okay, we need a visual representation of Tim's.
It's like you're stroking your mic.
I am stroking. I'm trying to keep it going.
No, it's an 8.5. Come on, guys. This is it. This is a solid B movie. Like, this is an 8.5. Linda Cardellini shakes her ass. It's funny. It's got an interesting plot. The old ladies do cool shit. There isn't a single moment in this movie where we aren't entertained.
The memes are still being used.
It's not a masterpiece. It's not a masterpiece, but it like we're entertained. It marks that entertainment end of what a film should do. So it doesn't get an A.
It's also a great time capsule into stoner/gaming in that time period.
It brings it together.
If you tell kids like that's how you had to get weed 20 years from now, they'll be like, what do you mean? Like, I get it delivered to my door, man.
Yeah,
I've never seen my weed dealer.
Sturdy, have you seen Helen Keller?
Versus the Night Wolves?
No, enough of Helen Keller. I'm done with Helen Keller.
Is the film of the night.
Tim, have you seen Helen Keller? Oh, weed!
Oh my god.
I would watch it. I would watch it.
All right, listen, Dan, I hate to break it to you. This movie is well under the Miyagi line.
No, it isn't.
Whoa. I don't even know what this is.
I don't know what this
Miyagi
is.
line.
Well,
but I will say you're outnumbered.
It's not about
the Miyagi line is average. So if you watch Karate Kid and you actually watch that movie as an adult, it's like an average movie. It's solid.
I agree.
It's actually really fucking sad in a couple parts, but for the most part, it's just like, yeah, it's solid. Like, this movie's above the Miyagi line. It's funny.
I agree.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
You think this is better than the Karate Kid?
Yeah.
I didn't say, Mick, this is not.
If it's got to be better than the Karate Kid to pass the Miyagi line.
No. There's difference. So Miyagi, the Karate Kid is an artistic movie that does not do enough to entertain. This is a completely entertaining movie that has very little artistic merit. Sometimes that rules over. Sometimes that rules over. I would rather watch Grandma's Boy than the Karate Kid. Because I don't want to see Mr. Miyagi crying over his dead wife again.
How many times can you watch fucking Karate Kid, the same
sweep the leg, Johnny,
story over and over again?
Opinions are like your ideas,
I can't hear you, man.
Definitely not doing it twice. So there it is.
Here comes a visual representation of Dan's opinions. Just hitting the floor right below that Miyagi line. It's just going to happen here. You got to unmute yourself, sir. Listen.
This here is above the Miyagi line.
This is above the Miyagi line. This one is entertainment. Perfect entertainment personified. But what's not above the Miyagi line is Grandma's Boy.
And Grandma's Boy is certainly above it.
Here we go. This is Grandma's Boy trying to get above the Miyagi line. It just has to get up there just a little bit. Here you go.
Freaking wet ass shoes.
Miyagi line.
You are a brave man for spinning around on top of that thing too.
That's where it landed. Below the Miyagi line. Hardcore through
this. And that's the bottom line.
And look at this. Look at this Stone Cold. This is an excellent Stone Cold.
That's a waste of alcohol.
Baby. It was most
cold.
The best part of this is the fact that it looks like, even though it was intentional, it looked more like an accident when the ladder just went sideways.
I am glad you didn't get hurt, because if you dropped a little bit shorter, you would have just hit head on that board.
Oh my God! Listen, I have Royal Rumble on over there, and they had a huge ladder match between Cody Rhodes and Kevin Owens tonight. And I'm going to say this, Dan, yours was better.
Top ladder match.
I will watch yours 1,000 times over. I don't even remember who won that match, and that was like
if somebody had held that ladder, that would have been awesome.
I mean, are we sure Dan won that match? Did the table? I think the ladder won.
Oh, the ladder one. I tried it. So don't try to stand on a ladder on uneven snow. That's the lesson of the day, ladies and gentlemen.
And with wet shoes, because you heard that squeak.
Oh yeah, you hear the squeak in the shoes. Like you hear the squeak, and I was like, oh. And I wanted to push off and get a little bit of height, and I probably shouldn't have. I probably should have just kind of like,
fell into it.
half-assed it. But I wanted to get height. I wanted to Macho Man Randy Savage that bitch, and that was probably my mistake.
The good thing is you got it out of your system. Nick.
Was your wife looking out the window watching you?
No, she refused. Oh, she shut off the show. So she shut off the stream when we started talking about it. She was highly against it. My mom apparently was like texting her like, "You can't let him do this." And as we addressed this before, that is
nobody can talk you out of stuff.
Nobody can talk him out of stuff. Even if you're like, it wasn't even a talking out of. He said he wanted to do this, and from the beginning, I was like, I'm against this. I didn't actually think he was gonna go do it. I knew he's a man of his word, but I was like, all right, maybe he's just not going to go do it because it was Ward and Ward doesn't want him to do it, so he won't. Nope, he was away doing it. That's where he was, away actually filming that. You maniac.
Oh, I was informed that there would be Friday the 13th.
Oh,
yes. It's in
4 minutes. It's in 4 minutes.
Guys, we are still at 5:38. Well, I haven't actually refreshed it, so I should probably do that. But
600.
we raised 600.
Oh.
Yeah. All right, and we still have 3 hours left.
That's not a cap. We can keep going.
We can keep going. Yeah.
Wait, what do you mean we can keep? Oh, we can. Yeah, you can keep donating. Yeah, keep going.
Yeah.
I'll keep it open. I'm just that's
amazing. And like as long as there isn't a Skeletor cat at 12:30 in the morning. That was legendary, man. I was so hammered. So one of the very first ones, or maybe the first one, James and Chris, I don't think you guys were here. One of the very first ones. Tim remembers this. Every time somebody donated, we raised, how much did we raise for that first one for the dog, Nick? Like 2,500?
20 over 27.
Wow. Damn.
Like, so I put it out there, and that at the time, my show was gaining traction. I was having like 40, 50 people tune into my show.
Nice.
And we had a tier, $10, $30, $50. And anybody who donated $50, I had to do an Irish car bomb live on the show.
Oh,
I vastly underestimated the number of people that were willing to donate that much money. I think I did 8, Mick.
There's so many.
Damn. Oh,
there's a lot. I don't know if
you raised the funds and got alcohol poisoning.
Yeah,
That's
that's worse than jumping through the table.
2 hours later, I have to do a show with Mick talking about lycanthropy while trying to pronounce all of the different nomenclature associated with it. And then after that, there was another show where Mick and Casey were breaking down everything we did. And so I'm tuning in, and there's only 2 or 3 people still left at this time. And they put up this cat named Skeletor.
Notice how he went 50 for him, 2 or 3 for us.
No, it's the very end. It was like the very end. It was like the very end of the whole thing. And so they put up Skeletor, and they're like, well, we saved the dog. Let's try to save this cat. And my drunk ass is trying to figure out how to donate. Because this is a cat. It was so adorable. It was this little like kitten. It was like a kitten that needed donations. And so I'm trying to figure out how to donate, but I'm at this point absolutely obliterated. And that was legendary.
You were. I'm trying to
the chat. I was like, how the fuck do I donate to this cat?
I'm like, how? I'm trying to. Jesus. How do you were gone on a level I hadn't seen you. I don't think ever since. Because the next day, I think we were doing something, and you were hurting.
Tim's seen me further, but.
Oh yeah, I mean, listen, I imagine, but that was.
I pronounced lycanthropy that night, and as well as many other multisyllabic words. So I wasn't too far.
Wasn't too far.
If I'm ever trash, do not let me on a show.
Oh no, James, we want. Oh come on.
Oh, that's all the more reason to make you front and center.
Yep, by himself. We'll just sit backstage.
You got to be legendary. There's
just let him rant.
Pull up.
We're on this planet for 70, maybe 80 years. Every single moment matters, and so if you want to do it, you do it. You want to go through a table?
No. Maybe if it's my own show. I don't want other people's show to get canceled.
The people demand Friday the 13th.
That's fair. That's fair.
Demand.
James, you can live stream your own Facebook anytime you want.
That's true. Good point.
Oh my God, when you were that episode, man,
it was great.
It wasn't me.
It was great. You and Casey were so tired too.
We were so, but that one was that we went long. I think we started at noon, and we went to 2 a.m.
Yeah.
Oh,
you guys were in a tux the whole time.
So bad.
I got hit with a chair.
You got hit with a chair, dude. You got hit with a chair.
Intentionally?
Yes.
Well, the wife. So if anybody donated 100, and I had to take 3 chair shots, I think, something like that.
You definitely did.
Well, it was your idea, wasn't it?
Oh, 100%.
All right.
Valentine's Day, we did Hulk hands, and every time, no, she just slapped me. That's right. Valentine's Day, we did Hulk, or she just slapped me, and every time I got it, I was doing a beer tasting, and every time I got the beer wrong, she had to slap me in the face.
Oh shit!
This man is really all about charity.
And Dan was hard the entire time.
Oh, 100%. I was all dressed up like it was Valentine's Day, of course, because
not only was he getting slapped, someone almost lost an eye.
Yeah.
Oh man.
All right.
Jesus Christ. So, popcorn and pints. I want to say thank you guys so much for jumping on here, talking about Grandma's Boy, having a good old time. We were just enjoying ourselves, but I know I want to get Shake moving on to playing some NES. I don't care who's here for it. So if you're leaving, I truly appreciate you guys being here, supporting, hanging out, and just supporting this great cause. Thank you guys so much. We are going to get started with Shake. You're playing NES version of Friday the 13th, correct?
Correct. Yep.
All right, I'm going to bring this up. Whoever is leaving, I will leave that up to you.
I may be back in a little bit, but
and pop in and out. Tim and I are going to talk a little bit to start, but feel free to pop in and out as you guys
so choose. Okay.
I will be probably.
All right. Indeed. Same. I'm gonna go pee and have some pizza.
Do you think?
God damn it, Sturdy.
Pizza. It's all about the pizza.
It
Pizza.
is. All right, guys.
All right.
Cheers,
Have a
fellas.
good night, James. Take care, pal. I'll chill for a few. I'll take. Holy shit!
I got
is
to
it
put
just
Tim
me?
in. Tim's got to be in. There we
I
go.
didn't take him out. Oh, he was coughing. Sorry.
Yeah, so I was trying to fucking take myself off. Goodness. I'm good now.
My apologies. Sir.
Fine.
Well, this is a special episode of Arcade After Dark, especially since I've only done 2 because I got pneumonia. But I wanted to do Friday the 13th for multiple reasons. One, it's a game that I am not very good at. 2, this is I feel like, Mick, to a certain extent, our channels, like, horror is a really undercurrent, right?
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Yeah. So I feel like this is the very first horror survival game. It is. It is a difficult game, Ward. It's one of the very first horror survival games, in my opinion. And I was just wondering, Mick, did you ever play it?
Way back in the day on NES when I was a kid and had NES, you know.
Okay.
Other than that, no, I really didn't have because I didn't have the game. I think my brother had it, and like he would bring it over. He was my half brother, so like he would come over every other weekend, and that's when you would get to play it. But like I didn't have it to play on my own though.
My memory of a child of playing this is not being able to figure it out. Now as an adult, I think this game is unfairly maligned. The camera, here's what's weird. So you play the game, obviously, in third person like everything else in the NES, right?
Mm-hmm.
But your movement with the controller is as if the character is moving, you're in the first person. And then when you go inside the cabins, you go into this first person or really close third person mode and move around. But like, it's difficult. Ward hit it on the head. This is a tough game. So I'm gonna start it off, but I'm gonna explain a couple things. There are 6 campers, 3 females, 3 males, and each one has different abilities. Some are faster, some throw the rock harder to start with, some jump higher. But the main thing is this: your job is to protect the kids. Okay? There are 3 days. There's no way we're going to get to day 3.
It's about the children.
Yeah. The only way I've ever gotten to day 3 is with emulator reloads. Like, I will not be able to do it live right now. I won't. I'm just going to tell you, there are people that are far better at this game than I am. But it is a complicated game. One of the first things you have to do is collect, like any horror survival game, you have to collect items, right? So whether you're playing Resident Evil or you're playing Silent Hill. So my recommendation to anybody who's playing this game is to play it like you're playing Resident Evil or Silent Hill. So one of the first things you're going to see me do is light fires. And that allows me to unlock specific things in the game. Now, I'm not going to do any of the secrets. One of the big secrets, you can get a sweater from Jason Voorhees' mom that reduces all damage you take from all enemies. I'm not going to bother to do that for 2 reasons. One, it's the most difficult boss fight in the game, in my opinion. Even more difficult than Jason. So Jason on the 3rd day moves as fast as Mike Tyson does in Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. And the reason why is like Jason Voorhees' mom moves around like the Medusa heads in Castlevania. Okay? But one of the big reasons I think this game is so far ahead of its time, think about when it came out, right? You're talking about 1989.
Mm-hmm.
There were not a lot of games with this level of complexity. 3 nights, multiple different variations of how you have to play the game, and multiple different adjustments you have to make as a player. So I'm going to jump into the game. Feel free to make fun of me as I play it because I'm not great at it. Tim knows that I am a defender of this game, but Tim has said himself he hates this game. So, Tim, why do you hate this game?
Well, because it doesn't make any sense, because the movement, even though you get it eventually, it's still not intuitive by any means. You're still thinking about it, and I shouldn't have to think about how I have to move. Also, the weapon doesn't work. Obviously, the Angry Video Game Nerd points that out, but even so, the rock goes over enemies, so you have to kneel constantly. So it's very clear on multiple occasions that this was not play tested because half the stuff doesn't work.
So what's the secret?
Get the knife.
Get the knife. All right, let's do this. Get the knife. So we got our 6 camp counselors, right? Chrissy, Debbie, Laura, Paul, Mark, George. I am sure other players remember which character does which. My strategy is to go all the way around the outside and light the fires, go around the inside around the lake and light the fires, and then go around the rock in the left to light the fires. Do you have a different approach you take?
No.
Tim said no.
I don't know where I'm going half the time. I've never gotten past Jason once, nor do I like. Why are you purple?
Why am I purple? Because it's the kid. Oh, I already got a torch. Good. Okay.
Where does that person come from? What do they do?
Look at this rock. Look at the arc. Now, much like every other. We got it. What does the alarm mean, Tim?
Jason alarm means Jason's around. You got to check the map.
I will. I got to get into the camp first. So we go inside the cottage, and it's clearly not Laura. We got to find the camp counselor that's being attacked by Jason.
Yeah, literally on the other buttfuck side of the map. Tell me how that makes any sense when you got to like walk in circles 90 times, Jason.
Uh-oh. It's kind of scary.
Oh, shit, there he is.
There he is. He's punching you. Now, this is the time you ask why he's purple.
Yeah, why is anyone... Yeah, and where did your purple suit go?
Well, I'm a different camp counselor now. All right.
Dude, you said you're not good at this game. You just beat Jason in your first try.
No, he didn't.
With no damage.
So he's still on the outside. So we're going to stick with Mark, okay? But what doesn't he have that's very important?
The knife.
No, he doesn't have the knife nor something else. He doesn't have the torch. So he's got to collect the torch. Oh, look how much faster he is, though. He jumps like he's on the moon. But his rock isn't as good. There we go. All right. Now we can light our first... get the knife! We got the knife, Tim. All right.
That's good.
Well, yeah. So at the bottom right, we have our inventory. Every survival horror game knows inventory matters. Oh, so we got to go. You press select, take. By the lake. But we want to wait to do that until after we light all of the cabins, okay? We're not in a rush to do that yet. People hate the music in this game, but I kind of like it.
Hey, look! All of a sudden, the weapon moves correctly.
Moves straight.
But like, that's just the game showing you that you really need to be resourceful.
I like it. I think that it's a good development in terms of the game.
I think a lot of the time, I'm completely fine with the challenges the game puts forth. What I think is the problem is that it's extremely cryptic.
All right, so I'm going to check the map. Notice the lake is to my left, and I've been walking to the lake to my right. So I'm going to continue around, and there's going to be other things. At some point, I'm going to have to go in the woods, and that's when it gets hard. Because the woods is a maze. Oh, what do we got? The Jason alarm.
Gotta get back.
Okay, so it's blinking. That's the house by the rock. Debbie.
What does Debbie do?
Dallas.
Yes.
Oh shit! Jason's got a machete now. And I'm fighting him like Mike Tyson's Punch-Out.
Why? Why is this how we fight Jason?
Isn't this how you would fight Jason?
No. Also,
For
I
Rock,
still don't
paper,
understand
scissors?
how it works.
For
You
now.
still okay? Again, I want to point out that Master Shake said I'm not good at this game and has since twice fought Jason with random players without any weapons and has taken no damage.
I'm gonna go around the lake really. So when the camera stops like this, that means this dude. And the best thing to do is just crouch and keep throwing the rock at him when that happens. By far.
So you're just like I'm just gonna take some damage.
You're gonna have to take that. You will 100. So no matter what, he hits you once. But we don't have the torch, and we need the torch. So you can either jump. Oh, I got it. Okay, so
wait, there's a key there, isn't there?
There might have been, but I missed it. So
There was
we'll get
a
other
key.
opportunities for keys anyway.
That's
We
fine.
gotta,
I did see the key though. But again, because of the kids don't understand it, but like the limitations of the graphics, it's like, oh, the key clipped into the background.
Look, it transitioned into night, dude.
There it is.
Scary.
Is it?
Uh-oh. What do I gotta do?
Jason.
Oh no. I actually took damage from the zombie though. Yikes. So at night, the zombies come way faster. The real question is, why are there zombies in a Jason game?
Dude, I've been to a lot of Crystal Lakes. Let me tell you what there's not. Zombies.
So we'll go to Chrissy, but the tricky part here is we got to make sure that we keep the lake to the left of our character to go around and get to the dock. So the lake's there. We want him to the left. So we're going to go to the right. That's right. We're going to go right to go left. And then we got to go left to go right. And now we're going to take damage from these guys no matter what. When you're rowing the boat, you take damage. The only people you can dodge are the mermen that come up. Look at how
Thank you for
creepy
what?
that is, though. The Angry Video Game Nerd said this, like, why do the children have no face? If you look to the top right, Chrissy has a face. Why do these kids have no face? Oh, he's got a hatchet now.
Why are they using the same graphics engine from Fester's Quest, which was not a very successful game?
I love Fester's Quest.
What do you love about Fester's Quest other than the music?
The music's great. It's a Sunsoft game, dude. Also, I love the weapon system. I know people hate it, but I like it.
But like, it's like the nerd said though. Like, there's a point where you just can't progress anymore, and that's the annoying part. Like, you're like, I just want to play more.
Yeah, he's not wrong. The bosses are so hard in that game. Now we have to go back since we're in the middle now. We may as well. Oh my God! Why
you're
the
doing
Jace
so well.
alarm all the time? Mark, you really need my help?
I gotta get some game fuel. I'll be right back.
Do it. Oh, I took damage from Jason for the first time. If you look really closely, and I know the graphics are simple, but it's kind of nice that the mask on Jason has little holes. Not to mention, if you look to the right and left of his head, it has the hair that sticks out on either side quite often for some of the Jason models. Now, there's an actual explanation for why Jason has a purple uniform. He actually, in Japan, a lot of posters feature him in purple, which is something that not a lot of people know. No, it doesn't do any good to get two of them, unfortunately. Chrissy jumps like she's on the moon. It is nice that only 2 hits with a knife take him down, though. Little health potion. That's what those little honey jars are. They're the health potions. Uh-oh, where is he? Oh, we got to take it. Okay. Go into the cabin near the cave. Okay. But we still can't go into those until we have everything lit. And that, again, our goal is to light all those fireplaces. They tell you right at the beginning, you got to light all these fireplaces while also not dying. At some point, you can get the machete, but you got to kill, like, I think 100 zombies to get the machete, if I remember right. All right, let's light this fireplace, and then we're done with the lake now, if I remember right. So we can light the rest of them. We can go. There we go. Next time we find one of the little houses, we can get the house that's by. Oh, let's get the health. Get the house that's by the rock. Now, much better players than me will build up each of the characters so that way. There we go. All right, Debbie, we're back. We're back doing Dallas. All right, and she's slow, but let's get her the knife. Yes, knife. Some people hate the music, but I really do like it. They'll say, like, you know, it never stops or something like that. But, like, honestly, I think that it's got a charm. They mentioned this on Popcorn and Pints. Like, there's a charm to 8-bit music that, you know, that is the only part that actually frustrates me. The friggin' Jason alarm. And she walks so slow. Stupid bird. All right, where are you, Jason? We got to go save the kids. Mark's the closest. Again, we got to stay to the left of the lake. He's fast, so that's nice. Also, some of them row at different speeds, which I actually think is kind of weird. Like, doesn't really make sense. I even put a knife on his head. You guys see that? All right, where are you? Where are you, purple bastard?
The toothbrush. There he is.
You call him the toothbrush?
What he's holding.
It's like a hatchet or something, man.
No, I know, but it looks like a toothbrush.
Have you ever seen the Japanese poster, Sturdy, where he's wearing the purple?
I have the figure for this game. I would show you guys a figure, but because of my blue screen, it's going to be all off, so I did drop it in the Discord.
Oh, okay.
But I love this freaking game. And the music is awesome.
I think it's overrated or underrated. Like, people will talk about it as if it's like the worst music ever, and I just disagree, man. All right,
I'm with you.
Back to the rock. All right,
I think it's plenty eerie. I think it's scary enough, and it's not as bad as others. And it does have the 8-bit simplicity, but like a lot of that just comes down to the limitation of the system creates the beauty of the simplicity, because otherwise they would go harder. But because there was so little they could do, it was like, well, I could do these 3 things, but I'm going to do them really well.
Yeah.
Tim, did you ever beat this?
Oh, no.
Me neither. Like, I think as far as like going, because we have to beat Jason 3 times. I think I beat him once, maybe twice, but it's not easy.
I don't know how kids like play video games now, but back when I was a kid, like, we didn't beat video games. Like, unless you knew something or had a guidebook, or like once then finally like late internet came out, you could. But early on, it was like, oh, like I got stuck. Okay.
Well, how about getting stuck? So now we have to find the house inside the woods. Okay. This is going to be rough because I don't remember the pattern. And those wolves take away a ton of health and are very hard to predict. Also, the Jason alarm will continue to go off. So we have to. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
I'm lost.
He's lost in the woods all by himself.
And this is where Master Shake shows his weakness at this game. Oh, come on. There we go. Okay. Let's go save the kids. I managed to do it. All right. Who's in trouble? Laura's in trouble. Her little pink outfit. Look at her.
The cabin music is my favorite in this when you're just walking around looking for Jason. I actually used to have it as a ringtone.
God! She took some damage. I probably should walk around with her for a while, but she's so far away from where I need her to be. I gotta go back to the woods.
Yeah, the woods.
Mark.
Yep. You jump like he's on the moon.
You gotta drink some of that damn juice.
What's the red juice? What's the red juice all about?
It's honey, dude. It's like oh god.
Like that Diddy honey?
Oh!
No, not that kind. That makes you pass out.
Dude, you better be fucking careful, dude. Mark's almost dead.
I know. I'm aware. Oh my god. And this is why this game is so hard.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to find a house. It's a house in the woods.
There is.
I'm just gonna keep taking rights and lefts until I find it. Like say, oh, I guess I can try to save him. Who's in trouble? Debbie again.
What does Debbie do?
Dallas.
There we go.
Come on. You said you've never beaten it either, Sturdy?
No. And I would say this and Punch Out are probably like two of my, I'm not gonna say my favorites of all time, but two of my favorite games on the regular Nintendo.
I still don't know what you're doing.
I told you I'm lighting fireplaces, dude.
I feel like this whole thing is an episode in futility. Like it's like I get up to work every day and I fight Jason, and occasionally I light a lantern.
Listen, games used to be about being able to persevere.
Yes, but
you had to
that's not
find
a
a
game.
pattern. My thing is this: is like, why can't I just get a map to how to get through the woods? Like,
They didn't
why
think
do I
about
have
that back then. Like if they were to redo this game for whatever reason, I would hope there'd be a map in it.
At least she's got the knife now.
That's definitely better than
Stupid
stupid rocks.
wolves. Oh,
You'll get there.
I'm like 6 seconds short of asking Tim to just look up the pattern.
No, you gotta keep going.
I gotta keep going. I gotta kill zombies in a front. Oh man.
Uh-oh.
It's the desert bus.
He didn't even go get the key. He's trying to save them kids. And Chrissy's slow. Ish.
Sturdy, you got kids? Is this what it's like?
Nah, not like this. Come on, Paul.
Oh my god, why is Paul so slow?
That's ridiculous.
Actually, low-key racist. The black guy's got to die first, right, Sturdy?
So they made him slow as hell. You got a lighter. So... Come on, Paul.
What's
Hurry
wrong
up.
with the gimp?
That's him running.
All right.
He's got a row somewhere?
Yep.
God damn it,
Jesus.
gimp man.
There you go.
All right. Now look, there are 11 children. There's only one now just standing there. Like,
thank you for what?
Getting there to save him.
But Jason's still in the building. Oh Jesus, where the fuck did he come from, dude?
This is what he
yeah,
does.
well, that's
Jason
what it's like
pops
fighting
out.
Jason, man. He just comes out of nowhere.
Yep.
You telling me you've never fought Jason?
No.
Really?
You know, you just have to dodge left every time.
First of all, Dan, the easiest part about this game you're showing is fighting Jason.
Okay, Mick.
I would agree.
It ain't easy.
I would have left him there, Paul.
You can't leave him with the kids. That's the worst part. It's like you can't leave a counselor with the kids. Like you'd think, like, oh, I'll just leave him with the kids. Nope, that's not how it works.
You can't do it because they're
Also, why does everyone have a Zippo? Is everyone smoking?
I just gotta find the houses in the forest now.
Did you like that one?
Which one?
The one you just passed. Did you like that one? The cabin fire?
I've lit everything but the forest. Yeah.
Okay.
Listen, calm down.
What if you just burnt the entire forest on fire?
That's what I like. Just use the lighter on the forest, right?
Well, we can't do that now. We're literally doing the opposite. No,
let's try to left this time.
Dan's
There's
like,
only
I'm not
one
that good at
home
this
in the
game. I probably won't beat it. I think he's done.
I'm not gonna beat it.
Oh no, he's nowhere near done.
What?
There's a whole other 2 days.
Wait, what? What do you mean you're so what?
2 days of
Yeah,
what?
there are days, Nick. Just the first night. This is the first night.
You literally have done the same thing for 30 minutes and we're nowhere near done.
That's why it's survival horror, man. You have to survive. I got the knife for free.
Skyrim?
He says, "Oh, it's Jason."
He met you outside.
Chase
He
his
may
ass
come
away.
back too. You keep going after him. He may
Oh,
come
leave
back.
me alone. Leave me alone.
We got that dog.
Dude, it's like the Flea Men, dude. They're the worst.
Oh, dude. That's my argument on this game is it has a ton in common with Castlevania.
Like,
Yeah,
except for
true.
Castlevania, you just walk to the end and win. You don't have to walk in circles in the stupid forest for 9 years.
That's why Castlevania isn't a survival horror game.
Listen, shut up, Dan.
No, it's a better game.
You said no, it's just better.
When are you gonna?
There you go.
What did I find?
I was hoping Dan would like screw up in this game.
A key.
He doesn't have a
And,
key.
Should have gotten that key that Tim told you to get.
I should have had a different counselor.
On earth are you supposed to know which counselor's which? All right, like, because there was this one. Or by writing down who has what.
You gotta pause it every 6 seconds and like write down what I collected.
This came come with a freaking notebook.
By the way, I just went
You're
down,
gonna
up,
die.
down. Oh, let's
There's
grab the
key.
key. I gotta save the kids, Mick. Is this what it's
You-
like having kids?
Yep. Actually.
Yeah, run a little faster though.
The Jason alarm just keeps going off.
See, right by the water again.
You're gonna die.
Dude,
I'm not
don't
gonna
worry,
do
dude. Paul's about to crip walk on his ass.
You only got
No,
9
Paul can't
seconds,
move
Dan.
very-
Don't
Come
even
on,
go.
come on. I'm just gonna roll. Paul's gonna take some damage, but I'm gonna roll.
Gone.
I got there. Oh my gosh.
You just literally just made it.
You guys ever play the Jaws game?
Yeah.
I have not.
That's
I remember the
worst
arcade Joe's version. Oh, that was a good one.
You win for now.
one. Just
Remember
barely
Top
made it.
Gun?
Yes.
Couldn't get off the goddamn car.
Top Gun's easy if you just understand how the system works.
Oh, flying? Yeah, you're right. Oh shit.
There he is again.
Oh my God. He was just with me. How was he attacking one of the kids?
He's fast.
There goes save him.
Is George going to be
George.
the first one to bite it?
Yeah, I think so.
Look at how slow his health bar goes down. I'd be at this all night.
You're throwing rocks at him.
For now. I'll be honest, the Freddy game is way more straightforward, but worse.
But
It's
like,
not
again,
a horror game.
like, okay, I paid $90 for this in the 80s, which is essentially $300. And I still don't know what the hell is happening.
Try making it a rental. That's the worst part. Like,
why is the Jason alarm going off again?
Great question. I don't know, dude. That is what it does.
He attacks all the time.
He does.
You got to get with it, man.
Who's
he
these
attacking? I
attacking?
don't know who Jason
Who the
is.
hell are these minions?
Nope, it's not Paul.
They're people.
Debbie?
Can I get explanations for any of this?
No, that's not how it works. Uh-oh, George.
We
He's
should
got
play the
one health,
DuckTales
guys.
game.
But he has two of the what you call it?
You remember the DuckTales
Can
game?
I do it? At least he's got the
I don't
knife.
remember that. I don't think I played that one.
Oh.
I do think this needs to be remade.
I agree.
What I don't want the 4v1 or 6v1 or whatever it is, which I did enjoy that game. Did you play it, Sturdy?
Oh yeah.
I played it on the PS4.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was fine, right? Like,
oh, it was a good time. What would you want? You would want this to be remade though, Dan?
I want a one-player Friday the 13th. That's what I want. I mean, not like. I guess you could just do it where. I mean, they could do it like. What are those walking simulator games on PlayStation, Tim? One of them's getting a movie made after it.
I'm not sure.
Like Journey?
No, the horror ones.
Walking simulator. Oh, like the Dear Esther is a mod of Half-Life.
They're made by Supermassive Games.
The Remains of Edith. What Remains of Edith Finch?
Nope. God, one of them. So you fight the werewolves in the newest one. Remember? What's it called? Debbie's the closest to the forest. You guys
Trying to think
remember?
why I'm fighting in a walking simulator.
So I mean, I'm using the term walking simulator loosely. So you're camp counselors, and you think werewolves are, or you don't know this, but werewolves are in the woods, and two of the camp counselors get taken prisoner by the police officer right at the beginning of the game.
Isn't that Werewolves Within?
No.
I don't know what that is, Dan.
And I'm too busy saving camp counselors to like look it up. Honestly, I thought it should have
What
been
is
Game
it
of the Year.
again? Explain it again.
So, Supermassive Games is the company. And your camp counselors and werewolves are attacking the camp, but all the kids are gone.
That game doesn't exist.
Yeah, it does. Help me out, Tim.
Working on it. Is it Supergiant?
I gotta just look it up because it's bugging me. I'm just gonna look it up real quick. We'll pause it right here. Like, I'm almost dying anyway. What's it called? I mean, it really wasn't that scary. But it's like Until Dawn. So Until Dawn is a good example of it.
Oh, The Quarry?
The Quarry. There we go.
Well, The Quarry is a sequel to Until Dawn. Or, well, in the same universe.
Right? But
Yeah,
I
yeah.
really think that we should get a Friday the 13th and a Freddy game like that.
I mean, sure, but then it's just a matter of like you can create the same thing without using that brand, without having to pay the huge premium.
God, I cannot find my way through these fucking woods. I only found it one time, dude. This is why guides exist. This is a where the hell do I go kind of game. Oh, here we go. And I got the key. Look at this. I made progress. Oh, my God. It's so satisfying.
What does this do?
Wait. Where's the fireplace? Oh, no. I found the wrong house. This is so painful.
I reiterate.
I found the wrong one. See how... And the kid's already in trouble. Oh my God. This is the pain of gaming when we were children.
Dude, I've played games in this era. Like, none of them are just as futile as this. That's the problem with this game. It's a fucking episode in futility. Like, you don't level up. You don't get anything
Yeah,
better.
there's not... I mean, you kind of do because you collect equipment. You kind of level up.
Okay,
Kids are going to
but
probably
what,
die
like,
this time.
You get a knife and what else?
You can get a machete. You can get a torch. You can get... Oh my God, how do I get out of here? It's so confusing. Kids are going to die. I'm going to lose. I'm going to get the kids killed, Tim. Well, there it goes. There are only 2 children left.
Oh, dude, you lost the platinum trophy.
I need that, actually. There should be some way to get the kids back. Oh my God, how do I get out of these woods?
Resurrect the dead?
But like, here's the thing: is like now I don't want to be out of the woods.
Yes, but we're
all right. We're getting close to the time. I tried.
He did.
I didn't even get to the first. I didn't even get through the first night.
It's one of the, you know what it is though, Dan. That game is one of those games you do literally have to play for a long time to get shit done. Probably die a few times, and you're like, okay, this is the way to go. This is the way to do it. It's one of those. But
It's one of those fuck that game kind of games.
Yeah, you get like that. You can get like that.
At least I didn't die.
Dude, no, the run itself is impressive. You were playing. That's what really makes me upset about this whole situation. You played well, and you get nothing.
I was so nervous. I was just gonna get annihilated. I was trying to practice a little bit while Popcorn and Pints was on. I felt bad because when I first loaded it on, it popped into their screen, and Sturdy was like, "Oh shit!" I was so nervous. I was gonna just tank.
Sneak peek. That's all.
Could you imagine like showing your parents who like slaved over some assembly line for hours on end, and you're like, "Look, I jumped these zombies and I throw a rock at this fake Jason."
But what year did that game come out though? Too, because we're talking about this in
1989. Yeah.
So in '89, that's a lot. And
I think it's a lot for like kids' brains, but for adult brains, it was like,
well, yeah. Unless they were into games like that, because Adults will say that about, because I feel like a non-gamer will say that about any type of game, that this game is stupid because of blah blah blah, versus say a gamer that's just a newer generation gamer.
I feel like a millennial, not even a millennial, Gen Z or 89 or whatever they are. Tim, you're born the year it came out. You don't get the graphics, man.
I can remove the background
like.
now.
I mean, I get the graphics fine, but like at least now with games, like not, and I'm not even like a big like graphics.
I like the living room to red.
But like compared to now with games, like my wife will like occasionally see something
100%.
on the screen, and she'll be like, "Oh, that's actually like fun to watch," or "That's something that looks like a movie." Versus like again, if I'm showing someone this, they go. Like, even if that's graphically impressive, it's just him walking in circles for 45 minutes. Nothing was accomplished.
He didn't get
I survived, damn it. And back in 1989.
Day one. He survived day one.
You didn't survive day one. We still don't even know if day one ended or not. We could still keep playing.
It was night. I have to assume it went into. Oh, you killed the kids?
Well, I had like what 2 left, I think, Sturdy, something like that. Like, it was close. It was getting close to the mark, and I was getting real close to dying anyway because I couldn't find my way through the damn woods. How many times in a Jason movie did they die because they couldn't get through the woods? That's actually kind of accurate.
Just for going there
I
alone.
wonder if the woods are purgatory.
Just for going
there. So purgatory. The whole entire game is purgatory. It's just hell.
All right, Sturdy, don't answer. What state does Friday the 13th take place in?
New Jersey.
Damn right. You know why?
Because Sturdy went there with his wife. He took some great pictures when they visited the camp.
I didn't see any cool drones in Michigan.
I'm sorry. The entire Army of Darkness franchise is based in Michigan.
But filmed in California.
Listen. Yeah, you can't claim Army of Darkness. And then you can't even claim Evil Dead. It was filmed in Tennessee.
We can claim it. It's based on Michigan. And they reference Michigan constantly in the TV show.
Fair. Okay. Fair.
Also,
Fine.
He says this baby was made where, Tim?
I understand that Sam Raimi wants to take credit for being very pro-Michigan in the same sense that he doesn't film anything in Michigan.
This little baby was made in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Cobalt steel and a hair trigger. Then he turns around and he says, suck on this.
From a set in California.
It's true. You can't really claim Army of Darkness. We'll let you claim the rest. Not
I'm
Army.
claiming it. He went to Sam Raimi went to Michigan State University. Bruce Campbell
know where he's from.
Lansing Community College. Like birthplace of 2 great cinematic masters. The chin and the brain.
The chin and the brain.
Sam Raimi's not like the brain. He's more like the stubborn armpit hair.
Stubborn armpit hair.
Do you feel like, Mick,
Sam
Raimi should be handed the reins to a major franchise?
He was Doctor Strange.
No, I mean a major horror franchise. That's the problem. It's like that dude makes horror movies, and then Disney was a throttle.
I don't.
Made his own.
The problem with saying who should be handed a major franchise, the Russos, I guess, if you really want to go somewhere, but it's not about that, in my opinion. If especially filmmakers who have created franchises, you're lucky if you get a franchise, let alone a movie, right? And he built an entire franchise based off of his first movie. So Sam Raimi, I don't think he needs another one. I think it's just sort of how the checks and balances work out in Hollywood. You don't get to have all these different types. You have Evil Dead. That could change. You never know.
I want a Sam Raimi Michael Myers movie.
It's just a weird cross of genre. I'm not saying that he can't do it. He understands horror really well. But how often do we see a slasher film come from Sam Raimi?
I was talking to a 20-year-old the other day who didn't know who Rob Zombie was.
I love the Rob Zombie movies, but you guys hate them, so I wasn't gonna.
But that's what I'm saying. Okay, but that was
hate
where I was getting to. And then I was like, well, I was trying to think of what I would reference. I was like, Dragula, maybe you wouldn't know if you don't listen to metal. Then I was like, movies. I was like, well, I'm at work. I don't want to like just yell out House of 1,000 Corpses at work.
That's a franchise you should do, Sturdy, is the House of 1,000 Corpses franchise.
Well, I've touched on those. They're pretty fun. They're not bad. The third one was just they shouldn't even do that.
Rejects.
Well, with Sid Haig not being able to come back and trying to replace him just didn't work.
It didn't.
Well, like, yeah, Lords of Salem, regardless, but it was just there wasn't. And then I was like, oh, the Halloween sequels. And I was like, I can't even call them the Halloween sequels anymore because there's the Blumhouse sequels now too.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the remake sequels again. I don't know. It's the Rob Zombie Halloweens. That's the only way you can describe them.
Yeah.
I just appreciate you playing Friday the 13th this evening. That was a lot of fun.
Trying to, and it like I should have
Beat
picked
Jason like 15 times.
Kind of, and it
I mean,
like
he did kick Jason's ass multiple times.
so unfortunately I didn't get enough kills though to get one of the machetes because when you throw the machete, it's like it like rotates and goes forward.
Yep.
Oh, so it has what we like to call commonly as smash gravity, where it just stands up for just a few seconds longer than it should, and even when it slips, it just hangs in the air right before it comes down on that table.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. We're gonna always print the legend on this one. Well, we have Trevor on, and we're gonna bring him on now. He's coming up at 11. Let him talk a little bit about some of these wild horror ideas you got here. Trevor, welcome, my friend.
Well, number one, thank you for having me. And it's going to be kind of weird because I'm not going to be talking about movies.
No.
I'll be talking about music.
Love it.
And it's going to be potentially quite diverse depending on like time span. So
take your time. You got 45 minutes.
Also, Mick, before I forget, I have to agree. Without Haig, the 1,000 Corpses thing is just a no-go. Met the guy, beautiful human being, but Captain Spaulding was the. I mean, yeah, you can't replace a character that is so much a character. It's not like you're like somebody playing Michael Myers or Jason. Captain Spaulding was like the best of all of Sid Haig. So once you met Sid Haig, it's kind of up. Yeah.
And his introduction in House of 1,000 Corpses is so wild because he's like banging. Like that's his introduction to House of the. Remember they call him on the phone and he's fucking.
He's a trip, man. I always like Sid Haig.
Same.
I love those movies. And even Devil's Rejects and Three from Hell. Like I love those movies.
Definitely, if you haven't, check out his IMDb because he is in so much stuff that you just really don't know, and then you just see that he was a constant working actor. So,
how do you feel about Rob Zombie's music?
I love Rob Zombie's music. I love it.
I like. Oh, okay. So I do like Rob Zombie. I do like some of Rob Zombie's work. I really liked White Zombie. Yeah, I mean, I like his stuff. I just don't find myself, I really haven't listened to it since like the early 2000s.
Okay.
And what my daughter plays now. So, yeah.
So I like
out there.
the Sexton Swinging Sounds, the remixed album.
Well, I wanted to ask a quick question based on what we were talking about earlier, and I want to get Trevor's opinion. What do you think about Raimi doing a Halloween take?
Honestly, I think somebody needs to stick a fork in its ass and tell it it's done.
But if he did it,
this franchise has been recreated so many times that I don't know if anybody can really bring a fresh air to the Halloween franchise without going grossly away from Michael Myers, which is ironic because that's what Carpenter was wanting to do to begin with.
Yeah.
At this point, there's so many. Yeah, it's just. Yeah, I mean, it would be intriguing to see Raimi do something like take a franchise, but set it kind of in the Evil Dead world, but without any Evil Dead characters, just like, send Michael Myers to, like, I don't know, the Victorian era somehow with, some connection to the Deadites, or, send, Voorhees to the Roman, Empire. That would be fun and interesting. And really, I think Raimi is at his best when it has that kind of childness quality. Although I have to say his film, The Gift, is like amazing. It is. It's just an amazing film, and it's so against the grain. But no,
that is a unique film that he did. Is it? I'm trying to remember the protagonist from that. Who plays it? It's
well, I know Keanu Reeves is in it.
Yeah. I didn't like
the beautiful film.
Kate Blanchett's in that, isn't she?
Yep.
Yeah. And
I think Ash versus Evil Dead, and then Ash versus Freddy versus Jason. I think that movie should have happened. I would have loved to have seen the comic. Are you familiar with the comics, Trevor?
Yeah.
I would have really loved to have seen that come to the screen, because Bruce Campbell is a hero of mine, and like, I think that it would have been awesome. And it would have had to happen right after Freddy versus Jason, right? And it almost got greenlit. I still remember seeing it come across the screen in CNN when I was watching it one day, that it was going to be made, and then it just fell into development hell. But like,
I'm still waiting for the Briscoe County Jr. movie.
I'll take it.
That's been a while.
Yeah. One of those things that should be revisited by this generation, I think.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I always liked that one.
Prime Campbell doing something a little bit out of what he was considered for. So it really, it just focused on that comedic end that he is so good at.
I thought he did good in it too.
Oh yeah, he was great in it.
I like his other one too, Jack of All Trades.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to say that, Bruce Campbell is a Shakespearean trained actor, but he is one of the most distinct, like, I don't know if there are many actors out there today that you could honestly say, if you went back in time, you would be a silent film star like that. Because on top of this huge personality, also is this physicalness that is very reminiscent of slapstick. So, I think he's very special in that way. He is that kind of actor. So, but yeah.
Almost Charlie Chaplin-esque, yeah.
Charlie Chaplin, he kind of more like a Harold Lloyd-ish kind, bumbling idiot, but with this heart of gold and immensely good intentions. Yeah, I mean, Briscoe County Jr.
Well, I didn't think he was. I mean, I have to go back and rewatch it. I always thought he was more of like the strapping hero in that, more than the bumbling.
He is in that it's a comedy by nature, the show itself, and it's so he plays that, he gets more comedy time in that show.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right.
Always kind of thought it was a little bit of a Blazing Saddles ripoff in its own bizarre way, but
yeah, honestly, like it's been a while. I need to.
It's a great show.
I remember Billy Drago was on it. He played the villain. Yeah. So, and I remember that they played up like the sort of the viciousness of the villain too, for a Saturday morning, like show on Fox, like, which canceled everything anyway. So whatever.
Except Xena and
Xena.
Well, that was syndication.
You know, Warrior Princess, yeah.
That spread like wildfire, man. Like 6 channels would play that on Saturdays.
He was on
Xena
that
and
show
Hercules.
too. He played
Yeah,
the king.
he was
of
on
Thieves.
Hercules. Yeah.
God, the good old days of strip programming.
So was Sam Raimi's brother, right? Wasn't Sam Raimi's brother on
Ted
Hercules?
Raimi was on it. Yep.
Yeah.
So yeah, you always get the little cameos from the Raimi regime there.
Especially
actually, that's why Bruce Campbell says that he hates Lord of the Rings. He said he's never seen him and he hates him. He said because when they were filming in Auckland, New Zealand, a little show called Jack of All Trades, they needed one horse. They couldn't have it because all the horses were taken by Peter Jackson for. So he goes, he hates that. He said he's never seen him and he hates those movies.
Oh my god!
Just because of one horse, should have given him the horse.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? But listen, they've been filming those other movies for years. Gotta get over it.
True.
Gotta get over it. But
yeah,
we are gonna get started. Trevor, Ambassador Radio and Media. The man, Trevor Stoudemire, is here. We appreciate you being here tonight. He's going to talk to you about music. And man, does this man know music?
I hope this is I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity, and this is an interesting thing for me because I do almost all of my stuff either with people like this involved, or I pre-record, or I've spent years living behind a microphone in the world of radio. So I will have to say this is a little nerve-wracking, but I'm excited.
I think you got this. I mean,
I
so
know you
much.
do. Like,
and yeah, I can't wait to hear what you talk about and learning more about music. Because man, sometimes you teach me about things in music. I'm like, really? It makes
his black metal knowledge is very
the Brazilian was Brazilian black metal, yeah, or so. Oh, and then the vegan.
I just have to. So you're a metal fan. So are you familiar with an Argentine band called Metascopheles?
I don't know them. No.
It's a it was a mid-90s sludge sleaze band.
Okay.
That their whole shtick, as far as their packaging and everything, was porno.
Oh,
lovely.
And I stumbled upon the reissues of those, which I was really excited about because I had never heard anything. And you put a music form in another country, it automatically piques my interest. Nice. So that also picked up this 80s record by Tormentor, which is a Hungarian black metal band that I was not familiar with. So
most of the black metal, I'm limited to Europe. And
I'll let you guys get started.
Yes.
So I got to get ready for the next one. But Trevor, I'll see you at about 11:45. Have fun.
That sounds beautiful.
Enjoy yourself. Dan, let yourself out if you're.
Yep. I got it. I'm gonna stick in for a second with you, Trevor, if you want. Like I'm.
That's fine.
That's see what you have to offer up.
Well, actually, let's kind of change things up a little bit here, if that's okay with you.
Yeah.
So, well, first of all, anybody out there who's watching this,
we have.
My name's Trevor.
Right now. Yep, we have 12.
I tend to show up on Sir Sturdy show, Scene Snobs, the video store cast, all the amazing stuff, and I just want to thank everybody for having me on. So 99.9% of the time, I ramble on about movies. But one of my other lifelong hype or fixations is music. So I decided I was going to do that. And now with you here talking metal, things have kind of changed, but
fly away, man, because I love to listen to what you have. Like
so what I was originally going to do, and I'm probably still going to do, was I picked about 6 or 7 very, very important releases from outsider or not readily known influential artists in the Black canon for Black History Month. But I also backed it up with some of my favorite metal releases. So I thought that would be a really cool thing if we could go back and forth a little bit, and let's talk a bit about Metal 2024.
Awesome.
So I'm just going to get the big gun out of the way. So my main pick for metal album of 2024, and that is from Knocked Loose. Is it the best thing I've ever heard? Maybe not. Definitely not. I've heard immense hardcore, and these Knocked Loose previous stuff is wonderful, but there's just something about the sound and the aura and just the feeling all the way through the album that is just amazing. It is some of the best hardcore out there, and the lead singer has one of the most diverse music tastes of any metal person I've ever come across. Like, there is a sample on this album of what will be considered old-timey music. Lead singer of this band is like just immense knowledge of all kind of music. So that's my big pick this year for
where are they coming from?
I don't know off the top of my head. For some reason I want to say the New York area.
Okay, so it's like East Coast. It's East Coast.
It's East Coast. I'm pretty sure it's East Coast. I'm not 100% sure. As I said, this was kind of my backup plan, so I didn't do a lot.
Love it. No. I didn't like. I'm always looking for origin spots, especially like in the East Coast, especially the East Coast hardcore scene. I always wonder if it's Black Flag or Fugazi, basically. Like, what's the origin point and what we have with this? Like, what would you say?
Definitely influenced by Converge, definitely influenced by Coalescence.
Okay.
Definitely the intense New York hardcore movement.
Love it.
The nonstop in your face. So there's a good vantage point. It's only the last couple years that I've actually started listening to metal as metal. I produced a show called 120 Days of Sodom that did some with extreme metal, but I looked at it more as, sound experiments. And then after being homebound for a year and, not being of the right state of mind, I started hyper-focusing on things again. And I hyper-focused black metal based on the fact that a sister, my former spouse's ex-husband, lent me the book about Mayhem. And I found it in a box, and from there I just, so that was one of the first things that, helped get me out of a severe depression, along with a couple other random things. But when I deep dived, that's where I really started, it was just the web of metal and the different kinds of metal, and it was just, as a person who is spent most of their life just loving deep diving more and more on something I like. Metal has a lot to give. So
we got some lyrics here from Grandizer.
Okay.
They're giving you a shout out.
Nice.
The Professor.
They call me that for some bizarre reason. I wish I would.
Well, I'll say you dive way down. Like, my favorite black metal band by far is probably Death. Not that I like don't delve into it and stuff, but like I get caught in this like cycle of every time I find a new band that's within the genre, I see the influence they're drawing on, right? Whether like the different bands, and I just keep cycling all the way back to Mayhem or Death, like that. Those origin points in terms of what they have, like, it's hard to, especially since, like, I mean, think about it. More often than not, you have 3 or 4 member bands, right?
Yeah.
So the sounds that you can make really aren't that different. And so what would you say is so different about the hardcore scene that they can do a lot of different things that doesn't happen in black metal?
Okay, well, that's a kind of an interesting question. Let me think about that, because they're so very separate things,
right?
As individual. One of the great things that I'm seeing, and I've got to give my daughter such immense credit for introducing me to a lot of new music, is a lot of the best new music is massively genre smashing. I mean, which makes sense. I mean, if you look at, just things in general. But, so black metal is, I don't usually think about the idea of hardcore and black metal together, but there are definitely bands out there like that. I think for me, as far as a connection point to hardcore, you definitely have to point out back Black Flag, and you have to go beyond the Damaged album, and so that's but I remember not liking certain hardcore. I remember at one point seeing Hatebreed just by some chance 3 times in a row, and I've never been able to give their music a chance because they sucked live, and I had to see
they were
them.
terrible live. They're terrible live.
Oh my god!
Yeah, they opened up for Children of Bodom for me, and or Bodom, depending on who you're talking to. They opened up for Children of Bodom, and I was like, man, I am tired of seeing Hatebreed, and they just never sounded right.
My first actual get my hands into hardcore was never really great, although I love it, and that's why it just this particular album by Knock.
I'm gonna rewatch the segment and make sure I write because I don't have a writing utensil handy. So
okay, well,
I gotta pick it.
So when I was starting in college radio, I got a chance to do a fair amount of interviews as it pertained to, there was a great hardcore club in Hagerstown, Maryland, called the 180 Club. Saw Fugazi there a few times. So I interviewed the lead singer of Earth Crisis. He was an idiot. Oh my God. No offense, guys, but this was 30 some years ago, and when you're a hardcore vegan message kind of thing, you have a guy literally just says, tell me about the meaning behind your music, and you can't do it. I'm sorry. And then I ended up interviewing the lead singer for Visions of Disorder, which were fucking awesome live and are so much better than their records, but their records are great. And oh my God, I've never met a person who smelt that bad in my life. And then
a lot of these guys are on the road for a long time though. I gotta give a little bit of
my personal background with hardcore has not been good, but no, Cro-Mags, things like that. It's just wonderful.
Did you ever meet Ian MacKaye then?
I talked to him on the phone, and I almost had him for a concert, and then certain people were like, well, we're not going to throw a concert and just like charge people $5. You bring that up to Ian on the phone, he basically hangs up to you.
Yeah. Well, he's Ian MacKaye.
He's Ian MacKaye. I still to this day, I'm like, guys, but that's a long, bizarre story.
What a great band. A point of pride for me is always that Henry Rollins wrote the liner notes for the CD we had for my wedding.
Oh, wow.
I actually show up in one of Rollins' books.
Okay.
He references me as the teacher from Michigan, which is cool.
Mm-hmm.
The guy meets thousands of people, right? I don't expect him to, but he really does write everybody back. And I was corresponding back and forth with him for about a year. And then randomly, my wife, before we got married, as a wedding gift to me, reached out to him, and he wrote this whole thing for the liner notes for it.
That is really awesome.
I did meet him after one of his shows in 2004, and it's a point of pride for me.
Mm-hmm.
He called me intense.
That is an awesome thing to hear from Henry Rollins.
Right? And so I know we're really spanning stuff here to, black metal, both abroad and home, hardcore now versus the past and what it does. What genre calls you home?
Within metal or music?
All together, because I think it really matters.
All together, as far as genres of music, my home will always be salsa.
That's awesome.
And it's actually interesting because one of the things about salsa that was so, and is still so tight with me, is it's a very specific set of multiple different rhythms, but it's polyrhythms, and it's based on various forms of clave, like that. And there's just something about it that always calmed my mind. And as anybody who knows, I'm also extraordinarily neurodivergent, and there was something about black metal that also, and metal in general, that started to I like to call it the breakbeat effect, because it's the same thing with my daughter. And why my daughter really likes metal, besides the aggression and the distortion, is there's just something about, and just this beautiful, beautiful cloud of noise over it that most people are like, oh my God, that is total bullshit noise. And I'm like, it makes me go,
it does. Yeah.
Yeah. And it is. And I mean, I also work with autistic support need students, and music plays a massive role in coping with neurodivergence for a lot of people. Not everybody, because it's so immensely different, but no, it's something I found, in the metal community too. What little I've been, starting to, I've taken my daughter to several metal shows and things like that. So
who did she go see? I'm so curious.
So our first one was Necrofire. Oh crap, why can't I remember it? Goat Whore, because of
I've seen Goat Whore 3 times. Yeah.
Well, my daughter's fate, like, she went through various music things, but like when she got into like nu metal and then discovered something beyond that, it was Acid Bath.
Oh man.
And she knows that first Acid Bath album backwards, forwards. Amazing. So, of course, the idea of taking my daughter to a heavy metal show, considering certain things in my life, seemed like this shit's just not going to happen. But I was like, there's no fucking way. He's going to be there. It's not Acid Bath, and we were right there in the front and everything. And my previous spouse, like, yeah, great. And I'm like, oh God, what the hell's going to happen? But no. And then we went to we saw Knoll, which were amazing. Scasm, Fulci, which also is one of my favorite metal albums this year, because I stumbled upon them for the first time, being only a couple years in this, and I love Lucio Fulci. Some of my favorite films actually it's the trilogy of Gothic horrors are definitely in my top 20 personally all time. So a band that writes music about Fulci films, and then when they perform they show the films, it was amazing. And why can't I think of the big one? Chainsaw Dismemberment. I'll
I'm
figure
caught
it
in my
out.
next question. So like
Yeah.
My curiosity comes down to this is like
Mortician.
I know them.
Mortician. We went to Mortician also, and I'm taking my son to his first metal concert. The three of us are going to see Page Hamilton in Helmet. So
love it.
Yeah.
A band that really drew me in early on when I started to get into metal beyond, and I guess I got two questions for you. The first one is this: is like, what do you think about Meshuggah? I saw them with Tool in 2002.
I haven't spent a lot of time with it, but what I have doesn't
really grind your gears.
No, it doesn't grab me as anything really significantly interesting, but I know that there is such a massive cult of Meshuggah, and they're kind of like Tool heads. Not saying anything bad about Tool, but I will say that
we talked about that before in the group chat.
Yeah, Anemia, I think, is the last great Tool album, because it is the last truly organic album in which it's them they're not trying to be Pink Floyd. They're just playing their instruments and sounding like they're from fucking space. So, so yeah.
So the second
That's my
question,
feelings on Meshuggah. Huh.
My album of the year 2024 was the Opeth Movement album.
Oh, that is so good. Now, with that, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's
but
okay.
I did not listen to Opeth until this year, and my daughter and my best friend John introduced me to them. And as I'm listening to this new album, which is so amazing, as I'm sitting there, I'm like, if Faith No More literally could do just anything they wanted right now, it would be this.
You gotta.
I
so
love
go
when
back
his
in
voice
their.
gets that element of
Oh, dude.
Patton's classic Patton, and then it's like
Go
it
back in
does.
their discography and listen to the remastered version of Blackwater Park.
Okay.
I think it might be one of the pinnacle albums that have ever been made.
Oh, what I've heard is beautiful, and it does in this beautiful. Okay, so progressive metal. I'm not a big fan of a lot of it, and what it is very fringy.
It's difficult too. It's
like
you have to stay
for
engaged.
me, Blood Incantation is like the pinnacle of that. But they just Opeth just beautifully arranged music that flows so amazingly well and really takes you by surprise. And this, I have listened to some of their previous work. What I noticed about this particular album that came out this year was it was really in no rush to be aggressive or to be angry. And when it did, it was like, let's talk about movies here. It's like a horror movie that doesn't like focus on, well, if we've got the gore, we've got the goods.
Yeah.
If we've got the mystery, if we've got the slow build, that's where I'm starting to put them as far as the band. And also there's this great Amoeba Records does a YouTube called What's in the Bag. And the lead gentleman did one, and his music taste is like crazy because literally it's one of those things where the musician comes in and they go like, go ahead, go shopping, but you have to talk about it. So definitely recommend checking that out because he also tells a lot of interesting stories.
I'd say that's a good recommendation. With it being February, I can't help but I got to bring up Black History Month.
Mm-hmm.
My black, not to like be redundant, but like my experience with African Americans in metal, like is pretty limited. Like my favorite, I mean, I don't know if it would count because it's almost Latino, but like the lead singer of I can't remember his name. It's Green from Sepultura.
Yeah, they took over for Max.
Yeah, he took over for Max Cavalera.
Well, there's a whole discussion in itself about that, which is really because it goes back to In Living Color, and also you talk about Death, but amazing punk band Death, the early talk about origin points for hardcore. But as you said about that, it kind of brought me into what I originally was going to talk about, which was looking predominantly in like the 1970s and some artists so one of my other origin points as far as music taste is jazz. And I've been playing congas and such since I was about 13. So with that comes, I always loved, so a lot of people say that like the Church of John Coltrane, and when, Coltrane makes that transition from like Blue Train to Invocation and these things and really pushes the limits of the saxophone. And, a lot of people are just like, either you love it or you hate it. But I know that I went back after, to deep diving metal for a couple years and went back and listened to like the Albert Ayler records and the records by Pharoah Sanders and Alice Coltrane and the Don Cherry, Sun Ra. And even though I had listened to these albums for years, it was almost like somebody had like opened up a certain element of my hearing that the ability for the instruments in jazz to come together and speak to each other is very, very much in the nature of what certain levels of metal and punk are.
I've always argued that
yeah.
jazz was the birth of metal. I've always
yeah.
made that argument.
Mhm. Well, I mean, it's the birth of metal drumming.
Oh, for sure.
For sure.
Like, and it like especially like when you consider the elements of progressive music that are present in jazz in the first place, and talk about John Coltrane, right? Like it. So what's interesting is my grandfather played trumpet with jazz musicians in Chicago in the 1940s, and he talked to me at like ad nauseum about basically like how it was to try to keep up with different players that would come through. And like you were expected, and if you couldn't, see ya. You're not going to be playing.
People were nonstop.
Yeah,
right?
and he was a club,
like
he was
6
a
hours
club
straight,
musician,
and it would
so
be
he was
nothing.
expected to play, right? And like, I think that like, I don't know, there's this weird kind of like origin point that takes place with that, and then I look at the birthplace of punk.
Oh yeah.
And I take it back to the 1950s, especially with a lot of the like piano players that are present in terms of what they're doing, and like these origin points are the music that I grew to love from the, you know, for me, and I don't mean to take away from starting to talk about like
No.
The MC5. I love the Stooges. I think Stooges Funhouse is one of the most underrepresented albums in the history of punk. These bands and how they came about in the 1970s, and like deep diving into that time period of the 40s and 50s with any sort of like jazz or rock and roll. And you can see the birth of the music I came to love in these little tiny elements that were present in it. So I love to talk about jazz in terms of that because, man, those guys, they were the hardcore of the 1940s and 50s. And like, I don't know. I love that kind of connection when you can talk about stuff that was taking place, you know, in these clubs in talk about punk rock, right?
Yeah.
Here you are in these clubs in the 1940s playing this music for the people who were on the cusp of revolution. And it's what it became. Oh man, I'm into it. I love it.
Oh yeah.
I love it all day.
You know, it's funny. Some of the albums that I picked, you said about origin, and you know, one of the artists that I've loved, and he's not really jazz. He falls more under the concept of soul music, but is also he is proto hip hop in his own way. Hip hop would not exist without a gentleman named Gil Scott-Heron. Which I was lucky enough to meet at a conference when he performed at Sounds of Brazil a couple years before he passed. And that was just like, so Gil Scott-Heron starts out in the 1970s, immensely influenced by slam poetry, writers and artists like Murray Baraka and stuff like that. Except he brings to it more of a musical end. So in 1970, for the Flying Dutchman record label, which is a really, really cool record label out of New York City, released this album called Small Talk on 125th and Lenox, and it is him and 3 percussionists. And this is the first time The Revolution Will Not Be Televised was released. It was on this album. And that song in itself, just not just the song and not just the content, but how it was produced, was amazingly influential on so much hip hop. So yeah, this is the first.
That's the first track.
Yeah.
Revolution Will Not Be Televised.
You know, he then went on to work with this wonderful piano player named Brian Jackson and produced several albums. One for Strata East, which is a great label if you're not familiar with it and you love jazz, soul, the inner sound of New York City. in the 70s. Definitely recommend Strata East. But with Winter in America and It's Your World, really push the boundaries of politics in soul music. Most famous on I think it was 1976, and It's Your World, The Bottle, was actually a bit of a hit for them. But there's the spirit of early hip hop, especially your Africa Bambatas and things like that. Were immensely influenced by this gentleman, Gil Scott-Heron. And I will say that, the best place to start with him is either with this album, if you can stream it, which I know you can, or Winter in America, which was his first collaboration with Brian Jackson. So I definitely wanted to bring up the importance of Gil Scott-Heron.
I love it.
Yeah, great human being. And also, he wasn't born, but is a staple of the voice of New York City. And he's just an amazing human being.
So where can we find 2025? Because this is, there's been a passion awakening in me. Where can I find 2025 Revolution?
Oh God, that is a good question. And it's one that's bugged me for quite some time. I really don't know.
I feel so weird saying this, but I was like typing into my search bar like modern revolutionary music. I just was like on a big Rage Against the Machine kick for the basically since November, you can guess. And like since then, I'm looking for more and more, and I find myself going back, of course, to Bob Dylan and all the folk poets in the 1960s and 70s. But like I want something new. I want to be on the cusp. I want to be on the razor. So what can I look for to be there?
I wish I had a better answer for this, but I think things are just way too saturated right now for there to be a cohesive movement of political and social music. Okay. I don't, if any, I almost made a meme the other day that was, from Star Wars, and it was going to say, Ian MacKay, help us now. We need Fugazi.
Like I feel like I'm falling back on old playbooks, and like I don't want an old playbook. I want a new playbook, and like I don't. So I said my pick of the album of 2024 was Opeth, and. But to a certain extent, I don't want to be soothed. I want to be angry. I want to be mad. I want to be like ready to burn it to the ground. And like I have plenty of old music that does that, but like I guess I'm a 41-year-old principal, like I'm out of touch. And so we have our own things locally here in Lansing, and I try to support local music wherever I can. But like I want to be on the pulse, I want to be on the pulse, and like I can't find it. I can't, and it's hard now. It used to be, you go down to the local record shop, you start talking with the guy that's slinging the records, have this conversation. He's like, well, you check this, and this. I mean, that's how I found Rollins Band in the first place, 1996. I was talking with the record shop guy. And like, same way I found Black Flag, same way I found, all that stuff from the 80s. And like, now I want something for 2025, or at least the 2020s. I want something that's going to put the knife to the man.
Yeah, and I really feel weird that I can't come up with anything, and it's frightening to me because this is the thing. There's so much of a playbook out there. Punk in itself, the punk movement, and everything that is come from that is about sticking it to the man, but also about social issues, because one of the wonderful things about punk is punk grew up. And unlike a lot, not necessarily pop punk from the 90s, we're still talking about being like, freaking like 14, but like hard, like traditional punk and punk from different areas. Then you definitely had, I bring up Gil Scott-Heron, and Gil Scott-Heron is a direct connection to so many art. Curtis Mayfield is a beautiful example. Very, very politically minded person. Amazing albums like Roots are just freaking awesome. And then you get into hip hop, and there's so much. I mean, whether you go back to, Last Poets or whatever, it is a music that comes from the city. It comes from an amazing amount of oppression and also an amazing amount of a desire of youth to figure out what's going on in their lives. And at some point, that became even hard to find.
The only kind of solace I've found is, and this is, I mean, he hasn't released anything in 2025, is Kendrick Lamar, and what he released. The level of anger that I guess I'm seeking, that's the only place I've been able to find it out of modern music.
Well, I don't get me wrong. I have nothing against Kendrick, although I wish he would keep he seems to keep getting licensing just from his music being in trailers.
Right.
Good for him. But no, his stuff is very, very high quality. And yeah, it is definitely message based, is definitely social based, is definitely political. And that might be the only real voice that is in the spotlight. Everybody else seems to, it's so weird, because I had this discussion before 8 years ago, and it's been 8 years. And
Groundhog Day.
We're on the cusp again of what should be this massive artistic movement to just, take it back, stand up for it. We the people means we, grab your damn guitars, get behind your drums, start writing out those lyrics. And, music is such an amazing vehicle to transmit emotion and meaning. That's one of the things, that, we talked about jazz and metal. And one of the beautiful things about jazz is and I even feel this very much way, especially in experimental jazz and free jazz and spiritual jazz, is the music tells a story in itself. And, that also, but I found myself being, very entranced by like Wolves in the Throne Room and things like that, because, it was such a sonic, I can't say I like them, but I find the EPs and the splits that Sun Om do really interesting. That it kind of works well when they go against another group like Boris or something. But that is there too. As far as, things that might have been brought to my attention, and Kim Dracula has a real fuck it attitude. And it is very much like, just fuck you. I am who I am. I'm going to grab every genre of music and do it how I think it needs to be done, even if it makes no fucking sense. And the lyrics are very much, early punk meets Manson. Well,
interesting.
Marilyn Manson.
Yeah.
As far as, so, that's the only artist that,
Ken Dracula. I gotta check this out.
Yeah, it's got it's overly polished in my opinion, but they still seem to be able to get a spirit of aggressive, juvenile, and important music. It still has that feel. So,
do you think we're gonna be able to find like the sweet spot between music and film, much like it kind of did 8 years ago? Like, we had I think about the film The Dark and the Wicked. Now musically, I mean, not so much, right? It's really low key in terms of it, but that film doesn't exist unless it's told in that timeline, right? Like, what films do you think are going to be able to grasp on to this kind of like movement? Like, I do think about some films in terms of punk rock. I know that seems weird to say, but I do think about some films in terms of punk rock, in terms like what they lend, the message they send. You know, people will lend. It's almost like hip hop too, right? Like a lot of Spike Lee movies, you know, they have that hip hop movement. Punk rock has its own kind of like separate thing in terms of it. Are we going to be able to find this kind of like sweet spot between these ideologies where people can find a voice that they don't have in everyday life?
I hope. I really hope. And, you know, I don't see there's a collective movement. You know, you look back, you know, I'm a child or a teenager of the 90s, and, you know, there definitely was political music at that time, and also music and movies. Quentin Tarantino is one example. I mean, the Reservoir Dogs soundtrack was so intricate to that movie. And, you know, there are other, you know, examples, especially in the 90s, but I think also music that was more political and more social, as far as melding in with cinema, at least in the United States, was the American New Wave. Late 60s into, you know, possibly early 80s. And I think that's, you know, you had, besides the fact that for a while there, Hollywood was under the belief that if you had a movie, you needed a companion album. But only 2 of the songs were actually in the movie. But it was also a time that filmmakers, in whatever contract they eventually signed for whatever movie, usually in that contract was money for, well, we get to do a soundtrack album. And if the director and producer and writer and everything were huge music heads and put in wanting to like, okay, wow, we get to do a soundtrack album. Let's see if we can put like the coolest things that we can think of for, you know, what that visual is. And, you know, it's not as common anymore. I think
the last movie I can think about is Black Panther.
Yeah. And that
like,
was good.
Not to cite Kendrick again, but like I'm trying to right now think of a modern film that does that in that way that you're talking. But you're right. I mean, so many films, especially from the 80s and 90s, find that sweet spot between like, you know, soundtrack and film. Now scores are different, obviously, right? But like, maybe we're too. Maybe you're right. Maybe we're too. Are we too saturated or too disingenuous?
Kind of a combination. I went maybe just downright disinterested. It's frightening, but
we need you now, Rollins.
Yeah, we need you, Ian MacKay, so many people.
You know what he says now? You know what he says now, though? I just saw an interview with him from like 3 months ago. He's like, I'm too old. What are you guys looking at me to do? Like, because he's, you know, born 1964. So like for him, he said he's like, I don't know, like, hey, what do you guys want from me? And like to a certain extent, I get that, but like, man, I want to hear the next voice.
And I think that might be where, at least for me, and I hate to say, you know, because these people are truly amazing and are doing honestly more than anybody else out there right now in music, but it's a little bit disappointing that you don't have artists who have been established for, you know, decades or, you know, 1 or 2 decades or whatever, really being like, okay, you know, honestly, looking back as far as like metal and popular metal, another band, and we might get this, and I hope it is potentially as good as it could be, is we need System of the Down.
So they were so prevalent, especially during, and maybe this is, you know, you and I had shown our age.
Why do they send the fucking poor? I mean, yeah.
Like,
This
Down comes out.
band is so political. It's amazing.
Where's Surge now? Why isn't he like on the front lines? Like, I don't know. I'm like,
well, that's the thing with, like, you know, Ian and Henry. You know, great, awesome, but I would love for them to, you know, be like, okay, you know, now we're gonna go talent scouting now. We're like,
yeah,
you know,
why
we're
isn't
gonna
he
find
producing?
these voices, and we're gonna be like, okay, you guys are doing what we were doing then. You know, you got your own voice, your own sound. We've got something that can back you up. Let's try to make a movement. You know, and it was done. It was done. Well, I can't hear you. I think your mic went. Oh, yeah. Hey, his mic just went, so it's perfect.
He needs to plug in his other mic.
I think my mic is bad. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're dying now.
Oh no. Okay. All right. Let me swap out.
All right.
Well, thank you so much. It made everything much easier. Totally not what we were planning on doing, but that was great. It was fun.
Dude, that was awesome.
Yeah.
What was cool about that, I want to say, is from earlier when Troy and Mick were talking, I was like, this is a conversation I wanted to see. I don't care what these two are talking about, but I just want to see these two have a conversation, something they're interested in.
Oh, it was
and with you and Dan,
it was
with you and Dan,
awesome.
same thing. With you and Dan, it was the same thing. Like, these two guys know a lot of shit, a lot of it. We got to put these two together and just get them talking about something, and boom, there you guys went. That was awesome.
Oh, it was such a good time, Trevor. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you for having me. And this is such a wonderful cause, and it helps so many people. But as I've brought up before, this also helps a large element of movie history that we have lost. So it is very important, and most importantly, the humanitarian element of it. But it's, you know, it's a big thing.
Yeah, well, honestly, man, I just really appreciate everything you bring to it. All your knowledge is just so it's so much fun to listen to, and that was a really cool vibe, like Tim said. Like, it was just like you guys were, you know, just
it was just like, you know, we got a chance to sit in a room and talk. And it was nice because, you know, I'm there like doing all this prep, and I've got like 3 different stacks of vinyl. I'm like, okay, well, I'll start with this one. If I can't finish this one, and like, so it was really nice. And it was also really nice to talk music with somebody, you know, who was as deep a music head as I am, and also in the same, you know, generation. So
yeah,
that was good.
Man, I love it. I love it.
Thank you, sir, for sticking around.
Yeah, and thank you so much again, Trevor, for all your help today, and just like being so supportive and such. It really does mean a lot to me, and I know Sturdy as well.
Well, everything you guys have done to help me means the world, because both of you guys have gotten me out of my shell much more than you probably know. So I want to thank you.
I'm gonna be honest, Trevor. The first time I had you on Horror with Sir Sturdy, you seemed far from shy. But I listen. I got to tell you guys this about Trevor, right? See, you look at it, you never judge a book by its cover. You look at Trevor from the outside, and you sit down, and you have a conversation with Trevor about horror films and the films that he's really geared towards. You're gonna be shocked. Like, what? And I just love where his mind goes with all of that stuff. And again, I say this a lot. I love that this man loves to do the actual loves to dig and do the research. That's his thing, and he's so great at it. He's so
My mother drug my ass to libraries is like I can remember. You know, even for a person who had issues with reading and everything, you know, if you go after somebody's interest and you're just like, monster movie books, go to that, and then you're like, oh my god, I've got to figure out how to read this shit. You know, so yeah, I mean, research is something that I've, you know, I remember using the periodical guide of literature to maneuver a college basement full of newspapers. So, you know,
dude, you're killing it. Keep going.
Keep going. Yeah.
I love it.
Thank you.
And thank you again so much, Trevor.
No problem. Thank you for, having me, and it's an amazing cause, and, just thank you for, being super awesome and supporting, Ambassador Radio, Ambassador Media.
Of course. And everybody, it's linked down below in the descriptions. Go check them out, follow, and just listen, because Trevor's going to
Good conversation, dude.
Hey, thank you again, sir. And we need to continue this somehow. We'll talk about that.
Anytime, bro.
Okay. If only there were a channel.
Thank you, guys.
Take care, Trevor.
They need a show together. They'd be perfect together.
Oh my God. You know what it is?
You can call it the principal and the professor.
Jesus. He's so much more knowledgeable than I am. Like, I can barely keep up. Like, I'm just
switch. You got to switch your mic. You're on your thing.
Sorry. Hold on.
You don't have to be sorry. You don't have to be sorry at all. Ambassador Grandizer 12. It's Ambassador Radio and Media. It's if you go into the descriptions, I did link it.
Yeah, follow the Grandizer. Go to the Scene Snobs channel. It'll be on there.
Oh.
Am I good now?
No.
Shit. Check.
Did you switch it in the thing?
Yeah.
In StreamYard. What is this called? StreamYard, right?
Hey, who's joining in tonight?
Dan.
Fair enough. I'm surprised Chris fell asleep.
I'm not. He had a long. He started his pregame before we even started, like 2 or 3 hours before we started, like everything.
Oh man, my hair.
He rocked on with us for longer than I thought he would, to be honest with you. Like,
yeah, it was really cool. I wonder if Tim's going to join us.
Having a good time.
I don't think Tim has ever seen Big Trouble in Little China.
I'm sure Dan showed it to him or forced him to watch it at least once or twice. Oh, there he is. He's chilling. See?
No, I can't see. I can't read. I need to be talked to.
Oh,
so
well,
he's by podcast.
He's in the comments.
I don't believe you because I can't see that. What does that say? Is it an S? Is it a Mythe? A Mythe? Is that what you say? I have no idea.
Timothy? That's what you're calling him now?
It's Timothy.
Am I good now?
Okay. What'd you say?
You guys hear me okay now?
What did you say?
Sturdy,
no, I can hear you. We can hear you. We can hear you. Sorry.
God, my hair is so messy because of the hood. Like
same. Oh man.
Jeez.
I love that. Last hour, man. We got an hour and 10 minutes.
Hour and 10 minutes left.
You guys talk Big Trouble in Little China.
Big Trouble in Little China.
Whose
It was my
choice
first
that?
time watching this movie. Mick. This man over here. Nope. Over there. But it was a first time watch for me, and it was definitely something.
I don't disagree with Mojo.
It was definitely something. The 80s in the movies, for the movies from the 80s more so, I'll say, it's such a weird ass time.
It is.
Because there's so much there's so much that's going on in this movie. And you're just like, why, when, where, how, who came with this idea? How did you come up with this idea? And thank you. For whatever reason, thank you. It was funny as hell, Mick. It was funny as hell, and it was weird and strange. And I see why you wanted me to do that for Third Vision because it fits the bill. It definitely fits the bill.
It is a sorely underappreciated movie, and as time grows, its value grows, and I love it because this movie deserves it. Because this movie ain't boring.
Jesus, still calling it back.
Who was here in the first hour?
So Dan, you look like you disagree with everything we both just said about this movie.
I have a hard time with this film.
Oh,
I
God.
love John Carpenter. I love what he's trying to do in the film. I enjoy it. Tim called me out on this, and he's right. Like, I don't really like it.
Wait, what happened?
He got muted again. Go get your microphone or go on the web thing. This is God's way of saying, dude, don't talk shit about Big Trouble in Little China.
That's what it is.
Greatest movie of all time. In fact, you know what? Here's what Third Division get back here. We're gonna roast you while you can't talk. With your mic problems. Hey, there's a nightmare in your street, and it's called mic issues. User error.
So what is this, like a Bluetooth mic that keeps dying on him? What's going on over there?
He bought it off of Temu. So
where you get like 6 of them
for
for $17
with the small little windscreens.
6 for $3. Pay an extra $1, you get 2 windscreens.
Somebody had posted a meme next to it that said, "These are used on 2020." So he bought them.
Oh man.
Look at him. He's so mad. He's like a gorilla behind the glass.
You see what happens when you let him out? He jumps through tables.
He wants to hit us so bad. And he can't get a working microphone. This is my favorite. This is my favorite final hour.
This is a $200 microphone, sir. This is a professional lavalier. For whatever reason, my USB 3 at the source is choosing not to charge. Okay.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with the actual mic, but where it plugs into the computer.
Wish.com. What you gonna do?
So I didn't have time. I didn't have time between the shows to plug in my wired mic, and I needed this kind of mic for Master Shake because it's way easier to pick up my audio with a lavalier than it is with an extended mic.
Oh God.
Oh,
I don't know what we're gonna do.
So what I was saying is this. Tim called me out on it. He's not wrong. I don't love it when directors try to blend multiple genres. It's not my favorite thing in the world. And this movie does it. But I don't know. I saw it when I was a kid for the first time, so I have this kind of nostalgia for it. I think I was like 10 the first time I watched it. I think that like it has great aspects. John Carpenter thinks I'm going to say something controversial. John Carpenter thinks that he's a better director than he is. He is a genre director, not a high scope director. He should stick to horror because he's great at it. And when he starts delving into other genres, to a certain extent, it gets messy. So I'd give it like an 84.
Starman?
Starman's scary. What are you talking about? Starman's terrifying.
What?
And it's also Kurt Russell. Starman.
That's not Kurt Russell. It's Jeff Bridges. It's a love story. Again, you talk shit about John Carpenter, and God's gonna come down and be like,
I swear, I thought you did that to him this time.
You have to believe in God if this happens a third time, because I keep mentioning it.
What I started laughing at was when you said "what" and you had your one hand up with the Snorlax thing and the one hand up with nothing on it. I'm just like, wow, wait, where's the other Snorlax side? Not even where's the other regular hand? Like, where's the other? Oh, he's getting his other microphone.
The only one who's talked about Big Trouble in Little China, which I love this movie, and Dan's just wrong. It's okay that he's wrong.
There's nothing wrong with being wrong.
He knows he's wrong. That's why he turned the mic off. He wanted me to be able to say how wrong he is, so when he comes back to lie. Starman. No. Well, good song. Yes. Still didn't work.
You gotta just switch mics.
User error. Human devoid of knowledge.
Starman is a terrifying film for a lot of reasons. You're right. It's not Kurt Russell, Jeff Bridges, but I mean, like basically,
it's a love story.
And then I would put it akin to Close Encounters as far as the time period.
No,
I think so.
I would put it akin to E.T., but a love story.
Oh,
and he looks better.
God. No, John Carpenter has a very, very strong wheelhouse.
I believe in God.
Did his mic die again?
Oh, please tell me. So, keep talking.
Talk.
Okay.
Okay, so there you go. You're still there. I'm just waiting. God's going to hit you.
No, because now it's plugged in.
Alexa, turn lights pink.
Ah, God exists. No, that was me. I won't do it again. I promise. I can't undo it though. You have to. There you go.
What pushes this beyond being a B?
What, a B film?
Not B film, like a B rating, so like a 4 out of 5 or an 8 out of 10.
Oh, it should be.
Yeah, but that's not a bad rating at all. That's
not a bad rating. That's
People talk about this film like it should be in the upper echelon, man, and I just don't agree.
It's a cult classic, dude.
Yeah.
But you got to understand, we live in all right, we're a little more lucid of movie fans. Like, here's the thing, like a lot of, especially in the horror community, which whatever, you love what you love, right? But sometimes some things are spoken about with such affinity that you get the idea that maybe this was a great movie, and it's like we got to be a little more
realistic,
balanced in what we're talking about here. Because I love Big Trouble in Little China. For me, this is a tens, baby. I love this movie.
Oh, you're giving it a 10?
That's a personal 10. I can again, favorite movie, Back to the Future, but I do realize that it's not the greatest movie of all time.
Whoa. Back to the Future is a perfect film.
It is not a perfect film. It's actually its flaws help and enhance it.
Perfect film.
But it's definitely above the Miyagi line, unlike some movies. But it's like, this is Big Trouble in Little China is not above the Miyagi line.
It is. Big Trouble in Little China is above it. It's just not. People want to put it in the top echelon, and I don't agree.
And I agree with you too. But they do that with a lot of movies now. Let's face facts. I like Halloween 3, but let's be for real. It's not now the best one in the series. Calm down.
No, it's not even close. Although Halloween 2 is unfairly maligned.
I like Halloween 2. I think that's a great follow-up.
Yeah, it's a great follow-up.
I agree.
They had a coherent story between 1 and 2. It was a coherent story.
Yeah.
The difference was originally John Carpenter wanted to tell one story. They made him split it into 2, basically. Like,
oof. Holy shit! I can't believe the final onesies are. Tim, come back on, dude. Get your onesie on.
Yeah, no, he didn't. Dude, he's got his thing going on, man. He's kind of. The only reason I'm still rolling is because I was like jazzed from talking about. I love listening to Trevor. So
yeah,
listen, I'm telling you right now, I don't think Trevor understands how popular he is, but he comes on these shows. Like, he'll be on our shows, and people requested him. I love that though. I love it for him because he's awesome,
smart people, and like he's very, very smart. And like,
I gotta ask him about the Valentine's Day episode because we're gonna do a mixtape.
Yeah, that's it. We're gonna do Valentine's. That's right. Okay, so I'm gonna ask you to do something that sometimes
power ballads.
Sometimes I think you guys don't do. All right, and this is important.
What?
Criticize this movie.
Criticize what movie?
Big Trouble in Little China.
Okay. Ready?
Yep.
The effects are very shoddy. It is a completely campy movie. that sometimes is a little too ridiculous. It is at times it goes all over the goddamn place. The story does not flow evenly
at all.
Yeah, I mean, dude, there's the half time the lighting's off, like the makeup effects and special effects look goofy. You know,
but all that absurdity and ridiculousness, the bad things about it is the things that I enjoyed about this movie. Just because
100%.
As wonky as the movie was and as wonky as the story was, the movie and the story kind of fit together because it's not supposed to be like this beautiful masterpiece. It's not supposed to be that. It's exactly. No. I think they did exactly what they wanted to do with this film. I actually think this film did better than what they were expecting. Just because, I mean, shit, we're still talking about it now, and there's a lot of people that love it.
I mean, cult classic.
It's a cult classic, definitely.
This is a perfectly imperfect film.
A cult classic. That's still like a cool group of film, you know, cool group to be a part of, because you could be nothing to where there's a bunch of movies that came out in the 80s that nobody remembers, that we're never going to talk about and no one's ever going to bring up again. And this one somehow stuck, you know, it's stuck out there. You know,
we did so a couple weeks ago. We did talk about hero tropes, and it does subvert your standard hero. You know, Kurt Russell's kind of a, you know,
he's not the hero in this movie. He's a sidekick.
Yeah, I mean, is it Wang Chi?
Wang's the hero, and Jack's the sidekick.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I think that's nice.
It's in a weird way. It's kind of, it's a less self-aware Last Action Hero.
You know what movie? You know what would have made sense with this movie? New York Ninja. Him in the roller skates would have fit in this movie one way or another. That's all this movie was missing for me to be.
Nobody wants to watch that movie ever again.
No. I just want him in the movie on roller skates.
I just want him on roller skates.
Fighting. Yeah, listen. You ever see another ninja on roller skates fighting? Tell me that would not work in this movie.
So one of the things I'll say, like, maybe one of the big problems I have is that I have a vague recollection of doing a John Carpenter night when I was in middle school or high school, where I had Escape from New York, you know, The Thing, everything like that. And I would, how about this? Compared to other John Carpenter movies, this falls way short.
That's not a bad thing, though. I mean, that's.
I mean,
from the film,
are you saying as like in terms of popularity, or are you saying in terms of quality?
Quality.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's made
a lot better movies.
Yes, I agree. There are some that are below this movie, though. Let's not list it as last.
Yeah, but you know what it is too, Dan, is you could say that there's like a really good movie, a better movie. Like, I'm gonna throw this out here just because Jaws is a way better movie than this film. This is a more entertaining, this is a more fun watch. Like, this has more rewatchability than Jaws does. As great as that movie is, that for me, that movie I can watch like maybe every 4 or 5 years and be.
If you just skip through the first third of Jaws, it's entirely rewatchable.
I'm not saying it's not rewatchable, but I'm saying this is a more fun watch. This is a more entertaining watch. This is easier to go back to.
You're a dick. This is not right. That's the fucking Jaws, man. I just don't even know how to argue it anymore. Like, you don't listen.
It's not my fault. Jaws is 2/3 of a movie.
I can't talk to you right now. It's killing me. All right, let's keep going. Let's move on. My hair is friggin' all over the place.
Looks better than mine. I had a hat on all day.
I look like Shrek when he turns into a human in the second one.
Is that a bad thing? You don't need. I don't remember it. I don't remember the second one.
Oh, those movies are so fun. I haven't seen them in a while.
I like
Trouble in Little China. Oh, I love those movies. Even the little side special. I think they had like a Christmas special I watched and then I enjoyed it. What do you rate this movie, Dan? with everything you just said about it.
It is 12:07. We got a lot more to talk about.
Yeah, like an 8 out of 10. I like, but my problem is that like there'll be people that will elevate this, and that's what I thought you guys were doing. They'll elevate it to that like 90% or above, where it truly is more than above average. And like I consider this above the Miyagi line. I think Mick, you said it isn't, but like it's definitely above average. My problem is just that like I wish John Carpenter. You know what it smells like? It smells like John Carpenter didn't have a good editor or didn't have a good producer who stopped him from making all the things that he wanted to do. And in the 90s, when you look a lot of John Carpenter movies, like when he gets carried away, like it's a problem. Like he just gets messy.
And who was that? And she wasn't on this. Deborah Hill, yeah. Like he needs breaks. Like a lot of good directors need breaks, and it felt like he didn't have breaks on this movie. Like a good comp, I feel like is Escape from New York. And like I love that movie.
Right? It's great, fucking great movie. But
it's a top tier movie.
Like, can you imagine this movie without like? Can we take the like magic down just like maybe 2 notches? Can we make it take it like just down a couple notches?
It was necessary.
If so, you wouldn't have Raiden.
It was necessary magic. That's true.
You think it's that necessary? Like, do we really have to get that weird with it?
Yeah.
Because if you don't get as weird as this movie got, this movie's not going to be a cult classic and it's just going to be a shitty movie. And then it's going to be like, what was he thinking?
100% agree. Yeah, you need. First of all, how dare you?
It's the 80s.
You maniac. What are you talking about? You like the never-ending story. I don't even want to hear it. That whimsical
never-ending
bullshit.
Story stays in its lane, Mick.
I like that movie.
This stays in its lane. Just bonkers. That's what it is. Absurdity.
Nah, it crosses
Enjoy
like
it.
5
It's
genres.
the ride. You know
this
what?
movie crosses like 5
You're right.
genres.
This one didn't stay in its lane. You're right, Dan. It didn't. And you know what? That's why it's a cult classic.
No,
it's
stay in your
beauty.
lane. Do one thing right instead of 5 things half-ass.
All right. First of all, Ron Swanson, calm down.
Ron Swanson.
Yeah, his whole thing is like you gotta. It's better.
Whole
to
ass
whole
one
ass
thing
one thing,
instead of half-assing 2.
half-ass another. Dude, first of all, calm down.
Hey, listen, calm down.
Listen,
Just breathe. Just
calm
breathe.
down. Wait, are you telling me to breathe, or are you telling him to breathe?
Both.
Okay, I think we should all breathe collectively in our own areas. So, how dare you? First of all, this movie is fantastic, and this movie can go into 17 different lanes and not be great, but it's good and it's fun, and you can enjoy it, and that's okay. It's like most of those it's like Nemesis, the one you threw at me today. That's a totally low tier movie, but you know what? You said it was fun, so I'm in. You know, like
well, this is a fun movie.
This is a movie you should pass around.
I feel like with the John Carpenter movie, you have a higher level of expectation.
I feel like if we don't pass this on to our next generations, it's going to get lost, and that's the level that it's at. That's why I say it's below the Miyagi line. I think the Karate Kid is that perfect line because I don't think you'll ever forget the Karate Kid and all the movies that are above it, but the other ones could be forgotten over time. You know,
I wouldn't have a problem with this movie being forgotten.
Jesus Christ, Dan, you just put it above the Miyagi line.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but that's to contrast. I wouldn't have a problem. It's above it in the same way that Grandma's Boy was. It's super fun to watch. It's batshit crazy though, a little bit messy.
Mm-hmm.
Your grading curve is broken.
I can't judge his grading curve because mine's crazy as well.
You're below the line, sir.
Oh my God.
You stay down there.
I think it's very important to keep things in perspective. And this movie, for what it is fun to watch. But if it disappeared, I mean, like, would it be that big of a loss?
Why does it have to disappear though?
Why?
Well, Mick said
No.
that. That's the only
Well,
reason.
no. Like if it goes down generationally and it's one of
I
those
see what
movies
you're
that kind of gets lost in time. Like I think that's why I think the Miyagi line is a stricter line than like it's just fun should be in it. Like, you know, it's got to be memorable. And like we're already seeing movies that like we swear to God were going to be the greatest movies of all time, you know, in terms of like when we were in our 20s and, you know, early 30s and such, that now like you barely think about. Like how often do you really, and like Dan, I swear to God, if you just say it to be contradictory, I'm going to know. How often do you think about like Old School or
Oh no, I never. Oh no, so here's my problem with the Old School. It came out, and I all my friends. So some movies that people thought were like legendary. Old School.
Wedding
What's the one where they go to
Crashers.
Las Vegas? The one they go to Las Vegas.
Hangover?
Hangover, Bridesmaids, fun movies. Oh my God.
Yeah.
But like they're gonna go the way of the dinosaur, and that's okay. Like I'll watch clips once in a while on YouTube and be like, "Ha, that part was funny." But like, and I guess that's in the modern age. So like, I'll look up the fight scene at the end of this movie on YouTube and feel satiated. Meanwhile, The Godfather, I have to pull that 4K Blu-ray down, and I have to sit down and I watch the entire thing, and I never look up a clip on YouTube because it transcends immediacy, and I have to sit down and watch the whole thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's hard to get out of that movie when you start once you get into it.
With that though, Dan, I feel like comedy movies kind of I won't say all across the board, but for the most part, they kind of just whenever they came out, they may be funny.
There are some legendary ones though. There are legendary.
I said not across the board, but like for the most part, though, I will say there's definitely legendary ones. But I feel like comedy, just because of the way the world is, where certain things are just funny in this time or this era, you have to live through it to kind of laugh at it. And once you get past that X amount of years, it kind of, you know,
also this movie suffers from, you know, it's an anachronism. I do think outside of the 1980s, there's a level of lackluster association that takes place. When I watch it now, I'm like, it's dated. Meanwhile, there are movies that transcend that, right? I guess that's the difference. Is like it's not a transcendent movie.
That's why I'm saying it's below the line.
But does it have to be so to be above the line? Does it have to be transcendent?
I think it has to, well, no, but I mean, I think transcendent movies automatically are over the line.
Okay.
But with everything that you criticize about this movie, which I don't disagree with, which again, I love this movie. I can watch this movie over and over again. I can go to the movie theaters if it's on there. I will spend the money because it's such a fun movie. But no, it's not. I do not think this is one that I think this has a better chance of standing the test of time than most of like what we were talking about. Are those comedies and stuff, but
Kurt Russell's so damn good looking in it.
Exactly. But even then, it's at best it's going to be like, oh, a resurgence, like people found it again, you know. But nah, I can't put it above.
Wow. So I dogged it, but I put it above.
I love it. I adore this movie.
I'd rather watch this movie than Karate Kid.
Well, but it's not about what we'd prefer to watch, because I'd rather watch this movie than Karate Kid. But the Karate Kid is arguably the line. It is that good of a movie, but it's not transcendent. You know, it's not above. It's not above.
Well, because it's shittier
average.
Rocky. That's the difference. Is like it's shittier Rocky. That's
yeah, by the same director.
Same director. In fact, he's argued that it's in the same universe too. Like,
fine. And now
I still want to get back to the fact you don't think Back to the Future is a perfect film.
It's not. It's I think it's a perfect trilogy.
What?
Not a perfect film.
That, and I disagree with that. But why don't you think Back to the Future 1's a perfect film? It's not a perfect trilogy because three is arguably
when we went to the,
Because it has little holes here and there, and I'm not going to ruin that for you because if you don't know them, you shouldn't know them, and you should enjoy it.
No, I want them.
I can do that for you. It has its little holes, and it can get dude. I can't go into Back to the Future now because I can deep dive in that for
years,
months, and years, and I don't. I've been on here for almost 10 hours. I can't, but yeah, it's. I love that movie. I love it. It's definitely, in my opinion, above the Miyagi line. I would not put 2 above the Miyagi line unless we put 2 and 3 together. Then they both go and be above the Miyagi line.
We walked out after 2 when we went to the anniversary showing. We walked out after 2.
Have you ever seen 3?
Oh, I've seen 3 tons of. I own the 4K Blu-ray. No, I don't. I will say this. I would not turn. I like it. I would not use the term love with the third one. I find it to be long. It's too long.
I can see it, but also I don't know if some smarter people have thought of this, but I know I didn't read it anywhere. I just thought of it myself. So don't blame me if you smart people did. So I truly believe that when it comes to a trilogy, there is an automatic disdain for the third movie because it's the end and nobody wants an ending. And so if you go back and you think about most of most trilogies, the third film is widely the one where you're like, really,
Turtles 3, yep.
Yeah, there's so many.
Turtle 3, oh my god, Turtles 3 is an abomination to mankind. Sturdy,
it was rough,
but it's some of them I think are it's almost like I don't know if it's an implicit bias or something, but it's. You automatically associate it with the end of this thing that you enjoy, this thing that you've taken this journey on, and you're going to dislike it because that is an ending. It's almost to kind of shield yourself or protect yourself from having to say goodbye to this thing.
Do you want an outlier?
What's that?
Return of the King.
The best movie. But I've often when that first came out, people were kind of like, it's not as good as the others.
Really? I saw it 16 times in the theater.
Damn.
I fucking believe it. But Dan, you're also very different about everything. So
he really is.
So that should tell you something.
I went home for Christmas break that year and I dragged Timmy to the theater, I think 4 times. I went to go see it 4 or 5 times in a single week. I was like, I'm witnessing history. This is something that needs to be. And I did the same thing with Blade Runner 2048 too, or 2049. Sorry. I saw it 4 or 5 times and I was wrong on that one. I thought Blade Runner 2049 would go down as historic and yet again, modern audiences disappointed me. But I think that
yeah, I'm fighting, man. I'm fighting.
You guys get. I'm so fired up. I'm so fired up.
You jumped through a table. You should be fired up.
Leaned through a table. tried to jump.
Yeah, we're all, dude. I'm ready for bed too, but we're gonna make it. We're gonna make it the 10 hours because we know we're here for it. It's Cast for a Cause, and we got another donation. We're up to $620.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Great.
Love
Thank
it.
you all
Thank
so
you,
much.
whoever made it 620.
It's just been so amazing. Dan, calm down. You're getting crazy. No, but yes, you're right. Return of the King is the best in the series. You're absolutely right. I'm not arguing that. But I do remember when that movie came out, people had issues with it, just like people had issues with Revenge of the Sith when it came out as well. And then later turned on it and was like, it was good. So I don't know. I don't know if it's just that you get back to it, you look at it with new eyes
Freddy
or something.
3 is the fan favorite.
That's true.
True, but they didn't. They
true.
were building towards something. By the time they got to 3, they knew they were going to keep going, like Jason.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's not a trilogy, so that
because the
doesn't...
next one, no, but technically, well, I'm not even going to get into the Freddy movies. Let's move on from
it's
that.
the first part of a new trilogy in terms of Freddy. In terms,
yeah,
of like,
and widely,
3, 4, and
the
5
third
is
one
a
is the
trilogy.
worst.
Yeah.
It is, which is, oh man.
I don't know. My thing is this: is that like with Back to the Future, 1 was made, they never intended any other movies.
No.
And
It
so
was
that's
just a
why to
gag.
me, like, it tells this coherent story. I kind of wish they had never made 2 and 3. I love them. I mean, I love 2. I like 3.
If I lived in a world where it was just Back to the Future,
I'd be okay with it.
I'd be it was a great movie.
I-
But but I'm glad remains to be seen if I'm still glad that I live in a world where there is a trilogy.
Well,
Find out.
this is why I say this. Like I've shared this before with you, and I shared the file with you. Like I consider there's a special echelon of films that are S tier films, top tier films that can't be touched. And I haven't added any films to this, not even Dune or Dune 2, which I think are phenomenal fucking films, man. Like amazing. I absolutely loved the new Nosferatu, but it's not in that S tier film. It's really hard to squeak into that S tier. But for me, like Back to the Future 1 is an S tier film. Like it's really hard for me to think of many, like more than 20 movies that are better than it. I'd have to really sit down and like think about it.
I could definitely think
Is it a favorite of yours, or is it just one that you think is one of the better movies?
I think it is immaculately made. The story, the direction, the music, the acting. I think it's an immaculate film. Like it's really hard for me to think of a lot of films that are better. I mean, I do think there are better films, but I'm not willing to like dissociate the difference between, Alien and Back to the Future, because I'll put either one in and be equally entertained and see it as an equal piece of art.
I got one for you, comparatively. The Princess Bride.
It is not a perfect film. In fact, I don't even
put better story. It's a better story than Back to the Future.
I've read the book. The book is trash. The film is better than the book. The film is better than the book, by the way. One of the few movies that's like that. The film is better than the book. Also, I don't like. No, I mean, like it's. I don't even think it's more memorable. Sorry.
I can agree with you there. The Princess Bride. It's not very memorable for me. Back to the
I
Future.
like
to me,
it. If I remember right on my
Okay.
list, the Princess Bride is either held at an A or a B, but it doesn't make it an S tier. It's great, but it's not an S tier film.
I just
To be fair, Nick, you know how I feel about Star Trek II, Wrath of Khan. I'm not sure Wrath of Khan is in my S tier.
I swear to God, he just wants to be contradictory to me.
I'm not trying to be contradictory, man.
No, I get it with Back to the Future, but there are, and it's honestly, I don't think it's much. Like, I mean, there's a lot of things you can debate about Back to the Future, and it's science and everything else. But again, for all those little things, like it's just so much goddamn fun. And that ending, that final race to get to beat the clock is thrilling every single time I see it. It is. And you know what? To bring it back around to Big Trouble in Little China, when they take those drinks and they go down to fight, I love it. I get so into it. I'm into the thrill of it all. And it's those types of movies that's where kind of like Carpenter really captures a good nostalgic atmosphere for something we all enjoyed, like the Kung Fu movies and all these different like, cross genres, that you get to it and you're just having a ball.
What's Carpenter's best film? I think that's talk about controversial. That's a question right there. What is John Carpenter's best film?
See then, I got to be able to sit down and look this up and come on the show to talk about this. He's asking.
Well, Dan, I don't know about you, but all right, let's look up John Carpenter. If we're gonna get wild here,
I thought he was about to throw a movie out there.
Oh, I know exactly what I think is best film, and it's going to be disagreed with.
Oh, throw it out there. Well, I'm looking it up.
The Thing is John Carpenter's best film.
I might not disagree with you, but I wanna think about this for a few.
It's an S-tier film for me. The soundtrack is perfect. The atmosphere is perfect. The acting is perfect. Like the ending. Oh my god! Like to this day, sometimes I'll just be randomly sitting there thinking like, oh my god, what if I was just sitting there with my best friend and like, I love The Thing. I think it's a perfect film. Often, there have been times in my life where I've listed it as my favorite film of all time.
In the Mouth of Madness is pretty damn good, though.
So good. And I don't disagree. Like, if somebody picked that, I wouldn't either. Like, when I first started doing anything on YouTube like this, way back, 2014 was the first year I did anything remotely close to this. I did watch-alongs with some of my students. And I did Horrorween 2014. I thought it was so clever. And they watched along and they chatted in the chat while I was watching the film. And that was the first movie I chose, is In the Mouth of Madness, because not enough people know that movie. It's like a hidden masterpiece.
I love that movie.
I love it.
Do you read Sutter Kane? Dude. Well, here's something petty. Back in the day, there was some girl I liked, and she was dating a guy in a band. I think it was called Sutter Kane, but it was spelled with a K. And I was like, it's not even spelled with a C, because I was such a dork, dude. That's such a whatever.
Here's it. So, what's the protagonist's name in that, Mick? I'm trying to remember the name. What's his name? Remember, he's got hair just like you right now. He's got that like swoop that comes down. Like...
Yeah, it's Sam Neill is the guy.
Sam Neill. What is Sam Neill's best film?
John Trent is in the movie, but Sam Neill's the actor. What?
What is Sam Neill's best film?
Jurassic Park.
Oh my god.
Oh, stop.
You don't like Jurassic Park, Dan?
I love Jurassic Park, but people put it in the upper. People put it in that S tier, man, and I don't. Like, come on. It's a popcorn movie.
It's Jurassic Park is an amazing film.
Oh my god. It's
a I'm gonna summarize that whole movie for you, Sturdy. You ready? Science bad.
Listen. When you get
every sci-fi movie.
That's not true. That is not true.
When it gets in the wrong hands, bad things happen.
Oh my god! I mean, the author of the book. Oh, do I hate him? Oh my god, I hate the author of that book.
Why do you hate Michael Crichton?
Because everything is like, we should never advance science. I don't know. Why don't we just go live in a freaking cave, Michael Crichton? Like, I mean, he's dead now, R.I.P. But like, why don't we go live in a cave and never make any advancements ever? That's his entire thing. Is like, ooh, the science is bad. We should all just be naturalists and live with like dirty underwear loincloths, I guess. Like, I'm sorry, man. Like, I love the idea of making it. Let's make some dinosaurs right now, and I bet you we do it right.
I don't think that's a good idea at all.
I love it all day.
Wait, so you think let's not advance science past where we're at? Like, you know, like
no, I think we should push science.
No. I'm just saying. I'm trying to get down with your logic.
Okay.
So like he didn't want to pass, you know, like move science past where they were at about in the 70s. So you think if you don't move up from the point you're at in the 70s, which we've already been to the moon, we're going to go back to loincloths?
No. So don't forget, he also so Andromeda Strain is written before that. And that dude was afraid of any scientific advancement. He was like such a loudmouth religious zealot. Like he was afraid of any scientific advancement at all. And any sort of like thing, he was like, that's bad, that's bad, that's bad. Read Congo, and it reads like, oh, maybe we should all just go live in the forest.
I don't know enough about him to argue.
I do. I did a whole thing on him. I did a whole thing on him for my sci-fi unit in one of my classes in college, and because I loved Jurassic Park. I thought Congo was unfairly maligned. I had read the book.
I like the book.
I even thought The Lost World. I thought the Lost World, the book anyway, people had a lot of criticism for that I didn't agree with. And then I started delving into it, and it dawned on me. I was like, everything that dude's ever done, and the movies from it, is science bad. No, science good. Let's push the boundaries.
I think it's playing God is bad.
No, forget that. Play God all day. We are the pinnacle. As far as we know, we're the pinnacle of any sort of like evolutionary chain. Let's go. Let's push it as far as we can. Like, I got so exhausted with that entire narrative, and he did it time and time again, man. I love it. I'm sorry. I like Jurassic Park. It's a good popcorn movie. The dinosaurs are really well done.
I want to hear because the way that Dan talks about movies that he likes, it's like he doesn't like them. That's the vibe I get.
But
like, how would he talk about a movie that he actually does not like? Is he like, listen, this is one of the greatest movies I've ever seen in my life, but I hate it.
So I think it's important to be discerning. There are movies that I absolutely loathe. Let me think going off the top of my head.
So knowing Dan was going to be on the show today, I was going to get a pinched nerve in my shoulder. So I brought this thing. It's a nice little massage gun. So if I go away for the last like 35 minutes or 25 minutes or wherever we're at, it's because the nerve in my shoulder is like excruciating right now because Dan can't get his goddamn inflection correct on what movies he likes and how he talks about them. What do you mean you like Jurassic Park? That's like you saying, I swear to God, that's like you saying that you like Jaws.
Jaws is above we've had this conversation. Jaws is above the Miyagi line.
I might throw up.
Oh my God, Mick. Jaws is above the Miyagi line. The problem I have with it is the first third of the movie. We've had that conversation.
You've always talked so much shit about Jurassic Park.
Well, they spend 33%. So Jaws, they spend 33% of the movie doing nothing. Jurassic Park, my whole problem with it is that people want to treat it as though it's some perfect film, and it's just not. It's just a popcorn movie. It's okay. It's good even.
It's better than okay. I won't say it's a perfect film, but it's definitely way better than
my wife lists it as the best film of all time.
But that's her favorite film. That's all right to say that.
Jaws is her favorite film of all time.
What's wrong with that?
Everything.
2/3 of it is not. Only 2/3 of the movie is even worth watching. I'll start watching when Quint says he's going to go hunt the shark. Go wake me up when that happens. Because I fell asleep
the whole experience, Dan. I think Dan's just afraid of sharks and dinosaurs. That's what it is.
I'll punch a dinosaur in the face.
That's what it is. It's the only thing that makes sense.
I'm discerning, Mick. Like I don't like how people.
That's the word you're using on this.
Yeah, I don't like.
You're gonna punch a dinosaur in the face.
I don't like how people treat Jurassic Park. They want to put it akin to like. I'm sorry, it's not akin to The Shining. It's not akin to Alien. It's not akin to Blade Runner. It's not akin to these films. The Godfather. It's not akin to these movies. It's not. It's not even the same stratosphere.
I'm ready for bed.
He's ready for
bed. My onesie tonight. Dream of Sugar Plums and Jurassic Park being the number one movie of all time.
Sugar Plums. The Sugar Plums, Mick.
Fucking Sugar Plums, dude. Don't hate the Sugar Plums.
I'm not hating on the Sugar Plums. Just that's a mix. Sugar plums and dinosaurs.
It doesn't.
Damn right,
Nick,
it's
it really doesn't bother you. Some of the movies that people elevate,
Like what?
like Jurassic Park, like Jaws.
No, Jurassic
right?
Park is a great movie. It
Oh,
is.
my
It's a great movie. It's a pinnacle of filmmaking at the very least.
And there's dinosaurs in it, Mick. Man, there's dinosaurs in it.
Exactly. Exactly.
Honestly,
better than
what
better
was that
than
dinosaur movie we watched, Sturdy? What was that called?
Oh man. It definitely wasn't Jurassic Park. Whatever it was.
It was like Dino Zombies or whatever.
Of course.
I can't remember. I watch a lot of crazy stuff. But
Like
I feel like
zombies.
Oh yeah. Zombies. But the thing with I'll say with Jaws and with Jurassic Park, I feel like lots of movies after those wanted to be those and can never touch those. Like we've never seen a shark movie as good as Jaws. And same with Jurassic Park and the dinosaur film. And it's probably never going to be touched with those two films, with that specific genre or subgenre of film, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but that's how I feel about for those. So that's saying a lot, because there's a lot of films you could say they've been surpassed, but that's saying a lot right there. Every shark movie wants to be Jaws. Every shark movie wants to be in that conversation for eternal time, and it's not going to happen. Every dinosaur movie wants to be that same thing that Jurassic Park is, and it's not going to happen. That's saying a lot.
That's a great point. It's a better point than Dan's. It sucks.
I didn't say it sucks.
It sucks. It's like Rocky 3. It's terrible.
Rocky 3, I love. Another unfairly maligned movie.
Wait, you're telling me?
Which
you
one was
bet on Rocky 3?
Which one was Rocky 3?
Rocky 3, Apollo trains him.
Okay.
Clubber Lang is the one who fights Mr. T.
Okay. That is
I
good.
pitied a fool.
Dude.
Was Thunderlips in that one too, or was that part 4?
Yeah, he was
That's
in
3. Thunderlips is 3.
Okay, yeah. 3 was entertaining for the
Yep.
Rocky films. 3 was entertaining, but
Oh,
I'm not
Nick,
gonna say I love that.
Listen, you're telling me you bet on Rocky 3 and you bet on Rocky to lose? It says 2020, my friend.
Oh my God.
What movie is that from? One of the best, in my opinion.
I guess my question is, for the budget of those movies, can those movies have a special? Well, other Jurassic Park movies haven't equaled the first Jurassic Park for what Sturdy said.
True.
No,
And they've had
you
way
could even
bigger
say-
budgets, right? Like,
You could even, I don't know about the budgets for the Jaws films after. But
oh,
they could
dude,
have been OG.
how many Jaws films have you watched, Sturdy?
What is it? There's like 3. What is there? 4 or 3?
There's 4 in total.
4.
I know I watched 3. I don't
Oh
know if
my
I ever
God.
seen Jaws
So,
4.
like, the sequels are just bad.
It goes down. They sink. I was gonna say it goes downhill, but
they sink with the second one. Jaws 2 is just like, which one is it where they do SeaWorld, Mick? Is that 3 or 4?
3.
Oh, that one is
With Louis Gossett Jr. and SeaWorld's. Like
yeah.
And then the 4th one is when the shark chases them down to the Caribbean.
Chases them to the Caribbean. Right?
I want to watch that one. I don't know if I see.
Oh my God,
You gotta watch that one, dude.
I will.
Michael Caine built his mama a house with it.
Oh yeah, he did. He definitely did. Yeah. It's the same. He did that movie the same reason Betsy Palmer did Friday the 13th. She wanted to buy a Mercedes Benz.
Yep, I'm mad at it. Like,
dude,
not mad at it.
It's one of those things. Like yeah, you got to check it out for sure. 100%. It's just for when we started Scene Snobs. Mary and I did a little show called Married Movie Challenge, where we put a bunch of terrible movies in a bowl, and like we would each pick, each week, and it was Jaws 4 was on one of them, and we reviewed it, and it was pretty rough.
I like that. I like that. That sounds like a good fun. That's like a good fun date night right there. You get some whatever type of dinner you want, some fun dinners. Keep it simple. Chicken tenders and fries. Pick a movie out like that, and boom.
Yeah.
what movies would your wife put in there, Sturdy?
A lot of movies that I love and enjoy.
That's benefit for you. I mean,
'Cause-
like,
'cause,
my
like,
wife and I
what-
have a Venn diagram, but there are a lot of movies she loves that I do not.
Like
no,
what? Say Jurassic Park, and I will throw something at you.
She loves it. Like she and Timmy subjected to me on Christmas. They made me watch it again.
You can't say you like it.
Wait,
and
how are you
then say
subjected
to it?
I just didn't want to. It's like Star Wars. I don't want to watch it again. I'm sorry. Like,
fair. Holy shit, we have 18 minutes left.
We do.
We're gonna make it. I'm gonna
We're
keep
gonna
you guys
make it.
fired up for another 18 minutes.
I'm trying to
keep saying
understand
crazy shit.
See, and this is the thing about Dan. Like, I feel like the more I learn about him, the less I understand him. Like most people, you learn them more. You're just like, I get this guy, and I'm just talking about like with his movie takes and stuff. Of course, I still don't get it, Mick.
Sturdy, I need to send you. Sturdy, I just need to send you like my top 500 list. That'll explain a lot.
Oh,
that's a lot.
Just make it on Letterboxd.
There you go.
Oh,
and then you could share it. Everybody can see your list.
There you go.
And then it's easier.
Defining. I didn't get to define the parameters.
You can do it however you want.
You can.
You can put it in a little box so we can all read it and be like, "This is his parameters." Fucking Karate Kid here, and then
I wish I can somehow clone Dan and just have him sit down himself and have these conversations, like arguing with his clone, pretty much.
Yeah, right.
But like, if they're disagreeing with each other, that'd be hilarious.
I'd love
like,
it.
How do you come up with this stuff?
Dude, this thing is itchy. That's what I get for not
Did
wearing
you not
it.
wear a shirt under it?
No.
Oh,
I gotta wear an undershirt.
I took the fucking other thing off. I don't have a shirt. I was wearing a Hawaiian shirt.
Oh, I put an under. I have an undershirt on under this.
Yeah, I put a shirt on under this too.
Listen, it was in my drawer.
That's fine. It's
All
fine.
right, I'll be fine. Stop complaining. Whatever. You have 16 minutes left. Come down. Holy crap! I can't believe we're gonna make it.
Oh, of course.
Name one movie that is without reproach.
Christ. Why would you come up with this shit?
Because this is how I think. It's like, what movies can't be touched?
The Lion King. You better not touch it.
They already have.
Hey, it's Hamlet. It's Hamlet. It's Hamlet retold. Done.
I don't consider those Lion King movies. Those are just despicable, terrible ideas, money grabs that should have never happened.
The
I don't think
Lion
you should
King is
ever-
without reproach. That's it. Out of all the Disney ones, that's the one you pick.
That's my favorite movie of all time.
The Lion King.
Yes, sir. The Lion King and White Fang. Love those movies.
Without reproach, meaning they can't be criticized.
Oh, people. I don't think there's any movie.
Grandizer. That's the question. That's all. They had a good answer. Casablanca. Casablanca's an S-class movie.
Godfather. I don't think you could ever remake the Godfather or retouch it.
Yeah.
There's a few that you're never gonna hit on again. Like it's just not gonna have the same feel.
Alien.
And a lot of those things have to do with the era that they came out and like what was going on around the time. So
I used to say Blade Runner, but then they made Blade Runner 2049. I was like, oh my god, this might be better.
I don't know. It's a lot of good movies out there, but can you really not remake them, or just criticize them in some way?
I'm sure you could find a way. I'm sure you can criticize anything if you really wanted to, depending on
I think there are things that I put beyond reproach for me where I will not criticize them. But that doesn't mean that I don't think ultimately they can't be criticized. I just want.
Well, yeah, that's why I said that in general, like just because everybody's not going to have the same exact. No matter how popular or how great the film is, there's going to be people out there that they're going to just rip it apart for whatever reason, if they like it or not, to be different. Dan.
No, I have 33 movies on my S-class list. So
I don't know how you just know this stuff like this. Like the exact amount of movies that this 500 movie list, the 33 movies on your S. You're an amazing person.
Hierarchy matters, Sturdy. Is like, I think it's very important to like know the order of things, because like then you can decipher exactly what matters to you. There are things that matter. So Jurassic Park, the reason why I can say that it's an above average movie, but also criticize it, honestly, like it's probably about 45 minutes too long. It takes a considerable amount of time to get into specific parts of it. And while its technological advancements are definitely to be lauded, the storyline is lackluster in parts. The whole Dennis Nedry section is kind of like eye-rollingly bad, especially the guy who plays him. I'm like, dude, this guy, talk about typecasting, right? Like there's no level of Dennis Nedry where it's like, okay, he's clearly a bad guy. Like it has its criticisms. Meanwhile, there are other movies that have put like, but lately, even some of these like, so Alien, for instance, right? 1979's Alien, I've often considered to be a movie beyond reproach. Like cannot be touched, cannot be criticized. It's probably the best haunted house movie ever made. And I rewatched it the other day and I was like, in specific scenes, I was like, why did they include this? And I found myself kind of like not tearing it down, but kind of like questioning. I was like, should I move this down from the S tier? Because Aliens, its sequel, is an A-level movie, but not S tier. It's real on the surface. There's not a lot of depth to that film. It's total action, all that stuff, right? Like, and so I started thinking about it, and I'm like, no. So the metacognition that goes into thinking about media, I think, is really important. Thinking about thinking. How do you think about the film?
What'd you just say? Thinking about thinking?
Yeah.
You
So
threw me off with that one.
when you are considering the film, what is your approach?
I don't know.
Like, do you? Okay, yeah, that's the other part is like the overhyped part. Like I think there are some films that people elevate. Jaws is a great example. It gets elevated to the S tier, while Jaws is an A-level movie for me. That first third of the film, I feel like narratively could have been condensed and could have benefited from some better editing. The whole mayor part feels shoved in and unnecessary. Like so like to me, while it clearly is a masterpiece, it has criticisms. And I think is overhyped.
So we go for a hike. We see the overlook. And Dan falls off. Please don't go hiking in an overlook. I'm not, and anybody who watches this and is like, oh my God, he fell in an overlook. I'm not walking to an overlook. Dan knows this. It's going to be somebody else. Go find them. I'm not doing it.
But like speaking of the Overlook, The Shining is another S-class movie for me. And I know you disagree with that, Mick. Like you would probably put it just as like I thought you said before it was like you would put it like in the second tier down.
I'm not a huge fan of The Shining. I for what it is, but
did I? No, I don't think I did. I just don't think it's his like number one best movie.
So what's Kubrick's best movie?
2001's up there. Full Metal Jacket's up there.
I see Full Metal Jacket, I think, is overhyped. You got two completely different movies, right? Like two completely different movies. And like the first half of the film is riveting, but harsh. The second part of the film is almost like comedic if you actually watch it, and drags on too long. Like, if I'm going to criticize any of his films, that might be the one I pick to criticize. While I love Kubrick, and I think that he is like probably the greatest director of all time, like that'd probably be the one I'd pick to criticize.
Oh God, I can't believe we got 9 minutes left still of this. I'm fucking
8 and change. We're getting
Mick's dying. I'm trying to carry you.
Here. Oh, Dr. Strangelove.
come on, that's a beautiful film.
Yeah, I love Doctor Strange. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's a better film.
Oh, I thought you were saying criticize.
No.
Like, I'm sorry.
I love that movie. Dimitri, don't be like that, Dimitri.
There's no fighting in the war room. Like, what a great line.
No fighting in the war room.
Like,
oh my god.
I honestly say that though. I think if I picked any film out of his entire filmography to criticize, that might be the one, Mick. Like, I don't know, man. Full Metal Jacket. Maybe it's because I was in the Army, but like his portrayal of basic training is simplified. It's a very overly.
I don't know. I mean, like, my brother is a Marine, and like he's super hardcore, like, you know, into the Marines. You know how they get really into it.
Hoorah!
He and I have gone and watched that movie a number of times, and it feels like home to him, that first half.
I don't know. We beat a guy with oranges in a sock. Like, I don't know. The hard part is this, that like they would have washed. So here's what they would have done to Private Pyle in real life. They'd have washed him out. He'd have been washed out. Like, and they just skip over that entire thing.
But during Vietnam, you think?
Yeah. So I had a family member that got washed out in basic training in Vietnam. And my great uncles treated him like he was like persona non grata. I mean, and in my family, it's like a rite of passage, right? It ended with me. I was the last one. But anybody else, you graduate high school, what do? You go into the Army. Like, you wash out, you get Section 8 or Section 13. He would have been Section 8. That dude was mentally ill. And that wouldn't have happened. Like, that's the only thing I can really describe. There's a level of control that takes place in that in any sort of military environment that it just wouldn't. And I'm sure your brother would kind of like, because they like, oh my God, the idea of actual live ammo making its way off the range to the barracks. God, that's like, the thought of that happening is just an anathema to me. Like, I can't fathom that happening with the level of controls that are built in.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I was in the military. I don't know. I like Full Metal Jacket.
The level
I have a high
control
respect for everyone who served. But that's like, I'm not going to pretend to be an authority by any means, of course.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying there.
I really like the movie. Oh, it looks like we got an update.
640 raised.
640. We made it to 640. We got over our goal. Thank you, Corey, Ward, Anonymous, Mark Roberts. Thank you, Daniel, Henry. I'm just reading off the. Thank you, other Daniel. There's two Daniel. Daniel Snow. Thank you, Daniel Snow. And I'm not going to say thank you to the other one. Thank you, James. Remember, don't commit robbery during the day.
Yeah, you could be arrested during the day,
or whatever it is from that. Or don't.
I can't believe none of those
It's
people
so odd. Like, don't commit robbery at all.
Oh yeah, but because we had to make it fun and funny. I'm just like, that was just ridiculous. Like, I didn't know I could be arrested during the day.
Can you imagine that?
Yeah, right. Nobody's gonna believe that. Like, yo,
yeah,
I didn't.
Dude, 4 minutes. I'm so excited.
Yeah,
I'm gonna hit that bed. I'm gonna
probably gonna
butterfly
play Diablo.
I can't do it. I'm going to fucking bed 10 hours.
Saturday night.
It is Saturday night. The night is young, and so are we, Mick.
Are you kidding me? You play. I don't care.
No, I didn't say I'm playing Diablo.
End it when you're done. I'm going to bed.
Sturdy's gonna play some Friday the 13th.
I don't have it set up. When I get because I have a regular and I have a thing to set it up to stream with.
Uh-huh.
That'll be in the future, though. That'll be in the near future-ish. Definitely.
Tip. Look up the pattern and memorize it for the forest, so that way you don't get stuck.
Oh my God, is Tim still around?
No, he went to bed. He just left.
See, you didn't make it. I made it. I got 3 minutes left.
3 minutes.
Guys, we made another FUND-a-thon, and we made our goal. Over our goal.
We've never missed a goal.
Yes, awesome. Knock on wood, we've never missed a goal. You're right. And all together, I think we're at 7,200 or something like that. Let me.
What's the next going to be the next script read, Mick? Because that's what I want.
Oh, dude, I don't know. I just got this done. I need a moment.
Bloods versus Wolves. We discussed this last.
We're not. No, we are not doing Bloods versus Wolves. Sturdy.
The only reason why I'd want to do that is because remember how mad Dan got when we did the Blood Lake script read?
Mm-hmm.
That was so bad. I was like, who? And I forgot how bad the dialogue was. And I really didn't. I didn't have time that script. I didn't have time to sit down and read the whole script again. And so I just kind of skimmed it, and I was like, man, this is bad. Like,
you made it known during the live, which was just hilarious. It was almost like if it was one of your students, you were just so upset and disappointed and mad all at once.
I was like, Jesus.
With this goal, it would be all right. We've made. I'm not a math guy. Altogether, so far, we've made $7,072 plus today's would be $640 altogether, and that would make it $77.12 altogether. All casters for.
And we saved a dog.
And we saved the dog. Yes, we did. Yes, we did. It was a wild ride. I want to thank everybody while we're kind of closing out. I want to thank you all your donations, support, sharing. Yes. I want to thank this entire team of people who came in and did this. Sturdy, my co-pilot on this, Dan riding with us the whole time. Tim,
Chris,
Chris, coming in at a late hour.
Jason, all the guys at 3 Geeks. I love you guys, but there's so many, and it's I'm so tired. And everyone else, Trevor, Troy, all the way down the line. Guys, I'm going to say thank you so much to all of you for everything, and it's just meant so much, and we made it. We're here. Sturdy, you want anything you want to say? Is there anything you want to say?
Just backing off of, like, this was definitely an awesome time where we got together and pushed and just not only pushed just to raise the funds, but pushed as far as just like doing this long stream, because it's one of those things. It's like you just got to keep going. We feed off the energy of the comments. We feed off the energy of Dan's craziness. We feed off the energy of each other, and it flowed. Honestly, it flowed pretty well for a lot of us that were working together as far as for this whole stream for the first time together. It flowed very well for that. So I want to thank everybody. Everybody should give themselves a round of applause, take a bow, all that good stuff, because this is definitely an awesome time. And oh my God, I love being a part of these.
Yeah,
I love being a part of these.
Dan, you got anything you want to say before we take off?
Love being a part of it. Love raising money. Anything for charity.
Thank you, guys. I really appreciate you. Remember, guys, be kind to each other. Be kind to yourselves. That is very, very important. Stay classy and keep it absurd. I will miss you. We all will. But thank you for joining in, and thank you for everything that you did.
Tuesday.
See you Tuesday on the next episode of the Scene Snobs podcast. Later, Gators.
Thursday. Whoever Sir Sturdy.